I don't even know what day it is. I think that's correct, though. I think that I've got it correct. You know? Anyways. Whatever. Save it. Oh, wait. Who got it first? Who got it first? It was Space Pat. It looks like it was Space Pat. Let me see if that's the right video, just to make sure. How to make a Kerbal cannon, how to build a stock Kerbal cannon 1.2. And that's my ugly mug on the screen there. Nicely done. Nicely done, Space Pat. Let's add 25 extra credit to Space Pat. And go. There you go. 25 extra credit. Good job, Space Pat. And apparently we've reset the overlay thing there. Now we should be good to go. Excellent, Mutter. Thanks for that. So, y'all, without further ado, let's get into KSP. Let us get into KSP over here. And I always start off with installing a mod. Because there's one mod that you should do. There's one mod that you should install. If you're serious about actually learning how to do some things in KSP, you want to have like a more productive KSP experience, there is a mod that you need to install, and it is called Kerbal Engineer. I am a huge proponent of Kerbal Engineer. Let me just make a new copy of my save here. And I will show you from scratch how to install this mod. The game KSP is really based on numbers, right? There are all sorts of numbers constantly happening in the background. It's simulating physics, it's simulating aerodynamics, it's simulating fuel feed and efficiency of engines and all of these things, right? And there's kind of two ways to go about it. There's bang your head against it, like just put on blinders and just keep slapping boosters onto the rocket until it maybe goes into orbit. And don't get me wrong, you're going to have fun if you do it that way. It's maybe not the best way to do it, right? It's perhaps not the best way to learn how to do it. So I'm actually just making a clean install here. And I am going to get rid of my Kerbal Engineer right there. Get rid of Kerbal Engineer. Like that. And we will go from scratch how to install Kerbal Engineer. Now, if you have a clean save, right, what you need to do is find where your ksp.exe or ksp_x64, depending on the version you're running, is located, right? This file right here, this is literally ksp_x64.exe, if it'll bring up the properties of it for me. Did I not just click properties? Did I miss? I must have misclicked or something. Let's try it again. Properties. It won't actually come up. Well, that's going to be a problem. Oh, well, I guess oh, there it was. Okay, just took some time for some reason. Super fast solid state drive does not actually bring things up. So this is actually the ksp_x64.exe, right? You need to find this thing. You need to know where this is, because in order to install mods, you kind of need to understand where this folder is. Now, I've named this folder whatever I want, right? It's KSP112 boot. That's actually a super bad name for it. I'm going to name it KSP112 with no spaces in it. That makes my life easier. There you go, like that. And I've got my KSP_x64.exe right there. This is the folder where KSP is, and you're going to find a thing. You are going to find a thing here that says game data, right? And underneath game data, that is where you install the mods. You can see I have some mods already installed. Things like ambient light adjustment, things that make my Kerbin prettier, like environmental visual enhancements, stock visual enhancements. These are all mods. Normally, the only thing you'll see in here is squad. So if you found the folder in a pristine, fresh install of KSP correctly, it will have the game data folder right here, and it'll literally just say squad, and that's all that it's going to have. I've got some other things installed, like my KSA mod and draft Twitch viewers, which brings Twitch viewers out of chat and puts them into my game and that sort of stuff. The only important thing you should see here is the squad folder if you've got a fresh install. Now, somebody can grab a link to the Steam path. Steam is a little bit different. I've never really played it on Steam because I've been playing KSP before it was ever available on Steam. So I download it from the KSP store and I put it in whatever directory I want, right? This here, I just have basically my games folder on my D drive, and I have a bunch of KSP install names. But this is an important folder to find, game data, right? Maybe you could search for it or something like that. There you go. Heb, thank you. Steam puts them somewhere like program files, x86 Steam. You're right. You got it. It's actually over there in chat. You can see right there. There you go. Mutter's got it. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So all we need to do is install this mod, and it's pretty straightforward. Typically, when you're looking for mods, you can bring up like a web browser, right? Nah, that's a sloth on web browser. Just bring up a web browser, and I would normally search for like KSP KER. And all of a sudden, you get the forum post, Kerbal Engineer Redux, Redo, I don't know how to say that. Anyways, Kerbal Engineer on the forums. Normally as you go around, you can just search for things like this. Like if you're looking for like an alarm clock, look, just do KSP alarm, right? Oops, I just did KSP alarm. It's okay, it'll still work. And here's Kerbal alarm clock you can download. Now, since we're doing things in 1.2, when you go through these mods, you're going to need to look at the whether or not they've been updated for 1.2 yet. We're doing this video right now a little bit after KSP has come out. It's really, what was it, like 2 weeks ago, I guess, that KSP came out. KSP 1.2 came out. You're going to need to make sure that these mods are updated. If you go to the forum post and it doesn't say that it's 1.2 compatible, like it says like 0.9 or 1.0 or something, the mod may or may not work. So just be on the lookout for that. Actually, Kerbal Engineer, if I go to KSP KER, Kerbal Engineer has not actually officially been updated at this time right now. Now I've got access to a beta build that we can download, and we'll put the link in the chat. But you can see right now this has 1.1.1, and it has not been officially released for 1.2 KSP. It's not really going to affect us for Bootcamp. It's not that big of a deal. But Kerbal Engineer, not updated quite yet. By the time you watch this, it's probably going to be updated, right? So if you come over here, there's a link that we have already. Let me see if I can put this down. Yeah, there you go. It's just a direct download link for this beta build, and I'm going to put it in the chat over here. Maybe we can put it on the other end, right? I can put it on the other end. We can like maybe put it on the YouTube video or something when I upload it. But there's the link right there. Yes, thank you, Sarian. The KER beta for 1.2. You actually have to go to GitHub and download the beta build. Not that big of a deal, but I do apologize that we're having to do that. It's just not updated yet. So I have just downloaded it by putting that link into my chat, right? That github.com, Cybertech, Kerbal Engineer, archive, master.zip, right? That's for the beta build that currently works good enough with 1.2 with some caveats, right? With some caveats. So all I did was just paste that into my browser and it downloaded, right? Y'all saw there, click, paste, github.com, Cybertech, Kerbal Engineer, archive, master, right? No big deal that we have to go out there and grab that link that's just over there. And it's downloaded a zip file for me, right? Here is the download for the zip file that it's put in the bottom of my browser. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open up that zip file. And you see Kerbal Engineer Master, right? And this is a little bit more complicated because it's a beta build. It's not as simple as it usually is, but don't worry, it's like still super simple. Kerbal Engineer Master. I'm going to double click on that, and you see all of the stuff. Don't be scared, just do what I say, right? Output is where I'm going to go. Output, Kerbal Engineer. And this is what I need. So does everybody see that? I apologize, but I know KER is not updated yet, but you can still use it in 1.2 with some caveats. It's a couple things you just need to know. I don't grab the entire Kerbal Engineer folder. Mine even says 3 because I've downloaded it 3 times, right? What I want to do is make sure that I go into Kerbal Engineer Master, Output, and then find just the Kerbal Engineer folder. Again, not this folder, Kerbal Engineer Master. Not anything under here. Not that Kerbal Engineer. Do you see that? That's not under Output. Right here, Output, Kerbal Engineer. So tons and tons of people have been like, Das, wait, 1.2 is not out, or Kerbal Engineer is not out for 1.2 yet. How are you using it? This is how, right here. We've got the beta build from Cybertech. So again, super important. Make sure you grab Kerbal Engineer Master, Output, Kerbal Engineer after going to that link that we'll put over there, right? You have to have Output Kerbal Engineer. So Output, that right there. Super important. Absolutely, Caxboom. It is. Caxboom. It is definitely being recorded. So we've got this Kerbal Engineer. I've had so many people. I know that that's a little more complicated than usual, but tons of people have asked me that question, so here we go. We'll maybe cut this as a highlight so people can get KER installed. I'm going to go back to my Kerbal install, right? This is where the KSP64 shortcut was, or sorry, the KSP64.exe was. And remember my game data folder? What I'm going to do is go into game data, and this is where all my mods are, right? And I'm going to take this Kerbal Engineer file from Output, Kerbal Engineer Master, Output, Kerbal Engineer. Not from anywhere else. That's super important. I know I'm repeating myself. And I'm just going to drag this over. Done. The mod's installed. Now, as much talking as repeating as I've done to make sure you understand where to get this file from, literally all I did to install the mod was drag the file. Like, that's all that it is. Like this, lights out, I just drag the file. It's the same thing. I literally go over here and I search for like, what is it? Like KSP lights out, right? And I'm like, oh, KSP lights out, which hasn't been updated. Poor example, DOS. And I download a zip file, I unzip it, and I drag a folder over. What is this? Like, what? We want distant object enhancement, or we want nav HUD? Look at this. You search for KSP nav HUD. It gives you a post. You click on it, and you can download it. Now, this one, again, oh, that one's updated for 1.2 now. Nice. That one says 1.2 nav HUD. So you download, unzip it, drag a file. It's really simple. I wanted to go over that so that people understand how to do those mod installs. We should be good to go here. It mostly works. It mostly works using fuel pipes. That's right, guys. Kerbal Engineer mostly works. There's one thing that I'll talk through. I don't want to confuse anybody, but it's good enough for Bootcamp. It's going to work just fine for Bootcamp. It's going to work just fine for our Bootcamp. So one more thing I've got to do. You don't have to do this. I just have to do this because I am high maintenance. I need to fix this. This is just so that I can stream it correctly. Like, if I was on YouTube, I would edit this pace out, and then it would, like, do this jump screen, and then my face would, like, zoom into the camera real big or something, and I would scream at you some. I need to change these paths. There you go. You don't have to do this. This is just because I'm streaming it and making sure that it works. There you go. Apply. Okay. Now we're actually ready after 10 minutes of me talking. after 10 minutes of me talking, we're actually ready to start up KSP. So let's bring that other window off. Let's go over there like that, and let us close the zip file. We don't need that anymore. And I'm just going to launch my KSP, right? Launch your KSP either way you want. This is specific to my stream. I double-click on a shortcut that has some switches on it. So, and remember, if you have questions, any questions about installing that mod, it's super simple. I wanted to make sure that I went over that. But are there any questions about that? Any questions about that? Mini ABC. Sure, that's fine. Allow these add-ons to check for updates. I mean, I'm running code on my computer. I know Cybertech personally. Like, it's fine to run that. It's okay with me if it updates. Let us see here if there's anything else we need to do. Yeah, it's just a loading up. I didn't freeze the game, did I? No, I didn't. Cool. Let's see here. Remember, if you have a question, make sure you start it with the word question. I will only answer questions that start with the word question, like Shady right there, question. When I grabbed Curb back in the pre-release, I just dropped the entire master folder into game data, and it works fine. You get no ref spamming. Shady, please follow the instructions. Like, please follow the instructions. Don't put the entire master folder in. It probably walked the tree and found the other Kerbal Engineer folder. Just follow the instructions and just move over that one folder for Kerbal Engineer's install, okay? Again, it's like, oh, you're telling me, oh, well, Das, I didn't follow the instructions and it's spamming null refs. Is that an issue? And it's like, dude, come on, man. Just follow the instructions and then see if it spams null refs. And then if it still spams null refs, like, let me know, okay? But please, start by following the instructions. Read the readmes, you know, read the forum posts. Please, please, please follow the instructions. Just read the instructions. Question, is it the same process for nav HUD? No, Gamer Ike. So I don't think that I think nav HUD, once a mod is officially released for 1.2, you don't usually have to worry about master and branch and like all those other folders. Usually it'll just be a zip file that has game data in it, and you just whoop, drag it over and just make sure. Now make sure you don't have game data. Like in your folder, you don't want another folder called game data. You never want it to look where you go into game data, and in here there's another folder called game data. That's not a thing that you want, okay? If you have game data, like a game data folder inside of game data, you've installed it wrong. You need to like delete that game data folder and, whoa, careful. Delete the second game data folder that's in the big game data folder. Make sure you never delete the squad folder because that'll break your game, right? You should not have game data though. Question, on topic, allocate a specific amount of RAM to KSP. It's a resource hog, especially with mods. I know how I control the amount of RAM that KSP uses, and the answer is I don't install a lot of mods. If your computer is like exploding or something like that because KSP's taken too much RAM, and your game data folder has 100 other folders in it because you've installed a ton of mods, I like it. Like, the mods are awesome, but not everybody's computer can handle every single mod that is installed. So, if you're having problems with crashes or something because you're running out of RAM, I would probably recommend as like a first easy sort of simple step, maybe install less mods. You know what I mean? The file goes in the game data folder rather than sitting outside of it. Absolutely, Gamer Ike, absolutely. Absolutely. Make sure that you are able to, you have it in game data. You don't want the Kerbal Engineer file out here next to game data, right? You want it inside the game data folder. Inside the game data folder. Did I miss any other questions? It doesn't look like I missed any other questions. Cool! fantastic. I must have done a fantastic explanation of that. So, let's get into KSP, and we're going to start our new game here, right? And, again, this is a slightly modded install. I like it when my KSP looks pretty. The clouds, Kerbal looking very nice above me here. That is a mod called Stock Visual Enhancements. It's actually a tiny mod pack that includes a couple different mods. It like retexturizes some of the terrain. It adds clouds. It adds auroras. I don't think you can see them up on the top of the planet right now in this scene. There's a mod bundle with it called Scatterer that adds some atmospheric scattering, like haze sort of thing. All those sorts of things. It includes a couple different mods. But my Kerbal looks super pretty because of stock visual enhancements, which is fantastic. My skybox, you can also see the stars in the background with the nebula. That's a custom thing as well. Instructions for that are over there. Instructions for that are over there. Can you drop the music volume a little, please? Sure, man, I can. There you go. I'll drop the music volume a little bit since we're doing boot camp. Sure. Yeah, all right, that's cool. Let's see here. Question, so if there's a game data folder inside NavHUD, you need to copy what's inside. You got it. Yeah, Hendog, you're right. If you download a file and in the zip file, it says game data, and then after game data, it says NavHUD, you don't drag the game data folder out. Just go into the game data folder in the zip file and drag NavHUD out. You got it. You got it. Does stock visual enhancements cause a big performance hit? Mustang Sally, I'm not very well suited to answering that question. I have a computer specifically built to run KSP. I do get a little bit of a performance hit on the super powerful computer. I imagine that it's going to be very much to, like, if you're running it on a laptop, you'll probably get a huge hit. If you've got an okay gaming computer, it's not going to be a massive hit until you get up to 500, 600, 700 parts sorts of deal. So, anyways, I don't think it's a huge thing. Somebody can put the links into chat for the stock visual enhancements if you want to. Yeah, there you go. We might need to update that, actually. The visual enhancement mod, Krylani, make sure that it has SVE in it, because SVE versus Eve, the old one that I used to use. What's up, Apatoxin? How's it going? So, let's see here. Are we going to go over settings? Yes, that's where we are next. So, pretty Kerbal, etc., etc. I'm going to start a new game here. I should actually make sure that we don't have any resumes. Yes, I copied the entire thing over, so I have my other games there. So let's do start new, right? It is going to be sandbox mode, and this is a huge, like, debate. People are like, oh, you should start in career mode. Or, oh, you should start in science mode. When you're learning the game, you should play this way, right? I've been doing this for 2 years. It's my job to help people play KSP. I've been running the Kerbal Space Academy for 2 years, and from experience, I can tell you that the best place to learn KSP, when you have someone to help you, when you have somebody like the Academy here to kind of talk you through different parts and stuff, is Sandbox. I understand people might feel overwhelmed by the number of parts in the game when there's nobody, the game doesn't explain to you. There's nobody sitting there helping you, like, understand the game. If you're watching the Bootcamp video, the best place to go is the Sandbox, because I'm here, I'm going to help you out, and I'm going to talk you through the different parts, tell you what they do, instead of just slapping you in the face with like 250 parts and just telling you to figure it out. I'm here to help you through that process. So Sandbox keeps me from worrying about grinding experience, keeps me from worrying about money. It's basically just build you what you want. You got all the parts, right? So I highly, highly, highly recommend starting in sandbox mode. Science mode actually enables a little bit of experience where you have to gain experience in order to unlock parts. The problem is the game doesn't really tell you how to unlock the experience. It doesn't tell you how to get the experience, and it does tend to be a little bit grindy. It kind of limits your parts to very simple things that we need better things than that to do boot camp. And then career mode actually makes you grind experience before you unlock the parts and worry about money. So once you learn the basics of the game and you kind of know how to get into orbit and you know what ISP means and you know how to design a rocket for Delta V for different missions and that sort of stuff, then up your challenge and go into science mode, go into career mode where you can lose. You use what you learned in Sandbox with the Academy and that sort of stuff, and you can use that to like accomplish bigger and better challenges like science mode or career mode. I do understand people's arguments for and against that. Since I'm here and I'm here to walk you through, Sandbox is definitely the way to go. And I'm going to say KSA actually, Boot Camp. And what is today? I am recording it on October the 22nd. So we'll do 2016 10/22. So it sorts correctly in a list, I guess. I'm going to choose my own flag. Making flags is actually super simple. It's not difficult to make flags. Remember how you installed the mod? All you do is you drag a file into a certain folder over there. I can show you right quick. So many people ask me about this as well. You know game data, right? Where before we had a KSP.exe right there, and then we had our game data folder. You can go into game data, and you can go into squad, and lo and behold, there's a folder called flags, right? And you'll see there's lots of flags here. And if you wanted to make your own flag, you could make a copy of one of these, right? Like this little minimalistic flag. Like you could copy-paste it like that. And now I have the minimalistic copy. I could go into my favorite text editor. I guess you could do it in the text editor if you were like really ridiculously awesome. But I could go into my favorite graphics editor. You could do it in Paint even if you wanted to. Like, can I do that right quick? Open with Paint. Yes, open with Paint. And I could draw like a big TWR. Let's get a nice blue, and I could draw TWR on the flag in Paint. I have a fancy graphics tablet in front of me, and I just use the mouse to draw that. And I can save that file. Oops, no, come on. There we go. Save that file like that. And just having that other file in there will allow it to appear as a flag that I can use. So it's super simple to make your own flags. That's why it does need to be certain sizes and stuff like that. That's why I went into the squad folder, I went into the flags folder, and I copied one of the existing flags and edited. That's your flag now. I surrender to thrust to weight. I surrender to the thrust to weight ratio. But you can do the flags. It's actually really simple, right? It's really simple. I have to use that flag now? Man, I'm so sad. I should have put the logo on it. You'll see that it didn't appear right away. I think you might actually have to restart the game in order to make it appear. Let's see. Yeah, I think I actually have to restart the game or restart the thing. I'm just going to stick with my normal flag, okay? My little shield flag here. I'm not going to use that flag. No, I don't want to use that flag. Because the R is for science. I never said I was good at spelling. I'm just going to use this flag. So we've got KSA Bootcamp 2016-10-22. We're in sandbox mode. We have our flag set up. You can reload Module Manager. AkaDJ, too complicated. We're in Bootcamp, okay? Keep it super simple. Keep it super simple here. Let's go into the difficulty options. And I've got a couple different difficulty options. Now you can certainly set it to easy mode if you want. I think that all easy mode does is make it so that you cannot blow up the buildings. Like if you crash into the VAB or something like that, you crash into the control tower at the runway, you won't actually destroy it in easy mode. It also looks like it turns down heating a little bit. You know something? There's no reason for you in Bootcamp not to start off in normal mode. You can do it. It doesn't make it that hard. It doesn't make it that much hard. Don't go to like moderate or hard or anything like that. But for Bootcamp, I'm just going to leave it on normal. Like, we won't crash into buildings, and because maybe we will, I don't know. Because we're in sandbox mode, if I crash into a building, it's not going to cost me any money to fix it. I just right-click on it, and it just thump, and it fixes the building. It's not that big of a deal to start off in normal mode. I do, however, want to make sure that this is on. So for my Bootcamp, I'm going to make sure that the comm network is enabled, because I want to see how the comm network affects me learning to play the game early on. I mean, we know how it affects us because we've already practiced this a lot, but I'm going to leave the comm network on, and as part of Bootcamp, a new feature in Bootcamp, we're going to talk about how the new 1.2 comm network affects your early spaceflight, right? We're going to be going out to the moon, going to the dark side of the moon where we can't talk home with radio signal and that sort of stuff. So I'm going to leave this turned on. For now. Advanced, I'm not really going to worry about any of these. Like, I can turn on comm network options here to make the comm network more or less realistic, make it more difficult. Like, I can make it so if I don't have a radio signal back home, that's what the comm network is. Can we talk to home, and can home talk to us? Like, the probe goes completely dead and just spins in space or whatever. Plasma blackout, if you're going through the atmosphere so fast that you're sheathed in plasma, it like knocks off your radio signal. All of these things I'm not going to worry about for Bootcamp. I have talked about them in detail as part of our 1.2 launch party down in Mexico City with Squad, but I'm not going to worry about those. Also, there are other things over here as well, like the part limits, the Kerbal G-force limits, the enable Kerbal experience. These things are very, very fun to play with. You can actually knock out Kerbals by putting them through too many Gs right now. Like, you go through this crazy, like, upwards turn in a plane suddenly, and the Kerbal actually pass out. I'm not going to enable that for Bootcamp. They certainly are a lot of fun, but I'm not going to do it. Part and pressure limits, parts can fail. They have they have different design restrictions, and if they exceed the G or design restriction, like the G tolerance of the part will actually just explode in mid-flight because you put too much stress on it. I'm going to leave all of those off for Bootcamp. They're certainly fun to play with. They do add a lot to the game. They add a lot of fun to the game. The G-force limits actually adds new contracts to the game even. So that when you're in career mode, you can like get tourism contracts where the tourists want to pass out. So you have to make this aerobatic plane and like, whoa, flip it around and make them pass out. But for Bootcamp, we are going to leave them this way. So again, COM network is turned on. All of these options are just normal default. I'm not going to mess with it. Basic options, normal default. Basically, we're playing in full normal default mode here for Bootcamp. So we'll go ahead and do accept. We have KSA Bootcamp sandbox mode again. We've got my flag in there. We've got difficulty options normal. Good to go, and we're going to actually start the Bootcamp. So question, what does the COM network do? Akati, good question. The COM network makes it so that you have to maintain radio contact with the home planet, right? So imagine a situation where maybe you're out behind the moon or something. Like you're over here and your spacecraft is on the far side of the moon, and from the far side of the moon, you actually can't see Kerbin. You don't have a line of sight back to Kerbin, and you don't have these sweet like radio signals that can like go Kerbal radio signal around the moon to talk to Kerbin. The new 1.2 COM network features enable certain game mechanics that will decrease or eliminate your control of the vessel if you can't talk back home to the planet, right? So if you're over here and your spacecraft is like right here and it can fire that radio signal back to Kerbin, you're still good. The COM network has a sight back to the planet. If you're over here, it's blocked by the moon, so certain limitations will kick in when you're on the far side of the moon. Also, if you're too far away, there are all sorts of different antennas that you can install that have different, basically, ranges. They can go a certain distance, right, to keep it simple. You can get so far away from Kerbin that your antenna's not powerful enough to reach Kerbin, basically. You don't have enough transmitting power to talk back home. And that can kick in the control limitation features and stuff like that. So that's what the COM network is. And we'll talk a little bit about that. If you use this option, do tourists have less Kerbals than G-force? It's a little bit off topic there, but the tourists do have their own custom G-force limits that they can handle, and it just depends. So, anyways, let us keep on keeping on here. Let's keep on keeping on. Back to the main scene. We've entered into the flight scene here, and again, if you're just joining us, Bootcamp, we're going to be playing KSP from scratch for new players, so that we're going to answer a lot of the basic questions to the game.
Welcome to the Academy.
Shadowwolf with the Twitch Prime sub. Shadowwolf, thank you for the support. Y'all, this is my job. This is my job right here. This is what I do in subs right there, like Shadowwolf with the Twitch Prime sub. I do appreciate the support. Thank you for keeping the old Space Academy flying here. Ah, yes, y'all. Help me welcome Shadowwolf to the Academy, and Shadowwolf, thanks for keeping us in the air, or out of the air, because space, or whatever, I guess. Anyways, keep on keeping on here. So, we've got this going on. We've got our regular scene here that shows our full space academy, our full space center. Because I'm in sandbox mode, I have all the best facilities. Right? It upgrades all of my facilities to the top level. If you're playing in career mode, you actually have to pay money before you get these fancy gray buildings. You have to go out there and upgrade your facilities to increase their capabilities and that sort of stuff in career mode by earning money. Since we're in sandbox, we don't have to worry about it. This is just out of the gate, the fully leveled up facility. And there's all sorts of different buildings we have here, right? The two main places we're going to build are going to be the vehicle assembly building and the spaceplane hangar. Spaceplane hangar, vehicle assembly building. The assembly building is kind of for building rockets. Things that are like vertical, right? Things that are tall and skinny like a rocket. You usually use this vehicle assembly building to build things like that. The spaceplane hangar is for building airplanes, space shuttles, that sort of stuff. So if you have a plane sort of thing, something that would take off using the runway, you could build it over here. Something that's going to take off from the launch pad, you build it in here, right? As you get into more advanced things, you'll find a little bit of difference in control and how much you are able to look around using the camera in each facility. Personally, I build a lot of my stuff in the spaceplane hangar, but I recommend for boot camp, start off in the vehicle assembly building. It's the best place to kind of learn the basics of building a simple rocket, right? It can get a little bit confusing in the spaceplane hangar when you start off. When you get lots and lots of hours in KSP, I guarantee you that you're probably going to spend a lot of time in the spaceplane hangar, probably more time in the spaceplane hangar than the VAB. But for starting off, we're going to start building in the VAB, right? We've also got the launch pad. That's where we launch our rockets from. And the runway, that's where we launch planes from. Something that's going to roll down the runway and kind of take off like a plane as opposed to sitting on its tail and taking off straight up, right? We've got the mission control in Sandbox. I don't have to worry about mission control. Mission control is for career mode where they give you contracts and you complete the contract like, you know, go and plant a flag on the moon, and then they pay you money that you can use to upgrade facilities or buy parts from mission control. We don't have to worry about it for now. Back here, we've got the administration building. I don't think anybody ever uses the administration building ever. Like the administration building is not very useful, even in career mode anymore. Astronaut complex. If you need to hire new astronauts, you can go to the astronaut complex there. You can also kind of review the performance of your astronauts, kind of see where they've been, see what their G-force tolerances are, and all that sort of stuff if you have those options enabled. We're really not going to worry about the astronaut complex too much. R&D is for science and career mode. You don't have to worry about it in Sandbox. See how the Sandbox keeps it very simple? It like turns off like most of the buildings. Like even if I click on this, it says the facility is closed because, hey, you've literally already researched everything there is to research, right? But this in career and science, this is where you spend your experience points to unlock new parts and that sort of stuff. Over here, you've got the tracking station. You can actually visit your different missions, so it's possible to have like 20 different missions and like 5 space stations around 4 different planets, and then like probes going all over the place. You can have like 100 different missions or whatever. The tracking station is a place that I can go to see all those missions, choose between them, kind of edit little parameters of them and that sort of stuff. Not going to be too worried about the tracking station there. So those are the facilities around the KSC. The only real ones that we're going to worry about in boot camp are the vehicle assembly building and the launch pad. Right here, we're going to build our rockets in the vehicle assembly building here, right? We're going to roll them out the crawler way. We're going to put them on the launch pad. This is actually a super huge rocket to scale, and we're going to launch them into space. Those are the only 2 buildings we have to worry about for boot camp. More advanced topics I've been doing for the entire last week. We've done 5 or 6 streams on an early career kickstart, how to start your early career once you know the basics of the game. And then we really use these other buildings, right? We build a lot of stuff over there. But for boot camp, we keep it simple and we only worry about the vehicle assembly building and the launch pad. For now. The tracking station have additional missions in career? No, Hindog. I don't think the tracking station gives you any missions. Maybe you can unlock missions by upgrading the tracking station, but you don't get missions from the tracking station. You always get the missions from mission control that I'm aware of. If I'm wrong, you'll correct me, right? So, into the vehicle assembly building, and let's talk about all the wonderful things we have here. Here's Werner von Kerman. You should read this if you want. I'm not going to worry about it too much. Just got it, because I'll just say what he says out loud, right? This is where a lot of people say that they're super confused. They're like, oh my gosh, there's so many parts. I can't handle it. There's too many parts. It's not that big of a deal. New in 1.2, we have extra tabs over here. If you saw KSP before 1.0, 1.1, 1.9, there were less little tabs on the side. And now we've got even more tabs to kind of break the parts down into their different functional categories. You'll see, the way the layout is, you build in this area over here, right? You can like kind of put your rocket into this area. Put a little pod on the top, make sure it has a parachute and everything. Down here, we can put fins on it. It's going to need a rocket engine. Maybe, you know, like a sweet KSA logo, although you can't really do that. You build in this part of the screen. Over on the left-hand side is where all the parts are, right? And as you kind of like need different parts, you can click on the tabs that are down the side. You see all the tabs over there and switch between the different types of parts. They've done a really good job of kind of breaking it up so that no one tab has too many parts. Let's talk about all the different parts there are, right? The first tab we have up there is labeled pods. That label makes 0 sense to me. That label doesn't make any sense because this contains not only pods, things that can hold a Kerbal, like this lantern can, or like this cockpit, or like this shuttle cockpit, like this cupola. It also has things that are not pods, like probe cores. Really, this should be enabled, this should be labeled command. Because the things in this list, the things in this tab, are things that allow me to issue commands to the rocket. Whether it's via a Kerbal sitting in a pod, using a little joystick, controlling the rocket, right? Or via a probe core, a computer system that is able to control the rocket. This is really command and control, or command. It allows me to command the rocket to do different things. And it may or may not hold a Kerbal, right? Down here we've got fuel tanks. And you see all these different types of fuel tanks. There's tiny fuel tanks, wherever it is. Now, here you go. There's a tiny fuel tank. There's super huge fuel tanks. That's a kind of big fuel tank, actually. And I'm just clicking. I'm clicking on the part and dragging it over here to kind of put it into the scene. These are all different things that hold fuel. There's all sorts of different types of fuels that I'll talk about. But the long and short of it, the fuel tanks are things that go boom. It's boom capacity, or whatever you want to call it. So that you can fuel up your rocket, so that you can use the fuel to explode, throw out the back, and go further into space. Now, in order to use the fuel, I'm going to need an engine, right? So as we kind of do this, let's put these things together. We're going to just grab a little basic pod, and we're going to come over here and grab a little basic fuel tank, right, in the second tab. So I've got the ability to command the rocket. I've got things that explode. I need something to make those things explode. Those are called engines. We click on the engines tab, the third tab down, and I get all sorts of different engines, right? And I can just choose an engine and kind of like put it on there. You'll see things snapping as I take things off the side and put them over there. That is done by the means of green glue. You see the little glue, the green dots that are on the bottom of the tanks? Do you see how that one has a little dot on the bottom? And I've grabbed this engine, and you see that there's a green dot. I can snap parts together like that by matching green dots to green dots. You see how that snaps to the green dot? So when I'm just kind of basically putting things together, there's a lot more that I'll talk about, like more advanced building tools and stuff like that. But for now, all I'm really doing is just snapping green dots to green dots. See, snap, snappity snap. Now, you can see this looks super hilarious, right? You're super overwhelmed by the number of parts. You're like, oh my gosh, there's so many parts. All I did, I chose a little pod, right? Like this. I just clicked on a little pod. This little Mark 1 command pod is kind of the intro to command pods, right? This is like the little basic pod. You can certainly get bigger pods. You can certainly get cupolas. You can certainly get probe cores. That's not a probe core, just so you know. You can get all sorts of different things. But to start, I am just going to grab this little basic pod. When you're getting started, the name of the game is to match things in size. And you're maybe a little bit overwhelmed. You're like, wow, there's so many different sizes. Like I can't find the tank that matches. But do you see how that really doesn't kind of match the pod? This is designed for a plane. Let's go and click on another part. Okay, that's a circle, but it doesn't match the size. You'll kind of learn as you go through which parts are which. I know from experience, like as you click through, well, that's not the right thing. That like goes on the side, right? There's all sorts of different parts that I can use. The moral of the story early on is to match the size. So I'm going to keep clicking around fuel tanks until I find they're actually grouped together. The fuel tank that's the same radius, diameter, what do you want to say, as the pod, and put it there. And they're all kind of grouped in the same area. You see how this is like a little short fuel tank of that radius, and this is a little bit bigger fuel tank of that radius, and this is a little bigger fuel tank of that radius. It's like once you find one, they're all kind of grouped together right there with each other, right? So I know that there's a lot of parts. It will literally take you 1 minute to kind of look through all the different options you have and find the part that matches. Like, don't build your first rocket looking like that. I mean, you could, I guess. You could. But don't try to build something like that. Now, people are always going to say in chat, people are going to be like, oh, wow, you know something, man, you can filter it and stuff like that. I'm not going to worry about the part filters and the search and all that things. For now, I'm just going to say look for the parts that are kind of near each other and just kind of look around, like browse until you find what is the size that you need. Certainly you can filter it by size. You can do all these different more advanced things. Let's not worry about that for now. That's an intermediate sort of topic. I am going to just leave this little fuel tank on here and go down to the things that explode, the engines. Same story with engines. You may put this one on and you're like, whoa, that doesn't fit at all. This game's too complicated. No, man, just keep clicking around like, all right, that got closer. I had to get it to snap. That got a little bit closer. Just keep clicking around. Ow, let's not do that. That's not what I want. That attached to the side, right? It didn't actually attach to the glue. That may look okay. All right, that may look okay. We'll get into choosing the correct engine. For now, since I'm just going through the different parts available in the game, I'm going to choose a good engine and just put it on the bottom of the rocket, right? There you go. And my entire rocket looks nice and slim. It's nice and aerodynamic. I don't have to worry about anything. Everything's good to go here, right? So we've got our ability to command the rocket. We've got things that explode. We've got fuel for the rocket, and we've got something to make the things explode. We've got the engine on the bottom. These are our 3 basic parts of a super basic rocket. It is. And once I've built a super basic rocket, I can take it out and land it. Can I say hello to Aiden? Certainly, Nubosaurus. Hello, Aiden. How's it going? I'm Das. I love rockets. I hope you love rockets, too. Is that the swivel? Yeah, that's the T-44 that I just threw on that. Yes. Okay, so we've got our super basic rocket here, right? I will continue going down the rest of the parts. We could launch this basic rocket right now, but I won't. Let me keep talking about the other types of parts that we have. The next tab down, we have command and control. The funny thing is, none of these parts issue commands to the rocket, and I don't understand why they're called command and control. These are really just like auxiliary control mechanisms. It's like auxiliary control or extra control. There are a couple different things in here that allow me to make the rocket have a little bit more control authority. The ability to turn, the ability to like move itself up or down, like kind of float in different directions. None of these parts, I guess except for that part, give me control. These little things like RCS thrusters, little things like reaction wheels, we'll talk more about that later. For my simple rockets, I never use any of these parts. I just don't need any of these extra control parts. They don't command the rocket. I don't know why it's labeled command and control. Really, this is command and this is auxiliary control. Structural, these are all sorts of parts like little I-beams and stuff if you want to build a space station, or maybe some little standoffs, like if you need to build some nacelles because you're a Star Wars fan. There are all sorts of different little parts that you can use to build a rocket. Like little adapters, like you want to go for like a 2-for-1 sort of setup, or really a 1-for-2 sort of thing, or maybe a 1-for-4 sort of thing. There's all sorts of like structural pieces that you can use to build a rocket. Not going to worry about them for now. Adapters to change sizes, like from little sizes to bigger sizes and stuff. I'm not too controlled. If you want to make your rocket look terrible, if you want the least fashionable rocket ever, you can spam some of these ugly, rusty panels on there. But that's just structural pieces that you can use to build things. Coupling, we'll talk more about this later, but these are things that separate the rocket from itself. If you have a rocket and you want to split it into 2 smaller rockets without uncontrolled explosions, these things are things that can be used to combine rockets together or separate rockets apart without any unnecessary explosions. There are explosions sometimes, like this Rocketmat's brand of coupler actually has explosive bolts in it that it uses to separate 2 parts of the rocket. I'll talk more about that coming up here in a bit. But these, under the coupling, this is really the ability to add together or separate parts from a rocket while they're flying, like docking ports. You have a docking port on a space station, you come up, you visit the station, you dock to it, then you undock from it, you add the rocket together, take the rocket apart. I'm not going to worry about them right now for my simple rocket. Payload. Payload has some cool things. It has things like cargo bays in it. So if you're building a big cargo plane, you can grab one of these cargo bays and you can actually, if I put it on there, you can open and close the cargo bays. Lots of cool parts. Again, for simple rockets, I'm not really going to worry about this. If you're looking at career mode, you may find these service bays super simple. The service bays kind of fit in line, and they allow you to put extra pieces on the inside of the rocket, right? So it's like a trunk almost, or like a storage area for the rocket, and you can put little probe cores or batteries or science experiments or something like that in there. Again, for the simple rocket, I'm not going to worry about it. I should probably take that beam off, shouldn't I? I'm not going to worry about that. But again, these are things like cargo bays, little service areas where it's storage on the rocket, and fairings. If you've seen realistic rocket, you actually have fairings on the top of it. And under the cargo area, that is payload actually, under the payload area, you can build little fairings. I'll talk more about that later on. We don't need to worry about the fairings right now. Again, rundown of the parts. I'm just going through a rundown of the parts without getting too off into the weeds on any individual part. Aerodynamic, these are things to make your rocket more aerodynamic. You can see there's all sorts of nose cones and stuff like that. Now that doesn't look right, so I'm not going to leave that there. But the aerodynamics tab has nose cones. It also has a bunch of plane parts. So here you can find wings like this. If you don't do this, this is bad. You can find wings for the rocket, or for your planes. There are jet intakes So things that you need to make jet engines work, we're not going to worry about those either. It's just all sorts of things for either making your rocket more streamlined, more aerodynamic, or for building planes, making jet engines work, that sort of thing, right? Little fins. You put little fins on the rocket. We'll talk more about that later. So, aerodynamic tab has all sorts of aerodynamic parts. Ground has wheels and landing legs in it. We'll talk about these whenever we get into our moonlander design. I'm not going to put them on my simple rocket here. There's everything from like super huge landing legs to like super tiny landing legs. Or sorry, super huge wheels to little tiny landing legs. There's things that you can steer. There's things that you can build rovers out of. For the simple rocket, not going to worry about it. Again, just going through the part rundown here. The fire, the thermal pad, these are things that deal with heat, things like heat shields, things like radiators. I'm not going to need to worry about radiators. You typically use radiators when you're doing mining and refining. That's an intermediate topic that Bootcamp does not cover. Heat shields, we'll put a heat shield on our rocket later on. That's something that helps the rocket survive the re-entry heating. So that's under the heating tab. We've got electrical. I need to have electrical charge on my rocket. This is things that generate and store electricity. So we've got batteries, right, that we can put on our rocket to help store some electricity. We've got solar panels that we can put on the rocket to help generate electricity. We've got more advanced things like fuel cells and nuclear radiothermal isotopic generators. It's actually called a radioisotope thermoelectric generator. It's a real thing. It's something that we use in real life. There are rovers on Mars that use this right now in real life. But this is all about generating and storing electric charge, right? Communication, this is new in 1.2. This is where some of my new dishes and antennas are. For my simple rocket, I don't need to worry about antennas. I'm not going to ELU or anywhere. But for bigger craft that are going further out, if you're making relay networks and that sort of thing, you'll find those dishes under communications. I don't need to worry about it for now. There's all sorts of cool things like, oh, I got this little miniature dish, or this like super huge dish, or this dish that's very fashionable and actually like folds out. But I'm not going to worry about those for our first little simple rocket. Let's get rid of that. Science. In Sandbox, I can put science things on for fashion. I don't really need a lot of the science experiments because I'm playing in Sandbox mode where I already have all of the science unlocked. Also, there's some ore scanning pieces here as well, so when you get into the intermediate topic of scanning and refining ore so that you can refuel your craft on the moon, at Duna, whatever, you can use some of these parts over here to find ore. That's another stream, though. That's another stream. Finally, utility. Utility has super important things like fashion lights. Some of the most important parts that you can put on your craft are the fashion lighting. Less important things like, parachutes. We might want to put a parachute in the pod or whatever. We find some crew containers, like things that hold Kerbals but don't actually allow me to control the rocket. You can see this looks like a little fuselage of a Learjet or something. This looks like a more advanced jet fuselage where you can have some places for Kerbals to sit. This huge thing that looks like it goes on a 747 or something, right? But there are some pods over here that will hold Kerbals but not actually allow you to control the rocket. So, not worried about those right now. Again, just putting together a simple rocket. Also, this is where you'll find the mining and refining equipment, but that's under utility. And we put our little parachute on here. So, again, let me run through and see if we can talk about this. And I see some intermediate questions, guys. I see intermediate questions that we're not really talking about for Bootcamp. Again, Bootcamp is a very kind of like basic intro to KSP. We're not going to get too far off into the weeds. And what's the exact equation for like antenna range? Like, I'm not going to worry about that for Bootcamp. Let me see if there were any questions about the parts. The rocket you're making right now can get into space pretty far. You're right. This is a pretty capable rocket that we've got. I'm probably going to launch it this way. What is the antenna rating effect? There's an antenna rating, and it affects how powerful the antenna is. Like, how far can the antenna talk? It's a little bit more complicated than just that. It's not like the antenna is rated for 1 million meters, right? They've made it a little bit more complicated than that. I'll talk more about that when we get out to the moon, okay? Let's see here. A basic rocket needs some landing leg cannons. Yeah, it probably does. It probably does need some landing leg cannons. What are we learning today? We're doing Bootcamp, intro to KSP sort of thing. Make your rocket more aerodynamic by adding draggy fins. Exactly, right, Garst? Exactly. Early game service bays are so handy to drop a probe core in. You're exactly right, Lucid Dan. You're right. Those service bays are early. They're pretty useful early on in your career when you're getting into the career. Can't you use the cross-protection profile? You can. You can, Hindog. You can use some filters and stuff like that. I usually, when I'm just trying to go through the parts, I try not to get too far off in the weeds. Since we've gone through all of the parts now, I can come over here now and I've got this advanced mode. Yeek, right? Ooh, Bootcamp, advanced mode. You can actually expand the advanced mode that gives you a lot more options. And one of these options is filter by cross-section. So you can come over here and say, hey, just give me parts that match this size. Now, whether or not that's more or less complicated, I don't know, because now I don't just have the fuel tanks that match that size, I have all the parts that match that size. That's why I don't go over it normally, right? So what is more confusing, scrolling through this big list that has all the different parts of type, or all the different parts of a certain cross-section? Or is it more confusing if you're looking for a fuel tank to come over here and you see a bunch of fuel tanks, but you find one that match and you realize they're all right next to each other? I don't know which one of those is more or less confusing, right? You can certainly filter it down using some of those advanced features. I don't usually go into them during my rundown of all the different parts tabs, because while yes, you can filter by cross-section and you can choose size 1, but that puts all the size 1 parts in a list. You can filter by module, like all these different, what is it? Is it a decoupler? Is it a docking node? Is it like a fuel line? Okay, we can filter down to fuel lines, which is only one part. What? I guess that's useful. Filter by resource, what does it carry? There's all sorts of kind of like advanced options you can use for filtering. I am not going to use any advanced options because, quite frankly, some of the advanced options for filtering are more complicated than just looking in the list. So anyways, we've got our basic rocket again. Again, if you're playing along from home and you want to do this, let's build the rocket from scratch. I start off on my pods. I get this little Mark 1 command pod, upper right-hand corner, right? The little gray pod. Click on it and put it there. It makes it appear over here, right? I also want to put some fuel in it. So we click on the next tab here, and we choose a fuel tank. All of our normal fuel tanks are right here. Do you see these 4 tanks? These are the fuel tanks we can choose from. And we'll start off just by, we'll put like a little bit smaller fuel tank on it, like that, right? We'll slap a little fuel tank on it. Then I go down. Those fuel tanks, they're just a couple lines down. You see them right here? You can find them on your game. It's super simple to find them. They're all right there. These 4 tanks that kind of match that pod, right? I'm going to click on engines. Again, all of my similarly sized engines are together. I've got this little engine. I've got another engine right next to it that also matches. I've got this engine. There's all sorts of engines that we can put in a line there. For my super simple rocket, I'm going to choose this T45 swivel engine, right? See the T45 swivel engine? I'm just going to slap that on the bottom of my rocket. I mean, hey, if you want to play around and you want to put something like that, that's fine. But for my simple rocket, I am going to just do that, put that little T45 on it. And that's all. I could just launch it this way, right? Done. We've built it. We've got everything that we need here. We've got everything that we need here. I'm also aware that you can search. Again, the search, if you don't know what to type into search, doesn't really help you. So I'm not going to go over the search right now. You can. There's a search up here, guys. And you can, like, if you know what to type in, you can type it in. But I'm not going to worry about typing in, right? I'm just going to launch it this way. I'm going to launch it this way. Let's make sure we've got a Kerbal in there. Let's just launch it. We put it out on the pad. Here it is right here. You've got all sorts of little items up here. Little, if you want to save the rocket, if you want to like create a new rocket or load a rocket or whatever. I'm just going to start on launch so that we can get out to the launch pad and launch things here. What are you talking about? Shoot? Ah, come on. No, man. No, you don't need it. Come on. What is a parachute? I don't need a parachute. This is because of it. I've installed Kerbal Engineer. I'm not going to worry about that for now. We've got old Jebediah Kerman here sitting on the pad. Whoa,
Welcome
Dig
to
Dug!
the Academy.
With Twitch Prime. Thank you, Dig Dug. I appreciate the support. That is a new sub from Twitch Prime. Thank you for making it so I keep on doing this for a living, Dig Dug. Y'all, spam some golden Kerbals or H's or whatever in the chat. I think it's some DOS H's. Spam some hearts in the chat for Dig Dug, like this. If you got them, they're DOS H. Over and over and over again, like that. Boom. Excellent, excellent, excellent. We've got our little basic rocket here, right? Our super, because everybody wants to get into the flight scene. Don't worry, there's a lot more that we're going to teach about building in the editor. But let's go out there and fly a rocket. Let's fly a rocket. I've got my rocket here on the launch pad. If you look, remember, the VAB was over here and we rolled it out the crawler way to the launch pad. That right there is what I am looking for. So we've got the little rocket on the launch pad. We've got Jeb Kerman in there. Whoa,
Welcome
Fuel Hauler
to the
subscribed as
Academy.
well. Fuel Hauler, thank you for the support. That's another one. Y'all, keep on spamming the DOS H's, the little hearts, to help welcome people to the Academy and thank them for making it so I can keep on doing this for a living. Seriously, thank you, Fuel Hauler. I appreciate it. We are good to go here. We've got our little rocket here. We've got all sorts of things in the flight scene. I can run down the different flight controls right now. We've got our little basic rocket on the pad. Let's talk about the different ways that we control the rocket, or the different things that we have on the scene here. I've got up at the very top, I've got my altitude indicator. That gives me a couple different bits of information. It shows me that right now my altitude is 76. And you're like, whoa, DOS, wait a second. You're not at 76. You're on the surface. The interesting thing, that number up at the top of the screen, that is altitude above sea level. I don't know why they did it that way. I don't understand why that is altitude above sea level. I've recommended that they actually switch that so that that's always by default the altitude above terrain. I really don't understand. I really don't understand why they've made it so that that is altitude above sea level. Because if you're landing in the mountains, the mountain can be like 2 kilometers tall, and it'll be like, oh yeah, your altitude's like 2,100 meters, and then you crash into the mountain, and you're like, what? Why did I crash? It's because that's above sea level. Hey, DOS. Kids say to watch the stream. You're my favorite streamer. Thank you, Dig Dug. I appreciate it. When I heard about the Twitch Prime, I just had to jump on quick and put this sub to use. Dig Dug, the Twitch Prime thing is totally legit. I completely appreciate the support, and thank you for the kind words in chat over there. Cool, cool, cool. The Dig Dug's talking about if you have Amazon Prime, you actually get a free Twitch subscription to a channel every month, and you can choose which channel it is. Dig Dug has chosen my channel to support with his free Twitch sub from Amazon Prime. You also get Turbo, which means you don't have any ads and that sort of stuff. So anyways, altimeters take the pressure in in pounds per pressure mercury. They could also add radio altimeters, which may be programmable. Melty Man, they have a radio altimeter. It's just hidden inside of the pod, right? Like if you go into the IV of this pod, it'll be able to see. I mean, I might as well show you, right? If we hover over Jeb's icon and we click view, you'll actually end up inside the pod. And there's literally a radio altimeter inside the pod right here. You see the radar altitude? And the radar altitude currently reads 0. So for some reason inside the pod, it'll tell me what my radar altitude is. But by default, out here, I press the C key to get back outside again, right? This is surface, or this is a sea level altitude. And I really think that this should be by default your altitude. This should be a radar altitude by default. You know what I mean? I think that's important. So anyways, in orbit or high, suborbital trajectories, altitude above sea level makes more sense. Aircraft close to the ground probably could altitude above terrain. They did a button to toggle back and forth. That's right. That actually makes a lot of sense. I could see, like, when I'm in orbit, sea level altitude or datum altitude makes a lot of sense. But when I'm sitting on the ground, it, like, becomes super confusing. That makes sense. Yeah, guys, that does make a lot of sense. Like a button to toggle back and forth or something like that. You're right. I see the difference between the two. Like when I'm in space, it makes sense that it's above sea level or above datum altitude is another way to say sea level, right? But when I'm sitting on the launch pad, it's really confusing for new players. So maybe just like this switches, right? The surface velocity. What? I'm not going 175 meters per second right now, or am I? If you click on this, it switches between surface and orbital velocity. Relative to the surface, I'm not moving, but relative to the center of the planet, really, I'm going 175 meters per second. There's not really a way for me to toggle this back and forth right now. I can't click on that to make it surface versus datum. And I can click on this to make it surface versus datum. That's interesting. That's interesting. It spazzed out the game when you were in space. I don't think it would spaz it out. It would just make it change a lot. You know what I mean? The mod you linked, yeah, but Iglesias, it should be in stock. I feel like for new players who don't need to go and find this esoteric mod, that should be in stock. The same way that I say Kerbal Engineer should be in stock. I really do feel like in stock you should be able to click on this, and it should auto switch as well. Like when you get above a certain altitude or something like that. Maybe when you go into space, it changes from surface altitude, or when you get above a certain altitude, it changes from surface altitude into orbital altitude. You know what I mean? That's cool. They could integrate it into surface orbit. Yeah, I know. You know what I mean? Like when this switches, this should switch as well, and that would make a lot of sense. Continuing on, y'all. Continuing on. Again, we're talking about this, and I'm not trying to make it too complicated. I don't want you to be like, oh my gosh, surface versus datum altitude. This game's too expensive. All we're talking about, is it the altitude above the land or the altitude above sea level, which is a fixed number all around the planet versus mountains that could be up higher. That's an interesting conversation. Cool. So over here, right, we've got a couple other things. We've got this little atmosphere gauge that shows me how dense the atmosphere. The game does simulate down at sea level, the atmosphere is thicker. If you've ever taken a plane ride in real life and you've flown up in the plane and your ears start to pop because the pressure gets a little bit less. If you've ever gone hiking on a mountain or something, like I used to go hiking out in northern New Mexico up in the Sangre de Cristo mountain range. As you go up the mountain, it gets a little bit harder to breathe when you're born and bred at sea level like me. That's because the altitude, the atmosphere is getting a little bit thinner. And the game does simulate that. Down near sea level, the atmosphere is thick. Up in the upper atmosphere at higher altitudes, the atmosphere thins out. So you've got a gauge, and down here where it's kind of like whitish, bluish, that's thick atmosphere. As you go over this way, it's thin atmosphere. I've never understood why the gauge goes from the right-hand side to the left-hand side. Like, I don't get it. You would think that it would go from the left-hand side to the right-hand side, but whatever, it's fine. Over on this end, the atmosphere is thick. Over on this end, the atmosphere is thin, all the way up to vacuum. That's the atmosphere gauge. This right here, this is your vertical speed in meters per second. So if it's at 5 positive, like when that little dial goes up, that means I'm going up at a rate of 5 meters per second. If it's down, that means that I'm going down. It's super simple. Little dial there is positive. That means I'm going away from the planet. I guess so, yeah, right? And then as we come down this way, it's negative. That means I'm going down towards the planet. Useful for planes to see if you're climbing or going down. Useful for rockets to see how quickly you're going up or down. But this is my vertical speed indicator. People who are trying to show off will be like, oh, yeah, the VSI. Oh, yeah. The VSI, yeah, just look at the VSI. It stands for vertical speed indicator. It basically just means I'm going up or down, right? That's the vertical speed indicator. We've got some little other things over here, right? We've got some other little things. We've got the toggle brakes action group. We can toggle lights, toggle landing gear, and stuff like that. I'm not going to worry about those for now. And you can see if I hover over this, it drops down. It lets me maybe recover the vessel or leave and go back to the Space Center. I'm not actually sure where the Space Center thing is there anymore, but that's if you hover over it. If you've landed someplace and you need to get what remains of your rocket back home, you can recover it or whatever. Going around, let's keep on talking about this. Guys, I don't mean to be boring you. I like to go through this because, like, people look at this and like, oh my gosh, gauges and things. This game's so complicated. And I feel like if we talk through some of the little icons that are on the screen and the little numbers and stuff, it really makes it simple. It makes it simple. So it's like, oh my gosh, there's a dial. I can't play this game. I'm not a rocket scientist. Look, if this little dial is up, you're going up. And if this little arrow is down, you're going down. That's not rocket science, right? That's why we're going through these things like this. I've got a couple things here that are installed by Kerbal Engineer. You can see like my time to Apple and stuff. I have this right here, and this right here because I installed Kerbal Engineer. In the bone stock game, you will not see those things. We really need something like this in stock, but those three things right there, those are because of Kerbal Engineer right now. Also, if you look over on the side here, there's all of these little icons. You will have less icons because this is where it puts little control panels for mods and stuff. If you've installed Kerbal Engineer, you'll have the Kerbal Engineer icon, but you won't have all of these icons because we've got all sorts of other little utilities and stuff that I've installed so that I can help stream the game, so that I can help explain what's going on in the game and that sort of stuff. Anyways, what does the little light do just below your VSI? That little light shows if you're able to stage or not, I believe. I think that little light is the staging indicator. Or the speed, the indicator. I think this has something to do with... Well, I don't know. Actually, I'm not sure. I know that this light down here is the staging indicator. And I know that little arrow has something to do if you can, like, recover or not. Like, if the drop down will come down or not. That little light... I don't know. I can't remember what that little light does. It means you're moving down quickly. The triangle light is your situation. We'll go over that. I think that has something to do with your attitude or your speed or something like that. I'm not sure. I don't know. We'll have to see. When we would not be able to stage if it's locked or if you don't actually have another stage or something like that. Agadij. Anyways, let's keep on. Focus. I never use this little light, and I don't really care about what that says. You can ignore them for this. You can ignore them for your intro to rockets, right? So moving on. There's a new thing in 1.2. As we come, we're going like counterclockwise around the screen here. As we come over to this section in the corner, there is a new feature. You have this little feature here. This is the comm network stuff right in here. So information about the comm network will be right there next to the clock. You know and love the clock, right? You've got the clock there, and the clock shows you what the mission elapsed time is. MET stands for mission elapsed time, and it shows right now we haven't started the mission yet because we haven't launched the rocket. So mission elapsed time is 0. Next to it is the comm network stuff, and there's a lot of cool stuff with the comm network. It shows me if I currently have signal back to Kerbal. You can see I currently have control of the rocket because there's a Kerbal sitting in it. I've got 100%, sorry, there's some things I need to move that Kerbal Engineer stuff. I've got 100% signal strength back to Kerbal and what station I'm talking to. Not going to worry about that too much for now. We'll talk about that later. Data RX cannot transmit science. It's whether or not I can talk home and send science home via radio. And then direction connection to Space Center, that just tells me if I'm bouncing off a relay satellite or something. Again, some of those are intermediate comm network stuff that we don't have to worry about for Bootcamp. We don't have to worry about Bootcamp, right? Over this way, we've got the clock, and we've got our time warp. You know, in KSP, a lot of time in space travel is spent waiting for something. So we have the ability to warp time in KSP. And as I hover over that and I get that little warp indicator, that tells me if I'm warping time or not. Like, if I click on this little thing, you'll see time start to, like, go through fast forward. And if I click back over here, it, like, brings time all the way down. And I have different levels. It's times 5, times 10, times 50. So for every 1 second in real life, it's 50 seconds in the game. Times 100, 1 second in real life, 100 seconds in game. Times 1,000, times 10,000, times 100,000. You've just got different levels of time warp there, right? There we go. Hey, I actually stopped it during the game. Cool. Anyways, that is just for doing time warp. You can also time warp by pressing the period and comma keys on the keyboard. So pressing the period increases the time warp level. Pressing the comma key decreases it. Period, comma, period, comma. If you want to do that, you can click up there. I don't think I ever click up there. Once you keep going, you just press the period and comma keys to increase and decrease time warp. More on that later when we get into orbit. It becomes important to, like, time warp out to the moon and that sort of thing. Mission elapsed time, if I click on this, it's either universal time, which is what is the current date and time relative to the Kerbals, year 1, day 28, hour 28, 19 seconds, 20 seconds, right? That's because I just time warped for like 28 days. We're going through that fast time warp. He's literally been sitting in the rocket for 28 days. And then if you click on that again, you go back to mission elapsed time, how long the mission's been going. Interesting things there. I'm going to go all the way around this entire scene, and then I'll scroll back and I'll answer questions about it, okay? Flight engineer, I really need to move that. We'll do that last. Down in the lower left-hand corner, we've got bits and pieces about our staging. When we have lots of engines, they'll be listed up the side. You'll see, like, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. We'll get through more of that later, right? I'll talk about different staging and how to control the staging and stuff. But for now, you can see we've only got one engine. We have no parachutes. We have no decouplers. We have nothing over here, so it's just on the side. I will scroll back through chat in a minute. I'm not ignoring you. I actually am ignoring you. But I'll come back and I'll answer questions after I get through the explanation here, right? We also have down here, we have our roll, pitch, and yaw indicator. You can see, as I press buttons on my keyboard, those little things go around. Right now I'm like spamming ASDW, Q, and E. I'll talk more about that when we're actually flying a rocket, but it's just little indicators that show basically what buttons you're pressing. We've got things that we ignore here. I don't worry about any of these buttons. You should not worry about them either. I'll show you easier ways than using those buttons. They could actually just get rid of them, I think. The stage light, don't worry about the stage light. Don't worry about the stage light either, okay? I'm not worried about the staging light. It's just blinking, telling me that I could take off, I guess. Moving right along, over here. I've got my nav ball. And when I'm flying something, I'll go more into this nav ball. I'll show you how the nav ball works. You can see the nav ball kind of has like this little blue sky, this little winglet thingy, and these other things. I'm going to talk more about the nav ball and how to understand its orientations when we actually get into the air. Let's keep going around the screen here, right? It shows me my current velocity, my surface velocity. I'm not moving right now, and I've already kind of done this. I clicked on it, and I showed my orbital velocity was 175 meters per second. We can go over that right quickly. Like, this is a really cool thing to understand. You've always done the thing like, oh, well, you know, you're in class and the teacher's like, well, why can't you sit still? And you're a little smart aleck and you're like, well, actually, since the earth is turning, I can never sit still because the earth is rotating and I'm moving, and then the earth is like orbiting the sun, and so I'm moving around the sun as well, and then the sun is actually moving around the center of the Milky Way, and so the entire solar system is moving, and then the Milky Way is actually expanding from the galactic center or whatever, and so, no, teacher, I can't sit still. And the teacher's like, you need to sit still relative to your desk. Stop being a smart aleck. Maybe they send you to the principal's office or something, right? That's the difference here. The surface velocity, I'm currently sitting still relative to the launch pad. So my frame of reference here being the launch pad, I'm not moving. I'm sitting still right here, right? However, straight to the principal. Straight to the principal's office. Now, nobody go to school and say that. Actually, you could go to school. If you go to school and the teacher tells you to sit still, and you're like, you need to be more specific, I should sit still relative to my desk, because I can't actually sit still, because the Earth is spinning and orbiting the sun, and the sun is going around the Milky Way galaxy, and the universe is expanding or whatever. If you tell your teacher that, tell him Das Valdez on the Kerbal Space Academy taught you about sitting still. Tell the teacher he or she needs to define their frame of reference before telling you to sit still. So relative to the launch pad, we are not moving. When the police say freeze, just freeze, okay? When the police say freeze, just freeze. Don't be like, well, technically it's not very cold here, so the vibrations of my atoms are not gonna... No, don't do that. If you get arrested because you didn't freeze when they told you to, look, come on now. Relative to the launch pad, we are not moving. And I can see currently my surface relative velocity. I am sitting still, right? I'm not going anywhere. I love doing boot camps. My surface relative velocity is 0 meters per second, right? If I click on this, it's like, whoa, orbital velocity. A, I'm not in orbit. B, I don't understand what's going on here. I am totally not in orbit right now. Why does it say my orbital velocity is 175? And this is cool. This is our first like physics thing, right? Our first physics thing. Got a DOS drink here. Even though I'm sitting still relative to the launch pad is moving. Because remember Kerbin, consider Kerbin, right? And consider that Kerbin is a globe with a North Pole and a South Pole. I just gave it an inclined axis. Kerbin does not actually have an inclined axis, therefore there are no seasons on Kerbin. Kerbin's axis is exactly straight up and down. I just drew it like the globe that you would see at school in the science lab. Kerbin is a globe, and the globe is spinning, right? It's not even on a oblate spheroid, it's actually just a globe. And it rotates, that's why we get day and night, right? And we know that Kerbin actually rotates like this. Okay? So, while I am sitting here, I'm actually moving because the globe is rotating. Because I'm not in the center of the globe. I'm out on the edge of the sphere. It's like being on a circle, right? Like imagine that axis that I've drawn through the middle is the hub of a wheel. And you have a wheel kind of like, let me see, let's draw some spokes, right? Like that, and it's like a wheel, right? And you've got the hub in the middle, and you're sitting on the edge of the wheel. So as the wheel is spinning, say the wheel is spinning around in this direction, you're actually moving. Even though the hub of the wheel, the center of the wheel is not moving, you're actually rotating around the outside of the wheel. And it's the same thing with the globe. Like imagine, come on in a race. There we go. Imagine that this is actually cut on the surface into a wheel. Like that. And then in the middle of the wheel there is the hub, and there are spokes coming out this way, right? Around the outside, and it would go around the back as well. Like that. I'm sitting on the edge of the wheel there at the equator, and as the wheel spins, as the planet rotates, I move around. And I know that given the rotation of the planet, like how quickly it rotates around on its axis, how quickly it goes from day to night basically, I am currently moving 175 meters per second around the planet. Right? So then you can figure out the time of like how long a day is and what the speed is based on the day and your velocity and all that sort of stuff. This right here is just telling me that the planet is currently rotating on its axis. So at some point, we could time warp here, couldn't we? At some point, we can actually illustrate this, can't we? Look at that. You can actually see it turning. And you see that I'm moving right now around the outside of the wheel. That's why that says 175. So even though I'm not moving relative to the launch pad, the planet is turning just like that. And I am moving 175 meters per second around the center of the planet, basically. That's what that's saying. That's what that's saying. So, that is the difference between those things. Let's press the M key to get back to the rocket. You press the M key to toggle between map and, I guess flight scene is what it's called, but it's map and looking at the rocket, right? So M, 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 M. You can also click down here. Since the M key is so convenient, I don't know why anybody would ever use the mouse to click on toggle map. Anyways, it's another button that I don't use down there. So that is the difference between the orbital and surface velocity. You're still going around, and that's going to come in handy when we take off. It's going to come in handy when we take off. But again, please don't get arrested. Please don't get sent to the principal's office. Respect your teachers and the police. Moving right along, we've also got a G-force indicator here that shows me how many G's I'm taking, how hard it's like pushing me into the seat. If you've ever been on the roller coaster and the roller coaster is like goes up to the top of the hill and you go down the sweet like bottom and then you go like through a loop. Not a lot of G's up here. You probably just have one G pushing down on you at the top of the roller coaster. Then as you come down and you build up all this speed, and then you turn through the bottom of the loop, down here you've got like 3 Gs. That's just a G indicator. I don't have any roller coasters in KSP, but we can build some things. We can build some roller coasters, I guess. That's just a G-force indicator, indicating how much you're being pushed into the seat or away from the seat or whatever, right? Very simplistically. On the other side, we've got the throttle indicator. So if I come over here, what am I? Why can't I throttle up? There you go. I had to click on the scene. We can throttle up using the shift key. We can throttle down using the control key. It's just a little throttle indicator. You can actually change how hard you're pushing down the gas pedal. Is it really an RP1 pedal? Anyways, pushing down the pedal for the rocket engine, you can change that between 100% and 0%. A lot of the times people are like, whoa, 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 the indicator goes above 100. Why can't it go above 100? Interestingly, real rocket engines will go above 100. Like real rocket engines, the shuttle was capable of throttling up to like 105, 110, 115% of its rated thrust, of its nominal thrust, I guess, right? So that it could actually run it higher than 100%. 100% was like normal operation, but if you needed to, you could push a little bit harder. In KSP, you can't. The indicator goes above 100, but 100 is basically 100. There's no 11 on this dial, right? You can't go to 11. You're just stuck at 100. So, anyways, heading indicator, that just shows me, like, on a compass, 360 degrees around, what my heading is relative to the North Pole. Not that big of a deal, right? Moving right along, we've got our Kerbal over here. We've got a couple cool things down here. We can see his name. We can click on View. That gives us the inside view. I can actually hold down right click and look around the pod. Like we've got a nav ball, we've got our surface velocity in there. You can't actually click it on it in there, can you? Look at that. No, there you go. You can't click on the text, you have to click on the button to the side to switch it between surface and orbital. Here's our vertical speed indicator, like a higher res vertical speed indicator. I'm holding down right click to look around, and I'm scrolling the mouse wheel to zoom in. So if I wanted to look at that radar altitude, I'm scrolling the mouse wheel to look in, to zoom in on the radar altitude. And there's other little cool features around here, like the throttle over here. You used to be able to grab the throttle and pull it up and down in the flight scene. These switches don't do anything. They're just there for decorations. We've got our little our atmosphere gauge there as well. We've got a lot of indicators, like we can see whether our RCS is on or not, whether our stage is on or not. There's a high G indicator and things. These don't seem to do anything. I thought you used to be able to click on these to switch them, but I guess you can't. You have to press the shortcuts for them, like T to turn on SAS, it looks like. There's other little features like tanks and lights and turn to open. Nope, this isn't VR. I can't actually turn that to open the hatch. Anything else to look at in here? You can kind of see the Kerbal down there if you look down. You can do this if you look up at the window. Most windows in the game, you can double click on them and get the view out the window. Now, why is it upside down? Because the Kerbal's actually laying on his back, right? You look at this window and you've got the pod like this, and you've got the fuel tank down below it. The Kerbal in here is sitting with his head here and his body here and then his like feet up like that, right? And the control pad is here in front of him. This window is actually situated like this. So everything's upside down, because if you were sitting in your chair, like laying on your back, and you tilted your head backwards, everything would be upside down, right? Like try it. Lay down on the floor and tilt your head backwards and everything will be upside down. It's amazing. It's magic. It's not rocket science. So that's why that little window is upside down. People ask me a lot. It's not actually upside down. It's just that you're basically, press the C key to get back out of there. When you look up like that, you're tilting your head back like that to look out of that window, right? And right now, backwards is down towards the ground. Also, there's just a fashion light like in his face. He must be a streamer because he's got the fashion lighting right on his face. But we got into there just because we, yeah, Lucid Den. Wait, what? Wait, what? If you double click the window, how many people didn't know that? Welcome to Bootcamp. It's like all these super simple things. We can still learn things in Bootcamp. How many hours have y'all played KSP and you didn't know that you could look up and double click on the window? You can actually zoom in. You can like zoom way in when you look out the window versus when you're over here, you can't zoom in quite as much. Or I guess maybe you can zoom in quite as much. You can like zoom in on things. Rubber Dude, Que Paso, Deadly Squirrel, you didn't know it? Playing for 6 months, you didn't know about the double click? There's some Easter eggs. There's actually Easter eggs. I can show you some Easter eggs sometimes hidden in cockpits where you double click in certain places. 200 hours in Steam. Didn't know that. Deadly Squirrel, dude, thank you for hanging out with Bootcamp. Thank you for hanging out with Bootcamp. Yeah. Y'all, that's why we do this. Like, I learn stuff every time I go to Bootcamp as well. Thank you guys. Yes, 200 hours in KSP. Did not know you could double click on it. Did not know you could double click on it. Guys, that's why we do the boot camps. And that's why I know you're like, oh wow, I already knew that. Beacon has been playing for 3 years and was not aware you could double click on windows. Oh my gosh. Time out, y'all. Since there are so many people, I hit escape. I'm gonna revert it. This is cool. I'm gonna send it back to the vehicle assembly. I'll talk more about that in a minute. Look, there's all sorts of Easter eggs on these pods. This is a good one. You put this one here, right? We go launch it. I need to put a Kerbal in there so I can get over there. It's C. It's the C key. CC Scarn. The C key quits cockpit view. I don't believe we have a Kerbal in there right now, do we? Yeah. I actually need to click on the crew hatch, transfer Jeb up to this cockpit. We're talking about IVAs here. Now Jeb is in this cockpit. Look at this. View. Here is the IVA. This is the inter-vehicular activity, right, of this cockpit. We can look around here and look at this. You can double click on a window to look out the window, right? There's more windows that you can double click on. C key to go back. You can click on this window to look out the side window, right? Press the C key to go back. Watch this. You can double click on the A pillar here. I guess it's not really an A pillar. It's like a 0 pillar or something. If you double click on this, you see the Kerbals. There should be another Kerbal here sitting next to him, right? And then you can kind of look backwards at the Kerbals. And then from there, but wait, there's more. From there, double click in this back corner. Do you see the back corner? You get like a back cockpit view. That one's cool. You can like look around this way. I do hope that they fix that little bit of an issue there. But you can see the Kerbals from behind. And I think you can double click on this corner, can't you? Yeah, you can double click on the top of this little parachute or pack or whatever. You can look around this. This you didn't know. You didn't know that, Inglesias? It's like you know so many things. You know so many things about KSP. And you get these other things. You didn't know this trick? You're amazed? Mind is officially blown? Guys, this is so cool. It's so cool. And then we can go back to the A pillar. Oops, I guess I got the window, not the A pillar. C gets me back to the Kerbal if I get lost, right? Okay, I gotta show y'all this one then. Time out, I gotta show y'all this one. My entire life is a lie. No, this is one of the coolest ones in the games. The shuttle cockpit has a really cool one as well. This is one of the coolest ones in the game. The Mark II inline. Seriously, these awesome Easter eggs. Look, watch. This is one of the best ones. I can just actually move the Kerbal up to that cockpit. See, I clicked on the little crew thing, and I dragged him down to the... Sorry, we're getting off in the weeds, but this is amazing. I didn't know that so many people didn't know this. Look. The inline, the Mark II inline cockpit. Sorry, Bootcamp, we're off in the weeds a little bit. But do the view from this, and you get this little view, right, of this. You can actually look around enough. I think you can double click here. That got me the window. All right, C to go back to here. Okay, here we go. Here it is. So here you look off to your right and down. Do you see this area? Double click on that. And you actually end up down low so that you can see this. What did y'all think? What do you think they're working on when they put things like this in the game? And then from here, not only can you look up at these Kerbals, double click over here, look down the hallway, double click. You can walk all the way around the Mark II inline cockpit. Double click over here. You can see it from this angle. Double click over here. You can see it from this angle. Double click over here at the exit. You can see it from this angle. Double click over here. There you go. Wait, get back to the Kerbal. How do I get back? I think I gotta look over here. Yeah, there you go. We can actually double click in the back cockpit now, I think, can't we? Can I not get the back cockpit from here? Doesn't look like it. Oh, man, I can't. I get that window. I can't. There we go. Wait. Now we can get to here. And we can look out the back. You can go all the way around it. All the way around. And like Mutter's saying, look at this. If you press the C key and get outside, hover over the Kerbal and click on this little interior overlay thing, and you can see the entire new interior of the cockpit. All the area you can walk around. Raise your hand. Raise your hand. If you didn't know that, raise your hand like that in chat. Raise your hand in chat if you didn't know that you could walk around inside the cockpits. Not walk around yet. I've said too much. There's a reason that those IVAs are in there. There's a reason that those IVAs are in there. Isn't that cool, y'all? Isn't that cool? This is not a mod. This is all bone stock. Oh, people learning in Bootcamp. Look at all that. Wow, y'all. Not to that extent. That is amazing. Look at that. Look at all the people's... Oh. It's like, oh, Bootcamp is so super boring. Like, I don't need to know any of this. Hey, you can always learn. Always be learning. The worst thing you can do as a scientist or an engineer is assume you know everything. Always be learning. Always be learning. I guess that chair actually turns around. I guess that chair has to be on a swivel so you can turn around and do the docking view. Isn't that cool, though? 500 plus hours and you didn't know that, Red 3 Tango? Wow. How do you show the cutaway? There's not a key for the cutaway. You hover over the Kerbal's picture and you click on this little button. Y'all can see the little button. That little button right there, you see the interior overlay? That's what toggles it on and off. That's what toggles it on and off. The Mark III cockpit is very cool as well, yeah. ABL, always be learning, that's right. Third place is for people who want to learn. Anyways, that is really cool. I do understand that I got off the weeds a little bit there. 2,300 hours. Really, Aka DJ? Now, this was new. They introduced this specific one in 1.0. I demoed this for the first time, I believe, on the runway in 1.0. When we had these little... No, 1.1. When you could walk around the... Or the overlay was 1.1. Could you walk around this in 1.0? I don't know. I've done so many like demos of new things. I've been around for so long, I guess. I can't remember which release that was in. But anyways. Cool. Other things that you can do here, you can EVA the Kerbal. That will actually make him crawl outside and hang on for dear life on the ladder. The B key will get him back in. We'll talk more about Kerbal EVAs when we get to the moon. But sorry about that. Sorry about that I went all the way over. Yeah, the EVAs, the IVA with the lab. Yeah, you can click around the lab and look at different things. Can you see the Kerbals walk to different places on the rocket when there's different things on the rocket? Thomas DeGroat, aka Logan, no. You won't actually see the Kerbals walk around. You will see the Kerbal in the rocket, but it's only the Kerbal sitting in the chair. If I move him down to another chair, like if I click and I transfer him down to this pod, you'll see him, it turns off the overlay, and then you turn it back on, you'll see that he's moved position, but he magically teleports from place to place. You have 1,000 plus hours, and you were not aware of that? For the 1.2. He redid it, for that was 1.1. Thank you, Alpha Mense. That was 1.1 when we did that one. Excellent. Porkjet redid the Mark II inline for the 1.1 patch version. Cool. Thank you, guys. All right, so maybe one day we'll be able to walk around inside those cockpits like first-person move, right? Maybe you could do that with a VR headset on, right? Maybe one day. I've gone around most of the things here on the scene. I only haven't really talked about this. I guess I skipped pilot experience. In Sandbox, you can see that Jeb is 5 stars. He has all the experience ever. When you get into, I think, you can actually do it in Sandbox now too. But in normal mode, all your Kerbals are max level. In career and in science mode, you can turn it on or off so that the Kerbals actually have to level up by going places to get experience and like planting flags, basically. But he's a pilot. There are also scientists and engineers we'll talk about, and he's 5 stars, which means he's max level right now. He's max level. So up on the side, I briefly talked about these. A lot of these icons are because I have visual mods and stuff installed. Like my draft Twitch viewers actually draft names out of Twitch chat and bring it over. And things and stuff. But that's not really a mod, AkaDJ. I don't know if it's not. We're talking about the stock game, okay? We've got some other things like indicators, like messages that the game sends you, mostly in career mode when you've unlocked more things, completed missions. We've got our panel. You're going to hear me say panel lock a lot, and that's the resource tab. It just shows me I've got monoprop and electric charge, and oxidizer, liquid fuel, like the resources available on the craft. This, if you're new to the game, this is the KSpedia. It would probably behoove you to read through this entire thing entirely. You can go through. It doesn't have a search, which makes it of limited useful unless you're just going to like read the whole thing. But it's got like the construction interface and the parts toolbox and all of these things, like the search and sort. I don't really go over this in Bootcamp. Maybe I should add it to Bootcamp at some point. But for now, the KSpedia is that little button. There's lots of very good details in the game. Maybe one day I'll actually go through and we'll do a VOD where we talk about everything in here. But in terms of Bootcamp, I won't spend a lot of time in here. Since I'm explaining out loud, I don't really need these things here. You can click through and you can read about crewing, and you can read about engineer reports, and you can read about the flight interface and all that sort of stuff. I think we do a better job in Bootcamp with me live answering questions than the KSpedia does, but it is very awesome that it's in there. Also, keep in mind that it doesn't always get updated as quickly as it should, so there's some things missing out of it. There's some things that it doesn't tell you. There's some things, it still needs some work. It still needs some work, let's put it that way. If you want to read through this thing, it is like a little bit of like a basic manual, right, to the game. You can certainly click through everything and read through it, but that's the KSpedia, that little icon right there. That little icon right there. I don't think I missed anything else on here, so let me scroll back through. Let me scroll back through this and see if I've missed any questions. Let me see if I've missed any questions. Let's scroll up. And I'm going to go down and see if I missed any questions. There's about altimeters. So now, guys, I'm going to take a break here for a second, and I'm going to read questions. So now, if you had a question about something on the flight scene here that I have or haven't talked about, ask it. If it's a question that's not relevant to the flight scene, like, Das, can you go to Elu? I'm probably going to skip it. If you do have a question, start it with the word question. That's why I do this live, so that you can ask me questions. My apologies to Bootcamp, or my apologies to YouTube viewers. Okay, there was that. The altitude display, J-Stone Sorbage Orbit. I agree, Granite. I completely agree with you there. Let me keep on scrolling down. Keep on scrolling down. There's the altitude. Yeah, the mods. I'm not going to install the mods for that. Yeah, I'm not going to install a mod. We talked about stock here for those sorts of features so that it eventually gets in the stock game. Right? We answered that one. I'm going to cover Maxi Boy. I'm absolutely going to cover Delta V when we get into the VAB. Cool. Playing the harmonica? I don't think so. What? I'm trying to make a ship. Inventor, I'm trying to make a ship that uses solid fuel boosters. Every time it launches, it starts to tilt. After a couple seconds, I can't get it to straighten out. What are some factors that might be causing that? Inventor, if you stick with me, we're going to talk about vessels that flip. We are going to talk in detail about vessels that flip and ways to mitigate it. We will absolutely talk about that in great detail coming up here in Bootcamp in just a little bit. Let's see here. I'm seeing if I missed anything else. Nope, didn't miss anything. The VSI is for the VSI. So Hendog, this was a question. The vertical speed indicator there, that is against sea level altitude. So that's vertical speed against sea level altitude. If you're flying level and the slope is increasing, it won't show you a vertical speed relative to a slope or anything like that, right? That doesn't count as vertical speed. That's vertical speed from datum altitude. Vertical speed from sea level. Datum is another way to say sea level. Good question, good question. What's up, Sensei? RX up here. RX stands for receive. TX, I guess it says cannot transmit science because we have no TX. But RX means like receive and TX means transmit, is what those mean. Let's keep on keeping on, scrolling down. Planet Coaster, yes, I love Planet Coaster. Do I have a fine-tuning mod? I don't understand that question. A fine-tuning mod, I don't know it. Is from space to land because it copies atmosphere gauges on older high-altitude planes that went from low to high pressure. So low to high pressure. I guess I could get that. I guess like it's emptying out, like it's full of atmosphere right now and it's emptying out, or it went from low to high pressure. I could get that. Yeah, I could get that. Really, not that big of a deal. Not that big of a deal, I guess, which way that gauge goes, right? Completely cut time warp. The slash key should completely cut time warp. That didn't do anything. Yeah. The slash key, the forward slash key completely cuts time warp. So does the X key, doesn't it? No, the X key does not completely cut time warp anymore. I thought that I used to do that. It's the slash key to completely cut time warp. I just spam the comma. Every time I need to untime warp, I'm like, just spam the comma key. Is all that I do. Okay, cool. The forward slash completely cuts time warp, so you can teach an old DOS new tricks. Let's see here. Let me keep on scrolling down. Again, we're in a question and answer mode right now, so I'm answering questions here. I've scrolled all the way back, all the questions that I didn't answer while I was going through the thing. Did Squad change the IVA? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe that does look a little bit different. I don't know, Darth Andrea. I don't know. Let's keep on scrolling down here. I'm making sure I didn't miss any questions. Thank you, Raptor. I appreciate that, man. Dust does a great job with the boot camps. I appreciate it. The roller coaster? You need to be more specific. You know, the one that goes through the canyon? I'm skipping everything that wasn't a relevant question here, guys. I hate to... Oh, Rover Dude came in. What's up, Rover Dude? Que paso, dude? Rover Dude actually makes amazing mods and writes some code for the stock game. Rover Dude is a pretty cool guy. Pretty important guy there. Das can still teach me. Totally not salty. Thank you, Low Brothers. All these people who didn't know. How did I not find these? That's where we were talking about the IVAs. Oh, Dark Melian. Sorry. The Miss Dark Melian is curious. Are you a teacher or used to be? I've never officially been a teacher. Like, I've never been employed at like an elementary school or a school or anything like that. I have a lot of hours. I was like an instructor for software. So I spent hours and hours and hours coming up with training materials and doing live training for software solutions that my company had made. So I would go through and I would create curriculum and in the order of operations in order to like teach the people all the things that they need to do in order to use the software. I've written tons and tons of training manuals for software that my company developed and all that sort of stuff. So I've been an instructor at summer camps for kids. In Boy Scouts, I was an instructor. Like I would go through and I would work at summer camps and teach the younger scouts how to tie knots and stuff like that, right? So that doesn't really count, I guess. But I've also been like a computer camp instructor where I teach kids programming and HTML and basics of graphics editing and stuff like that. Really basic stuff, right? For an old company called American Computer Experience I used to work for back in the old days. And then I had all the software training stuff. But I've never been an actual teacher. I've done after-school programs for kids, like work for a mad science company that would go around and do after-school programs for kids. So I have a lot of experience in time, I guess, like explaining technical topics to non-technical people, because that's what you're doing when you're training the employees to use the software. But I don't have any real training as a teacher or anything like that. It's just something that I've done my entire life. Let me keep on keeping on. The cutaway view. Yeah, the cutaway view. Cool. Sorry for the delay on that, Miss Dark Melian. I apologize. There's everybody raising their hands, so I had some chat spam come through. How do you show the cutaway? I answered that one, Kevin. Hover over the Kerbal's picture and you click on this little dot next to the Kerbal. Like that. It tends to bug out sometimes. If it bugs out, go to the tracking station and come back to your craft. Okay? Sometimes it does bug out. You're a wizard, Das! Thanks, Shifty. Let's see here. 4,000 hours, you're still learning things? Wow, John Howard. 4,000 hours? Let's keep on keeping on. Scrolling on down. Question, do you have to think about liquid fuel and oxidizer tanks draining over time at the launch pad like when you do time warp? No, actual Kevin. That's actually a great question. Kevin is asking, on the rocket, if we time warp for a long time, does our fuel go away? And Kevin asked that because in the real world, we have boil off, right? As we put super cold liquid oxygen, really, because oxygen likes to be a gas at STP, standard temperature and pressure. It likes to be a gas at room temperature, right? In order to make liquid oxygen, which is what our oxidizer is in a real rocket, we have to both pressurize it and get it really cold, right? Mostly from the getting cold. So we get the oxygen super cold so that it condenses into a liquid from the gas so that we have liquid oxygen. And what happens, that temperature is so low, it's so freezing cold to keep that oxygen a liquid instead of being a gas. When you put that rocket in Florida, and you're at Florida temperatures on the outside and liquid oxygen temperatures on the inside, that tank is going to want to warm up, right? Because the Florida heat is warming up the tank that has the super chilled liquid oxygen, like negative hundreds of degrees, right? And as that happens, the tank's going to expand because it's warming up. You can get oxygen gas in there. So real rockets will actually, you see the smoke coming off of a rocket. Can somebody get a picture of a rocket that's smoking? And you're like, was that rocket supposed to be smoking? That's actually the liquid oxidizer boiling off as they keep the tank from overpressuring. And so you'll see this kind of like smoke pouring down the side of the rocket. It's not smoke, it's liquid oxygen boiling off. In Kerbal, you don't have to worry about liquid oxidizer boiling off. There's no like heating up or anything. We just assume that the oxidizer will stay in the tank. And whatever we use as oxidizer, it's special Kerbal oxygen, which likes to be, I guess, either a liquid or a gas at, like, room temperature. It doesn't boil off, though. That's a great question. Actual Kevin, no one's ever asked that. I have streamed for almost 3,500 hours, and no one has ever asked me that question in terms of KSP. That was a fantastic question. If one of the mods could give Actual Kevin, like, 25 extra credit or something, that was a fantastic question. It really was. It really was. Yes, cool. Let me keep on going down. Kerbal alarm clock is the X key. Thank y'all. Sure, relative surface velocity on the nav wall is a horizontal. I answered that one, Lucid Dan. Relative surface velocity. So this is just surface velocity. It doesn't take into account going down or going up, right? Does it? No, it would have to take into account going down or going up. It's like your velocity in a forward direction, prograde, right? It doesn't take into account terrain features, but it does take into account, am I going 1,000 meters per second straight down, 1,000 meters per second across the surface, 1,000 meters per second straight up. You can make it say 1,000 meters per second in all of those situations. And it's not like just traveling over the land. It's the speed I'm going forward, right? So if I'm going 1,000 meters per second straight down, but I'm going straight down towards one little point on the land, it's not going to say 0 meters per second relative to that point on the surface. It's still going to say 1,000 meters per second straight down, as opposed to saying 0 meters per second because I'm going straight at that little point, right? I guess still relatively I would be going 1,000 meters per second to that point. It makes more sense when you get into the sideways sort of thing. Like, you're going down like this. It's not showing me my velocity over the surface. It's showing me my actual velocity towards whatever point I'm pointing at on the surface. Does that do it the right way, I guess? That explains it. It doesn't just show me my land speed, it shows me my actual speed. That's a good question, too. That's actually a really good question. Keep on scrolling down. Keep on scrolling down, making sure I got anything else. Question, what do you think about the massive amount of devs leaving Squad? Not concerned about it. KSP is not going anywhere, Mr. Eunice. I've been involved with software development for a big part of my life. 15 years, I went everything from like being a junior programmer to a managing consultant, having a team of 30 programmers working for me. It happens. Sometimes people in the team leave. Sometimes people in the team all join at the same time. It happens. Squad's not going anywhere. KSP's not going anywhere. I'm not concerned about it at all. A lot of awesome talent went on to other projects. That's certainly a loss to not have those awesome guys working on KSP, but if a really awesome programmer decides they want to go work on something else, it happens in real life. You're going to find more awesome programmers that are going to come and work on it. Mr. Eunice, I'm not worried about it. It's not going anywhere. KSP is too fantastic for a couple people leaving to shut it down. It's not that big of a deal. Let's keep on scrolling down. Keep on scrolling down and see if I got anything else. Yeah, boiling off. There's actually a little hole. There's a valve in the tank that lets it escape. Basically, there's a valve in the tank that lets it escape. And here you go. John Howard Life got a picture of that boil off that I was just talking about, right? Yeah, here you go. You got a little bit of wind coming out of the. That's going to be an Atlas, right? That looks like an Atlas 5.1. That I think that's going to be a 5-meter fairing on the top. Am I right on that? Did I identify that rocket correctly? This smoke coming off the side is not smoke. That's the boil off. There's a valve on there that's letting the liquid oxygen kind of come out the side, and that is perfectly nominal. And you'll see that it evaporates, it dissipates, goes away as it comes out the side there. But yes, that is what we're talking about. That's a good picture. Thank you, John Howard. I'm almost positive that's a 551, 5-meter fairing, 5 SRBs, or 5 SRBs, 5-meter fairing, 1 engine in the upper stage. I hope that I ID'd that correctly, just for my space nut street cred. Scrolling down, seeing if I missed anything else. Let's see here. Yeah, that does make sense. Cool, Lucid Dan. Yeah, it's just, I've never worried about it, but you're right. That does make sense. How close to a celestial body counts as a flyby? The Wikipedia will answer that one for you. The wiki has that information in it. All right, we're good. We're good. It's a 551. Yeah, it's a 551. Thank you, Garst. It's a 551. Programmers need breaks and changes sometimes too. Sometimes you want to work on a different project. Sometimes you want to get a raise. That happens a lot. Like, it's a very well-known thing that in the programming industry, the best way to get a raise is to change jobs. Like, go to a different company, right? It doesn't matter how well the company is treating you. A lot of times you can get a much bigger raise. It's like the rate that you gain experience is always bigger than the rate that the company raises your salary. I've personally changed jobs for that specific reason. Like, I have gone on to new programming jobs simply because I could make more money using the skills that I had picked up by changing to another company suddenly, as opposed to getting the company that was already, like, hiring me to raise my salary. That's certainly a thing, No SSTOs today. Yeah, no SSTOs today. Yeah, or you can leverage an offer to get more salary from your current employer. Ooh, C-Cuff. Let's not get too far into that. I would be, ugh. That's rough terrain right there, man. That's rough terrain. Saying, oh, well, I've been looking for a job and these guys offered me more, so I'm going to go work for them unless you raise my... Ooh. I don't know. So anyways, y'all, let's take this rocket back into the bab. I'm going to revert the flight. I'm not going to launch it this way because we did get off the edge. Yeah, that's why you quit your job. Your last job as a software dev, you end up getting a 50% raise moving companies. Yeah. Misra, like, I understand why people would be concerned, but having 15 years on all ends of the spectrum, I've worked for startups, I've worked for huge financial institutions, I've worked for people with tons of regulatory stuff, I've worked for people that are just playing fast and loose, I've worked for a company that gave me titles in lieu of salary, I've worked for a company that, like, made me work super long hours, but I got paid ridiculously well. I've traveled all over the world to make money. I've been around. Like, I've had people report to me, and I've reported to people, and it's just... It happens, y'all. It happens. KSP is an awesome idea. It is an awesome game. It's not going to go anywhere because a couple people move on to cooler opportunities. New cool opportunities. So, we've got our basic rocket. Let's keep going here. Let's keep going, right? Let's keep going. Yes. So we've got our little simple rocket. Again, we just tossed down a basic pod. We tossed down a little engine, right? Second tab down. We just grabbed out of these 4 little engines. Fuel tank. We just tossed down a little fuel tank, and then we've tossed down a little engine. It's the T45 engine, in case you were wondering. See the T40, the 45 on it. That is the T45 swivel engine that we put right there. So let's actually go out and fly this rocket. Let's talk about some of the flying of the rocket right now. And I'm no longer going to be reading chat live. I'm going to go through the demonstration, and then we'll circle back around and I'll do a Q&A feature. Like, I'll go back and I'll scroll back through and make sure that I understand or I explain all of the descriptions, or I'll answer all the questions that you have whenever we do this. But now I'm going to be in explanation mode. The teacher's talking, and I will not be responding in real time to everything. So, we've got our little basic rocket, right? We've got our Kerbal on board. Let's throw it on the launch pad and launch it. Launch? Okay, I didn't have the Kerbal in there. Oh, because I've been playing around. Sorry. Let's build the rocket again from scratch. Delete. Let's put the little pod in. My little Mark 1 command pod. Next tab. Grab the little fuel tank. Snap the little green nodes together, right? If you put it like this, it's not snapped. Like... That rocket is not put together. Sometimes people do that and they're like, why wasn't that part there? Even though you can still see it, it's highlighted in red because it's not actually attached to your rocket. It's just kind of floating as a part that you could use. That right there, it turns green and you hear it go slick to attach to the pod. And then we click on this and we go down to here with our swivel and we put it on the bottom. It's our third tab down. The swivel's about halfway down. Super simple. And now we can launch the rocket. And as I've already demonstrated, when it's time to launch the rocket, that should have put the Kerbal in the pod. Cool. I can click on the little crew tab and make sure there's a Kerbal in there. I can actually go to the launch, upper right-hand corner, the green little tower icon, click on it, and that's going to put it out on the pad so that we can launch it. Hopefully it's still daytime. Yeah, we reverted, so it's okay. Whoa! Boing. Hopefully that gets fixed. I guess I'm not going to worry about it. We've got our little rocket here. So normally, whenever I play the game, I walk you through the different things to do to make the rocket take off. I usually want to increase my throttle. So I always say throttle up. You'll hear me say this 1,000 times. We've talked about throttle a little bit. You can hold down the shift key to throttle up. You can hold down the control key to throttle down. Shift key throttles up. Control key throttles down. You can kind of like move it around to different areas or different throttle levels, throttle settings, I guess. If I want, I can press the Z key, and that slams it to full throttle. I can press the X key, and that'll slam it to 0 throttle. Again, Z key, slam it to full throttle. X key slams it to 0 throttle. Or find control, shift throttles it up, control throttles it down. So, shift throttles up, control throttles down. Let's go ahead and press the Z key and slam that throttle all the way to full. I also say panel lock. I do this just as a thing. It helps me like know that I've done everything correctly in building the rocket, and it fails half the time. I click on this little panel here in the upper right-hand corner, and it shows me that I've got oxidizer liquid fuel. It shows me a problem with the rocket. I'm carrying monoprop, but I have no engines that use monoprop, right? Interesting. My electric charge, I got 50 electric charge. We'll talk more about that monoprop thing later. But panel lock just means I click on that little fuel tank icon, and I can see this. Also, please, 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 if you're a streamer or you're a YouTuber and you're playing KSP and you don't have the panel locked, you're going to make my eye twitch. If I'm watching you and I can't see if you have electric charge, I'm going to be like, lock the panel so I know. Lock the panel so I know what's going on, please. Please, please, please. It just makes it so that people that are watching can see if you have electric charge. It's like, oh, my pod's not responding. What's the deal? And people are going to be like, dude, you're out of electric charge because look at the panel, right? I just say panel lock to stick the thing out. Last thing, SAS. We have a thing in KSP called SAS. It stands for Stability Augmentation System. It's something that uses all of the control that you've put on the rocket. So everything that you've allowed to help the rocket keep control of itself, and it uses that in order to try and keep the rocket pointing in a specific direction. You can press the T key. That's going to turn on SAS. You see the little white light that's lit up here? The T key lights up right there, right? Or I can click on that to turn on SAS. And that turns on the Stability Augmentation System. That is something that uses the control authority of the rocket to try and keep the rocket pointing straight. Now, Das, you're being very specific about using the control authority. What does that mean? That means that SAS is not all powerful. If you have a rocket that's so unstable, if you have a rocket that has no control authority, it has no way to keep itself pointing straight because it's got little fins that can turn, or because it's got like a gimbal on the engine where it can turn where the exhaust of the engine. More on that later. A little gimbal that can point the engine exhaust different places. A rocket that doesn't have electric wheel or reaction wheels, some sort of mechanism to help point the rocket in different ways. We'll talk all about that in just a bit. RCS that you can put on the rocket, the little side thrusters, the auxiliary control things that I talked about. If you have a rocket that doesn't have any of those things on it, SAS is just a fancy light that does nothing. You have to engineer the rocket. You have to give the rocket the power to control itself, and then SAS will use that power to keep the rocket pointing straight. So, just turning on SAS does not guarantee that the rocket's going to fly straight. It could be that the rocket is so crazy from an aerodynamic drag standpoint that nothing you do can make it fly straight. You just didn't put the right parts on the craft, and it's going to flip out even though SAS is on. So, enabling SAS helps the rocket try to fly straight. It doesn't guarantee the rocket's going to fly straight. That's an important thing to talk about. So, also, let's, we've done all of our things. We've throttled up. Hold down, press the Z key. We've panel locked. We've clicked on that little panel up there. SAS engaged. We've pressed the T key, or we've clicked on that little SAS button. T key. Those are like tiki torches. I like tiki torches. And we're going to say to take off. Everybody, a lot of people haven't realized this either. To take off, in order to try to go to space in KSP, what button do you press on your keyboard? There's only one button that makes sense. And it's not the delete key. In order to actually stage the rocket, in order to activate the engines in KSP to try and go to space, you press the space bar. So when I say 3, 2, 1 space, we're talking about 3, 2, 1 space. but we're also saying 3, 2, 1, hit the space bar. It's kind of funny. You press the space bar to try and go to space. Haha. Press the abort. Yeah. Alt-GR. So what you need to do is you need to hold down Shift, press the Alt key, and type 214. Or something like that, right? 214. So anyways, here we are. Here we are. Y'all are not funny. Y'all are completely not funny with the Alt F4 things. Do not do the Alt F4. That is a Windows command for quitting the current application. And people think that it's completely hilarious to say, oh, press Alt F4. And that's actually going to completely kill the application in Windows. There's actually a rule about not pressing that. Yes, press the pi key. Press the pi key. So we say, in order to light the candle, we go 3, 2, 1, and we press the space bar, and the rocket takes off and flies up. Now stop! You saw we just took off like crazy from the launch pad. I just pressed the escape key to pause it. One of the #1 things that you can learn in KSP, if you're feeling like things are going too fast and you're overwhelmed, A, get out of time warp. B, you can always press the escape key and pause the game. You can still kind of see what's going on. You can't fly the rocket when it's paused, clearly, but I just hit the escape key to pause the game. Also, this right here, you can grab this window and move it around, right? You can grab this window and move it around to get it out of the way, but I just pressed the escape key and I moved the window out of the way. So you can do it. So I'm going to fly this thing, right? I am going to fly this rocket. I'm going to press the escape key again, and you can see I can like lean to one side, I can lean to the other side, I can go like this way, I can go that way, I can like roll the rocket, I can probably make it do a sick flip. Oh yeah, that was pretty sick. I mean, well, except now we're just flipping forever. I can regain control and I can go the other way and I can just fly in all sorts of different directions. Like this, like that. I can also kill my engine by pressing the X key. Right? I can kill my engine by pressing the X key. I can press Z again to like throttle it up. I can press the X key. All these sorts of things. We will talk about this in terms of flying the rocket. Do you see this? Look. Let me see if I can actually move myself. Yeah, I can kind of turn myself a little bit. I should have gone straight up more. The important thing about a rocket is it's got different directions relative to the rocket. There are all sorts of people who are going to be super hilarious and say there's no such thing as up in space. Guess what? There is. Because we define the directions of the rocket relative to the rocket itself. I'm trying to get it like paused like right like that. Okay, cool. Pause it like that. So directions relative to the rocket. Let's talk about this. And if you know about planes, some of these directions are going to make sense to you. Let's talk about the different ways that we can move a rocket around. I'm going to use my drawing tool here. And I'm going to talk about, I just leaned the rocket over to one side. So while we were flying in this direction, right, you saw me lean the rocket to the right. When I lean the rocket to the right, like this, it's referred to as yawing the rocket. So if we take the top of the rocket and we turn the rocket that way, that is yawing the rocket to the right, like turning the rocket to the right, right? Going to the left is yawing to the left. So that is yaw. Going this way or that way, like a metronome kind of tick-tocking back and forth, that's yaw on the rocket. And I'll explain why that's yaw in this case. Real Flyboy 86 with Twitch Prime sub. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate the support. Y'all spam some DOS H's in the chat for Real Flyboy over there. Thank you for the support. Thanks for keeping it so that I can keep on doing cool streams like this. I do appreciate you. That is y'all, left and right. We've also got pitch. And pitch is up and down. So imagine that top of the rocket coming towards the camera, right? Or imagine the top of the rocket going away from the camera. That would be pitch on the rocket. So going up and down. Like imagine a plane, right? Like you've got a little airplane, and the airplane kind of helps understand things. You've got the airplane, and it's got the tail, and it's got the wings, and it's got the cockpit up at the top. When the nose of the plane goes up, that's pitching up, and when the nose of the plane goes down, that's pitching down. All right? Imagine the plane from the top here. Here's the cockpit. We're looking down at the top of the plane. These are the wings. Out to the side, there's a tail. Right? This is the tail, the vertical stabilizer. Imagine the plane. When the plane turns left and right, that's yaw. Does everybody get this in kind of 3D space here? When the plane pitches its nose up, that's pitching up. When it moves its nose down, that's pitching down. When the plane turns to the left, that's yawing left. When the plane turns to the right, that's yawing. The rocket has the same sort of thing. Like, imagine this rocket was a plane. Let's delete all these. Imagine that this rocket was a plane. Like that. Imagine that it had a tail. Like that. Imagine that it had a sweet nose cone. Imagine that it was a plane and the cockpit was on top. Up here. Do y'all remember the way that the Kerbal was sitting in that pod when I went to the IVA view? I think I can actually do that. It's going to mess it up, though. The Kerbal in that pod is sitting with his head up this way, towards us, and his feet away from us. He's kind of looking forwards as if he was sitting in the cockpit of a plane there. So the same things apply when we have this. If we turn that plane to the left, we yaw it to the left. And if we turn that plane to the right, we yaw it to the right. If we pitch its nose up, we're pitching it up. And if we move the nose down that way, we're pitching it down, right? It's the same thing as a plane. Now, the trick is, all of this is relative to the way the Kerbal is sitting in the cockpit. He's sitting in the pod, right? That Kerbal has his head towards us and his feet away from us right now. So if we delete this, we come over here. I think I can do this quick enough. Let's get it a little bit of an angle. Let me get it turned to get a little bit of an angle. There we go. If we look at this thing, we have the Kerbal with his head up here and his feet down like that, right? Remember, he's sitting in the little pad. That's not a very good sitting Kerbal, is it? He's sitting like that, and the little control station is in front of him, right? That's why I was acting like the cockpit of the plane was up here, because that's kind of like the way that his head is. The wings come out the side like this, and then go out the other side, right? The tail comes up like this. The little tail segments go like this. The elevators and rudders go out like that. This is the part sticking up, and that's the other tail on the other side. Like the landing gear would be down on the bottom of the rocket, right? So you see this, and from here, it's all relative to the way the Kerbal is sitting. So now when I pitch it down, it's going to be that way. When I pitch it up, it's going to be that way. When I yaw it, it's going to be this way. When I yaw it, it's going to be that way. All relative to the way the Kerbal is sitting. All relative to the way the Kerbal is sitting. It becomes super confusing when this rocket gets turned around. Imagine that pod was rotated. If the pod is rotated, the way the Kerbal is sitting is going to be rotated as well. That confuses a lot of people. Why? We're probably going to have to relaunch this thing, right? So let's get it down to the ground. Let's escape. Just let it fall down to the ground like this. We just need to get it down quickly. How much fuel do we have? 22. Slow down like crazy. That was a good slowdown. Slow down a little bit more. That's out of fuel. Jump, Jab, jump! Jump! Nope. Jeb didn't make it. He tried to get out and he didn't jump out of the rocket soon enough. The good news is that if you've done something like forget a parachute, which you will do when you're playing KSP, the good news is Jeb isn't dead. He just went home. He didn't actually even go home. What you can do is you can press the escape key. You can do revert, and you can actually revert it back to launch. That magically undoes time. It rolls back the clock, and it puts Jeb safe and sound back on the launch pad. You will do this a lot. Do not feel bad. I know that a lot of people were spamming, oh, you forgot the chute. I intentionally didn't have the chute on there. Reverting back to pad is nothing to be concerned about. Like, whenever you launch a rocket, hitting escape and doing revert flight is nothing to be ashamed about. You're going to, like, bring it back. It was just a 3D simulation of what could have happened. That's right, ND Johns. That's right. That was just a 3D simulation of what could have happened. Let's talk more about the control. We've reverted the flight back to the pad. We still don't have a parachute on there. We'll put a parachute on later. We don't need one yet. Let's talk about the control. We go ahead and take this thing off. Throttle up. Panel lock. SAS is engaged, right? Throttle up. Press the Z key. Panel lock. Click the little panel. SAS is engaged. Press the Z key. We say 3, 2, 1, space. We take off. I'm actually going to throttle it down so I have a little bit more fuel this time. So from here, remember where the Kerbal is sitting. The Kerbal is sitting in this pod. Well, why don't I just show you where the Kerbal's sitting, actually? The Kerbal is... Oh, man! Pausing undoes that. There you go. You can click it afterwards. The Kerbal is sitting in that pod with his head up towards this side of the rocket. So therefore, our control of the rocket is going to be relative to that Kerbal. We can pitch him down by putting the nose towards where his feet are. We can pitch him up by making his head go up, right? We can turn him to the right by making it go to the Kerbal's right, and we can turn him to the left by making it go to the Kerbal's left. The keys to do this are as follows. To turn to the right, to yaw to the right, it's the D key. To yaw to the left, it's the A key. To pitch down, it's the W key. That was a weird W. And to pitch up, it's the S key. WASD to control this rocket. So as I fly the rocket, turn off drawing mode. As I fly the rocket, I can S to pitch up. I can W to pitch down. You see how that's pitching relative to the Kerbal. Remember that Kerbal is. He's in there. Up towards his head is S. Down towards his feet is W. To his right is D. To his left is A. To his right is D. To his left is A. So you got S, W, D, A to turn that rocket around. And it's all relative to the way that the Kerbal is sitting. All relative to the way that that Kerbal is sitting. That's super important. Also, there's some other keys here. We can roll the rocket. So if we delete that, and we go back into drawing mode, we can actually make the Kerbal. You know, like in a plane, if you're looking at the plane from, like, the front, and you've got this, like, sweet plane, and it's got a cockpit on the top of it. Come on now. Erase. It's a cockpit like that, and then a sweet plane body like this, and it's got a sweet air intake down on the bottom, you know, like a F-16. And it's got its wings out to the side like that. Landing gear would come down like this. Tail would go up like that. Tail would go in the back like the little rudders and elevons in the back. If you've got the plane like this, and you want to roll the plane, you've seen like air shows and stuff, if that plane kind of rolls to one side, we're rolling the plane. And if it kind of turns, I guess is the way. It's not really turning right or left. It's rolling like this. I have a plane on my desk like this. If you just roll the plane, right, like that, that's rolling the craft. And again, that's also relative to the Kerbal. That's whenever you see the fighter jet go like, whoa, into the roll, into this sick like turn and stuff. That is called rolling. We can do that in KSP by pressing the Q and E keys. So the E key is going to roll me to the right-hand side, relative to the Kerbal again. If that Kerbal is sitting there, the E key is going to roll me this way, and the Q key is going to roll me the other way. And I didn't really draw that correctly. Imagine it going like that around the rocket. This way is going to be the E key. Rolling the other way is going to be the Q key. Like that. So we can see it in action right like this, right? Go ahead like that. Drawing mode off. Go ahead like that. The E key turns me. That you see how I roll? In the Q key. Now if I turn like that, you can actually see it better. The roll kind of rolling me in either direction. But that is the Q and E key. So again, to recap, we've got W... or we've got S to pitch up, W to pitch down. Let me delete this. Like that. A to yaw left, D to yaw right, and then finally we had the roll. Now my rocket's kind of flipping over, but I'm rolling it this way. I'm rolling it this way like that. So, that's the rocket. Let's just revert this flight back again, because we didn't put a parachute on it. It saves time when we don't have the parachutes, we just use the reverts, right? Any questions on that? Any questions on that? ASDW, Q&E, spacebar to launch. Were there any questions about the basic flight controls for the rocket? The basic flight controls for the rocket. It's super important. It's super important to understand which way the Kerbals are sitting. Let me do, actually, this is what I was looking for. It's super important to understand which way the Kerbals are sitting so you know if you want to roll, you're rolling to the left or right of the Kerbal. If you want to pitch up, there's the S key, and it's moving that little Kerbal up relative to the way he is. The W key will nose him down. D key goes right. A key goes left. It's super important. We refer to this a lot of the time as knowing where the dorsal side of the rocket is, right? So you know Shark Week, right? You know Shark Week. You've got a little fin on the shark, and it's got these little beady eyes, and these like consummate V's for teeth. And it's got like a little this, and it's got this like shark tail in the back and whatever. We refer to that as the dorsal side of the rocket. Because typically, the way the Kerbal is sitting with his head up, he would have a sweet shark fin on the top of his head, right? Because the dorsal fin, this right here is the dorsal fin on the rocket. And when I refer to knowing what the dorsal side of the rocket is, that's me keeping track of which way is up on the rocket. So that I know if I need to pitch up, I can press the S key, and that's going to make him pitch up. I'm in drawing mode, apparently. There we go. The S key is actually going to make him pitch up, and the W key is going to make him pitch down because I'm aware of where the dorsal side of the rocket is. I am completely aware of where the dorsal side of the rocket is, right? That is super important. It's super... Oh, man, my shark! It's becoming some sort of weird phased-out shark. Okay, so we're good to go here. Maybe this time let's just have Jeb jump out. Get rid of the rocket. Jeb has a lot more drag than the rocket does, so Jeb is going to slow very slowly here. He's 15 kilometers up and he just jumped out of the rocket. Any questions? Any questions? It's his old wingling dragon. All right, he's got a beefy arm. Was a man. Dragon. Let's see. Why to orbit the launch pad? Wait, so that's why to orbit the launch pad view to understand dorsal side. That's why it starts you in a certain thing. By default, in the VAB, it's going to put the dorsal side of your rocket kind of close to you. Aw, look at that. Some Baumgartner hype there. By default, when you place parts in the VAB, the dorsal side is towards you, right? The flag is behind you. I'll repeat that in the VAB. And then when you go out to the launch pad, the reason you're looking at the rocket from the side, like the VAB is over on your left and the water tower with flags behind you, is because you're looking at the dorsal side of the rocket if you haven't rotated any of the pods, right? That's kind of why it works that way. I always kind of like turn my view, or I make sure that my view, even if I looked around the rocket, I always kind of return to that stock view, the default view, because by default, that's where the dorsal side of the rocket is. That is why I do that. Let me keep on scrolling up here, see if there were any other questions. I gotta use these, I guess. Any other questions? If you have a question for me, say question at the beginning. You can also mention the controls are relative to the orange indicator on the nav ball. Mr. Aceman, that's correct. I'm going to talk more about the nav ball in a bit. I usually try to hammer this into people's heads so they get it. We'll get more into using the nav ball. It's really more useful in space for now. But you're right. You're absolutely right. I will just we'll talk about that in just a little bit. Okay. I want to stay on track for now. How do you keep track of the orientation of the Kerbal? I don't understand that question, Alpha Train. How do you keep track of the orientation of the Kerbal? You mean like in the pod? Like you can inspect all the pods using that little IVA view and kind of see which way they're sitting, and then notice like on that pod that we had, the window was pointing up towards the dorsal side. The bubble of a cockpit will usually be on the dorsal side. All the different pods, it's kind of a learning thing to kind of like know which way the Kerbal's going to be pointing. That's a good question though. I think that's what you were asking, like how do I know which way it goes, right? I'm continuing to scroll through here and see if I missed any other questions. Let's see. Nice plane. Thanks, Norby. 3D simulation. Okay, we got that. I'm scrolling all the way up. I can draw. Not very well. What's up? Wait, who was that? Somebody said, hey, TV running. How's it going? There was a real Flyboy sub, and I'm seeing if I missed. Guys, again, the way we do this, I go through the explanation, I explain what I'm trying to do, and then I have a question and answer about that. So if you have a question for me, now's the time to ask about those controls, if there's something you didn't get. What's up, Simcopter coming through? Simcopter, I'm totally in like a bootcamp mode right now. I'm not actively reading chat. I'm going through the explanation mode, and then I go to Q&A mode where I scroll back through chat and make sure that I didn't miss anything. Welcome, Simcopter. How are you doing, dude? You should bootcamp. You need to play some KSP. And bootcamp can help you out, man. Y'all, Simcopter's another awesome streamer there. You've been doing a lot of Civ 6 I've seen lately. This Kerbal is just biding his time. Let's see. I don't think that I missed anything else. I didn't forget a parachute. I did it on purpose. It looks like I've answered all the older questions. Let me come back down to the bottom and see if I missed anything else. Question, is Jeb going to die? One way to figure out. Science. Surface velocity, 48 meters per second. Survey says, oh, he splashes down into the ocean. He splashes down into the ocean, and he comes back up to the surface. He is slightly underwater, and perhaps he has lost consciousness. Not really. I think that he can tread water just fine. There you go. Good job, Jeb. Rough seas out here. Let me see. Let's see if I missed any other questions down here. Wow. Y'all, somebody's going to ask, where's your water look like that? This is the Stock Visual Enhancements mod. The Stock Visual Enhancements mod makes the water look amazing like this. However, it does not actually simulate physics interactions with things that are splashed down in the water. So you don't see the Kerbal bobbing up and down like a cork. He is just on the old school boring flat water, while Stock Visual Enhancements makes these amazing like rough sea waves sorts of things and stuff. But he did live. I'm scrolling through. I'm ignoring questions that aren't relevant. Mention the nav ball. Mention the nav ball. We talk more about that in space. Mr. Aceman. They are relative to the net ball. That's correct. We can talk about that, but that's really useful when we get into space. I'll do that again. Jeb does not have a death wish. He just loves the high dive. There was a question about that. Doesn't look like I missed any other. What's the Kerbal's velocity, tolerance in water and land? I haven't tried to min-max it, Mapoko. I haven't been like, oh, well, Kerbals can withstand up to, 60 meters per second impact in water. I haven't done that. I know that a Kerbal jumping from 20k will live if they hit water. I don't think that they'll live if they hit land, but I can't off the top of my head tell you the exact impact tolerance of a Kerbal. Hitting land, it very, very much determined by exactly how you hit the land. Like, how is the Kerbal facing when you hit the land? Splashing down in water, I know that you can jump from, I think you can jump from like 1,000 feet or 1,000 meters and live. You have to have enough time for the Kerbal to slow down. You can't jump like 2 meters above the water and slow down enough. Let's see. Terminal velocity. I mean, terminal velocity, it's just the Kerbal has so much drag and so little mass that the drag overcomes the mass and slows him down enough that he can live. We won't go all the way around like the detailed explanation of terminal velocity, just how fast can a body get going based on its drag and mass, but yes, the Kerbal does have a low enough terminal velocity that he lives. See if I missed anything else. Doesn't look like I missed any other questions. Cool. Doesn't look like I missed any other questions. Yeah, high dive. 15 kilometers should be enough, although for Jeb, who knows if that's enough. Excellent. Where can you get such a pad? How do I draw in the game? Remember, if you have a question for me, start it with the word question. Start it with the word question, and that'll get it highlighted so I don't miss you. I'm just answering questions that are on topic, and start with the word question. So, what pad do I use? You can get it off the PC link. That's got a link to all of my stuff. It is a Cintiq 13 HD drawing tablet that I draw on the screen with. That's what I use. So now that we're going to go here, right, we've learned the basic controls. Doesn't look like I've got any questions for the basic controls there. And I will go ahead and revert this flight. Oh, we could just recover Jeb, I guess. We could come over here and we could recover Jeb. The vessel that is Jeb, I guess, right? And that will put him back over here, then we'll hop back down to the VAV and keep on keeping on here. We've recovered Jeb. He's good to go. Go back to the vehicle assembly system. Vehicle assembly building. Again, I'm back into stream mode. I'm into explain mode, and we are going to keep on keeping on with the boot camp here. Says good night. She's going to bed. Good night. Take it easy. I'm not going to be actively reading chat here, y'all. Let's keep on keeping on here with the next topic that we're going to cover. Now, of course, it would be good to put a parachute. Somebody said that you could use a search, so I'll show you that right quick. If you come up here to this enter search and you're looking for a parachute, you can just type in shoot, and it'll actually search all the parts. That's not a parachute. I'm not sure why that comes up when you search for shoot, but whatever. It'll bring up all the parachutes that you've got, and one thing that's not a parachute. Again, match the parts. That doesn't look right. That's too big of a chute to fit. You could certainly put these on if you want. Like, you could put tons and tons of those on. I'll talk about that in a minute. You can put these. These look too tiny. This one right here, it's Goldilocks. It's just right. It's designed to fit on the top of that little pod. So I just typed in chute up there. That searched all the parts. It found everything that had a mention of a chute, I guess. We grab the chute that fits, and we put it on top of the pod. And we're good to go. So, now, let's get this thing to fly. I think we're going to need a little bit. Let's just fly the rocket. That's what we're going to do. This would just be the boot rocket.
Welcome
we'll call
to
it
the Academy.
Pestles. Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. I do appreciate the support, y'all. That's 7 on the day. 7 Prime subs, or 7 subs on the day. Thank you so much, Pestles, for the support. Keep the old Academy flying here. Y'all help me out there. Toss some DOS H's into chat if you got them, or just regular hearts if you got those too. Let's fly this little boot rocket, right? We've put a chute on it, so it should hopefully, like, Jeff should live through this. And let's see if we can go to space. I'm just going to launch the rocket and see if this thing is going to go to space yet. We'll see. Put Jeb out on the pad. We'll go ahead and bounce, I guess. I guess we won't worry about that. We'll throttle up, pressing the Z key, panel lock, clicking on the panel. SAS engage, pressing the T key, and we'll say 3, 2, 1. What's up, Big Papa Smurf? Space. We're going to go up, and I'm literally just going to go straight up and see if I can get into orbit. Whoa! Oh my gosh! That's a problem. As it turns out, we've got a little bit of a staging problem. So before we go to space, we have one more thing to learn about. Oh my. That's not what you want to have happen. Apparently, we've got an issue here. We've pulled like a redstone one. We have deployed the chutes at the exact same time that we turned on the rocket engine. And that's a problem. We don't want the chute to come out at the exact same time as the rocket engine. That is a staging issue. We need to program this rocket a little bit better. When I added that parachute, by default, it put the parachute in the same stage as the rocket. All that really means, that when the rocket engine turned on, the parachute was also going to deploy. That's a problem. What's up, Shattermage? Que paso, dude? So, we're going to land back on the pad, which is amazing. I think somebody challenged me to land back on the pad. I guess we can do that. We need to fix the staging of this rocket. Let's let it touch down. I think Jeb's going to be safe. Yes! Yes! Jeb is safe, but we lost the engine. We need to fix the staging of this chute. We can do it in the flight scene. Like, if we come over here and we can hit escape and do revert the flight, we can actually come over here and revert it back to the vehicle assembly. Like this. Here you can see over in the corner, you see over there where it says the little parachute picture, the little engine picture. Right now I've got 0 stages on the rocket, which really means we have 1 stage on the rocket. We have a single stage that's stage 0. Programmers, how do they work? You can click the plus key here, because right now you can see that in the staging list, the engine is going to be activated at the same time as the parachute. The little staging indicator is basically a spacebar press. Every time I press the spacebar, it's going to go to the next stage. So if I press the plus key, I'm going to get another stage. In the first time I press the spacebar, nothing's going to happen because I have no little icons in there. And the second time I press the spacebar, it's going to pop the chutes and fire the engines. That's not what we want. What we actually want to have happen is drag... That's not right either. I just clicked on the little parachute icon and I dragged it down to the little other stage. Now, the first time I press the spacebar, it's going to deploy the parachute. The second time I press the spacebar, it's going to light the engine. That's not what I want either. So what I can do is I can actually click on the one and I can drag it up there and let go of it. And now, the first time I press the spacebar, it's going to light the rocket engine. The second time I press the spacebar, it's going to pop the parachute. That's what I want. Now, it's a little bit confusing. Now, stage 1, the first stage that goes is going to be stage 1. The last stage that goes is going to be stage 0. That really doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, the rocket is stage 1, and kind of stage 2 is the chute. Why they programmed the game this way, I don't know. Buzz you about at 20,000 feet last night? Grr, South Carolina. Dude, Shattermage, take it easy, man. Take it easy. Appreciate you stopping in, man. It would make more sense if this was stage 1 and this was stage 2 and this was stage 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's kind of how we refer to them in real life. The way they've programmed it, stage 0 is the last stage. I don't know, but basically the stage at the bottom is going to be the first stage and the stage at the top is going to be the last stage, and then it kind of goes in that order, right? But we can take this boot rocket out. We can launch it again now that we've programmed the staging correctly. Yeah, that's what I said. Programmers, how do they work? I mean, it's because in programming, 0 is the first index of an array. It's like learning to count and learning to count from 0 are 2 different things. Like, that's an important thing that I believe that the Turks did. It was the Turks, the Chinese, something. I don't think it was the Chinese. Like, the entire concept of 0 versus 1 was an important mathematical thing that got done at some point. So programmers, in their infinitely finicky ways, start things with zeros. We've got our rocket here. Check the staging. Look on the left-hand side. On the bottom stage, we are going to light the engine. The next stage up, which is stage 0, but it's really stage 2, we're going to pop the parachute. Now, if we go throttle up, Z key, panel lock, SAS engage. 3, 2, 1, press the space bar. We did not actually put the parachute out that time. That's what progress looks like. That is exactly what progress looks like. And we're going to go straight up. We are Mulgars. We're going to get all the way out to the moon landing. That's the plan. Get all the way out to the moon landing. We are going straight up into the sky. And we're going to see if we can't get ourselves some space. Now our fuel, look at that. You can see our fuel levels both on our panel lock and over here. Our fuel levels are dropping pretty rapidly. We're going up. Whoa, look at that. A little bit of shock heating there. Plasma going on. That means we're going very fast. Did we get into space? Dad, are we in space yet? Are we in space? It was Arabic in the old world, Mayans in the new world. Cool. Cool. It looks like we're good to go. Wait, did we make space? Let's press the M key. We're going up to 98,000 meters. Up at the label of apoapsis there. So the apoapsis, it's the highest point in my trajectory. You can see my little curve there as we go up and down again. And the highest point in my trajectory is going to be 98,000 meters. I can tell you in Kerbal that means that we're going to space. Now, we're not going to stay in space. We're not going to stay in space. Because look at our trajectory. We're going to go straight up and go straight back down again. But we are literally going to make space. And what does that mean? In Kerbal Space Program, on Kerbin, the atmosphere ends at 70 kilometers. So you can see my altitude right now is 72 kilometers. My highest altitude is going to be 98 kilometers. I'm going up to the top of the trajectory, then I'm going to fall back down again. So I'm technically in space right now. Like, I'm above 70,000 meters. I'm above 70 kilometers. I'm in space. Like, I'm literally up in space. You can actually see the atmospheric gauge is all the way over to vacuum. There's no air pressure here in space. We get this one a lot. The real world doesn't work this way. So people are like, oh, well, where does space end in the real world, right? What's the deal with the real world? The trick with the real world is that Earth's actual atmosphere doesn't end suddenly. Right? It's not like you go up and then all of a sudden, like, boop, the atmosphere completely ends and it goes away. Earth's atmosphere is a continuous gradient that goes out for millions, thousands, tens, hundreds of thousands of miles. And it just gets thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner the further away you go from Earth. Earth does not have a hard line that you just stop. Right? The atmosphere doesn't just go from some atmosphere to perfect vacuum suddenly. Now, we do have a thing called the Kármán line, right? We have a thing called the Kármán line in the real world. I brought up the Wikipedia entry for it here. So if you search for the Kármán line, this is a real world thing, right? And in the real world, since the atmosphere doesn't abruptly end, it just goes like a little bit thinner, a little bit thinner, a little bit thinner, and it just goes on for a very long time. The Kármán line is an altitude above sea level, and it's 100 kilometers. It's the boundary between Earth's atmosphere and outer space. And it's not really arbitrary. Right? It's just a line that we have drawn in the sky to say if you're below this, you've got enough atmosphere around you for you to be in the atmosphere. And if you're above this, there's a little enough atmosphere for you to be in space. That doesn't mean that there's no atmosphere. That just means that you're above the Kármán line. You're into an area that we as humans have drawn and said, you know something, this is where we're going to say that space starts. Because otherwise it would be like, well, space never starts. It's more of a gradient between space and not space than it is like, all right, I'm in space, I'm not in space. It's not like jumping the border between the U.S. and Canada or anything like that, right? There is a kind of like a gray area that it kind of fades out, and we've defined the Kármán line. You could say that in KSP, the KSP Kármán line, would it be called the Kármán line with a C instead of a K, since we usually switch it around? It's the Kármán line? Yeah, the Kármán line. Nice. Welcome, Dereko. In KSP, you could say that KSP's Kármán line is at 70K, where the atmosphere just abruptly ends. In real life, it's 100 kilometers up, and that's where we say that space starts and the atmosphere ends. Even though technically the atmosphere doesn't really end there, it kind of like peters out. Kármán line is Earth's city limits boundary. Nice. The Kármán line. The Kármán line. So I'm falling back down now, right? I am falling back down to the surface. I didn't really go through much of an explanation here. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about what's going on here. I don't think I have enough time to really talk about this, but we just did a little bit of a launch. We didn't end up staying in space, but we ended up making it to space because, again, this up here was like at 98. My handwriting, oh my gosh, 98, right? The atmosphere was down here. There's this line that's 70 kilometers versus 98 kilometers. And so I technically went into space because I crossed the Kármán line. I crossed the 70 kilometer where the atmosphere ends. Uh-oh, need some DOS drinks in chat. I've made it to space, but I didn't stay in space, right? What we just did, we had all of this energy in our rocket. We had mined dead Kerbosaurs. We pumped the dead Kerbosaurs out of the ground. We used it to make liquid fuel. We grabbed some Kerbin oxygen, which apparently likes to be a liquid at sea level, and we put that liquid fuel and oxidizer into our tank, down at the launch pad. We blew it up. We like lit it on fire and we threw it out the back of our rocket really quickly. And so we had all of this potential energy in the terms of fuel. We used our rocket engine to turn that into kinetic energy, and we threw ourselves up into the air. And we kept doing that. We kept trading the potential energy stored in our rocket fuel for kinetic energy, which means going fast. Like, how fast am I going? And how much do I weigh? Whatever. We traded all that potential rocket fuel energy for the energy of motion, kinetic energy, and went up, 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 and then our fuel cut out somewhere, right? Like somewhere around here, our fuel tank like went to empty. This is like a little fuel tank, and it went from empty to full. Or sorry, it went from full to empty. When we got to that point in our orbit, right? We ran out of fuel, but that doesn't mean that we stopped. So just because my fuel ran out, I had converted all of that potential energy in my fuel, stored in my fuel, because the dead Kerbosaurs were like eating plants, and the plants got the energy from the sunlight long ago, so you could say that we got the energy from the sun. It's like a totally natural resource, right? Because the plants took energy from the sun, and then the dinosaurs ate the plants and died, and then that... Anyways, you get the point. When we ran out of fuel, we took all of that original clean solar energy, which was converted into plants, which was converted into dead Kerbosaurs, which were converted into dead Kerbosaurs, which were converted into liquid fuel over time, which we pumped out of the ground, which we put into our rocket, which we blew up. So actually, this rocket is solar powered in the long run. We blew it up, we threw it out the back. When we ran out, all that potential energy turned into kinetic energy. So here, I was moving like 1,000 meters per second, right? 1,000 meters per second. And then I started to convert that kinetic energy of my rocket that weighed 2 tons or whatever, moving 1,000 meters per second. That momentum carried me on. And as I went up, I did the opposite. The gravity started to work against me. The gravity started to work against me. And it took all that kinetic energy that I had at the end of my fuel burn, and it started turning it into potential energy again. So not dead Kerbosaurs, but altitude. We have 2 types of potential energies that we deal with usually in the game. We've got dead Kerbosaurs that are our fuel that we blow up and use to create speed, and there's altitude, which we can also use to store energy. As I went here, my speed was going to be decreasing, and I might have gone, I'm just roughly drawing this, right? I'm just roughly drawing this. Maybe here we were going 500 meters per second, but we were at 70K. And up here, we were going like 0 meters per second, but we were at 90K. And as I slowed down, this is all because gravity was trying to pull me back down towards the planet. Because I didn't have any more fuel pushing me away from the planet. It's like, alright, 1,000 meters per second, gravity's going to slow me down. Gravity's going to slow me down. I'm still going up. I'm going away from the planet, but I'm converting that kinetic energy, that speed and mass of my rocket, into potential energy, altitude. Now, at some point, gravity wins. And I didn't have enough energy to actually run away from Kerbin completely. That would be an escape trajectory, right? If I had so much energy in my fuel tanks that I could leave Kerbin's gravity completely, I would go into a solar orbit. I would go out and visit the sun, basically, right? But I didn't have that much energy in the rocket now. I get up to this 98 kilometers. My vertical speed becomes like 0, right? We actually could have seen that in the vertical speed indicator. At the apoapsis, my vertical speed becomes 0, and then I start to fall back down. And the reverse happens again. So I've got 0 kinetic energy, roughly 0 kinetic energy, very little kinetic energy up here. And I've got all this altitude. And as I fall back down, it starts to flow the other way. It converts potential energy, my altitude, into kinetic energy. That means I'm going to speed up as I fall. So maybe when I'm here, I'm going 500 meters per second. Right here, you can already see I'm going 750 meters per second. Down here, I'm going to be going 1,000 meters per second, and my altitude is going to decrease as my speed increases. That is an important concept to understand, and I'm going to reiterate this over the course of Bootcamp. I like to think of it in terms of, like 2 containers, 2 jugs or whatever, right? Like, say you have one jug here, and you have another jug here. It's not a jug, it's like a can or something, right? And they're connected with a little hose. And one of these jugs is kinetic energy, and one of these jugs is potential energy. And as I go, my total amount of energy, like the total amount of water that I have in the jugs, is the same, but it pumps between the 2. So when I'm going really fast, I could have a lot of kinetic energy, and not a lot of potential energy. And then gravity is going to pump that kinetic energy out and like turn the potential energy up. It's still, as I drain kinetic, I'm not burning my engine or anything. I'm increasing my potential, and then the potential energy can come back down again. Now, all this has to do with your trajectory and which way you're going and that sorts of things. But as a very simple explanation of this trajectory where I kind of go up and down, I start off with tons of potential, and I pump it into kinetic via my rocket engine, right? And then I end up with no more fuel, and I keep on going up. I've got all this kinetic, and gravity kind of pumps it back into potential. And then at the top, I've got tons of potential again. I start falling back down. It pumps it out of potential and puts it back into kinetic, and I fall back down. Now, eventually we're going to need to have no energy, because if I hit the surface with tons of kinetic energy, that's how you explode. So we need something that's going to help us slow down here. But in terms of a basic trajectory for our rocket here, that's kind of how it works. It's a nice, oops, the top of my thing. It's a nice sort of pumping situation where I've got X amount of potential energy in my rocket fuel. I blow it up and throw it out the back. It turns into kinetic. I get going really fast, and then gravity pumps it back out of my speed and puts it back into potential, which is altitude. And then I start to fall back down again, and I lose altitude as I gain speed. Just as a simple sort of explanation for how this orbital trajectory works, right? Let's return to our Kerbal and see if he lives. Let's unpause. He is falling down. You can see, look at this. Actually, we can illustrate it. Look at our altitude and velocity. Our altitude is decreasing, our potential energy is decreasing, and our velocity is increasing, our kinetic energy is increasing. So that's what we were just talking about. We can see it here as well. Here's our altitude, and here is our speed. And you can see our altitude is decreasing as our speed increases. Again, it's like pumping back and forth. It's pumping back and forth. No, it doesn't have anything to do with atmospheric pressure changes. No, Hindo. It doesn't have anything to do with atmospheric pressure changes there. Yeah, if you have a question about that, if you didn't get it, ask me. Like, feel free to ask me. You're more than welcome to ask me if you didn't really understand what I was just talking about. I want you to help understanding that. We're also going to, like, when we get into orbits and we talk about the way that apoapsis works and the periapsis works, we will totally be able to describe that for you. I don't know that this pod is going to slow down enough. I don't think that the pod is going to slow down enough for us to pop our chute. Freeze frame, new thing. Here's a new concept that we can learn. Look, right here. We've got this, right? You see the little chute over here? And it's the red parachute. This means that it is not safe for us to pop our chute right now. It is completely not safe for us to pop the parachute. We're going too fast. If we were to deploy this parachute right now, it would get ripped off. It would be bad. Like, actually, we could do that. Like, right now, we try to deploy the parachute. It will actually not let the parachute go out. I staged it, right? And it won't let me do it because right now it's not safe. That's a new feature in 1.2. You can program the parachute. By default, the chute is programmed to not try to deploy if the chute would be destroyed. And the game actually simulates that. If it's going too fast, if the atmosphere is too thick, it's going to rip the chute off. So we cannot land this way. Let's go ahead and un-time warp. And I'm wondering, I have to slow down enough for this to become safe. We're still going 300. We're not going to slow down enough. Jeb is going to smash into the ground. Later, he will weigh up. He will wake up, not way up. He will wake up in a little vat of green goo underneath the KSC with other Kerbals petting him on the head, telling him it's okay. Because it's a clone. They could have used that feature yesterday with the Mars probe. They did, yes. Rip Shirapelli. Yes, yes, yes. So that didn't work. Jeb didn't live through that. Why? We could not slow down enough. The atmosphere was trying really hard to slow me down, but we were still too heavy to slow down enough via the atmosphere. So we can fix this. Let's go learn another concept. It's time to learn another concept. I tried to deploy the chute, but I could not slow down enough for it to be safe to actually deploy the chute before we crash on the surface. Let's go back over here to the vehicle assembly. And what I want to do, I want to shed mass here. I want to be slow, or I want to be lighter, basically. Currently, we have our rocket engine, we've got our fuel tank, we've got our pod, and we've got our parachute, right? And when we're out of fuel, we keep carrying the fuel tank and the rocket engine with us. Therefore, when we get into the lower atmosphere, we're super heavy, right? It's like the difference between throwing a rock and throwing a feather. Which one can you throw farther? You can throw a little rock a lot further than you can throw a feather, because the feather is super lightweight, right? The feather has a very high drag to mass ratio. There's a lot of drag on a feather for the mass of the feather versus a rock, which has a very low drag per mass. It has a higher mass and a much lower drag. So what I want to do, I can't put feathers on this craft, unfortunately. What I want to do is decrease some of my mass so that the drag that I get from my pod as it pushes its way through the atmosphere slows us down more. I can do that by breaking the rocket in half intentionally. Remember when I talked about the couplers? Go over to the coupler section, and you've got a set of things that are designed to take craft apart, to break craft in half. I want this little TR18A stack decoupler. This is the same sort of thing. You've got all sorts of different sizes, right? All sorts of different shapes of decouplers and stuff. What I want to do here is add this little TR18A decoupler so that it will break the rocket in half. And we'll put this back on. Now I've got another thing in staging. Do you see my stage over there? Now I've got another little thing. If I hover over it, it'll actually highlight the decoupler. That means when I press the spacebar, it's going to break these two pieces of the craft in half. And it's going to let the pod go in one direction and the fuel tank go in another direction. I don't want that to happen at the same time that I stage my engine on the launch pad. That would be bad, so we're going to add another stage in and drag that decoupler up. So the first thing that happens, I light the engine. The second thing that happens, I separate the stages. I take the engine and fuel tank off of the pod. And the third thing that happens, I launch the parachute. I deploy the parachute, right? So we've got this very simple staging thing here. There are all sorts of different stagers. There are all sorts of different decouplers that you can work on. I can tell you that this works because we've got this little arrow. So when this thing uses its explosive bolts to decouple the craft, the pod is going to go in one direction, and this part of the rocket is going to go in another direction. That's kind of the defining line. That arrow shows you where the defining line is. Everything above the arrow is going to separate from everything below the arrow, or everything not above the arrow, I guess would be the right way to say it. If I had this decoupler switched over, if we come over here, we take this off, we flip this over, and we put it this way. Now when we decouple, the defining line is going to be here. So the decoupler will actually stay with the pod, and only the fuel tank and engine will fall away. So the orientation of that decoupler is important. You might wonder how I just flipped that over. Look, if you take this off, if you click here, I actually use the W key to flip that over. So W will flip parts around. D will turn parts. You can see that that's turning side to side. S will rotate it. WASD, you can flip parts around. Spacebar returns the default orientation. So if we come over here and we put this in, like that. I put this on like that. As we come over here and we take this off, when this decouples, the engine, fuel tank, and decoupler will be one piece. The pod and parachute will be another piece. That means that I'll have a much lower mass. That means that my mass to drag ratio is going to be much higher. That is going to help this pod slow down more. So that was an important thing. Make sure the staging is correct. We've got this. Press C. Press C. J-Galt. Press C. C key will get you out of there. Then we'll decouple the craft. Then we'll do this. We've also got another type of stack coupler. Let's talk to you to this. We've got this stack separator. This is a little bit different. If I put a stack separator on, it doesn't have an arrow. The stack separator actually breaks both sides off. So now whenever I stage this, it's going to send the fuel tank in one direction. It's going to have the stack separator in the middle, and it's going to be the pod. We'll end up with 3 pieces instead of 2 pieces. The stack separator separates from both sides. The decoupler separates from a single side. That's the difference between the two. A lot of people ask that a lot of the time. So the reason that we do that, we have something that's going to break it into 3 pieces versus people that are going to break it into 2 pieces, right? I'm going to go ahead and go with this. There are other more advanced decouplers that we won't worry about right now. Just make sure that we have a little decoupler here. Again, it's all about matching parts. You don't want to have this teeny tiny decoupler on. Like that, right? That doesn't look right. And you don't want to have the super huge decoupler on. There's not that many decouplers, right? While that does the same thing, that's not going to be what you want. So we're going to delete all that, put this on, put this here. Again, I know that people are like saying things in chat and asking questions. Right now I'm in the demonstration mode, then I'll scroll back through chat and make sure that I answer all the questions, but I'm not actively live answering the chats right now. I will scroll through and answer all the questions though. We should be able to live this way. We should be able to live this way. Let's go ahead and launch this rocket and put it back on the pad with Jad in there. Jeb in there. Jad in there? That's weird. Let's fly him the same way, right? I'm just going to go straight up, throttle up, panel lock. Remember, right now I've got tons of energy in this rocket. It's just potential energy. It's energy that I can blow up via my rocket engine. We'll say 3, 2, 1, SA, throttle up, panel lock, SAS engage. 3, 2, 1, space. We're going to go straight up. Again, right now, my fuel levels, I right-click to get this. My fuel levels are decreasing. I'm getting rid of potential energy, and I'm using it to get kinetic energy. My fuel is going down, and my speed is going up. That's pretty cool. That's what we want. I'm also getting some potential energy too, because I've got speed and altitude, I guess we could say. So now we've run out of fuel. We're going to be slowing down. I'm going to be trading all of this kinetic energy for pure potential energy, right? We're going up. I'm also losing a little bit to drag, but not trying to make it too complicated here. We're going to go straight up again. Our apoapsis is 93. Why is my apoapsis 93? Because I had to carry the decoupler with me this time. So I didn't make it to 98. I added mass to the rocket, and the potential energy stored in that fuel tank didn't quite get it as far because I added the extra mass from that stack decoupler in, right? That's why we ended up at 93. That's a super important concept for later. When we start talking about delta V, we added mass to the rocket, and therefore the rocket had a little bit less total energy because we added that mass to it. Anyways, it's just going to go way up in the sky. We're on a ballistic trajectory right now. It means that we're not using our engine to change our flight. We're in space. We've passed the Kerbal line. We're up above 70, so technically we're in space right now. And we're going to end up way up at the top of our trajectory. Whoop! Look at this. You can see my velocity is decreasing, my altitude's increasing, and it's the vertical speed indicator's coming down. There's the apoapsis. I'm flying down. Now my orbital velocity is about the same as it was on the pad, right? And now I'm gaining speed, and I am losing altitude. So let's go ahead and decouple this. I'm going to press the space bar. The next thing is going to separate these two pods out. There you go. Let's make sure that the bottom of the pod, we don't want to use the parachute to get all the heat. We want to get rid of the bottom of the pod, right? Now we're going to fall straight back down like this, and we weigh a lot less. We got rid of the engine. We got rid of the decoupler. We got rid of the empty fuel tank. And we are falling down towards the surface. Let's time warp it. Altitude decreasing, speed increasing. Here we are in the altitude, in the atmosphere. And now we're going to fall back down and see if this little pod by itself is going to be enough to slow down enough to actually safely land. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. And again, I will scroll back through. Now, here's another concept we can talk about. Shock heating. Where do the flames come from, right? As we're falling back down through this, notice that the atmosphere is getting thicker. You can see the atmospheric gauge is going to be increasing. It's going to be filling up with atmosphere. We've got a lot of speed, too. At some point, those two things are really going to start fighting against each other, right? So I am going to get to a point where the atmosphere is so thick and my speed is so great, you're going to start seeing flames appear around. And you're like, whoa, whoa, Das, what's burning? Like, why is, did you leave the stove on or what? There's no engine. How could you be on fire? I'm being very patient, waiting for it to start burning. There we go. You can start to see some of the flames around the pod. Hopefully we get a lot more flames. It's really not that bad. We're slowing down, kind of. This isn't a great explanation for the flames because we just slowed down so much that wow, I was hoping that I would get more flames than that. Huh. This is not a good time to discuss the flames. We will have to talk about shock heating later. Man, at some point, I was hoping that the atmosphere would be fighting me so much that I would be able to get some flames around the craft and explain why shoving the atmosphere out of the way heats it up and makes fire, but apparently we slowed down so quickly, we never got to a point where we were shoving the atmosphere out of our way so quickly that we would, create heat. Weird. Anyways, remind me to do that later. Also, we can see, look at this, it's safe to deploy our chutes. So losing the extra mass, we're now going only 250 meters per second. We can press the space bar. That's going to deploy our chutes. It's safe. It was gray. It wasn't red anymore. So now we've deployed the chutes. This is called reef mode. They're in like a super streamlined mode where they're not completely deployed. When they get to a certain altitude above the planet or above the surface, they will spread out and they'll go into full deploy mode. That's going to slow us down like crazy and we'll be fine. Whew, that's going to slow us down like crazy, and now we are okay. You can actually see if you right-click on that parachute, you see the altitude indicator. That is the difference between going from reefed mode to fully deployed mode. When I was 1,000 meters above the surface, that went from the skinny mode, and it started to let the chute kind of fold out into the full chute, right? You can control what altitude that happens with above the surface, not above sea level, by moving that slide around. Minimum pressure is when it'll actually come out. So just some things about chutes. Just go with the defaults. You don't have to worry about it, but you can go in there and change the sliders. By default, for simple rockets, you really don't have to edit them. And here, you'll see that we're slowly but surely floating down to the surface. We're going 5 meters per second, and I hope that we live going 5 meters per second. I'm pretty sure we're going to live going 5 meters per second, because here's another topic that we can talk about, right? How hard could this pod crash and still live? The game tells us that. The game actually tells us how fast this pod can crash into the surface and still live. So if we recover this vessel, we just touched down going like 5 meters per second, 5.5 or something, right? We come over this way, done with the mission, back to the VAB, let's load the rocket back up, right? There's our rocket. If I go over here to the pod in the list, I can't get rid of Kerbal Engineer anymore because they ruined it. Let's do it from here. There we go. If I right-click on this pod, actually don't even need to right-click, I guess. It'll make it stick, though. If I right-click on the pod, I can see all sorts of information about it, right? This is my little Mark 1 command pod that I have on top of the rocket here. So I can see its mass, I can see its tolerance, that's impact tolerance, right? I can see its G tolerance, its pressure tolerance, its maximum temperatures, its crew capacity, electric charge, monitor prop, all the things that it has, right? Let's focus on the basics for now. The mass is how much the pod weighs, right? The impact tolerance is what I was just talking about, 14 meters per second. So as long as this pod touches down going slower than 14 meters per second, it should be okay. There's some situations where maybe it can touch down going a little bit faster. There's some situations where it may be destroyed if it goes down a little bit slower. Typically, it can touch down a little bit faster in water, right, before it gets destroyed. But this pod has an impact tolerance of 14 meters per second. So the parachutes that I need to land this pod by itself successfully means that it's are going to be enough so that it's not going more than 14 meters per second. That is not correct English at all. That is completely not correct English. We just have to make sure that when we touch down, we are going less than 14 meters per second, and then the pod should survive. These other tolerances and stuff, we're not going to worry about them. Those are other advanced options in the game. Like you can break apart due to G-forces or pressure forces, or you can overheat it. We'll talk about that later. But for now, impact tolerance. Different parts in the game. Look at this one. Instead of 15, this one has 45. This one has 8. This one here has 20. That one's got 45. The cupola's got 8. This little probe core does 12, 8, 15, 12. Different parts in the game. Even fuel tanks have it. This one's 12. That fuel tank is 6. Fuel tanks are pretty easy to crush, huh? This engine's 7. This structural girder is 7, which is interesting. The cubic octag is 7. Interesting. This one's 80. This big girder is 80. Different parts have different impact tolerances. It defines whether or not it's going to be destroyed whenever it hits something else going that fast. So, pretty straightforward. That is definitely not rocket science. It's super easy. It's not even math, I guess. All you do is just look, and it's like, well, if the number 45, if the speed that I hit the ground going is greater than 45, the pod's going to explode. Less than 45, the pod's not going to explode. That's interesting. Is the impact speed tolerance relative to mass? I don't believe they've done it. I don't believe that different masses in this pod or different masses of the pod are related to different impact tolerances. I don't think that it works that way. I know that our speed that we hit the ground will be a little bit more. I've never actually tried to see if the game like has, say you have 10 tons behind this thing and it crashes down to the ground going 45 meters per second, but it's got an extra 10 tons on top of it. I don't know if that will crush the pod. I don't think that it will versus the pod alone. Like, we've never really gotten too far into it, whether or not more parts pressing on this will change the impact tolerance. I know it affects landing legs that way, but I don't think that the game simulates that. Like, I know that sometimes if you've got a... Well, we could actually talk about that. Like, if you hit the ground with this, like, say you have a 6 meter per second fuel tank on here, but you land it with these 80 meter per second girders that you put on the side. right? We can test it right quick, actually. So the impact tolerance of the part that's going to touch the ground first is going to be the girder, and those are 80 meters per second. If it's doing what you think, this tank should be destroyed when we touch down. Like, you would think that this would be destroyed because these wouldn't be able to absorb the impact, and this would destroy it because the impact tolerance of this is going 6, but this is really the only part impacting. I don't think that the game simulates that, right? I think if we touch down going more than 6 meters per second, which I can do by just not separating and leaving fuel in here, throttle up, panel lock, SAS is gate, 3, 2, 1, space. We're able to go up, but I want to have lots of fuel left in the rocket. So let's go ahead and stop the engine, and we're flying up into the sky. Hopefully we can touch down less than 80, but more than 6. Let's go ahead and deploy our parachute. I can actually right-click and deploy the chute right now, right? There it is in reefed mode. It's going to get us negative, and then it's going to unreef when we get down to 1,000 above sea level, right? See what happens. I'm curious. I'm curious for this, to see what happens with this. I am super curious. We will fall down. The chute is going to deploy. We're slowing down like crazy. We're under 80. But we're going to touch down going like 12. So the engine should be destroyed. The fuel tank should be destroyed. The pod was what? 15? So the pod wouldn't be destroyed. Let's see if this happens. If it's doing what you think, it should crush the fuel tank. If it's not, it's not. So it's not actually transmitting those forces through there, right? It's just what part is touching the ground. The girder is touching the ground. It's not going to crush the fuel tank because the fuel tank's not actually impacting the ground. Only the girders are. The engine didn't impact the ground. Only the girders are. So even though we exceeded the impact tolerance of those, they didn't impact anything. So it is a little bit simplistic there. You would think that this fuel tank would be crushed by the forces because it landed too fast, but it doesn't go that way. Yeah, proper part deformation and structural failures would require way more simulation power. Decos Mari, I completely agree with you. It's a little bit of a simplistic description there. That was a good question, though. That was a good question, though. That was science. That's right. We could actually take off again and land it again. Just do little hops without a chute. Like, we could totally do that. Ugh. Let's get going, like, more. See what we can touch down as. Well, that was like 25. Oh! Ouch! Aha! That time it looks like this little decoupler hit. And the good news is the decoupler did exactly what it's supposed to do. It decoupled. There you go, reaction wheels. How do they work? Oh, actually, we could define that. Anyways, there's impact tolerance for you. We'll get back around. Revert the flight back to the vehicle. Whoop, take it back. Yeah, put the part with the highest impact tolerance towards the ground and cross your fingers. That's right, Shattermage. Just put the highest impact tolerance down and cross your fingers. Could you use these things as landing skids? You could, as long as you're going less than 80 meters per second, Trank. You could. So cool. Excellent. We need to see if we can go into space, and we've kind of like defined, like taking this stuff off, right? I'm like, make a buckyball of those things around or whatever. We could see if we can get this thing into space. I am, before I try to get this thing into space, going to stand up, go and take a little bit of a bio break. I've been alive for 3 hours already. Let me stand up, go to the restroom, get another drink and that sort of stuff. When we come back, we start to cover orbital trajectories. We try to make it so that people can get into space. We've got into space. We want to be able to stay into space. But let me stand up. I'm going to stretch my legs a little bit. Give me about 5 minutes here. 5 minutes here to stand up, go to the bathroom, and I will be right back. I do appreciate you guys watching Kerbal Bootcamp. I do appreciate you hanging out. I know we're going over the basic topics. We do that for a reason. We want new players to be able to learn this stuff and enjoy KSP. That is why, hopefully, going forward, once a month, we're going to be doing the boot camps for new players. So, let's keep on keeping on. I will be right back, y'all, after I take a little bit of a break. Give me about 5 minutes. Not later, nerds, but just be right back. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on here? Time out. We were on the break between the two different days of boot camp. And all of a sudden a host comes through. Burke Black, dude. Thank you for the host, man. I appreciate it. Wow. Yeah, sorry, y'all. I had just got up. We were live for 3 hours, and I just stood up to do a little bit of a bio break sort of thing and get me another drink and yada, yada, yada. And then Burke Black came through. It's the pirate crew, the Dread pirate crew is what you're looking for there. Where am I at? Hang on, time out. Welcome, y'all. Sorry about that. Yo, jeez. I feel like I need like a sword, like R and stuff. We're pirates, yes. I'm a pirate too. I'm totally a pirate. Yo, I do apologize, y'all. I'm doing Kerbal Bootcamp today, so if you're interested in learning Kerbal Space Program from scratch, Kerbal Space Program is like a little bit of a difficult game because it's based on real physics. So every now and then I'll come back through and I'll revert back to the basics of the game so that new players who think that they might be a little bit like too intimidated or something like that can get started. So I do appreciate y'all stopping by. I was on the break and I literally heard the and I was like, wait, who hosted me? And it was Burke Black all of a sudden. Dude, Burke, I appreciate the host, man. Thank you so much for that. Guys, if you're coming over from Burke's stream, welcome. I'm Das. I run the Kerbal Space Academy. We get people excited about space and physics and other things like that, and we also get to play video games. The trick being Kerbal Space Program is a game based on real physics and science, so the purpose of our boot camp here is to get all the way back to basics and talk about the very intro to the game, like how to control your rocket, what the different parts do. We're going to end up with a moon mission, so we're kind of step by step building our way up to an orbit right now. The next thing we're going to do is learn how to get into orbit efficiently. Based on the highlights I've seen, that might be something that Burke could watch himself. I don't know. Or maybe y'all could watch this and then help Burke next time he tries to slap 8 billion boosters on his rocket and it doesn't make orbit. We can get it to orbit with one booster, as it turns out. But no, seriously, Raging Irishman, I'm going to see how I feel on Planet Coaster. But I do appreciate the host, Mr. Burke Black. Thank you so much for stopping by, y'all. And welcome. We'll take Dr. Pepper. Hey, we've got Dr. Pepper. We've got tons and tons of Dr. Pepper around here. You know something? I had a Mr. Pibb the other day because Burke said that he liked Mr. Pibb. I went to Five Guys, and they just had Mr. Pibb, and I was like, you know something? Burke likes Mr. Pibb. I'm going to have a Mr. Pibb. We definitely like Dr. Pepper, though. Pibb is okay as well. It's acceptable. So, we were just getting into our craft. We have a super simple rocket here. We've talked about the interface. We've talked about where to get parts from and all the different types of parts. We've talked about the flight scene. We've covered some of the basic topics like getting into space and potential versus kinetic energy and the rocket engines we use and all that sort of stuff, right? We've talked about how we can separate the rockets. We talked about staging. We talked about parachutes and impact tolerance, trying to get people back home okay. We've talked about surviving by getting rid of extra parts of the rocket so we don't need, don't carry this engine and fuel tank back down with us. That's kind of where we are so far. Gurar, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub, man. I appreciate it. Yar, you're a pirate now. That's the Burke's Black thing. Is that noise? I hear it all the time because I lurk in Burke's stream all the time. But I do appreciate the sub with the old Twitch Prime there. Thank you, Gurar. Thank you very much. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to see if we can get this rocket into orbit. And we know already that this rocket did not have enough fuel. We've launched it a few times, and we've basically sent it straight up, and it's come straight back down again, right? And every time, whoa! Jusker 56, there's another Twitch Prime sub as well. We're going to give away a copy of KSP whenever we get to orbit for the first time. And we'll have to do an extra thing if that gets up to 5 on the sub counter, because we are on the road to 1,000, y'all. We are closing in on 1,000 subs, which is crazy. It's absolutely crazy, but I appreciate the 2 subs there. Seriously, CLP, Jusker, and Gurar, thanks for the subs. So, we know that this rocket does not have, y'all can spam, it's okay, go ahead. We know that the rocket does not have enough fuel. We went straight up, we came straight back down again, and we just barely made it. So let's go ahead and just put more fuel on this thing, right? Let's come over here. We're going to use that same T45 engine. It's good. Oh, wait. We already have the engine. We're going to use that same T45 engine, and I'm literally just going to double the amount of fuel that I've got, right? Mic check? Yeah, good. You can see this little fuel tank is about half the size of this fuel tank. You can actually right-click on it, and you can see that this liquid fuel tank holds 180 units of liquid fuel. This oxidizer, and 220 oxidizer, so liquid fuel and oxidizer to match, right? We look at this one. This one here holds 360. 180 times 2 is 360. So 2 of these tanks is about one of those tanks. So we've effectively doubled the amount of fuel that we have in the rocket, right? I mean, not effectively. We've literally doubled the amount of fuel we have in the rocket. So now that this rocket is a little bit bigger, it's got a little bit more fuel, let's see what we can do to fly it into space. Beacon, we're closing in on it. We're closing in on it. That's all I gotta say for now. We're closing in on it. First Twitch streamer to pronounce your name correctly. Cool, CLP Jusker. I appreciate you subbing to my channel, so I'm gonna try and read your name correctly instead of just being like, oh, blah, blah, blah. Seriously. Thank you. I appreciate that. We've doubled the amount of fuel in our rocket. Let's fly it and see if we can get into space. So this time, I'm gonna go straight up. And I'm gonna take a left at Albuquerque and see if we can't get into space that way. Because we've already tried to go straight up with less fuel. Now, I don't want to get it up to like 200K. Remember last time where we went, our trajectory looked a little bit like this? And it went kind of like up and then down again? We don't want to do that. This went way too high. It went all the way up to 100K. And we've talked about the fact that the carbon line is actually at 70K. The Kerman line, where space begins in Kerbal Space Program, is at 70K. So what I want to do is get up to like halfway... No, not halfway. I want to get up to about 75, 80K or something like that. And then when my trajectory looks like that, cut the engine. And just stop and just coast all the way up to the top of the trajectory there. So let's see if we can do that. Yeah, sorry, Carlo. I apologize that. So we're going to do our same thing. We're going to press the Z key to throttle up. We're going to click up there to lock the panel. We're going to engage the SAS. And we're going to say 3, 2, 1, space. And I'm going to go straight up. And this time, I am going to watch... my nose really itches, y'all. That's annoying. I am going to go straight up until my apoapsis gets to 75 or 80K. Now, normally I have to press M and come over to the map view, right? And you can see that apoapsis is increasing. I made it stick by right-clicking on the apoapsis tag. You see that? It's sticking because I right-click on the apoapsis tag. The good news is that Kerbal Engineer also will show me what my apoapsis without me being on the flight scene. It's actually over here. You see this apoapsis height? And I do need to clean that up a little bit. Right there. So we're going to take that all the way up. 75. 77's fine. And now we're just going to coast. Unlike Star Wars, unlike every sci-fi you've ever seen, we are going to shut our engine off and we're going to coast for some amount of time. I'm actually going to coast until I get out of space. So let me come over here and go to Kerr. And I want to actually fix this up right quick. Let me put up my vessel information. And I need to fix this right quick. I need to hit edit and come down to miscellaneous. I'm going to make this bigger so y'all can see it. GUI size adjuster. Bigger, 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 like that. So now y'all can see it. Then I can actually uninstall that GUI size adjuster, the GUI size adjuster from there. Close the editor. I'm still coasting up to my Apple. Remember, I cut the engine. I'm saving the rest of my potential energy to see if I can't go into orbit at some point. And I'm just coasting right now. So now I've got this. It's not exactly centered, so I can go into my engineer tab and edit the HUD. That's going to let me drag this over this way. Unedit, edit this HUD, drag that over that way. That's going to make it look nice. Like that. And now I've got Flight Engineer is actually a window size with a font size that y'all can read. So that's good. You can see we're still coasting up. You can see what our apoapsis is. You can see our current altitude. You can see our orbital velocity is decreasing as we pump that energy into potential energy in terms of altitude above the planet. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go up here, and I want to try and stay in space, right? If I want to be in orbit, I don't just go up into space and magically float there. I want to actually get up here and try to go sideways. When you're in orbit, what you're actually doing is you're constantly falling at the planet. You can't escape gravity. There's not going to be any gravity, like magical gravity stops working sort of thing. It doesn't stop when you go into space. What you need to be doing is falling towards the planet and missing constantly. And that's what we do with this. I am going to try and go around the planet now. Now that I'm up into space, see I'm up above 70K, right? I'm going to see if I can't get going so fast that I'm going to go around the planet. So I just went up, turned to the side, and look at this. I'm using that potential energy. I'm speeding up. I'm increasing my orbital velocity. I'm actually accelerating the rocket this way around the planet. Ridiculously fast. I'm accelerating, accelerating. The trick here, what I want to do is I want to get going so fast that as gravity pulls me back down towards the planet actually curves away from me. And the rate that the planet curves away from me is the same as the rate that I fall towards the planet, the same as the rate that gravity pulls me towards the planet. That is the basics of being in an orbit. You can see that I didn't really make it this time, right? I didn't get going quite fast enough. In order to fall and miss the planet, I need to go even faster. So once I get up here, I want to be like that. Going so fast that as gravity pulls me down, the planet curves away. And gravity pulls me down and the planet curves away. And gravity pulls me down and the planet curves away. And the gravity pulls me down. And that is how I stay in orbit. I want to go so fast that I don't ever fall and hit the planet. I want that planet to curve away from me. And we can do that. If we go even faster, we can go away from the planet faster than gravity pulls towards us, right? So gravity could pull us towards the planet and we go away. Gravity pulls us towards the planet, but we're going so fast, we outrun the curvature. And right now, like I've got right now I've actually got it set up. I may be in atmosphere now. Yeah, I am. Right now I've got it set up where I'm going not fast enough, I'm going slow, and so gravity is pulling me towards the planet more than the planet is curving away from me. That's all the basics. It's like space drifting. Yeah, it's like space drifting. We better go over here and make sure that the Kerbal's not going to die, or else I'm going to end up like Burke. I mean, wait, what? Let's go ahead and separate our pods out. Let's see if we can't get a little shock heating. Fantastic. There is our shock heating. We just have the pod. Again, we've explained the stack separators, the way that we can use the explosive bolts to separate the pod in half. And now, let's talk about shock heating. You see the flames are on the rocket, right? This isn't a rocket, it's just a pod anymore. You see all those flames? I'm going to freeze frame it right quick so I can explain what's going on. It's not flying, it's falling with style. Nice. Right here, we've got what's called shock heating. You see the flames around the rocket. It's actually plasma that you see. This is coming from a fight between my kinetic energy, the inertia, the momentum of my rocket in the atmosphere. As it turns out, atmospheric particles don't like occupying the same space as my rocket. As my little pod here goes crashing through the atmosphere, it's shoving the atmosphere out of its way. It's like, hey, I'm a pod, get out of my way, derp derp sort of deal, right? And it goes into the atmosphere. As it travels through the atmosphere, it has to shove the air particles out of the way. The trick is, it shoves the air particles so fast that they don't have time to get out of the way, and therefore it compresses them. It creates actually this like kind of shock wave at the front of the pod, because it's like, derp, 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 I'm a pod, derp, 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 pushing the air out of the way, shoving it to the side, so there's an area of high pressure on both sides of the pod where we have shoved these air particles together. If you've ever played around with one of those keyboard things, right? You know, you clean your keyboard with the can of air stuff, and you're like, pshh, and it gets cold. When you rapidly decompress something, like a gas like that, when you rapidly decompress that gas, it gets cold. Conversely, when you rapidly compress the gas, it gets hot. The other way around, if you've ever played with an air compressor to air up your tire, to air up a basketball or something like that, when you rapidly compress a gas like that, it's going to increase its temperature. Just the opposite of the can where you're rapidly depressurizing it. So that's what's happening here. As we shove these air particles out of the way and we compress them because they can't get out of the way fast enough, we're going 1.2 kilometers per second. Imagine how fast that is. We're shoving these things out of the way so fast that we're pressurizing them, we're compressing them. That's causing them to heat up, and that's causing us to have the flames around the pod. Basically, it's like cutting a line. The air gets so mad it turns red. Sure. You have a question, Das. Why doesn't the Earth flood of overheat? Normally, Mr. Numbers, there's nothing shoving the air out of the way. Normally, the air is just like like hanging out, like up in the atmosphere. There's not a pod going through it at 1.2 kilometers per second, shoving it out of the way. So that's kind of the deal with where the shock heating comes from. It's called shock heating because we are shocking the air. We're pressing our way through it so quickly that we're compressing it. That makes it heats up. That makes flames come around inside the rocket. New in 1.2, there's actually an option in the game. If you go over to since I'm on the settings menu, if you go over to the settings menu and you go to the difficulty options and you go over to advanced, plasma blackout, right? The flames that you see are plasma. If you turn on the ComNet, the advanced option for the ComNet that is plasma blackout, you can actually make it so that if the shock heating, if the flames get too bad, you'll lose communications with the pod. That happens in real life. When Soyuz comes back down, there is a period where we cannot maintain radio contact with the people inside the Soyuz pod because the plasma heating actually obscures the radio signals from getting through. They can't get through the plasma. Same thing with the shuttle. When the shuttle used to fly, there was plasma blackout for the shuttle, where there were times when it would actually decrease our ability to communicate with the shuttle as it came back down. For my 1.2, I'm not running plasma blackout. I just wanted to point that out right quick. We will cancel that. We will close that. That is where that comes from. Now, while we're burning this up, we're also getting heat. You can see the bottom of that pod looks pretty hot. We don't have to worry about it right now because we're not going to get hot enough to actually cause damage to the pod, but it is possible to get going so quickly that we build up so much heat from that shock heating that it can destroy the pod. We'll talk about that later when we're coming back from the moon. 1.2 is out. Yeah, 1.2 is officially out. It is. It is. We can re-enter Earth's atmosphere without causing frictions. Pestles, you won't be able to go through the atmosphere without causing friction. When you walk around your house, you're causing friction. You're actually heating up air particles a teeny tiny infinitesimal amount as you shove them out of the way. It's just you're not doing it fast enough to set yourself on fire when you walk to the fridge to get a Dr. Pepper. Luckily, that would be really bad if I set on fire every time I went to the fridge to get a Dr. Pepper. Planes are the same sort of thing. Like, planes are causing friction. Planes are getting a little bit of heating going on because they're shoving out of the atmosphere. They're shoving the atmosphere out of the way. They just don't go 1.2 kilometers a second, or my flight to TwitchCon would be a lot shorter, right? So anytime you're like moving around, yeah, hence why the flash is shown in flames. There you go. Hence why the flash is shown in flames. Technically, no matter what you do, you're going to still cause friction. You're going to get a little bit of heat. Now, the real question is, how much heat do you do? And the slower you enter, the more time you spend in the thin atmosphere where there's not a lot of atmosphere to shove out of the way, the less heat you'll get from it. So if you're exploding due to re-entry heating, what you want to do is slow down a little bit so that that heating doesn't get so intense. Your speed is not as high, therefore your kinetic energy is not as high, therefore you're not tossing the air particles out of the way as quickly, sort of deal. It's compression heating, not friction. Right, we're aware, Inglosius. That's the difference between the shock heating, the compression heating we've been talking about this entire time, and the friction. Right? What did I miss there? Did I just miss something? Oh, because of the question, because the person said friction in their question. I mean, there is some heat that comes from the friction as well, but most of it from a re-entering pod is from compression heating, so the shock heating. I see what you're saying. You're trying to be technically correct. What is air flowing over us cool us down when we're hotter than the air around us, but not in large scale? Ryanar, it's a matter of scale. Like, at a certain amount of speed of the air flowing over you, the air is removing the temperature from you, right? Because of convection and evaporation of sweat and that sort of stuff. And if you get going fast enough, the fact that you're compressing the air, the friction from the air, the compression from the air, heats you up so much that it overcomes any sort of convection things. No, Inglosius, it's because I said friction because the question was about friction, and you're right. I did the explanation in terms of compression shock heating, and then the person asked about friction, but you're right. Hybronics, I think I want to do some Planet Coaster. Yeah, I can't not do Planet Coaster. But this thing should land just fine. It's going to land in the ocean. The problem is that we didn't get space. So you want your Apple to initially reach 70, then do a turn to increase the orbit. Hindo, not exactly. The thing that I just did where I went up and then I took a left at Albuquerque and tried to go into orbit, that's a super inefficient way to do it. I don't actually want to do it that way. So what I'm going to do is revert the flight back to the vehicle assembly. And we're going to fly this exact same rocket a little bit different way. That's weird. Okay, I won't worry about it. So we're going to fly the same rocket. I'm actually going to start doing this. Let's take the Kerbal out of the pod and get some viewers out of chat, right? We'll launch the exact same rocket with a viewer in it. And we're going to fly a little bit different trajectory this time, okay? We're going to fly a little bit different... Oh my goodness, what? Well, that's a bug. Let's revert the flight back over here. And let's go into structural. Let's grab a launch clamp. Let's put a launch clamp on our rocket. Hold down shift and click, you can move the entire rocket around, right? And see if that's going to fix things. Alright, now we should not be touching the ground when we go. The staging on that, right? The staging on that, I have the launch clamp separating at the same time the engine turns on. So we turn the engine on and we release it from the ground and the rocket should go up. And make sure we didn't get any Kerbal sneaking their way in. We didn't. Good. Alright, particularly with that rocket design, it keeps jumping. Yeah, that's problematic. Launch it anyway, it's fine. Gravity turned too rapid. What? Alright, so let's get it over here. Let's go ahead and do the thing with the stuff. We are going to choose a viewer, Kerbal. Review to queue. Right, come on. Come on. Draft any viewer. Bink! Zarzi Kerman. Our viewer is Zarzi Kerman. We will put Zarzi Kerman into the pod right there. We will throttle up. We will panel lock. We will SAS engage. And we will launch Zarzi Kerman. And this time, instead of going straight up, I'm going to try to turn a little bit. What happens here? We have all this energy and we use it to go straight up, right? And then we coast. But we coast straight up. And every second that we're coasting straight up, gravity's like, get over here, and like pulls us back down to the planet, right? What I want to do, I don't ever want to be coasting straight up like that, giving gravity all this opportunity to pull me back down towards the planet. What I want to do, I actually want to take off at an angle. I want to lift off and then slowly pitch over at an angle, right? Because I don't want to ever be traveling straight up like that. That will allow gravity time to pull me back down. Now, gravity's still going to be trying to pull me back down, but it's not going to be removing all of my speed. Let's talk more about that. Throttle up, panel lock, SAS is engaged. We're going to say 3, 2, 1, space. And this time, instead of going straight up, I'm going to tilt to the side a little bit. Like this. And I just want to keep on tilting. Now, what I'm doing, not all of my energy is going into altitude now. Stop, freeze frame. Right now, some part of my energy is going into altitude. We're putting a force in this direction, but there are two components. There is a downwards force, and there is a sidewards force, because I've turned a little bit. So the energy that's using to going into altitude, gravity's going to fight against that, and gravity's going to be like, hey, I'm going to pull you back down. Gravity can't really get its slippery paws on the sideways momentum, though. So the more energy I put into my sidewards motion here, so that I can start going around the planet, I can fall towards the planet and miss, the more energy I put into that, that is energy that while I'm coasting, gravity can't really get a hold of as well, right? Gravity can't get a hold of that as well. So instead of just putting all of my energy straight up, like this, in a situation where gravity, we had all the energy going that way, and gravity was going to be pulling that back down the entire way, right? We're trying to go this way, and gravity's pulling us down. I am now taking some of this fuel and putting it somewhere where gravity has trouble getting hold of it, right? I'm going to put a little bit of that energy sideways, because we're going like that. This is still going to get pulled down by G. Gravity can't get that sideways energy nearly as much. So let's keep on keeping on here. And I want more and more of my energy to be sideways. Now, I'm not going to go into the exaggeration things. I'm not really going to exaggerate this too much. Clearly, you have to like walk the line here. You want to walk the line between going perfectly sideways at the launch pad, which means you'll fly through the atmosphere, and going up. I have to have a balance here. I want to make it so that I get out of the atmosphere. Remember the atmospheric gauge? Do you see how that's getting thinner and thinner? Look at this. I'm still going sideways. I got shock heating again here. The compression heating up that air. And I want that atmosphere to get thinner and thinner before I go sideways too much. If I end up too much... Whoa, we're actually overheating the pod. We're going so fast. All right, looks like I'm out of fuel. Yes, I'm out of fuel now. Now I'm coasting. And look at this. This is maybe the same or a much bigger... It's a slightly bigger arc, maybe. Than we had last time. Look at my orbital velocity. I only got it up to like, what, 1300, something like that before. Now it's 1900. My altitude's taken me all the way up to 158. So what this tells me, I didn't tilt over enough. I didn't want to get the altitude all the way up to 158. I need to put even more energy into that missing the planet, going around the planet, so I need to fly another different trajectory. Again and again and again. Let's go back and fly it again, and we'll lean over even more, put even more of our energy into going around the planet and even less of our energy into going up, and see if we can get a little bit better. I'm actually just going to revert the flight here in the interest of time, right? So revert the flight back to the launch. That is going to give us the opportunity to recruit another Kerbal. Does it say what the hotkey is? I don't see a hotkey. Quick draft hotkey. But it doesn't actually say what the hotkey is. I don't know what the quick draft hotkey is. Quick draft. Alt insert. It says at the top. Okay. Alt insert. Cool. So let's take that out. Let's go over here. And let's say Alt insert. There you go. Beep. The Mustachio Kerman. Get in the pod. Let's go a little bit more to the side. So throttle up. Panel lock. SAS engage. And we're going to say 3, 2, 1. Space. Going up again. Let's start tilting over. Now, I'm taking off the pad ridiculously fast. It makes it kind of hard for me to turn here. Like, I get going so fast in the atmosphere. Remember, speed versus the density of the atmosphere causes the heating? I get going so fast, it's kind of hard for me to turn fast enough. Look at this. We've already got, like, these sonic boom effects. We're about to break the sound barrier. About 350 meters per second is Mach 1. And I'm turning as fast as I can, but wait. No. Yeah. Can I fix it? Time out. Can I? There, wait! Flipper style, okay. Clearly that was not particularly effective. My rocket flipped over. What I was trying to do, I was trying to... There it goes again. It flipped over again. Maybe on purpose. Because our next topic is going to be talking about how we keep rockets from flipping over. You're like, Das, all right, man, you told me that you wanted me to tilt over into the atmosphere so that we didn't waste, we tried to store that energy away in a place that gravity couldn't really get it. But I tried that and I flipped over. What's the deal, dude? Like, it's super hard to actually turn. We could actually get rid of that. We're going to slow down like crazy. Yada, 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 right? We have just suffered an aerodynamic instability that caused us to flip the rocket. And what does that mean? This is probably one of the toughest things that new players get, and it's probably one of the most misunderstood things that players get. The players don't get, maybe, I guess. That happens to players might be the right way to say it, right? Our rocket was not aerodynamically stable, and we need to figure out how to fix that. So let's go back and talk about why that rocket just flipped out. Let's revert it to launch. I'm going to flip it again. I want it to flip again so we can talk about what's going on. We need to get a viewer. Alt insert. Survey says Errol 01 is going to be the pod. Throttle up. Z key. Panel lock. Click. SAS engage. T key. 3, 2, 1. Space. There we go. And let us start our turn. And then freeze. Like that. What's happening with this rocket right now? There's air. We're going through the air. Fluid flow dynamics in the house, right? We have a bunch of air around the rocket right now. Otherwise, we wouldn't have anything to breathe, right? We couldn't fly paper airplanes. What? Did you just play that song? There. We've got all of this air going around the rocket. And right now, the air is coming at the rocket like this. Right? And when it hits the rocket, it hits this little nose cone and kind of goes around. Right? And then this air keeps going straight because it's not hitting the rocket. That's good. Right now, that rocket is nice and aerodynamic. It's not flipping out. When does the problem happen? When I get that rocket to tilt. Like this. When I tilt it too much, freeze, what starts to happen is I start to travel through the air like this. There's a lot more air hitting the rocket now. The air on the top of the rocket is going to hit it and go this way. This air is going to hit it and go this way. This air is going to hit it and go this way. So whenever the airflow is not lined up with the rocket, we start to get aerodynamic forces acting on us like this. And whether or not we flip, all comes down to the balance of these forces. Imagine like the center of mass of the rocket, right? Where, if you balance this rocket, where would it balance at? And let's just pretend that it's like right here. Right? That's the center of mass of the rocket. The center of mass is your pin, is like you balance your pin on your finger, and you try to find the point where you can balance it. This pin is not... There you go. There's the center of mass of the pin because I've balanced it. So I know the center of mass of the pin is right about there. It's a little bit heavier on this end, a little bit lighter on this end, right? So the pin has a center of mass where it's balanced. Now the problem is, if I come over here and I balance this, but then I apply extra force on one side, the pin's actually going to fall over. If the forces that the air are applying to the rocket are balanced such that the back and front are different, it can cause the rocket to flip. Let's go through a more extreme example here, right? Let's go through a more extreme example. Keep it flying. I'm going to keep it on going like this. Then we're going to get it to flip out here in a second, right? I'm currently going through the airflow. Look at the nav ball. The little green circle is the direction I'm traveling. The little wingly-dingy thingy is the direction I'm pointing. Right now, the direction I'm traveling and the direction I'm pointing are pretty much the same. You see that? That means that the airflow right now is going like this. If I turn on my drawing tablet, I am actually going the same way that I'm traveling. I'm pointing the same way that I'm traveling. However, if I come over here and I tilt too far out of that, like that, you can even see the lines. Do you see the lines? Now look, the direction I'm traveling is way over here, and the direction I'm pointing is way over here. The airflow is actually coming by the rocket like this. Because I've tilted too much. You see these lines? That's the way the air is going past the rocket, right? And what has happened, if the center of mass of the rocket is like here, we've got air hitting up here and exerting a force. And we've got air hitting up here and exerting force. We've got air hitting there and exerting force. Hitting here, hitting here, hitting here. That's kind of missing, I guess. Whatever. That one's not hitting. And the trick is, my center of mass is not exactly in the rocket. I know that that engine in the back weighs about 1.5 tons. I know that the pod in the front only weighs 0.88 tons. So our center of mass, like the balance point, just like my pen, right? Look at this. Just like the pen is a little bit heavier on one side and a little bit thinner and lighter on the other side. Just like that, my rocket here is a little bit heavier in the back and a little bit lighter in the front. That means that the center of mass, I'm going to exaggerate a little bit here. The center of mass is back here. So look at where the force is being exerted. I've got 1 force, 2 force, 3 forces up there to use generic force units. And over here, 1 force, 2 forces. So the force acting on the front of the rocket is 3. The force acting in front of the center of mass is 3. The force acting behind the center of mass is 2. And therefore, it's flipping that rocket over. Just like my pin fell off my finger, when the forces become unbalanced and we're getting more aerodynamic force in front of the center of mass than we are behind the center of mass, the rocket's going to flip out like that. We can try to fight it. There are things that we can try to do to stop that. One great example, fins. Imagine in this example that we had added fins to the back of our rocket, like this, sticking off the side, right? There are fins sticking off. I'm trying to draw them. It's hard because of all the different things. But just imagine that we had fins in the back. That's a terrible, terrible fin. Right? Man! Gosh, my fin game is off today. There. Fins on the rocket. Now, how much force do we have hitting the back? We've actually got 2 fins that airflow is going to be hitting. So the same amount of air is there, but we've got these 2 aerodynamic surfaces that air is hitting flat on the side of. What does that do? That means that there's more force in the back of the rocket. So even though I've got 3 force up here, because I've got 2 fins on the side that are also getting hit by the airflow, I've now got, making up numbers, 4 force in the back. That means that the rocket's going to want to rotate this way. The 4 force wins the seesaw, right? And it's going to keep that engine pointing backwards and the nose pointing forwards. So when we put fins on the back of the rocket, we're basically putting sails out to catch some of that atmosphere that's going by and use that to keep the rocket going straight. That's cool. We could also do some engine gimbals. So on the rocket, this T-45 engine, it has the ability to turn itself. It turns its nozzle a little bit, right? In doing that, it can actually exert the force against the rocket a little bit differently. We can try to use the gimbal and the pointing of that engine in different directions to change where we're putting our exhaust. And we can try to use that to also put a little bit more force on the back of the rocket. So if I turned that gimbal up like this, I would get the force from the arrow, and I would get a little bit of extra force from the gimbal pushing me in that direction, right? We point the engine that way, we get a little bit of forward, we get a little bit of that word. And so therefore we get a little bit of energy kind of pushing us in this direction, I guess, right? I'm doing that the wrong way because it's equal in backwards or whatever, right? So my engine gimbal can help me try to keep the rocket straight. I can also, instead of engine gimbal, I can use the reaction wheels in the pod. They're pretty weak compared to the aerodynamic forces here. The reaction wheels in the pod aren't going to help me enough to help me recover here. They'll help a little bit. And in real spaceflight, we don't use reaction wheels to keep a rocket stable. That's why I always throw a little bit of shade on people whose designs are only controllable because they clip lots of reaction wheels in. It's like, hey, congratulations, you've just like faked it so that it looks cool. Like, hey, don't get me wrong, I do it sometimes too. But from an aerodynamic standpoint, from a realistic standpoint, the shuttle did not stay stable on reentry because of its reaction wheels. That's not how the shuttle flew. So, anyways, what else can we do to make sure that we never get this rocket to flip out? The best thing that we can do is never get in this situation where we're going sideways on the airflow. I need to fly the rocket in a very specific way so that we never end up in this situation. And this is where we talk about the circle of protection, right? Remember what I was talking about? The little green circle is where I'm going. The little triangular wingy thingy there is the direction that I'm pointing. If we revert this flight back to launch, we put it on the pad, we throttle it up. Come on. Oh yeah, we gotta recruit a Kerbal first. Recruit a Kerbal, it's going to be Lucid Dan. There you go, Lucid Dan. We throttle it up, we lock the panel, we engage the SAS, and we say 3, 2, 1, space. I want to make sure that I never leave that little green circle of protection. By making sure that I'm always pointing basically the way that the rocket is flying, I make sure I never get into a situation where that airflow is hitting the side of the rocket. And that's the way that I want you to fly your rockets. I want you to learn to stay inside this little green circle of protection. This is a super extreme case. I'm going ridiculously fast. This engine's way too powerful for this rocket. As long as I keep it so that I'm just in that circle of protection, don't leave it, I can actually fly this trajectory and never have the rocket flip out. Watch, it's going to flip out because I'm running my big mouth. Just stay right there on the edge. Don't get too far away. Now, the higher you get, the more you can push the limits. The thinner the atmosphere gets, the more you can kind of push the limits, right? But I want to keep pulling that over without ever really leaving the circle of protection. And I can fly the exact same rocket design. Uh-oh, look at that. Oh, the reaction wheel saved me. Good. I can fly the exact same rocket design without flipping out. Simply because I understand the forces that are at play. I understand I want to never get into that situation where I have that center of mass that's further back and we're pushing the forces, the aerodynamic forces are hitting the side of the rocket. If I can make sure that I fly the rocket correctly, I can keep it from flipping out. I didn't have to add fins to it. I didn't have to spam reaction wheels. This is a little bit of a trainer case, right? Because that T-45 engine makes it easy because I get to use the engine's gimbal some. But that right there is what you should do. Make a little rocket like this. Practice turning into that trajectory. Practice watching that nav ball. Practice keeping in the circle of protection without spamming fins, without spamming reaction wheels, without putting RCS on the rocket, without doing any of those things. You can still keep it stable. That doesn't mean that sometimes we get to launch really shenanigany, unbalanced things like the entire ISS at once, and then we spam space shuttle tails on the bottom of it as fins to help it keep balanced, right? You can certainly do big shenanigany things like that. It's certainly a lot of fun. I'm not going to default. I'm not going to fault you for that. If you want to make works of art that go into space, big, pretty craft like interplanetary cruisers, and in order to get those things to work, you have to put some extra reaction wheels on. You have to put some fins on when they take off. That is cool. That is absolutely cool with me. It's absolutely fine. The trick is that if you go like this, you're going to be better off. You're going to end up more capable in terms of getting things into orbit if you practice and learn what's going on here. Instead of just spamming fins on it, you're kind of hurting yourself. If you simply can't get the rocket done without fins, by all means, you can put some fins on the back. It will help you. But if you learn it this way, you will be a better KSP player. You will be a better KSP player. Learning to fly the rockets this way, the aerodynamic rockets design, that's not to say that you can't use fins if you make, like, launch an entire station at once, exactly, or have some crazy thing that doesn't fit interfering, or launching, like, the USS Iowa into space or whatever. That's not to say, but when you're starting out, if you practice this instead of leaning on crutches like fins and that sort of thing, spammed reaction wheels, etc., you will be better at getting things into orbit. You will. You will. Just trust me on that one. Now, the trick is, I tried to stay inside the circle of protection the entire time, right? And that means that I couldn't lean over fast enough. I wasn't able to actually influence my trajectory because I was accelerating so quickly that I couldn't stay in the circle of protection and lean over at the rate that I needed to. This is where one of our first big numbers come into the game. I need to accelerate less. I need a less powerful rocket engine on this, or I need to throttle this engine down. I need to make it so that when I'm flying, I don't have this insane drag racer engine on the back, like making me go in a straight line when I'm trying to turn. What we're going to do now is try to talk this. Tadford. So people are going to keep arguing for fins over here. I will guarantee you that you will be better if you don't use the fins. Their mass, their drag, your launches are less efficient. With the crutches of the fins, every time that fin helps keep you straight, you lose energy. Because it's the drag of the air hitting the fins that makes you stay straight. Real rockets don't have fins, Chad. Atlas doesn't have fins. Falcon doesn't have fins. Real rockets don't have fins. Don't put them on your KSP rockets unless you're launching in something completely shenanigan-y. You will be better off. You will be better off. You will be better off. Following the circle is always a great profile. Tadford says following the circle isn't always a great profile. Following the circle is pretty much always a great profile. It's the most efficient, the best way to get to space if your rocket is designed for it. Falcon technically has fins. Falcon doesn't have fins. Falcon doesn't have fins. Falcon has a center of pressure pushed towards the back by the landing legs. It does not have fins. It does not have fins. Some of the early rockets had fins, correct. Some of the early rockets had fins. The V2 had fins. Saturn had fins. Grid fins was fins. Grid fins, that's not why we're launching. That's why we're landing. That's a whole different bad. That's a whole different thing. So anyways, y'all, I'm going to stay on it. I'm going to stay on you on this one. You can add fins if you're launching a shenanigan design. Sometimes they get something brute force into orbit. I will put fins on it. But modern day rockets, modern day avionics, we don't use fins. We can design. Hey. Whoa, dude, Chunky Chicken. What is the deal? Chunky Chicken, first, I love you. Second, your tip link is small and hard to find. You should make it bigger with some sweet art that's super spacey rocket pictures for a link button. If we ever fight the machines, oh my god, character limit. Dude, Chunky Chicken, thanks for the $50, man. I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Y'all just spam some golden Kerbals into chat for Chunky Chicken over there, man. Thank you, Chunky Chicken. I'm not even playing FTL. I appreciate you, dude. Seriously. Seriously. Thank you, Chunky Chicken. I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $50, man. I do need to... Are you in dark mode? You're not in dark mode, are you? I need to fix that. I do need to fix that. There's a huge image that has a huge thing there, but it's just not fixed for not dark mode. Thank you for the $50, Chunky. Guys, this is my job. It's what I do for a living, and support from awesome people like Chunky Chicken is the reason that I can keep doing this every day. Like, I would hate to go to work and not get a paycheck, right? Saturn V had fins for stability reasons in the 60s. Congratulations. You want to live in the 60s? Thank you, Chunky Chicken. I appreciate it, man. I do appreciate it. And plus, the fins on the Saturn were super teeny tiny. Hey, check it out. There's little teeny tiny fins on the Soyuz, but it doesn't get most of its stability from the fins. It's itty bitty little teeny tiny fins. These fins are exaggerated. Who can tell me why the Soyuz doesn't need fins? Remember? We want drag at the back of the rocket. If I didn't, these are exaggerated fins from when we first made it in KSP like a year and a half ago. This is my 3D print. Who can tell me why this has more drag at the back than at the front? If it's flying through the air sideways, why is it going to want to stay straight? It's not the fins. Because the Soyuz is awesome. Because the Soyuz is an awesome rocket. It's the bell shape. You see how the actual Soyuz in real life kind of widens out at the bottom? When you're going through the airflow like this, look at the back of it. You can actually see the parts sticking off in the back. The air is going to hit those as well. And when the air hits the back, when it hits the boosters at the back that are flared out to the side, it's going to cause a bunch of drag at the back of the rocket. So even though it doesn't need the fins, it still stays very aerodynamically stable. Soyuz is an awesome rocket. I mean, Soyuz is a workhorse. It is a workhorse. Sticking out to the side like that. It's the center of pressure. Mutter's got it right there. The term for that is center of pressure, right? We are using that big bell at the back of the Soyuz, right? Like this. And we are using that not as fins, but just the fact that those boosters that also hold fuel stick out to the side. When the airflow hits here, we're going to get some forces as it has to turn and go around the back of the Soyuz. And that helps the Soyuz go straight. The Soyuz is a wonderful, wonderful design. The Soyuz isn't playing around, y'all. Think what you might. The Soyuz is a nice rocket. It's a fantastic rocket. Whoa, what just happened? Who just went offline? Somebody just went offline, it looks like. I don't know what the deal is, but somebody just went offline. All right, so we've got all this stuff going on. We've talked about the center. We've talked about the stability. Mutter used the correct term. The center of pressure is what we really talk about when we talk about the rocket's aerodynamic stability. We always want that center of pressure to be behind the center of mass. Even when the center of mass is here, we want the center of pressure to either be balanced, so we can have a center of pressure up here that's in line, or we want the center of pressure to be behind the rocket if we have it in a kind of like sideways situation. You're right, Mutter. You got it. It looks awesome. Physics will agree and help you out. If it looks awesome, physics will agree and help you out. EJ ended early. Okay, that was EJ going offline. I see all the auto hosts come on all of a sudden. I'm like, what just happened? Like, tons of auto hosts just happened. So anyways, all right, let's see. All right, good. Let's go ahead and revert this back. And we were talking about the fact that this rocket engine was so powerful that I couldn't turn it fast enough. All I need to do to fix that is use lower throttle. This is a number that we come up with, right? It's called thrust to weight ratio. It's actually on my little shield logo, right? It's DV F5 TWR. The TWR on my shield logo stands for thrust to weight ratio. And the thrust to weight ratio of the rocket is basically the power of the engine trying to push the rocket against gravity. That's the thrust to weight, right? You know, weight is the force of gravity pulling a mass down. Right, so you've got the mass and you've got the gravitational constant pulling it down. The distance is away from the body as well, but weight is gravity acting on a mass, right? Thrust is the energy that we get out the bottom of the rocket. So that's our thrust. So our thrust to weight ratio is the ratio of the thrust, the power that we get out of the rocket engine, over the mass times the gravity. It's the weight of the rocket. It's not thrust to mass, it's thrust to weight because gravity. We're trying to hover. We talk about thrust to weight because we want to know if our rocket engine is going to be powerful enough to lift us up off the ground. If our thrust is too low, we will not be able to lift the rocket off the ground. Let's go out and play with this on the pad instead of just looking at numbers and equations, right? We'll put this outside, launch it anyways. We'll put a Kerbal in it. Sort of deal. We will come over here. We will do Alt Insert, I think. It's Alt Insert, right? To get a Kerbal. That is Boomer Ties. There's Boomer Ties in there, right? We will go ahead and not turn on the rocket engine and drop the rocket on the pad. Okay, cool. We have not turned on the rocket engine, and the rocket is sitting here. Let's light the rocket engine with 0 throttle. Whoa, that's not 0 throttle. Oh, no. Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. I'm fine. How are you? Okay, oops! That wasn't zero throttle. Let's give it a little teeny tiny bit of throttle. We're not going anywhere. We're using Delta V. The engine's going, but we're not actually getting picked up. Let's give it a little bit more throttle. I'm still not going anywhere. Let's give it more throttle. 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 Even though the engine is burning, right now the thrust that the engine is outputting is so low that my thrust to weight is lower than 1.0, right? The ratio of the thrust divided by the weight of the rocket is so low that I can't go up right now. Now, whoa, 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 whoa! Too soon, too soon. The planet's rotating out from under me. Trouble. You can see we're starting to hover here. What is happening with my thrust to weight? I'm not throttling the rocket up, but I'm taking off. The thrust is not changing. The weight of the rocket is changing because the mass is being blown up and thrown out the back. So as we sat there on the pad and I throttled that engine up, I did it just enough that it was burning fuel. And as it burned fuel, it was blowing up the dead Kerbal stars, throwing them out the back, right? That right there eventually made me lose enough weight that even though I didn't throttle up, I took off. My thrust to weight ratio increased as I lost weight because I expended fuel. And as my thrust to weight ratio increased because the weight decreased, I eventually ended up taking off, which is cool. Now, the trick is, certainly I'm flying up, and I've got like this thrust to weight that's just a little bit greater than 1 now, right? I'm going up like super slow. Well, why wouldn't you just always take off this way? Look, man, look at how easy it is to fly the rocket this way. Dude, you're going so slow, it's like so easy. I'm also hovering, and I don't want to do that. Watch, if I bring the thrust to weight down to 1.0, I can actually hover and not end up going to space. I'm still going, right? 115. There we go. Now we've got lower than 1.0 thrust to weight. So if my thrust to weight is above 1 but too low, it means that I sit there and I hover against gravity. Imagine this. Imagine a rocket that has infinite fuel because the fuel tank isn't a tank, it's actually a portal to the fuel dimension, right? And it pulls infinite fuel out of the fuel dimension, but its thrust to weight is always 1. That rocket could empty the fuel dimension of all the fuel possible in the entire fuel dimension. It's a dimension of fuel. It's a lot of fuel. And it would never end up in space. Because with a thrust to weight of 1.0, we hover. We don't actually end up going anywhere. What I need to have is a thrust to weight that's greater than 1.0 so that we don't sit and hover. Because every second that I hover, I'm losing to gravity. I'm using the fuel not to end up in space, but to just counteract gravity. So we don't just want to take off from the pad. We want to take off fast enough that we end up getting in space without hovering for too long, right? Does that make sense? Does the fuel dimension make sense for everybody? I hope so. The fuel dimension makes sense. We do not want that thrust to weight to be too low. We don't want it to be under 1.0 because then we'll never take off. The fuel dimension is actually a Dr. Pepper dimension. Read Das Fuel. So I can have a thrust to weight that is too low. Now, the trick is, as I lower that thrust to weight, it's going to make it easier for me to control the rocket as it goes through that turn. Remember how the rocket was accelerating so fast and it was going so fast in the lower atmosphere? I couldn't like keep it inside the circle of protection but tilt it down at a high enough rate so that we went into a nice orbit. We always went way too high. What we can do is we can decrease the amount of thrust that we're using on the pad. And just out of sort of like from a guest test and can I pop the chute right now? From a guest test and revise sort of perspective, I can tell you that we try to design our rockets so that on the pad, it has about a 1.5 thrust to weight ratio. 2.5 makes it really hard to do a nice gravity turn while staying, or a nice turn, a nice pitch, while we stay inside the circle of protection so we don't flip out. 1.2 is too low. 1.2 means we lose too much fuel to hovering. We don't get out of the gravity, as we don't get out of the atmosphere fast enough, really. So we've just done from long guest test and revising. 1.5 is easy to remember because it's 1.5. It's easy to design a rocket that has a 1.5 thrust-to-weight ratio. It's not so high that it's difficult to turn. It's not so low that we lose a bunch of energy. I'm not going to tell you that it's perfect. The exact best thrust-to-weight for every rocket is going to be based solely on the rocket's design. Its aerodynamics, the lever arm you get between any control authority, engine gimbaling to the center of mass, where all the drag is on the rocket, how much the rocket weighs, how much force it's got. The exact perfect thrust-to-weight is going to vary from rocket to rocket. For most rockets that you will ever launch in KSP, 1.5 is about where you want to be. It's about where you want to be. 1.2 thrust-to-weight is greater than 1.0 thrust-to-weight. Wait, what? Wait, what? Just keep it at 1.5. I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to try and tell you that I've done math and said, this is the perfect thrust-to-weight. But 1.5 is close enough for everybody to be able to turn those rockets and get a nice pitch going without flipping out of control, while at the same time you don't hover on the pad. So 1.5. Let's go ahead and revert this flight back. Let's go to the vehicle assembly and we can set this up. Look, we can actually see if I turn on my Kerbal Engineer. This is where we start to really get into Kerbal Engineer. I'm going to turn on my Kerbal Engineer, and you can see that my thrust-to-weight on the pad, I need to be in atmosphere because there's atmosphere around the pad. My thrust-to-weight on the pad is 2.45. That's way too high. Welcome to Kerbal Engineer. I installed it at the beginning of the stream. Now I'm going to start using it and show you kind of some of the information about it. 2.45 thrust-to-weight is too much. I don't want 2.45. What I want to do, and I'm just going to do this for the purposes of demonstration, right? There are all sorts of different things we can do here. I can right-click on this rocket engine, and I can thrust limit it until we have about a 1.5 thrust-to-weight. See that? It's running at 61% thrust. Now, this is going to give this rocket a 1.5 thrust-to-weight, but it's not very efficient. What have I done? I'm carrying too much engine now. I only need 60% of the thrust from this engine to get a 1.5 thrust-to-weight on this thing, so there's extra engine that I've got to lug around with me. I don't usually want to do that, but for the purposes of talking about 1.5 thrust-to-weight, we're going to fly it this way, although normally I don't recommend thrust-limiting engines this way. I recommend, well, adding mass to the rocket, maybe, because you can always just get lower thrust-to-weight by adding weight, right? Let's go ahead and fly it this way with the 1.5 thrust-to-weight so we can see how it turns. We'll put it all on the pad. Yep, there's no Kerbals because we'll get somebody. It won't be controllable. It will. Kerbal Engineer has a beta build that works in 1.2 for certain things. For simple rockets like this, it's perfectly fine. There are some caveats and stuff like that. You know what I mean? We will go ahead and say Alt-Insert. That's going to get us a Kerbal. There you go. GS3. GS3 is going to be our Kerbal. I'm going to go full throttle because right now full throttle is actually 60% throttle, 61.5% throttle. So this should give us that nice 1.5 thrust-to-weight on the pad. Let's take this thing off. Again, we're focusing on flying the trajectory. We'll talk more about thrust-to-weight. We'll talk more about Kerbal Engineer as we come to it. But right now, we're launching this trajectory with a 1.5 thrust-to-weight. And we'll say 3, 2, 1, throttles up, panels lock, SAS is engaged, 3, 2, 1, space, and we'll fly a nice trajectory this time. Now, I don't want to start turning right away. I want to go straight up a little bit of time until I get going about 50 meters per second. That's good. And after I get going 50 meters per second, I want to slowly start to turn. And you'll see we're going to accelerate a lot slower now. And I can keep inside that circle of protection much more easily. The trick is I want to turn over at a very specific rate now. I don't want to like try and turn very quickly, but I also want to control my rate of turn. And I've just kind of broken it down into 3 different phases so that you can like fly these little trajectories. The first phase, I want to be about at a 45-degree pitch when I'm at 5K. So I've just passed 5,000 altitude, 5,000 meters of altitude. And I say 45 degrees. What does that mean? You've got the horizon over here. That's 0 degrees relative to the horizon because that's the horizon, right? And you've got 90 degrees. That's straight up, right? Relative to the horizon. 90 degrees relative to the horizon. 0 degrees relative to the horizon. So in the middle of the two, you've got 45 degrees relative to the horizon. Right? And so the first phase that I have people kind of memorize, this is how I fly every trajectory. I can put just about any rocket, unless it's a full-on shenanigan rocket, I can put just about any rocket that I want into orbit. If by the time my altitude is 5K, I'm at halfway, roughly, right? About halfway to a 45-degree pitch. That is at 5K. And you can look down on the nav ball. You know the little wingly dingy thingy on the nav ball that's got the little dot? If you put one side of the wingly dingly thingy at the top, the little white dot at the top of the nav ball, and the other side at the circle, you know, the circle that goes halfway down around the nav ball, if you get it about there at 5K, that's about right. It's close enough. It's good enough. Halfway to 45 at 5K. That's correct. Halfway to 45 at 5K. So check it out. We are at a halfway to 45 degree angle at 5K. The next checkpoint, it's about 10 to 15K. You want to be ending up at a 45 degree angle, somewhere between 10 and 15K. We say 12. It's fine. Really, anywhere between 10 and 15 will be okay. So the next thing, I'm going to stay inside the circle of projection down here. And I'm going to keep on tilting over until I get up to 10, 15, 12K, whatever. Close enough. And then I want to be here, about at that 45 degree angle. That means that the little dot in the middle of the wingly thingy is going to be right on that line right there. Do y'all see that? Right like that. So let's delete all this. Let's keep on flying. And I'm just going to stay inside the circle of protection, but keep tilting over, right? Keep tilting over. Watch that altimeter, because between 10 and 15K, I want to see if I can't be at that 45 degree angle. There's 9,000. I need to tilt. Don't go outside the circle of protection. You'll flip, right? There's 10K. I'm at a 45 degree angle now. 12K. That's just about right. 13K. Keep on tilting. 14K. 15K. Pause. There you go. We got 15K going. So that was the second phase. By the time we get to 10 to 15, 12 if you want to call it, be about at a 45 degree angle relative to the horizon. Are these perfect? Are these exactly where everything should be? No. These are not exactly where all of the different... It's not the perfect trajectory, right? It's going to vary based on the drag of the rocket. It's going to vary based on how quickly the mass of the fuel is used out the back of the rocket. So there's a curve of what that your thrust to weight follows as you go into orbit. It like maybe ramps up more quickly, or it ramps off more slowly. Maybe there's stages involved. All the different things. This is not going to be the perfect trajectory for every single rocket. It's probably not even the perfect trajectory for this rocket, but it's a trajectory that will consistently get you into orbit. It's a good balance between easy to remember, 5K, 10K, whatever, right? Halfway to 45 degrees. It's super easy to remember the trajectory. 1.5 on the pad, super easy to like design the rocket that way. And it's going to consistently get you into orbit. And if you're just getting started, you're not trying to min-max, that sort of thing, you really have to, you don't have to. You really want something that you can just design your different rockets and fly them over and over and over again and practice this trajectory. Don't worry about putting fins on it. You don't need it. Don't spam reaction wheels. You don't need them. Don't put RCS on it and put little things that are there to keep you. If you learn this and practice this, you're going to be better at launching rockets in KSP. You really are. You really are. So, let's keep flying it. The next phase of the trajectory, we're basically just going to keep on tilting over. I don't ever want to go flat. I still want to stay very close to my, I want to stay very close to the direction I'm going. But let's keep on flying it here. Keep on tilting it over, slowly but surely, and let's just burn the rest of the fuel. Now, I can honestly be watching my apoapsis. Because remember, 75, since I've got Kerbal Engineer installed, 75 is going to be about where we want to be. I'm getting a little bit far away from the circle of protection there. And if this gets up to 75, I'm going to go ahead and cut the engine. I don't think it's actually going to get to 75, or maybe I've flown it just right. 72, 73, 74, 75. Yeah, there you go. I got up to 82. So that right there was a very, very nice trajectory. It doesn't go up to 200. We're going to have a nice orbital velocity at the top of the trajectory. We're going 1700 right now. We just didn't have enough fuel to get going fast enough to miss when we fall back down. Is the problem. We didn't follow that. Can you repeat the altitude stuff again? Sure, absolutely. No, I will. I will. Inglosius, we're going to launch this again. Let's review. Now that I've run my mouth about it, right? Let's go back down, revert the flight to the launch, and let's talk about it again. I will go over it again. Ah, yes. Okay. Throttle up. Oh, yeah. Kerbal. Kerbal lock. There's Mustang Sally. We'll throttle up. We'll panel lock. We will engage the SAS. We've got, yeah, we're all throttled up. We've got our Kerbal on board. Let's fly it again. Fly it again. And we'll talk about what we want. Step 1. I'm going to have a 1.5 thrust to weight on the pad. So the first thing is I want a 1.5 thrust to weight ratio on the pad when I launch. That's how I've designed the rocket. And you can see right here, we haven't done it perfectly because we just thrust limited the engine, but for the purposes of example, we're doing it this way for now. 1.5 thrust to weight on the pad. Step 2, we want to go straight up until 50 meters per second. And that's just, we just made that up. We just made that up. QoS, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I do appreciate that. So I am just going to let this rocket fly straight up until it goes to 50 meters per second because I'm manually flying this, right? Step 3 is halfway to 45 degrees at 5K. Step 4 is 45 degrees at 5K. And then step 5 is cut engine. We can't even read that. Step 5 is do what I say next, right? Step 5 is do what I say next. Let's just go ahead and turn this off. I'll leave that on the screen. And we'll say the throttle's up, so we've got 1.5 thrust to weight ratio. Check. Panel lock, SAS is engaged. 3, 2, 1, space. So watch this, my surface velocity. I'm going to watch for this to get to 50. That right there is 50. Good. Now I'm going to start tilting over the entire time. Through all these steps, I want to stay in the circular protection. And I'm just tapping the D key to kind of lean over here. And by the time this number says 5K, I want to be halfway to a 45 degree. I know if this little end of the wing is touching the 90, you see a little 90 right there? If the little end of the wing is touching the 90, that's about halfway to a 45 degree pitch relative to the horizon. So there's 3K, 4K, there's 5K, so I'm halfway to that 45 degree angle now, right? See how that lines up? One end is on the top, the little white dot. The other end's over there. I need to turn over some more. I gotta keep turning. Don't ever stop turning. I'm just manually making this go. Now we can make a rocket that flies itself just by holding prograde, but we're not going to cover that in boot camp. Keep on turning. By the time I get to about 12, 12.5, we want to be at that 45 degree pitch. There's 12.5. There's the 45 degree pitch. Keep on turning. You really want the circle to be there by the time you get to 15K. And then from here on out, the next step, I'm just going to keep leaning over, watching my apoapsis, and try to make it so that if I see 75, 80K up there, I cut the engine. I just keep on turning over, pulling that trajectory over the entire time until I run out of fuel this time, probably, right? I'm trying to be a little bit more aggressive so we don't go up to 80. 70. Oh, no, I'm going to go way higher than 80 this time. I wasn't even more aggressive. There you go. Now we're out and we went to 92. So I didn't fly that one as well. I didn't fly that as well. Is that good? I meant 10 to 15. What did I say? What did I say? Wait, what did I say out loud? 10 to 15 and 12K is close enough. So I usually say 12K, so I have just a number to say, but 10 to 15 is about right, y'all. Yeah, 10 to 15 is about right. 10 to 15 is about right. That's a 5. Oh, I didn't write the 1 from 15. Yeah, I did. Sorry. Yeah, I didn't write it correctly. Yeah, I meant 10 to 15K. You're right. Sorry. I think I said 12 and I wrote something different. We could write 12K there. My bad. Yeah, I wrote it wrong on the screen. Okay, cool. I wrote it wrong on the screen. Thanks, guys. Thanks. Excellent. I was like, well, no, I thought I said 12. I didn't say it wrong. I wrote 5 on the screen instead of 10 to 15. Thank you, guys. Good catch. Okay, so the trick is we just didn't have enough fuel to get this going. We've gone into orbit and we did not have enough fuel to actually get going fast enough to miss. So let's go back and let's add more fuel to the rocket, right? Revert the flight all the way back down to fuel assembly. Here we go. Getting to the moon is after this. We haven't even gotten to orbit yet. I'm actually going to take this engine off. I'm going to hold down shift and left click to pull this whole thing up, right? Let's go and just grab another one of these fuel tanks. So here, grab the fuel tank, put it on, and let's put our engine back. What's our thrust weight on the pad? It's 0.92. Remember, you need this in atmospheric mode. You want that to be tapped down in atmospheric mode. So we've got this thrust limited. That's the problem. Let's unthrust limit this. That ain't too shabby. That's a 1.49 on the pad with 2 of the tanks and the T-45 engine. Let's fly this and see how close it gets to orbit. Let's fly this and see how close it gets to orbit. So again, we've got our 1.5 thrust to weight on the pad. We didn't thrust limit the engine anymore. We took the thrust limiter off, And now we just added mass to the rocket. By adding mass, we increase the weight. By increasing the weight, we increase the bottom part of the thrust to weight equation, right? Thrust to weight, and if we increase the weight, that is going to decrease the thrust to weight ratio. Ah! Oh, come on. Seriously? Is that the difference? No, that's not the difference. I still don't know why my pen's doing that. Anyways, we increase the weight, therefore decreasing the thrust to weight. We unthrust limited that engine, and now we've got quite a few. Let's fly it this way and see what we've got. Launch it. Won't be controllable. That's fine. Shh. Spoilers. No spoilers. Spoilers. How does the fact that removing the thrust limiter means you'll burn through the fuel faster affect this? Well, I've doubled the amount of fuel, Lucquos. I've doubled the amount of fuel here. So there is definitely a curve that you're going to follow as your thrust to weight increases, given the mass of fuel and the amount of time that it takes you to burn off the fuel versus the rate that you burn it per second. I'm not going to worry about that for boot camp. Let's go ahead and throttle this thing up. Oops, nope. Recruit a Kerbal. There you go. TTCOS 19. There you go. We're going to press Z to throttle up. Pen lock. SAS engage. 3, 2, 1. Space. We're going to go straight up till 50 meters per second. Again, same flight profile. That right there is our 50 meters per second. We'll go ahead and lean over. You can see it took me a little bit longer to get to 50 meters per second that time because our thrust-to-weight ratio was increasing more slowly because we had more fuel to burn. We weren't getting rid of our fuel mass as quickly. But again, we're still going to try and lean this thing over, staying inside the circle of protection the entire time until we get to 5K, and we want to be about halfway to that 45-degree pitch. A little edge on the white dot on the top of the nav ball when that passes 5K, right? Like that. See the little white dot there? That's good. Keep on leaning over. Keep on leaning over. Now we're just passing through the sound barrier. When you pass through the sound barrier, drag increases a lot. It's called normal shock. You really want to make sure that you're in the middle, you're in the circle of protection when you pass the sound barrier. There's 11K. There's 12K, right? I'm at my 45-degree angle by 12K. I just don't like the number 12 as much for some reason. And I'm going to keep on leaning over. Now I'm going to watch for the apoapsis. I want to make sure that I don't get this apoapsis too high. Keep on leaning over. As the atmosphere gets thinner, I can venture outside the circle of protection. It's like I'm more powerful against the atmospheric demons. And I'm going to keep on leaning over more and more aggressively. Getting outside the circle of protection even more. The fire, don't worry about the fire. It's not that big of a deal. And I'm going to cut that engine. I'm going to press the X key when I get this up to 75. So there's 71, 72, 73, 74, 75. Cut it and just let it go. Just cut it and let it go. And that's okay. There's still some drag, right? Do you see how our apoapsis is decreasing? It's kind of important for me to come back around here and point to prograde because that decreases the amount of drag. Instead of having the airflow kind of like the rocket flying this way, where we get more drag occurring, even though it's not enough to flip me out, it's still going to slow me down and take some of the energy out. I want to make sure that as I'm kind of in my coast phase here, I'm pointing directly into the airflow like that so that I minimize my drag profile and I get a little bit more efficiency. Because see, I'm now at 74,449. You just point on that little orbit thing, right? The next thing we want to do, we want to use what's left of our fuel to accelerate once we get up here. So I didn't want to go up to like 200K, right? But what I can do is I can click a maneuver node right there. Just click on the apoapsis. It's important that if you want a circular orbit, you click on the apoapsis. Click Add Maneuver and pull that little green handle. Don't worry, we'll talk more about this. Pull that little green handle until you get the flip. Did you see how that apoapsis and periapsis tag just flipped? That means you can right-click to make the tag stick, right? That means that we should be able to be in orbit. There's 70. We can put a little bit more into it. 72, 73, 74 by 74 is good enough. You know something? If your first orbit's 150 by 70, count it. It's orbit. Who cares? Bring me a screenshot. I'll give you extra credit. Now we are going to need to burn our engine again to make this maneuver node happen. And we're going to talk more about maneuver nodes. Now, for now, the important quick information for you. Do you see how the estimated burn is 16 seconds? What I want to do is I want to take the number 16 and half it. Half of 16 is 8, right? So when that right there, when this node in T minus, when that says T minus 8 seconds, I'm going to go full throttle. I'm just going to all of a sudden, and I'm going to make this rocket go as fast as possible. Now, in the meantime, I also need to point at this blue thing. Do you see the little blue indicator there? That's the maneuver node heading indicator. Whenever I point at that, that's what I just told the maneuver node to do. We're going to talk about maneuver nodes in depth. But there's 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. Why? 7. Light the engine at 8. We're going to burn it. We're not playing a mini game here. Whenever this green bar gets down to the bottom, I press the X key and I cut it. I cut it. I cut it. 100, 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 37, stop! And when the camera flips, we're in orbit. There you go. So we've got an apoapsis of 79, 944. We've got a periapsis of 74,000. Both the highest point in our orbit, the apoapsis, that's outside the atmosphere. The lowest point in our orbit, underneath the periapsis, the lowest point in our orbit, is 74. That's also above the Kerbal line, right? That's outside of the atmosphere. It's above 70. So this right here is a nice, stable orbit. Taz14912, thank you for the subscription. That was a Twitch Prime sub. I appreciate you, dude. I do appreciate you. I do appreciate you. Fantastic. We have made it to orbit with fuel to spare. This is actually an SSTO, too. It's an SSTO rocket. We didn't drop any other stages or anything like that. Welcome to Orbit, chat. Let's answer some questions, shall we? Let us answer some questions. There was a sub from Taz. Y'all, join me in welcoming Taz to the Academy. Thank you for keeping us flying with a little subscription there, Taz. I appreciate you. That's 11 on the day. Thank you, sir. I do appreciate it. Let me scroll through. Let me scroll through chat and see what we get. Yeah, golden Kerbals, DOS H's, whatever. Let me see if we've missed anything here in our first successful orbit. Stoey Kerr showed 2.5 or sure code 29,000 Delta V in atmospheric mode. Am I in atmospheric right now? No, we're going to talk more about that in a minute. We haven't got quite to Delta V in ISP and that sort of stuff yet, but we'll get to that. We were just getting to orbit first. Raylith, right? Wraith? Oh no, it's Wraith with 2 I's. There's no L in there. Wraith32, thanks for the sub, man. Thanks for keeping us fueled up and flying here. I appreciate you letting me keep on doing this. That's 12. So Stoey, I'll talk more about that when we get into Delta V. That right there was because I had it in atmospheric mode, and the people that knew that I was going to make it were the people that saw that I clicked it really quickly, and I was like, I tried to see if I knew if it was going to go to orbit or not, and by changing it out of atmospheric mode, I knew that I could make orbit with this one, and some people caught that apparently. Let's see here. Question, about when in the atmo gives it safe to start to venture out of the atmosphere? About 24. About 25K, 25, 26K. Once you get up above 25K, Zyber, I'd say that it was safe to start to venture out of the circle of protection. The atmosphere gets pretty thin up there once you get above 25. That's about where jet engines stop working too. So I'd say 25K, it's easier to get out there. Made an encounter with a free return and another encounter with the moon. That's 2 moon encounters and 1 burn. Nice, Beebs. Nice. Excuse me. Yo. Can you do this orbit with your eyes closed? I mean, there are things that you need to kind of pay attention to. I could probably time it and get it into orbit, but, you know, without doing like a parlor trick of counting in my head or something like that, I wouldn't say that I could do any rocket through this trajectory with my eyes closed. I mean, is it okay to point out that you're carrying unnecessary weight? I'm getting to that later. Horvair, I'm getting to that later. You were listening in the background, you heard your name. Are you in this rocket? Yes, you are in this rocket. T-Tox 19, you're in this rocket. That's correct. Increases the fuel, not fuel. Okay, nope, don't need that one. KER is not officially updated, but at the beginning of the stream we showed you how to get the temporary version, right? Let's see here. I haven't gone over getting to the moon yet. Can you use the thrust limiter to accelerate? Yes, yeah, you can. Absolutely, Tring, you can. You can actually thrust limit it down there. You can do that. There was me writing it wrong. Any other questions about that orbit? If you have a question, start your question with the word question. I will be happy to answer it for you. I will be happy to answer it for you. Can you push... Say question. Can you push the rocket into reentry using only the jetpack of the Kerbal? Yes, I could do that. I'm not going to, though. It's okay. You were sitting on the couch watching TV. The Atmo switched much to slip your eyes. I was super sneaky about it. I switched KER in and out of atmospheric mode to see if this was an SSTO. I knew that it was an SSTO before. I figured it was still an SSTO. Where are the lines in the atmosphere where drag changes? I mean, it's changing constantly. Avatar SME. The drag is constantly changing. Oh my gosh, don't... bad. Okay, hang on. I gotta fix some things on my desk right quick. Yeah, the condensation from the drink is like on my 3D model. It's not good. Sorry. Let's fix that. Eek. Do I have a... Yeah, I have a napkin. Here we go. Fixed. It was like encroaching on my shuttle. 3D print. Anyways, fixed. Sorry about that. Fixed. Question, I mostly have issues with parachuting after a mission. How do you calculate the number or size of parachute for your vehicle? Silox says, there used to be a parachute calculator. I don't know if it's been updated. Guest test and revise on the parachute is the only real tool we have right now. So just make a little tiny rocket and launch the pod that's going to be landing under parachute power, and then pop the parachutes when you're at like 10K or something, and see if it's going to land safely or not. Guest test and revise is the best tool we have right now. I'm not sure if that old parachute tool has been updated. Let me see here. There was Wraith with the Twitch Prime. I appreciate you, Wraith. Thought an SSTO had to be able to land again? Absolutely not. No, Indie War. An SSTO is a single stage 2 orbit. We usually don't differentiate that an SSTO also has the land without dropping stages. You know what I mean? You got 78 by 145. You stop paying attention to your parry. That's all good. Blue Knight, you're in orbit. Count it, man. Count it. You can disable the ComNet stuff. Ace Runner, you can disable. Use the word question, y'all. Put the word question. Make sure if you have a question, put the word question. Otherwise, I might miss it. Any other questions? RCS build data will calculate parachute performance. Now it will? Will it do that now? Really? Cool. I'm going to have to check that out. Can you do a SpaceX style landing in KSP? Yes. More than a year ago, I landed on a barge in version 0.9. Like, we took the Falcon out, we landed it on the barge, we got it safely done. That was more than a year ago. Like, a very long time ago we did that. A lot of people have caught up to that, I think. Good news, Valentine is in orbit. Wait. Oh, and you're safe. Valentine's in orbit, and you're safe. Nice, Kevin. Nice, nice. Let me see. Start your orbit burn before the Apo and still create a circular orbit. Yeah, you can. Twitchy Joe, you can do a single burn to orbit. I'm not going to go over it right now. I can certainly teach you to do it. Real-life rockets, if you're watching the telemetry on real-life rockets, you'll see a lot of the times real-life rockets pitch down after they get up into the upper atmosphere, and that's how they do the single burn to orbit. They have a very low thrust to weight up there, and they pitch down some. And it is possible in KSP to do a single burn to orbit. You could throttle down and make it a little bit easier to do that sort of thing. But yes, we can do that. We're making multiple burns save fuel. Let's assume you're going to the moon. We're doing 2 burns to be more efficient than 1 big one. Yes, Trang. Doing multiple burns will be more efficient than doing 1 big one slightly. You will be hard-pressed to actually see the difference. But theoretically, there are some orbital mechanic features of rocket engines and stuff like that that will make multiple burns with a little bit of a slingshot at a higher velocity a little bit more effective, swinging back around down to Kerbal. In KSP, it'll be really hard to observe that difference, but theoretically, it's more efficient to do 2 burns. It's easier to just do 1 burn, though. Do 1 burn. Wait for the flip. You do the same thing, wait for the flip. That's right. You do the same thing you do, wait for the flip, and you get an Apo at 220. Well, Mustang Sally, if you're getting an Apo and a parry that are that different, it's because you didn't put your maneuver node exactly on the Apo axis. Like, you're like, oh man, yeah, that's kind of close, right? No, that's actually not close enough. You want that maneuver node to be exactly on that apoapsis, right, like that. So that when it comes down, even that's not perfect. You can get a better circular orbit if you put that maneuver node exactly on the tag. Like the little point at the bottom of the thing, you want that node exactly right there. I wish that there was a snap to apo tool. This was some of the feedback I gave Squad. Is that if you put a maneuver node like a certain distance from an apo, it just snaps to it exactly. That would be amazing. Then you can drag it off if you want, right? But a snap to apo feature would make everyone get easier circular orbits. You're probably just not exactly on there. Then you wait for the flip and it doesn't flip exactly soon. You should have trouble seeing the flip. It should go so fast. If the node is exactly on the apo, the flip should happen so quickly. You should barely see it happen. It shouldn't go around real slow, basically. Is there a way to activate or deactivate engines? Absolutely. Cryptic, good question. Right-click on an engine, and you can shut down the engine. You can turn it on and off. You can do that for multiple engines. You can also action group that as well. So there's an action group thing that you can use to turn engines on and off and stuff like that. So, yes, that is a thing. Let's see if there's anything else. This is a demonstration. Yeah, Lucifer, welcome to Bootcamp. I'm currently doing Kerbal Bootcamp for new players so they can learn the basics of the game so that they can do cool things as well. I'm covering all the basics. I try to do this about once a month, and I think we've skipped like the last 2 months because we were waiting for 1.2 to come out. So this is the Kerbal 1.2 Bootcamp. Kerbal 1.2 Bootcamp. I remember reading those. Parlors. Mustang Sally. Hopefully that helped you out. Making multiple burns save fuel. Trang, I wanted to give you the technically correct answer, which is yes, it will be more efficient to come back around again, but just do one burn. Just do a single burn. It'll be fine. You're not going to save so much that you really notice it in KSP. You won't save so much that you really notice it, but technically it's more effective to do a burn, swing all the way around again, and then do another burn when you're back at the periapsis again. Technically. But you probably won't really see the difference. Let me see. You still can't get to orbit doing what you did. What else can you do? Well, hockey player, I don't know what you're doing wrong. If you follow what I just told you to do with this craft, you'll make it to orbit. Are you cutting the engine at the correct time? Are you putting the maneuver node in the correct place? I can't just guess what you're doing wrong. I've told you exactly what you can do to get to orbit. Does your craft look exactly like this? Let me see here. RCS, okay, there was the RCS build aid thing. SpaceX style landing we did. Let's see here. There's a blue ghost planet prior to the Apo. Is that exactly what maneuver is going rather than I'm clicking? Prior to the Apo, blue ghost planet. Just make sure the center of the circle is right in the right place. How long do you burn at apoapsis again? So, actual Kevin, that's a good question. That is a good question. You saw what I did, right? When I put that maneuver node down, I added the maneuver, and I pulled prograde, and it was like a 30-second burn or something, right? Or it was a 16-second burn, wasn't it? Yeah. So, when you put the maneuver node down, it's going to tell you about how long it thinks that burn is going to take. And this one says 14 seconds. I don't want to start the burn at T-0. Maybe the Mustang Sally, this might be what you're doing wrong. This might also be what you're doing wrong. Beacon63 with a subscription. Thank you, Beacon, for subbing. Y'all, join me in welcoming Beacon to the Academy. Thanks for keeping us fueled up and flying, man. I appreciate the support with the sub there. We are continuing on the road to 1,000 subs, y'all. That's a lot of people who support me. That's pretty crazy, actually. It's a lot of people who think that what I'm doing is we're supporting every month. Thank you, Beacon, so much, man. So we're talking about this, right? It says it's 14 seconds for the burn. I don't want to start the burn at T-0. I actually want to start the burn at T- half the burn time. And why? The node system in KSP is kind of weird. I don't know why why they've programmed it this way, right? But the node system in KSP assumes that you can take all 800 of this acceleration, right? We're accelerating, this node is saying, all right, DOS, accelerate by 800 meters per second, and then you'll go into the path that I've shown on the screen, right? The node system, for some reason, assumes that you can put 100% of that acceleration in a single split second, instantaneously, right? And if I could accelerate from, from 2,000 to 2,800 in a split second, the node system burning at T-0 would make sense. But rockets don't work that way. They take time to accelerate the rocket, right? You blow up dead Kerbal stars, you throw it out the back. You keep doing that, and over time you accelerate, and you accelerate by 800 meters per second. So what you want to do when you do the burn, you take the estimated burn time, which is 14 seconds, and you half it. So you get 7 seconds, right? And I want, if the node is right here, T-0 is right there, I want to burn for 7 seconds before and 7 seconds after, so that on average, all of my acceleration happens at T-0. Roughly, because my thruster weight changes over time, so my acceleration could change, right? As I get rid of mass, I'll speed up some. But that's why I do that. I look at the burn time, which is 14 seconds. Right here, right here, right here, right there. See it? 14 seconds. And I do 14 divided by 2. And then I do half of that burn on one side of T-0 and half of that burn on the other side. So I'm actually going to start the burn at T-7 and finish the burn at T+7. So that on average, as you average those things out, I actually apply that acceleration at the time of the node. And even that's not exactly perfect as your acceleration increases, right? That's a great question, though. That's a great question. You can start the orbit burn and still create a circular orbit. You certainly can. Twitchy Joe, the benefit of doing it the Apo is that this is simple. Like, this is a kind of simple way to get it done. People understand this when we do it this way, as opposed to trying to go into a show-off orbit, like a single burn to orbit and that sort of stuff. You can certainly do it, but that's an intermediate sort of topic. Let me come over here and scroll down. Is there a way to stop heavy spin on a rocket if the SAS is having a hard time while in space? Heavy spin on a rocket, Goalie Bear? What do you mean heavy spin? It sounds like your thrust is not exactly balanced. Picture your rocket is what I would need for that, and that's really a help desk question for tomorrow, buddy. Is it going to make a complete circular orbit of Kerbal? It is, Redstone. Check it out, dude. Because both our apoapsis and our periapsis, I guess just because our periapsis is above 70K, we are going to go around Kerbal forever. We're going to make a complete, mostly circular orbit around Kerbal here, because we will never enter the atmosphere. Remember the hard line, how I said, like, all right, the atmosphere completely ends at 70K, and after that there's no atmosphere? That means we'll never get any drag, so nothing will ever pull us out of this orbit. We'll just be good to go. We'll just be good to go. A single burn to orbit more efficient. Not the way you usually fly it in KSP when you tilt down, Tadfern, because you get steering losses whenever you point your nose down and that sort of stuff. So I think most of the way you would do it in KSP, it's not really the most efficient way to do it, but in real life, it's a pretty efficient way to do it because we don't have to relight the engine multiple times, right? Let's see here. Scrolling down. How easy in KSP is it to get into a geostationary orbit? Stock, it's difficult because stock doesn't give me my exact orbital period, so I don't know if I'm in a geostationary orbit. I can just get kind of close. With Kerbal Engineer, since you can see like another level of detail in your terms of your orbital parameters, it's easier using Kerbal Engineer to get to a geostationary orbit. But it's possible to get both geostationary and geosynchronous orbits in KSP. They changed the altitude with 1.2, and I haven't memorized the new one. It's like 2868, 2862, or 2853 or something they changed it to. So anyways, let's see here. Precision maneuver node has a snap to Apo. I know that there are mods that add this. It needs to be in stock. Right left kick option, node to insert maneuver node. I mean, I'd rather it just kind of snaps and then you can drag it off. That's the simplest thing instead of making it, you know what I mean? More complicated like right clicks and stuff. Calculate how much weight it can lift. Nubosaurus Flex, not really. You custom built a booster as a sub-assembly. We can talk about that during Help Desk. Remember, guys, for the kind of like little off-topic questions, tomorrow I'll be doing a Kerbal Help Desk when I can answer just every myriad questions. Advanced questions, intermediate questions. Remember, we can cover everything there is to do in KSP. I don't just do convoluted things. We can talk about landing on Eve. We can talk about going to Elu. We can do all the most complicated things that you can do in the game. For Bootcamp, we try to keep it simple. We try to keep it to the easy sort of topics here, right? For new players, tomorrow for Help Desk, all holds barred, ask me anything, and I'll talk to you about all the most complicated things that you can do. Let me keep on scrolling down. Tadford, starting a bit earlier than half is a good idea as well. Trying to account for some of the mass off. Yeah, Tadford, don't make it too complicated, though. Don't make it too complicated. Just do half. I'm scrolling down. Let's see. First orbit screenshot? Sure, Kevin, go for it, buddy. Go for it, yes. Will I show a rendezvous? We usually don't do rendezvous during Bootcamp, but I can certainly show it to you during Help Desk tomorrow. My first orbit. Look at actual Kevin here. Time out, actual Kevin. Well done, dude. Let's see. Wait. Drag it over. Yeah, look at that. 199 by 175. Ship it, man. Nicely done, Kevin Mods. Did we get some extra credit for actual Kevin? Good job, dude. Good job. Did you see how I cleaned this up? How I moved these little overlays over? You can click on the Kerbal Engineer thing here and click on Edit, and that'll let you drag the Kerbal Engineer overlays around. Cool, man. Good job. Oh, excuse me. I keep hiccuping. Good job. What about normal and anti-normal? We don't need to use that, Sergeant Sinclair. We can talk about it when we're going to the moon, but for now, I'm going to skip over those for now, okay? When we're on the way to the moon is when I discuss those. What's the difference between geosynchronous and geostationary? A geosynchronous orbit is just an orbit that has the same orbital period as the rotation of the planet, right? So roughly, planet rotates in 6 hours. You could be in a polar orbit that has a 6-hour period. You could be in a 45-degree inclined orbit that has a 6-hour period. You could be in an equatorial orbit that has a 6-hour period. But as long as your orbital period is the same as the planet's rotational period, that's geosynchronous. Geostationary is an orbit that stays above one point of the planet all the time. So that would be put it on the equator and have the same orbital period as the planet's rotational period, so you always stay over the same spot on the equator. That would be a geostationary orbit. That's the difference between the two. That's the difference between the two. Could you do that again after you cut the engine, setting and performing the maneuver? Sure, we're going to do that again. We're definitely going to do that again. Jamorian, thanks for the host, man. Didn't even know Jamorian was streaming, but I appreciate you. Yo, Jamorian's another one of our rocket jockeys. He yells a lot less than I do. If you want to chill a stream, just chill out with. Jamorian's stream is a good place to end up, as opposed to me constantly screaming at you. Mustang Sally, I will definitely make more maneuver nodes. We still have to get to the moon. We haven't even talked about Delta V yet. Split the orbital insertion, burn around the apoapsis. Yeah, basically. Actual Kevin, that's correct. Trouble getting to orbit, inclination coastal area. How do you consistently get that nice flat orbit? Go east. Install Kerbal Engineer. And just make sure you can actually watch the inclination during your launch, and you can go different directions to make sure the inclination stays. Tricky, that's a great question for Help Desk tomorrow. What research would you expect to do on Kerbal? Just walk around the Space Center. That's a Help Desk question, guys. I'm going to start skipping the Help Desk questions. 20-ton lifter, Help Desk question. Yeah, I can certainly answer all those things for you, but those are all Help Desk questions for tomorrow. Let's keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on. Geostationary, that's Help Desk, y'all. Geostationary is Help Desk as well. So let's go on. We need to bring our Kerbal home now. So what did we do to get into orbit? Well, we accelerated so that we were falling towards the planet at the same rate that the planet curved away from us. And we're perpetually falling around the planet, and the planet's perpetually curving away from us forever and ever and ever, and we will not fall out of this orbit, right? In order to get home, I'm going to slow down. Right now, my orbital velocity is 2288.7. And if I want to come back home again, I need to slow that orbital velocity down so that I curve towards this planet. I fall towards the planet faster than the planet curves away from me. And that's going to let me get home. We can just go back here to the rocket, and we can get it pointed around backwards. Let's talk about the nav ball a little bit here. We are going to point this way first to start. And you can kind of see, right? Do you see how the planet is moving in the background? Like, it looks like my rocket is going this direction and the planet is going this direction. Look at the nav ball. Do you see the little green circle? Remember when I was flying and I was like, that's direction you're traveling? That little green circle on the nav ball is called prograde. And so right now the rocket, the little nose cone of the rocket, the Kerbal in the rocket is pointing the direction we're traveling. Remember, it's all relative to the way that the Kerbal sits, right? So if you come over here and you do the little IVA thing and roll it around like this, the Kerbal is facing the direction that he is traveling. And we know that that's true because looking down at the nav ball, the little wingly dingy thingy, this thing, is pointed at the little circle thingy, that thing. And that tells me that the rocket is pointing along the direction of travel. If I want to point against the opposite the direction of travel, I'm going to use this. I'm going to press D, and I'm yawing the rocket to the right, right? I'm using the D key to yaw the rocket relative to the way the Kerbal is sitting. And we're going to go over here on the nav ball and find this little green X. Do you see the green X right there? Now, the Kerbal is facing opposite of the direction of travel. This is called a retrograde, anti-grade, against the grade. This is backwards, basically. So the rocket is going that way, and the Kerbal is facing backwards on the rocket like that. See? So now we're pointing retrograde. There are other directions that we'll talk about when we're on the way out the moon. Prograde and retrograde for your first orbit. Just worry about prograde and retrograde. You don't have to worry about the little blue ones, the little pink ones, and all that sort of stuff. Just prograde and retrograde. So now I want to go home. I'm going to point my rocket at the green X. I'm going to make my engine point the way that I'm going. I'm going to make the Kerbal point backwards. And I'm just going to slow down. Oh yeah, I deactivated the engine to demonstrate for somebody. Activate the engine. Now, how much do you slow down? Enough. That's probably too much. Let's just burn all of our fuel out, actually. Just get rid of all of our fuel. There you go. Now we have slowed down from 2288 meters per second to 1976 meters per second. And you can see now I am falling towards the planet faster than the planet's curving away from me. And I'm going to end up in the atmosphere. I'm going to end up in the atmosphere here. So our next stage is to go ahead and deploy our little pod. We can do some time warping here. 72, 71, 70. Now we're in the atmosphere. You know something, with this little pod designed, you don't actually have to have the SAS turned on because this is aerodynamically stable. You can actually just turn the SAS off and the pod will flip and point the way that it needs to flip. You know what I mean? Small problem, Valentine is out of fuel. No, you went to the higher orbit. I went to the 75K orbit and you went to the 200K orbit. No, small problem. Revert. Alright, so we are going to fall down like this. And I'm going to time warp here. I've actually got it in physical time warp. There are two types of time warp in the game. One is physical time warp, which still applies physics to the craft. So the atmosphere is currently creating drag, and that's slowing the craft down. It's actually getting some energy out of the craft. And then there's non-physical time warp. There's timey time warp or whatever. Wimey-timey time warp. Look at that. You can see it stabilizing there. So right now, anytime I'm inside the atmosphere, the only time warp that I can do is physical time warp, right? I can do the time warp that allows me to still process physics against the craft while I re-enter, okay? When I'm in space, I can choose between the two. I can either do a regular fast time warp or I can do a physical time warp. But for the purposes of this, we did a little bit of physical time warp there by pressing, again, the period key to increase the time warp. And we should be good. There. Is there a way to get out of orbit without fuels? Yes. There are lots of ways to get out of orbit without fuel. They're shenanigans, though. You can build a trebuchet. You can build landing legs. You can spin something up and throw it like a discus. Like, there's all sorts of things. You can get out and push, but that uses fuel. That uses fuel. So, yes, I can get out of orbit without using fuel. You can't use an engine to get out of orbit, though, but you can use physics to get out of orbit. You gotta change your speed somehow, yeah. You can use another craft to crash into it or whatever. But here we are, falling into the Sea of Carabia. Or whatever. It's safe to pop the chute, so let's go ahead and deploy the chute and have this guy fall down. EVA fuel is unlimited. EVA fuel is also fuel. So he said without using fuel. Ah, yes. Crimson Rule, yeah, there's a free demo. There's definitely a free demo. There you go. Thanks, Hydra. Appreciate it. Ah, yeah. I got it to 6.8 Godzera. I got it to 6.8 with a 1.4 nausea. My roller coaster was 6.8. Just letting it splash down here. Later returning Kerman. Let you know you can't swim? Nice. Mr. Hash Browns, we've just completed our first orbit. We have just completed our first orbit. There is so much content to cover. Bootcamp is almost a little bit too much now. Yeek. Bootcamp used to be more simple when I didn't have to go over Arrow and everything. We used to do bootcamp in 6 hours. That's a lot of stuff to cover. Well done, Tox. Do you like jumping? Can you swim? Do you want to do a sick backflip? Watch. Let's do a sick backflip, okay? Yeah! Good job! Well done! And with the helmet, toggle the EVA suit, and sploosh! Good job. Well, that's a great jump, man. Well done, show off. The pod is still coming down, too. The pod is still fine. He can't swim. That's why I had him put his helmet on. The air will keep him, like, floating. Not really. Not in real life. All right, so the Kerbal is down here. Tread water, little Kerbal. I did. I put the helmet on. Granted, I got the helmet. Man, at the last second. The suit apparently floats. Well done. 9.9 out of 10. What does the Russian judge say, though? What does the Russian judge say? Is what I want to know. Okay, y'all. Oh, those are some weird... Yeah, wow, that's interesting. The reflections there. 11 out of 10 dive. There's a host from Simcopter. Simcopter, man. What were you streaming? What was Simcopter streaming? He was streaming something. Twitch, Simcopter. He stopped in earlier. No, Simcopter, please. Simcopter. Come on, cop. I'm gonna just type it out. Copter 1. There's that. Sim6. Dude, Sim, thank you for the host, man. The host with the most. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Thank you for the host. Thank you for dropping in. Look at that. He's like right next to the pod. And now he can, I guess, not swim over since he said he didn't know how to swim. Doggy paddle. Can you doggy paddle? Over the pod. Grab it. Board it. And get picked up by somebody else. Yeah, that was very pretty. Thank you, Red. I appreciate it. All right, there's the pod. All right. Let's go ahead and recover our brave Kerbal T-Talks 19. Get him back over here. We've learned a lot. We've learned a lot so far. What we haven't covered is some of the most important things in KSP. Aerodynamics is a pretty important thing, right? The arrow is a pretty important thing. We now need to go forward and talk about how I knew that this rocket was going to make orbit. Because I guessed. I cheated a little bit and I looked and I was like, all right, it's going to make orbit. I knew that this rocket was going to be capable of going to orbit. Why? Because Kerbal Engineer, on the fly, calculated the rocket equation for me. And what does that mean? Kerbal Engineer figured out how much acceleration we would be able to apply to this rocket. And it showed it to me in the upper left-hand corner. It's called Delta V. Delta V is my craft's ability to accelerate or decelerate. It's even better. Delta V is my craft's ability to change its situation in space. Everybody's like, wait, what? I don't get it. Like, what is Delta V? I don't understand. Now's the time to listen. If you're wondering what Delta V is, my definition for Delta V is a craft's ability to change its situation in space. It stands for change in velocity, the delta symbol, right? The triangle is typically in math and science a change, and then V stands for velocity. So really, it means for change in velocity, right? That answers the question without actually teaching you anything. Okay, it changes the velocity. I don't know what I'm going to use that for. To change my velocity, I guess? I don't know. Delta V, in the Kerbal Space Academy definition, is a craft's ability to change its situation in space. Well, what does that mean? What does a situation mean, right? Imagine, if you will, that you were over here, right? Standing on the launch pad. If I'm sitting right here standing on the launch pad, my situation is landed on the launch pad. And imagine that I wanted to go from the launch pad and I want to fly over and land on the roof of the hangar. That's a situation change. I go from situation landed on the launch pad to situation landed on the VAB. And so it's going to cost me some amount of Delta V to fly over and land on the VAB. If I'm landed on the VAB and I want to fly over to the runway, it's going to cost me some amount of Delta V to change my velocity so that I start moving, so that I come over here. Then it's going to cost me some more change in velocity to slow down so I land on the runway, right? And then imagine I'm on the runway and I'm not moving and I want to fly over to here. I'm going to change my velocity from 0 to some number. I'm going to fly over this way. Then I'm going to change my velocity from some number back to 0 again, and I'm going to land on the pad. Going from all of those different situations, the situation here on the pad, situation on top of the VAB, cost me some Delta V to speed up and slow down. To go from here, situation to land on the pad to land on the runway, cost me some Delta V. Land on the runway to jump back to the pad, cost me some Delta V. If I'm here on the launch pad and I want to go up to 10K altitude, right? I just want to fly up to 10K altitude. It's going to cost me some amount of Delta V to fly up to 10K altitude. If I'm landing on the pad and I want to go to 20K, it's going to cost me more Delta V to get to 20K. If I'm all on the pad and I want to go out into space, it's going to cost me some amount of Delta V to go into space. If it's something to do with going into space and staying in space, it's going to cost me a certain amount of Delta V. It's one thing to go from situation landed on the pad to situation suborbital trajectory. Remember my little trajectories that I had? Where we had our Kerbin and we had the trajectory that looked like this. We took off from the pad, we went up and came back down again. We had like 1500 Delta V. We accelerated ourselves a lot, and then we were out of Delta V and we just coasted and came back down again. To change my situation from landed on the pad into a ballistic trajectory that looks like this cost me Delta V. Even more so, To change my situation from landed on the pad to orbiting Kerbin, that cost me a specific amount of delta V. But wait, there's more. To change my situation from orbiting Kerbin to flying by the moon cost me some amount of delta V. I'm in orbit. I want to go faster so that I fall away from the planet less, right? And I end up out at the moon. If I'm passing by the moon, actually, I drew it where the moon was supposed to be, right? Flying up to the moon. It doesn't work this way. If I'm flying by the moon and I want to slow down and get captured at the moon, I've got to change my velocity. I've got to slow down some so the moon's gravity can capture me. That costs me delta V. You know something? If I am if I'm in orbit of the moon up here, and I want to go down and land on a little specific place on the moon, guess what? I got to change my velocity. That costs me delta V. I've got to burn some right here so that I slow down and fall towards the moon. And then before I crash into the moon, I've got to burn some more. I've got to change my velocity some more so that I land nice and soft. I want to change my velocity from crashing into the moon and dying to landing softly on the moon. So I have to change my velocity using my delta V, right? If I'm on the surface of the moon and I want to take off again, I'm going to change my situation from being on the surface to being in orbit. That costs me delta V. If I'm orbiting the moon, if my situation is orbiting the moon and I want to go back home, I got to accelerate. That costs me delta V. If I'm if I'm out here on my return trajectory back from the moon and I want to capture at Kerbin, that costs me delta V. If I want to land on Kerbin, it costs me delta V. Every single time I change my velocity, every time I change my situation, I need to change my velocity. And every time I change my velocity, I'm using delta V. So there's a lot of people over here, right? There's a lot of people who are going to be like, oh, is it like fuel? Is it not like fuel? It sounds like a more complicated way of saying fuel. King Bowie, it has to do with fuel like the mods have told you, but it's not just fuel. Because delta V is how much you can accelerate the mass of your rocket, given the mass of fuel that you're carrying with you. So imagine you have, I'm just going to use some units, imagine you have 10 gallons, 10 liters of fuel, right? And you want to push a car that weighs 10 pounds. 10 gallons of fuel will push a car that weighs 10 pounds a whole heck of a lot farther than 10 gallons of fuel will push a car that weighs 100,000 pounds. So it's not just the quantity of fuel you have, it's the interreaction between the amount of fuel you carry and the mass that you're trying to push with that fuel. There's even more than that. It's how efficiently you can use it. There's something called ISP, and that dictates how efficiently I can use it. Let's write the equation down, right? So we can look at this. We have delta V. Whoa, what? I do not understand what button I'm hitting that makes it do that. That's a serious that's a serious sign. We've got our delta V, our change in velocity, right? And that is going to equal, let me see if I can remember this, that's going to equal the specific impulse of our engine times 9.8, the gravitational constant, times our total mass. Did I get this right? I always get this part wrong. Our mass, let's do mass, an M actually. Our mass total divided by our mass of fuel, and there's a natural log in there as well I missed. So there's an ln of those things. So, did I get that right? I think I got that right, right? I think I got that right. It was Gavin's nose. Wait, what? I think I got this correct, right? I think I got this correct. I didn't, you can't really see that natural log. There you go. ln, you still can't see it. Let's rewrite it so you can see it. ln, the mass total divided by the mass of fuel. Like that. So that is the equation. That's the rocket equation. That's Tsiolkovsky's rocket equation. It is a harsh mistress. It is a harsh mistress because this right here dictates how much delta V we have. And you can see nowhere in here is the quantity of fuel. It's all about the mass of fuel. It's the mass of the fuel that we're carrying. We've got the mass of the fuel. So MF is the mass of the fuel. Mass of fuel. MT is the mass total. That includes things that aren't fuel. That includes solar panels. That includes rocket engines. That includes pods that carry Kerbals. That includes batteries. That includes generators. That includes reactors. That includes, what else? Drills. It includes fuel tanks. It includes wings. It includes ladders. It includes lighting. It includes everything that's not fuel. Cool, huh? ISP is the specific impulse of the engine, so I'll write it up here because that's where I have room. ISP equals specific impulse. It's really the efficiency of the engine. Right? I know my handwriting's terrible. So these are all the different things. It's not just about the amount of fuel you have. It is important to know the amount of fuel you have, but it's also important to know how much you're carrying that's not fuel. How much of that is not dead Kerbosaurs that can be blown up and thrown at the back. It also makes sense. You need to understand what the efficiency of your engine is. How efficiently can you blow up the dead Kerbosaurs and throw them out the back? How much oomph do you get for every unit of dead Kerbosaur that goes flying out the back of your rocket? I know this is a math equation. But this is our equation for delta V. It's not just the amount of fuel. It's not just... Have I installed the Rover Dude font yet? Nice. It's not just the amount of fuel we carry. So let's go down and let's get rid of this, right? And imagine that I wanted to create a situational change from landed on Kerbal to landed on the moon, right? Let's go look at some different things that affect this delta V in the real world so we can do a little bit of like live guest test and revising, right? Toss atmosphere in it. That's the ISP, Mustachio. That's the ISP. So we click on the VAB here. We've got Kerbal Engineer. And Kerbal Engineer is reporting this rocket currently has 2921 delta V. All right, cool. 2921 delta V. That's interesting. That is in atmospheric mode. So the first thing that we're going to talk about is the specific impulse of the engine, right? If I click on my rocket engine here, and I go down to my T30, my T45, you can see that I right-clicked, and you can see the engine ISP is 250. ASL 320 VAC. My gosh, this game is so complicated, right? 250 ASL 320 VAC. Higher numbers are better for efficiency. It's not miles per gallon, but it's kind of like that, right? In your car, the higher the miles per gallon you get, the more efficient your engine is. Good for you, right? Congratulations. For ISP, the higher the ISP number, the better off you are. ISP is actually measured in seconds, and it describes how many seconds you can hover given a mass of fuel. It's like, all right, for this engine, given some amount of fuel, how many seconds can I hover? So the units is actually seconds. So the more seconds you can hover, the better off you are. Why are there two numbers? There's ASL and there's vacuum. VAC. ASL stands for at sea level. VAC, I just spoilered it, VAC stands for vacuum. You will get less efficiency in atmosphere than in vacuum. When the atmosphere is in the way, imagine your rocket engine, right? You have a rocket engine that looks like this, and it's got its fuel tanks up here, and it's making an explosion in here, and it's throwing it out the back, but there's stuff in the way. The atmosphere is in the way. The air particles are in the way, and you have to expend some of your energy pushing them out of the way. And then the rest of the energy you get to apply to your rocket, right? So some of the energy of the engine is actually expended getting the atmosphere out of the way. If I am in a vacuum, I have the same sort of thing, but there's no air in the way to push. So I get a little bit more efficiency when I'm in vacuum. Some engines get a lot more efficiency in vacuum because I don't have to push that atmosphere out of the way, right? I use some of my energy to get the atmosphere out of the way. We can see that when we right-click on this engine. We can see that the efficiency at sea level, where the atmosphere is thick. Thanks for the follows, too, y'all. When the atmosphere is thick, it's 250. So, not terrible. 300, 310 is an okay one for Kerbal, right? When it is in vacuum, it's 320. So if I take this same rocket engine at sea level and burn it, it'll get X amount of oomph per unit of fuel. And if I take that same rocket engine out into vacuum and use the same unit of fuel, I'll get more oomph per unit because it's more efficient in vacuum. Right? And some of the engines have like wide swings, like look at this one. This one here is, excuse me, stick please. This is 265 at sea level. The T30 engine is more efficient at sea level. So I'm going to get more bang for my kerbuck at sea level. And in vacuum, it's less efficient. So if I carry this engine up, it'll get less oomph per unit of fuel than the T45. Some engines are like having huge swings. Look at this LV909, the Terrier. At sea level, Its efficiency is abysmal. It's 85. That's hideous. You would never want to fire this in atmosphere. This would be a terrible, terrible engine to use because it's super inefficient, right? But look at this, 345 in vacuum. So if I'm able to carry this engine up and light it when it gets in vacuum, I'll get more oomph, I'll get more acceleration, I'll get more energy per my buck, per my unit of fuel or whatever, by carrying this up. This engine is not designed to fly in atmosphere. This engine is designed for space only, right? There's all sorts of other things, like this one here is 280, 320. Not bad. This one here is 120. This one's terrible in atmosphere. 250, not great in vacuum either, but it uses a different type of fuel. We'll get into that later. All the different engines have different ISPs. Don't look at the jet engines. The jet engines have a 9,000 ISP. That's because you can't use them in vacuum. They don't operate in vacuum. They have to get atmospheric oxygen sucked into an air intake so that you can combust it and throw it out the back. Jet engines are super efficient, but you can't use them in space is their limitation, right? Look at this one. That's 205. This one is not great on the pad. It's not great at sea level, but it's 340. It's great once you get up into atmosphere. Everybody wants me to show this one. Oh my goodness, 800. This one is 185 at sea level, so not great at sea level. Not as bad as the Dino 9. Not good, though. 800 in vacuum. This is the nuclear engine. This engine actually is a special sort of case. It's twice as efficient as our other engines. It's not the most efficient engine. Look at this one. The Ion engine, the Dawn electric propulsion system, 4,200. It's literally terrible in atmosphere. But if you can take this thing up to space and it's special fuel, it requires a special type of fuel. It doesn't use liquid fuel and oxidizer. This one gets 4,200 ISP. So the moral of the story, ISP equals fuel efficiency. ISP equals fuel efficiency. Is it a bug that it shows 0 in vacuum? I mean, if you had a huge tank filled with oxygen and you fed it into an engine, I guess that's what it would be. But the moral of the story here, before we get too far into efficiency and before we get too far into like every different engine that we can look at, we will just say that the higher the ISP, the more delta V we're going to get out of that engine, unit for unit of fuel. Choose your engines wisely. Use the right engines in the right situation. If it's something that you're going to use when landing on the moon, there's no atmosphere on the moon, you can choose an engine that's powerful in vacuum or efficient in vacuum. Is it something you're using to take off the pad or maybe use when you're going to land back home? Make sure you've got an okay atmospheric ISP. You know what I mean? Physics not even learned, but fun as well. Thank you, I'll protect you. I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. The Ion fun fact, at sea level, the Ion engine doesn't produce enough thrust to even lift itself. Oh my gosh, Skyline, I didn't actually know that fact. Does the single stage of moon possible? Sure, blah. You can do a single stage of Duna. Absolutely, you can do all those things. It makes it very difficult, though, to get that done. So long and short of it, the engine you choose will affect your delta V. Let's actually see that in action here. This right here, we have 2921 delta V. If we take that off and we put this engine on, we got 3233 delta V. Why? Because the T30 has an efficiency at sea level of 265. The T45 has an efficiency at sea level of 250. So this engine gets me more delta V down low. Also, hey, guess what? Do you remember the part of the rocket equation? The mass total, the mass of things that are not fuel? Is an engine fuel? An engine uses fuel, but it's not fuel itself. This T30 engine weighs 1.25 tons. The T45 weighs 1.5 tons. So not only do we increase the efficiency of the engine, we also decrease the mass of junk that's not fuel. And so we get more delta V out of this design. Look at this one, watch, right? Oh, well this engine, remember this engine? It had a lot higher ISP when it was in vacuum, but look at this. In atmosphere, it's going to get a lot lower delta V because it can't. It's not that it can't, it's just not very efficient in atmosphere. The 909 is not something I would use in atmosphere, but check this out, look. Kerbal Engineer lets me toggle between the ASL and the VAC ISPs. Atmosphere, this one's hideous. Vacuum, it's almost 5,000. So if we got this design up into space, we used other rockets to carry it up there, and then we lit this engine, this would have 5,000 delta V. It could accelerate to 1,000 meters per second and stop again and accelerate and stop again, and it could do that twice, and it would still have 866 delta V left over. Compare it to one of these, right? 3739. This is the 320 in vacuum delta V. Also, it weighs more. The T45, 1.5 tons with a 320 efficiency. In vacuum, the 909 weighs a half ton, so less massive stuff that I can't blow up, and it's got a 345 efficiency. Lower mass, higher efficiency gives us a lot more delta V. ISP is the efficiency of the engine. It's the efficiency of the engine. The Spark has 4K. Yeah, even this. There's a trade-off as well, right? Look at the Spark. If we put a Spark on this setup, the Spark has 4,941 delta V, but DOS, wait a second, look. The mass of the Spark engine is 0.1 tons and the efficiency is 320. I don't get it. Why does a Spark... Clackerjack, thanks for the Twitch Thrime Prub. Clackerjack, thanks for the Twitch Prime sub is the right way to say that. I appreciate the support, man. That is 14 on the day. The road to 1,000. We keep on marching forward, y'all. Thank you very much for the support. I do appreciate it, man. This engine right here gets slightly more delta V than the 909. Why? It's less efficient. The 909 is 345. This one's 320. Why does this one get more delta V? The 909 weighs a half ton. This one weighs a tenth of a ton. The mass differential between the engines, the fact that this engine weighs a lot less, makes up for the efficiency difference. So you can really go all around like this, right? You can go like crazy. Your daughter's been watching this the whole day and loving it? Really, Clackerjack? Oh my gosh. Man, it's almost bedtime, though. You're going to have to catch up on the VOD. Or is it okay to stay up late? I don't know. Clackerjack, thank you for the sub, man, and thank you for telling... Hey, Clackerjack's daughter, what's up? I'm DOS. Welcome to Kerbal Space Academy. Thank you guys for watching. There's a lot that you can do with this, right? Just understand the basics of how the mass of the engine, the efficiency of the engine in different situations, in vacuum and at sea level, in atmosphere, or halfway up to sea level, because there's still atmosphere halfway to space, but you're not going to take that whole hit, right? Keep that in mind as you do these things. What's up, Blind? I'm doing boot camp right now. I'm teaching the basics here. It's Saturday. There's no bedtime. I mean, I know that that's not true with my daughter, so... Anyways, y'all, that is ISP, that is engine efficiency, that is delta V, and that's kind of us choosing around. So, remember when I cheated a little bit earlier, right? Remember when I glanced at this rocket? Let's put it back the way it was. Oh, that's the T-30. Remember when I went like this, and I had it set over here because I was talking about thrust to weight, and I was like, hey, you know, oh, good, it's a 1.49 thrust to weight. Cool, yay, that's good, that's what we want. And if anybody noticed it, I clicked real quick and I looked, and I was like, all right, I can get that to space. I knew that that was going to go to space because I know how much delta V it takes me to get into orbit of Kerbin. From the launch pad to low Kerbin orbit, that 75, 80K orbit that we went into, cost me a certain amount of delta V, a certain amount of acceleration, a certain amount of fuel pushing against the mass of the rest of the rocket, right? And when I looked over here, I saw that this number was over 3,600, and I'm like, yeah, I can get that into orbit. Usually, I shoot for a very aerodynamic rocket like this. It doesn't have a bunch of junk. It's not carrying an International Space Station or a space plane or anything on the top of it. An aerodynamic rocket, I'll usually shoot for around 3,500 delta V, knowing that that's going to be able to go to orbit. And that's exactly what I did. I had it in atmospheric mode because I wanted to look at the thrust to weight when I was sitting on the pad, right? And then I blinked it over here real quick, and I was like, oh, 37, 39, cool. All right, good. That's an SSTL. Let's go out and launch it, even though I didn't say it. I'll get to the chart, Hen Dog. Don't skip ahead in the book. Another thing that I think is important to talk about here, you saw the thrust to weight change, right? When I'm looking at that 1.5 thrust to weight, I'm using the thrust of the engine at sea level. Just like the efficiency changes, you see how maximum thrust at sea level, 167.969, the maximum thrust in vacuum is 215. Not only do engines get better efficiency in vacuum, the engines can also get more effective thrust in vacuum, again, because we're not trying to push the atmosphere out of our way. We just tossing dead Kerbosaurs out the back and using Newton's third law to accelerate us forward, right? So the difference in thrust to weight, when I flip that back and forth, is because if this engine was lit in vacuum, it would be rocking 215 kilonewtons of thrust. And so we'd have a 1.9. Our mass is the same, but our thrust is higher because we get more thrust in vacuum, right? And then when we go into atmospheric mode, we get less thrust, even though the mass is still the same. So we get a little bit lower thrust to weight. How much delta V do you need to get into orbit? For an aerodynamic rocket like this, I usually look around 3,500 if all I want to do is just get into orbit, right? I look for around 3,500. And I look at the thrust to weight when I'm in atmospheric mode, right? And then I go to vacuum mode and I look for my total delta V. And that's just an easy way to remember, right? That's just an easy way, like, all right, I look at thrust to weight on the pad because that's where we're going to take off from sea level. But I know that it's about 3,500 delta V to get into orbit with this rocket, right? Let's look at some more stuff here. So we've talked about making more and more and more delta V, right? Let's come over here and say, like, hey, you know, it takes about 3,500 to get to orbit. So what if I want to take more stuff? You know something? I need some science experiments. So I'm going to come over here to my payload. I'm going to grab this little service bay, put it on there, and then I'm going to open it up, and let's put this back on. Guess what? The service bay, it's not fuel. It's a service bay. I can't blow it up and throw it out the back. My delta V's lower. You see that? Look at this. 3678 without the service bay, 3739. It took delta V away from the rocket because this increased the mass that we have to use our fuel to push around. Engine efficiency, still the same. Total mass of the fuel, still the same. I didn't add any fuel, but I increased the mass of things that don't explode. Well, actually, they do explode, but whatever. Interesting. I've increased the mass of things that I can't use as fuel, and that decreased my delta V. Let's keep watching here, right? I'm going to put a little probe core on board. So let me just grab this probe core and put it in there. Watch the delta V. 3678. Is a probe core fuel? It went down. I added mass to the rocket that was not fuel, and the delta V went down. Let's add some batteries. Let me go over here to the electric icon, and we'll put some batteries in, right? The delta V went down. Now, the battery doesn't weigh very much. It's 0.005. It's like 5 kilograms, right? So adding 2 batteries really doesn't add that much mass. It goes from 19 to 16. Let's add some solar panels, right? These are 0.0025 each. I'm just going to slam those in there, even though they don't really fit. 3616, 3601. Carrying that one, it looks like I only put 1 solar panel on. Carrying those 2 solar panels cost me delta V. Science experiments. If I go down to the science tab and I start slamming science experiments in here, hey, they don't weigh very much, but watch. Every single science experiment, 87, 81, 76. This is the same one again. 70. Let's add, here's a goo containment unit, or I should just slap it on this side. 14. Everything you add to this rocket that is not fuel, hey, you want some landing legs? Guess what? Landing legs, they are mass that is not fuel. I know I'm not even building this correctly. 3415. That was over 100 delta V. Dude. That was over 100 delta V, y'all. Big ones, look at this. These weigh 0.6 tons a piece. That cost us 1,000 delta V to put those on the rockets. This is the big one that I get all the time, right? This is a huge pet peeve of mine. I see somebody that has a little probe like this, or a little tiny rocket, and I see him go to electric, and I see him get the biggest solar panel possible and put it on the rocket. That solar panel weighs what? 0.3 tons a piece, 3217, 35. To carry 2 Gigantor solar panels, these are big, right? They're super big. Can't I thought I could extend. There it is. Those solar panels are ridiculously huge, and they cost me 300 delta V. And then I have somebody over here, and they have this little tiny rocket, and it has these huge Gigantors on it. They're like, Das, I can't get it off the moon. I don't have enough fuel. And I'm like, learn how delta V works. I'm trying to teach you here. These things are way too big. I don't need those. They weigh too much. They're too much mass. I don't need that electric generation at the cost of 300 delta V. I'd rather have the 300 delta V, right? Oops, missed it. There you go. All right, cool. So those are the kind of the basics of delta V. Let's go back and take this back off, right, and go back to our other rocket. There's one more thing. First person to tell me what I need to take off of this rocket. There's something on here that I'm not going to use. What do I take off? Get some extra credit. What do you need? There's something that I can use to increase my delta V. Go. Monoprop! Yorvir got it. Yorvir was the first one. Add 25 extra credit to Yorvir. The monoprop. Yes, y'all got it. If I right-click on this pod, I have monoprop. Guess what? I don't have anything that uses monoprop on this craft. If I go over to my T-45 engine and right-click on it, you see that it takes as propellants liquid fuel and oxidizer. Also, hello mom, how are you doing? It takes liquid fuel and oxidizer. Nowhere does it say monoprop. I don't have anything on this craft that requires monoprop. For your first moon landing mission, you really don't need monoprop, right? Even though we use it in real life. That's a whole other story. If I go over here and I've got these 10 units of monoprop, 3739 delta V, remove the monoprop, 3765 delta V. I got what, 15 delta V? Was it 15? What was the difference? 39 to 65. Oh, I got 20, what was that, 24 delta V? I can't do the math, I'm blanking on the math. 40 to 65 is 25, 26. It's 26 delta V. So we get 26 extra delta V just by not carrying that piece. Remember how we got the lower apoapsis? Remember how we went to orbit and we got a lower apoapsis when I added this this stack decoupler on? Look at this. 3765. Take the stack decoupler off. 3797. The difference in our maximum altitude before was the mass that wasn't fuel of that decoupler right there. That is why we didn't quite go as high. Excuse me, chat. Cool. Y'all, now is the time to ask. We're talking about the basics of delta V. I'm going to go into an applied delta V situation here where we read the chart and we design a moon mission next. Any questions about delta V? Any questions about the rocket equation? Any questions about any questions? Do you have any questions? Ask me now. Now's the time to ask me. I know that it's I know that it seems like it's complicated. I want you to get it. I want you to understand. Just remember, if you put all sorts of junk on your pod, if you put all sorts of things that aren't fuel, it's going to decrease the delta V. Anode cathode! What's up? Thank you. Seriously, now is the time. If you want me to go over something like that again, I will do it for you. I want you to understand this. This is super important to get. What's up, Das Hibbit? How's it going? I'm going to scroll through chat, see if I missed any other questions, but if you had a question, now is the time. I've already done that, Indy Johns. I've already done that. I think I've already done that one. Let's see here. Ablator? Yeah, I don't have any ablator yet. I don't have any ablator. We got the extra credit for Huravir, who's the first one in there. Kerbals. Do Kerbals have mass? The Kerbal sitting in the pod doesn't actually get counted towards mass. It doesn't increase the mass if you have a Kerbal in there. If the Kerbal is outside of the pod, they weigh about, what, like 94 kilograms or something, I think. 94, 96, something like that. But if the Kerbal is inside the pod, it doesn't change the mass of the rocket. So Kerbals do have mass, but they do not count towards the mass of the rocket when they're sitting in a pod. If they're hanging a ladder, they do count towards the mass. If they're in the command chair, they do count towards the mass. And there's my dear sweet mother. Hello, dear sweet mother. Let's see here. Odds are pretty good that ultra-low mass parts are physics-less. No, they do. Inglosius, it used to be... this is why YouTube's not so great, because everything on YouTube's so outdated. It used to be that there were these physics-less parts that wouldn't get any drag and didn't have any mass, and you could add them to your rocket and they wouldn't increase the mass of your rocket. That changed long ago. That changed over a year ago. On the rocket, there's nothing that is a part that you add that doesn't actually add mass to it in the stock game. All the parts have mass, and they add it to the rocket now. That has changed a long time ago. Science Junior is your bane. Yeah, the Science Junior is a lot of mass. You're not wrong. That Science Junior weighs 0.2 tons, and your little lander that you were designing, look at that, 3765, 3642, there's 120 delta V to carry that Science Junior. That's just on this rocket. It can be even more of an impact on other little smaller rockets, that sort of thing. Like if you have less fuel, you're using a different engine. Let me see here. The service bay is not fuel, it's a service bay. Yes, Johnny Subnami. I just wanted to make sure everyone was on the same page. This is a service bay, it's not fuel. Does KR Delta V check aerodynamics? No, AkaDJ, there's no way to do that because aerodynamics is exactly, is very, very, very heavily influenced by the trajectory you fly and how close you are to prograde in terms of how much drag you get. So you're not going to find anything that calculates delta V against the aerodynamics of a rocket. That'd be a cool mod. I mean, you could come up with something that's like, all right, as long as you only fly perfectly prograde, here's how much delta V you're going to have like after you reduce drag losses. But something in the pad here or in the VAD that calculates the drag and that sort of stuff is not a thing. Even some of the things that say how much they think you lost the drag, I don't think that they're completely accurate. I think they get close enough and people like listen to them, but I don't think that they're exactly accurate. How much Delta V do I need to get into orbit? About 3,500. There was the bedtime thing. Clackerjack, thank you again for the support, and hope you and your daughter are doing well. We defined ISP, Bilal. We already did the ISP. It's the efficiency of the engine. No making space planes today. Protect you, I appreciate it. Single stage to the moon is possible. Looks like a bug. I covered that one. I don't think that that's really a bug. Could you explain the vacuum again? Redstone unknown. Are you still lost, or that question was a long time ago? Could I explain the vacuum again? Vacuum just means when I'm in space. So when I'm out of the atmosphere of Kerbal, I'm like away from any body that has an atmosphere. I'm in the vacuum. There's no air around me that decreases the efficiency of my engine in context there. More stuff to push against. Seems counterintuitive. You think there's more stuff to push against? Well, the rocket works purely through Newton's third law, which is for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. You push something in one direction and it pushes you in the other direction, right? That's the thing there. Ace Runner, thanks for the sub. That's 15 on the day. I appreciate you guys. I wonder if we can get 25. Thank you so much for the support, Ace Runner. Y'all put some spam in a chat for Ace Runner there. Yes. I'm seeing if I missed anything else. Rover Dude font, no. Kerbals do have mass, but it does not count the mass of a Kerbal that is sitting in a pod. It does not count the mass of a Kerbal that's sitting in a pod. Alright, I think we're good here, right? I don't think I missed anything down there. Now I'm going to scroll down. Y'all, this was the Delta V explanation, and now I'm circling back around to see if I can do this. Right? You're good now? Cool. Redstone Unknown. Excellent. Whoa, y'all are both watching? Blue Knight and Redstone Unknown. Thank you. This is double views. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate it. What's the battery for? The battery is electric charge. Did y'all got that? Dude, Blue Knight. Thanks, man. Thanks for explaining that there. I'm sorry, Redstone, that it took me that long to get to the question. I go into explain mode, and then I scroll back through and get caught up with the questions just to make sure that I'm not too squirrely, like squirrel sort of deal constantly. I don't work or develop KSP. No, I don't. I didn't develop KSP. I have worked for Squad before, doing like promotional sorts of stuff and like shows and stuff. Like they partially sponsored our show from the Intrepid Sierra and Space Museum last year, and they've flown me down to Mexico City so I can do launch parties and stuff.
Welcome to the Academy.
Indie War with Twitch Prime. Thank you, Indie War. I appreciate the support. The Twitch Prime thing keeps on keeping on, y'all. If you have an Amazon Prime account, you get a free Twitch sub, and I appreciate you putting it on my channel. Thank you, Indie War. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. I'm reading, seeing if there's anything else. Jim Orion, thank you for the host earlier, man. Get that junk off your rocket. Yeah, get that junk off your rocket. More mass without corresponding fuel increase equals less delta V. That's right. Aerodynamics are very dynamic. Nice, DK. DK's hanging out here as well. What's up, man? Ah, yes. Science Shooter is not only heavy, it adds length. You're right, it adds length. Hey, Blind. Take it easy, man. Thanks for stopping in. Kind of. Thrust is like a power, like a amount of force you can apply. This is really how long can you apply that force for. DJ Carey, it comes down to how long and how much force can I apply against a mass given the amount of fuel I have. It's like how long I can apply that thrust for, basically, because that's where the fuel comes in, right? The more fuel you add, the more fuel... Oh, that's something we haven't gone over yet. We should do that. Yeah. We shouldn't have done that. Why don't you just... Gasmaster, look at that. There's where it came from. That's a good question. Gasmaster, why don't you just keep adding fuel to get more delta V? I mean, watch. This is actually really cool, right? This throws a lot of people for a loop. Let's go like this. This is a great demonstration in terms of delta V. It's not counting the mass of the launch clamp because the launch clamp is decoupled at the same time the engine is decoupled. So this isn't actually going to get dragged with us. It's not actually a part of our rocket because it's in the same stage. It's letting go of the rocket at the same time the engine fires, right? So look at this. This little craft has 2,689 delta V, right? So in my car, if I double the amount of fuel in my car, I get to go twice as far, right? That's how it works. You double the fuel, you double the capacity of the mileage of the car, the range of the car, right? So you would think that I would need to get like 5,400 delta V. If I double the fuel, I should get 5,400 delta V, right? Makes sense. Let's double the fuel right quick and see what happens. That's not 5,400. What happened? I didn't get double the delta V by doubling the fuel. Check it out. When I use the fuel, the first little droplet of fuel that I use has a really big mass to accelerate. The mass of the rocket, the pod, the parachute, the decoupler, the engine, the fuel tanks, and all the fuel in both tanks. So the amount of oomph that I get out of that first little drop of fuel doesn't accelerate me as much because I've got all this mass, right, to accelerate. If I get rid of some of that fuel, the first little drop of fuel, like halfway through the fuel tanks, they're halfway empty now. The middle drop of fuel in the middle of the fuel quantity that I burn doesn't have to push half of the fuel. We've already blown it up and thrown it out the back. We're not carrying it anymore. We've already used it. So when that middle drop of fuel gets used, we get more oomph than the first drop because it doesn't have to push all of the mass. Over time, the mass of the rocket is changing, right? That's where that log comes in. So over time, the mass of the rocket is changing, and the middle drop of fuel gets a more oomph than the first drop of fuel because it has less fuel to push around. It's already gotten rid of half of it. That's why it's the middle fuel. And the last drop of fuel we use, the last drop of fuel that we use is the most efficient drop because we don't have to carry all of this extra fuel. When we blow this up, we're just accelerating the rocket, the pod, the engine, the decoupler, and the dry mass of the tanks. We're not trying to push all that other fuel in there. So the last drop of fuel we use is going to get us a lot more delta V than the first drop of fuel we use because our tanks are empty and we're not having to push that fuel around. So it follows that just adding fuel is not going to double, triple my delta V every time. Look at this, 3765, it's diminishing returns. 4380, I didn't even get 1,000 from that one, did I? The 37? Yeah, I didn't even get 1,000 delta V from that. Let's write these down as like means of illustration. This first one here is 20, let's just call it 2,700, right? This one's about 2,700 for the first tank. The second tank, that's 2,700 minus 3,700, so this tank gave us just shy of 1,100. I'm just going to round this for the sake of rounding here, right? This tank added about 1,100, less than 1,100, right? This one here, what is that? 3765. We add this one in. 4380, so 7, that's about 600 delta V in that tank. So this one here, adding that amount of fuel, got us 600. It's diminishing returns, and it's going to keep diminishing as we add more and more fuel to this rocket. I mean, let's go again. Heck, I'm curious. Let's see what the next one is. It was what? It was 40. I got to know what the starting number was. I should have written it down. 4380, so 4,400 roughly. We add another tank. We put that on the bottom. 4,400, that is only 386. That's almost 400 down there. So every time we add that fuel, that tank, all the fuel that we added here, is going to have to carry these 3 tanks too. And this tank that we added here is going to have to carry those 2 tanks. And adding this tank is going to have to carry that tank. This tank doesn't have another tank to carry, so it's super lots of delta V in it because we don't have to carry all those other fuel tanks. But just doubling the fuel doesn't double the delta V. That's a very important thing to understand, the way that works. Dude, Gasmaster, great question. Can one of the mods give Gasmaster some extra credit for reminding me on that one? That's a very important demonstration. It's a very important thing. Just adding delta V, just adding fuel doesn't help us. And we also had another problem with that, right? As I added fuel, it increased the mass of the rocket, but I'm using that same engine, the T45. I didn't increase the thrust, but I increased the mass. What happened to the thrust to weight ratio on the pad? It's now 0.84. This rocket won't take off from the pad. It has lower than 1.0 thrust to weight, so it can't lift itself. I don't even know if we take this off, if this will lift itself. 1.07. This rocket can barely lift itself off the pad, so it's going to like go really slow. It's going to hover a lot, and it's going to be super inefficient because it doesn't have that 1.5 thrust to weight. It's going to take off so slowly that it's going to waste a ton of fuel just hovering its way off the pad. In fact, I wouldn't really go any more than this on this rocket with this engine. This is just about right, that 1.5 thrust to weight. Cool. Let's see here. There was the adding fuel thing. When you add parts like science projects, does it offset the center of mass? Oh, it does. No. Some parts will offset the center of mass, and some parts don't. Little tiny parts that have almost no mass, like science experiments and stuff like that, they won't offset the center of mass. Heavier parts like antennas, the Science Junior, I think this might do it, I'm not sure. Like bigger parts usually will offset the center of mass, but it just comes down to a part-by-part basis to know which ones like flip it off or not. Question, doesn't Kerr treat all parts as having physics, even though some don't? Every part has physics. I don't understand what you're getting at there, Inglosius. Inglonius, actually. I don't understand what you're getting at. Every part has physics in terms of mass, and Kerbal Engineer takes that into account, last we talked to. We got that one. We answered that one. Do we have a chart of somewhere? Ooh, do we have a chart of somewhere in Valkyr? Nerd Valkyr, yes, we have that chart. That's what's coming up. Can we explain center of mass for the rocket, high or low? We've already kind of gone over that, Mark. I would ask that you go back to the beginning of Bootcamp when I'm done and watch the beginning where we talk significantly about aerodynamic pressure and center of mass and all that sort of stuff, Mark. There's a whole thing. There's a whole bunch of information. We spent a lot of time on that earlier, so I don't want to revisit it right now. You were rated by Bob Ross? What does that mean, even? Rated by Bob Ross? Cool, Jim. The problem getting to the moon, you just kept strapping SRBs on the rocket. You started watching DOS and started making more sense. Gasmaster, that's exactly right. People are like, more SRBs, more SRBs. Every SRB that you strap on is diminishing returns because they're all carrying each other, right? Better than a low center of mass. Yeah, Mark, we talked about that for literally 30, 45 minutes earlier. I spent a lot of time on that earlier. Center of pressure versus center of mass and aerodynamic stability and stuff like that we already covered. Nice, Gasmaster. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you so much. If you have 3 of those fuel tanks, will it mess up flight being too long? It'll mess it up from a thrust-to-weight perspective. It won't really mess it up from a flight perspective. You see, real-life rockets are super long. They're not short and fat, they're really long because that's like the smallest aerodynamic cross-section. We want them to be really skinny and hide behind the nose cone as opposed to really fat and get a lot of aerodynamic drag. So real-life rockets are usually skinnier than the rockets you'll see in Kerbal. Let's see here. Thank you, Anode Cathode. When the drawing starts. Best thing ever out of this stream. Thank you. Let's see here. Planet Coaster soon? I love Planet Coaster. Yeah, I love Planet Coaster. That's why we need staging. We're going to talk more about that. Let's see. What happens when the Delta V with the same fuel but 2 engines? Ah. Mustachio, you can answer that question yourself. If I add an engine, does an engine explode? Do I use an engine as fuel? No. Therefore, I'm adding mass to the rocket, right? If I add mass to the rocket that's not fuel, what happens to Delta V? You can answer that one yourself, can't you? Let's see here. Pretty stale lately. What do you recommend to keep moon missions regular 3-stage rocket? I mean, do fashion flips on the way out. I don't know. Just send a monkey face to the moon. I don't know, man. Can you explain the difference between onion and asparagus? No, Norby, I will not talk about that right now. We do not need any of those stagings for boot camp, and I'm not going to waste my time going off into the weeds on it. So, I think we're good. I didn't see any other questions there. I did not see any other questions. Moonflight, yeah, absolutely. Yes, we are going to the moon. Tetsigo, we are going to the moons. That's correct. Ah, yes. So, how do we know how much Delta V we need to get places? Let's talk about that. Let's go into that, right? I've talked about Delta V being the rocket's ability to change its situation, whether it's lying or flying from the launch pad on top of the VAB and then back again, or flying from the launch pad all the way out to the moon and back again. I've already told you that it's about 3,500 Delta V for an aerodynamic rocket to get into orbit, right? We know those things. How do we know those things? You can always come to my Twitch channel. You can type !cheat, and you can get the cheat sheet. That first link there in the cheat sheet is what's called a subway map of Delta V. So I'll bring that up, and it is a Kerbal Space Program Delta V map. Remember the little Delta V, the little triangle and the other thing? It says that this is for 1.1.3. I don't think it's changed that much in 1.1 or 1.2. It's probably close enough. You can still use this, and it's close enough, right? So let's go over here and check this thing out. Can I get more screen real estate here? Let's see. All right, that's all I get, like, vertically. So we look at this Delta V map, right? And every little white dot is a situation change. That's why I use the term situation. Those white dots are situation. Kerbin, down there at the very bottom, you can see Kerbin. That is the situation landed on Kerbin, right? Right here, this right here is low Kerbal orbit. That is the situation from Kerbal to low Kerbal orbit. It says 3,400. That's not too far off. I say 3,500. When you build your rockets, you can make it 36, 37, 3,800. A long course, something you need to remember while we go over this, you're going to want to inflate these numbers a little bit because you're learning. You want a little bit of extra padding. You want like a safety net. So when the chart says 34, you do 36, 37, 38. When the chart says, hey, to go from situation orbiting Kerbal to situation flying by the moon, that's 860, you take 1,000, right? When it says from going situation flying by the moon to situation orbiting the moon, and it says 310, you can take 400. Make the numbers a little bit bigger because you're learning. You're going to waste a little bit of fuel. It's fine. Your maneuvers aren't going to be perfect. This is kind of like really good case scenario numbers. Always make these numbers bigger when you design your mission. So what exactly does this work? Like, knowing that all the white dots are situations and saying that I want to go, let's zoom in so we can see, whoa, my goodness. Can I get this on the screen? I think I can. Yeah, that looks pretty close. All right, here we go. We're just going to zoom into that. In saying that we want to go from situation landed on Kerbal, right here next to me, all the way out. I can actually draw here. Situation Kerbal, landed on Kerbal, and we want to go all the way out to the moon. Situation landed on the moon. From point A to point B, right? We add these numbers up. So in order to go from Kerbal to low Kerbal orbit, it says 3,400. I'm going to write down like 3,600. Wow, my handwriting. 3,600, right? And then it says to go from low Kerbal orbit to flying by the moon, it says 860. I'm going to write down 900. It says flying by the moon, going out there, it says 300. I'm going to write down 400. And then it says being in the orbit of the moon and landing on the moon is 580. I mean, I'm not going to write down 600. I'm going to write down like 800 here because I'm not very good at landing and I need to practice landing a lot, right? So I'm going to bump that number up even more. Then we need to get back. What do you imagine we do when we get back? We're going to take off from the moon and the numbers read both directions. So if I'm landed on the moon and I want to go to a situation orbiting the moon, it's going to cost me 580. I might as well write down 600 again, or 800 again. Even though it's a little bit easier to get into orbit than it is to land for the first time, whatever, just double the number, it's fine, write down 800. So going back home again, let's get 800 for that. Escaping the moon, 310, hey, you know something, write down 400, who cares? Have extra fuel, it's fine. This is where it gets tricky. This becomes complicated. This becomes a little bit tricky. It is technically going to cost me all of these other numbers to get home. So if I am here and I've made it into a low moon orbit with my little lander, right? Little engine, little landing legs. If I'm in the low moon orbit here, theoretically it's going to cost me 310 plus 860 plus 3,400 to get home. It does. That's how much I have to accelerate or decelerate to safely land back on the surface of the planet. The trick is the atmosphere will slow me down. Change in acceleration. Rocket fuel is not the only thing that I can use to change my change in acceleration. I just said it wrong. Change in velocity. Change in velocity. The rocket fuel is not the only thing that I can use to change my velocity. I can also dive down into the atmosphere, and I can use the atmosphere to change my velocity. So I can get delta V from places that aren't rocket engines. Usually I can only slow down. I can't accelerate a lot. Sometimes you just do a slingshot or something to try and accelerate. But I can get a lot of deceleration by plowing into the atmosphere and shoving that atmosphere out of the way. And it doesn't want to be shoved out of the way. It wants to go, oh, what? No, I'm not moving, man. You shove it out of the way anyways, right? And when I do that, it takes energy out of my rocket. It makes my rocket slow down. It changes my velocity when I'm pushing that out of the way, when I'm pushing the atmosphere out of the way. So that is how we add those things up coming back. All I need to do here is escape the moon, and I need to escape the moon in such a way that I skip this and hit the atmosphere, and then the atmosphere is going to give me the 860 plus 3,400. So to go to the moon, I don't just add it up in one direction and double it. I can actually do it a little bit more efficient than that. I need to get back off the surface of the moon. Nothing's going to help me with that. So I've got to get off the surface, and nothing's going to help me eject from the moon either. I've got to do this. But this number right here and this number right here, I don't have to carry that in fuel because I can get that deceleration, that negative acceleration, that change in velocity out of the atmosphere instead. Sort of deal, sort of deal, sort of deal. So we add all these numbers up, and I'll tell you, we usually just go for 7,500. Like for the new Mooner Trainer rocket, we usually just go for about 7,500 delta V total. I've made these numbers up as I was writing it down. I didn't even like check to see if it was going to work. What is the math here? This is 3,600. We can do that because that's 4,000. That's 4,900. That's 5,300 plus 1,600. So 5,300 plus 1,600. We can do the math. It's a 0, it's a 0, it's a 9, and it's a 6. 6,900. And then we build extra in because we're not perfect at any of these maneuvers, right? And I'm just going to round the entire thing up even higher, and we're going to make it 7,500. We'll see how close to 7,500 delta V we can get in the rocket. So how is this going to work, right? If we think that we need 7,500 delta V, how many of these fuel tanks am I going to need for that? We can look at it here. That's 5,000 delta V. Well, there's bound to be a more efficient way to do this. Like, what if we, I don't know, take these and put these here and move this up, and then we'll just go more here and put the engine back on. That's 5,600 delta V. What if we add another fuel tank? 5,700 delta V. Something tells me I'm never going to get, this to 7,500 just by adding fuel tanks. We're going to have to come up with a better plan. We're going to have to come up with a better plan than this. So this is not an option. The trick with this is we can get rid of pieces we don't need anymore, and we can choose engines specific to the mission. So all the way down here at the bottom, right? Say that we were attempting to brute force it this way, which isn't going to work because this rocket with a 0.40 thrust to weight can't actually take off. When this tank is empty, why would we keep carrying it? When this tank is empty, it weighs something. Look, if you right-click on the tank, you can actually see that the mass of the tank is 4.5. The mass of the liquid fuel is 1.8. The mass of the oxidizer is 2.2. Wait a second, 2.2 plus 1.8 is 4. Where's the extra 0.5? It's things that don't explode. It's fuel tank structure. It's the mass of the tank itself, right? So if I set it up so that I empty this tank, why would I keep carrying it? That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense. So maybe it makes sense to use some fuel and then ditch the empty tankage. Remember our engines as well. When we came over this way and we were choosing our engines, wouldn't we much rather use the little Terrier engine? Remember how efficient it was in vacuum, 345, and it only weighed a half ton? That's less mass of things that aren't fuel and a lot more efficiency versus this. What if we could design the rocket in such a way that it just had the fuel tanks that it needed to land on the moon using this engine instead of carrying the entire rocket around? Right? That's when we get into the staging rocket design. This is what we do in real life. We don't fly a lot of SSTOs in real life. We have these staged rockets because we're going to have a portion of the mission that doesn't carry the fuel that it needed to get off the surface. It doesn't carry the fuel that it needed to circularize at the moon. It just carries the part that it needs to land and get back home again. And then there's another part of the rocket, and the purpose of that part is to kick us from the Kerbal orbit out to the moon and then get us circularized, right? In that part, we don't need to carry that down to the moon and up with us again. That doesn't make any sense. So we're going to get rid of that part and just have the little lander land. And then to get from Kerbal surface up into Kerbal orbit, that's going to be a big rocket, right? But we don't need to carry that rocket all the way to the moon and back. We're going to shed these pieces. We're going to shed engines we don't need. We're going to design this so that we don't have to carry all the empty junk that we didn't need for the mission. So we're actually just going to start from scratch here. We're going to not save that. And we are going to come back to our delta V chart right here. And let's see if we can't break this mission into different segments, right? I want to define this mission in different mission phases, mission stages, whatever you want to call it. And I can do that like this. Where did my pen go? There it is. I know that I've got one stage where I have to get into orbit. So this is good. This is going to be a big rocket. We need engines that operate in atmosphere. Because remember, this is Kerbal, And there's atmosphere down here at sea level, so we're going to be looking for specific engines that have lots of thrust and good efficiency down low at sea level, right? And we're going to use that to get up into space. Hurrah, we're in space. Cool. That's fantastic. Then I want to go out to the moon. We've got a phase where we're traveling to the moon here, right? Kind of from here to here. And that's going to take me from low Kerbal orbit to the low lunar orbit. That's cool. Why don't we make a stage of our engine? There's no atmosphere involved there. I'm never going to be flying in the atmosphere, so we can choose engines that are super efficient and lightweight in vacuum. Then we've got our landing stage, where we're going to come down. Really, the part that takes us all the way over here, we don't need to carry that down to the surface and back up again. Why don't we just have a small lander that takes us down and brings us back up again? And then maybe that lander has enough fuel to also get us back home, so we would add in this extra delta V to eject us back from the moon and get it back. I'm defining these things in stages, in defining how this rocket is going to come apart as it flies its mission. So I'm going to say 3 stages. And I'm going to say the first stage is getting off Kerbal. You know something? Let's write down 3,600, I guess. I don't know. We'll see how close this gets. So the first stage is launch, whatever, and it's 3,600, right? The next stage is going to be the 860 plus 310, so call it 900 plus 300 is probably close enough. What is that, 1,200? The next stage, we'll call it second. Whoa, I just wrote 12 for some reason. The second stage is the trans-lunar injection. That's where we go from the Kerbal orbit to the lunar orbit, the trans-lunar injection, really. TLI was Apollo. TMI, and we're going to write down 1,200 for that, right? Cool. We can fudge these numbers. We can make it up and down. Yeah, with that handwriting, I should be a doctor. I know. The third stage is going to be the landing, right? And it's not only the landing, it's also the return home. So we've got 580. We said it was 800, another 800 to get back up again, then 300 to get home. What is that? That's 1,600. That's about 2,000, I guess, right? So if we can get 2,000 out of that, how do these numbers stack up? That's 36, that's 56, 66 plus 2, 68. That's just about 7, and we'll add extra in. We'll just add extra in. Even though I've written down these numbers and I've rounded it up, there's nothing wrong with just rounding it up and 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 more and more and more. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with doing that. 900 plus 300, 1,200. Yeah, that looks all right. So let's see how we can design this rocket so that the stages work in the order that we want. We've got the atmospheric stage, engines, high thrust, efficient in atmosphere. We've got the translunar injection stage, lightweight engines, efficient in vacuum. We don't need a big, huge engine for that. We can take our time on that burn. We don't need a ton of thrust for that. The landing, we're going to want to land safely, so we're going to want a little bit more thrust there, maybe a little bit less mass. We'll have things like landing gear and stuff like that on there as well, and then it's also going to bring us home. And design this mission like this, right? Design the mission along those lines. In this rocket for boot camp, because we're keeping it simple, it always ends up looking kind of the same. That's fine with me. I'm sorry that that's so terribly written. It's fine with me that this always ends up looking the same, because we're still learning the basics of why we're designing the rocket this way, right? We're going to grab our little pod like this, just to start. Let's just stick with this for now. I don't want to get off into the weeds and show you like 18 different rockets, but I'm just going to stick with this little pod. And we need to design the rocket kind of backwards. Let's design the landing and return home stage first, since this is kind of the end of the rocket. You do kind of work backwards when you do this, so assuming we're doing the last stage first. We are going to put our little decoupler on, wherever it was under coupling, and we need our decoupler. We also know that we're going to need our parachute. Remember, you can search. If you can't find it, you can type in chute, and it'll go down to the chutes. And we'll put our little chute there, right? And we're good to go with the chutes. There's a heat shield. I think, you know something, we didn't talk too much about that. This pod is good enough to survive re-entry without a heat shield, but just for the sake of playing around, if you go over here to the heat tab, there's a little heat shield over here, and you just choose the one that kind of matches the bottom of the pod. That helps protect the pod from the atmospheric heating whenever we're coming back down, not just from low Kerbal orbit, but all the way from the moon. We're going to be coming in a lot faster. So we'll put the little heat shield on there, right? And we'll put our little stage on. This actually has 2 places to connect it. You can either do a fashion connection or a connection that shows that. I like the fashion connection better like that. Like that. One thing at a time, granted. We'll put a fuel tank on. Now, there's something to think about here, right? I could certainly put that big old fuel tank we've been using and put that on. That's 3,419 delta V. I mean, we could basically use this for the translunar injection and the landing phase. However, why would we not want to do this? Imagine a cowboy cookout. What does that have to do with anything? Imagine the old campfire, and imagine the little tripod over the campfire, and imagine the pot that's boiling the beans or whatever it is that the cowboys are eating, right? You know what I'm talking about. There's a reason the pot is not balanced on the top of the tripod. There is a reason that if you have your little tropical rock number 7 here, little fire in the bottom, with a little pot like this that's kind of hanging from something, right? There's a reason the tripod doesn't look like this underneath it. There is a reason the tripod is like that. The mass of that bean stew or whatever right there is actually hanging down. You don't want all the mass of the rocket to not be supported by some sort of firm, wide base. You don't want that. So what I'm doing here, if I went over here and I grabbed, say, these landing legs. Where are they at? Let's go get them. Here we go. Nope, that's underground now. And we'll grab these landing legs, and we'll put them on the bottom. We'll put 4 landing legs on the bottom, right? Look at where our mass of our rocket is. If the mass of the rocket is way up here, remember, this is 0.88, and this engine is 0.5. So now our mass is going to be a little bit higher. Landing legs and stuff, too, whatever. Heat shield decouplers. Our mass is going to be a little bit higher. Right now, my pot of beans is balanced on top of the tripod. I don't want it that way. I want a nice firm land. I want a nice solid lander that has a nice wide base to help us balance out whenever I land. So having this super tall rocket is not the best of ideas. That, coupled with the fact that I've already got way more delta V than I need, means that I can use a smaller fuel tank. And watch what happens. I don't need that much delta V. Let's make this whole thing shorter. Get rid of all of these pieces. And let's make it shorter like this. Just get the little half-size fuel tank here. Like that. Now look, if we put our little 909 on, go to engines and go to 909. And then we're going to go back and we're going to get those same landing gear, go to ground, get the landing gear and put them on like that. Now look at the tripod. Assuming that our center of mass is like down here. Whoops, I didn't go into writing mode. Here, look at the tripod that's made. Now it's like the campfire. It's like the cowboy's pot of beans boiling over the fire. Beans don't actually boil, right? Cooking over the fire. Now our center of mass is going to be down inside of that landing leg tripod. This is going to be a lot more stable, a lot easier for us to land. And all I'm really telling you here, don't make super tall rockets to land on the moon. Like, you don't want a rocket that looks like this, where it's got like 8 fuel tanks and a huge skyscraper, and it's got these little landing legs at the bottom. Don't go for that, right? You don't want to design the lander that way. It's going to make it a lot harder for you to land. Just don't even load it up, okay? Please don't load it up. Fish don't fry in the kitchen, beans to burn on the grill. Wait, that sounds like song lyrics or something, doesn't it? Does everybody understand that? That's why we do it that way. I don't want a super tall rocket because of this whole tripod sort of stability effect. I want to make sure, yeah, don't make any landing craft really tall. Exactly. Don't make really any landing craft really tall. Ah, SpaceX didn't get that memo. Somebody always wants to be smart about this, right? SpaceX didn't get that memo. Let's talk about the Falcon 9 right quick. You know the Falcon 9, 10 stories tall, right? The Falcon 9 is super tall, and it lands on a barge. And it's got these, they're actually pretty big. It's got these landing gear down at the bottom. The Falcon 9, when it lands, how much fuel does it have? It's pretty much empty, right? Also, remember, the entire top of the Falcon 9, the interstage adapter, is empty air. It's some structural components, but there's not a lot up there. It's just hollow. Also, the fuel tanks. You've got your oxidizer tank. You've got your liquid fuel tanks. When Falcon lands, how much fuel is in those tanks? Not very much. How many of the Merlins does she have on the bottom? It's called a Falcon 9 for a reason. It's got 9 engines on the bottom. So if you come over here and you have 9 Merlin engines on the bottom, where is all your mass? The structure of the landing legs and the mass of the 9 Merlin engines on the bottom. I know I'm drawing over my head, right? That's why I'm leaning this way now. The center of mass of the Falcon is super low. It may not be exactly in the tripod, but it's really close down there. And you're like, wow, that's a super tall thing that's landing. It's mostly empty space, and most of the mass is down at the bottom because of the 9 Merlins and the octaweb and the landing legs down there. So, somebody always throws that in. We have to do a little description there. That's why Falcon can land like that. It's sort of a good one. Yeah, good explanation. DWL, I know you were kidding, but I was like ready for that. I was completely ready for that. It's got RCS on the top, which helps it tips over. It's got the grid fins on the top, so the center of pressure moves back up to the top. I mean, the center of mass is way down low, and the center of pressure is way up there because of the grid fins. So, anyways, good description, good description. So we're going to go with this sort of design. You need to manually erase things here. Like this. Get rid of the Falcon, get rid of the campfire, get rid of the cooking pot and everything. And let's go back to this. This is a nice little lander. Something else to look for, you don't want your engine to hit, so make sure your landing legs are not actually touching. Some people ask how I did this. You can press the X key to increase the symmetry. That looks super stable, doesn't it? You can press Shift and X to decrease the symmetry. So I can put 2 on. Sure, that's fine. I can put 3 on. I just press the X key to increase the symmetry. I can put 4 on. I can do that. You can see it down in the corner. You see it over in the other corner over there. This little symmetry mode, when I put these on, I can change it from 1x, 2x, 3x, 4x, 5x symmetry, etc., etc. I would be most stable if I landed with 8 legs. Do landing legs explode? Can I use landing legs as fuel? No. How much delta V does it cost me to put these on? Look at this. That's 2,312 delta V. Putting all of these on costs me 300 delta V. I don't need that many. I'm carrying too much stuff. I don't need that many landing legs. Okay, smart Alex, so why don't you just land on one landing leg? Yes, I can land on one landing leg. You can do it. You could certainly just take one landing leg. That still costs some delta V. That goes from 312 down to 271, so that's still 40 delta V, right? But I don't want to land on one leg. I don't want to land on 2 legs, right? If you get good at landing, you can go with 3 legs. 3 legs is not as stable as 4 legs, but the mass difference is there. Not carrying that extra landing leg means that you have 25% less landing leg mass that you don't get to explode and throw out the back. So when you get good at landing, you can certainly take 3 landing legs. For your first trip to the moon, I would go with 4 like this. I mean, heck, you can just land on the engine bell. You don't even need the landing legs. Like, once you get good enough, you won't have to. You won't have to. Can't use landing legs as fuel. It's not technically fuel, Gagan. it's a mass accelerator. We're going to put 4 landing legs on this thing. There goes the Dr. Pepper thing over there. 4 landing legs on the craft. That's easy for me. That's easy for learning landing. It's nice and stable. Another thing that I look at when I'm designing the lander, I don't want the engine bell to touch. Hey, I just pressed 2 on the keyboard and clicked on a landing leg. Look what that makes me do. I can actually drag the landing legs up and down without taking them off. I got to make sure I don't have a situation like this. Because I don't want to land on the landing leg, or sorry, land on the bell of the engine. That would be bad. If we destroy that engine, we don't have anything to blow up our dead Kerbasaurs and get us home. So I don't want that. But then again, I also don't want this, right? I don't want that center of mass super high. So it's always kind of a balance here. You can come to the side, and again, I pressed 2 key on the keyboard. I clicked on a landing leg, and that lets me drag them up and down, see? So I want to put them like, right like that's probably good. You know, it's like how close to the top can we get it? I mean, this gives me a little bit more impact tolerance. Maybe that's what we want to do for this. Maybe we want to do like this. 3 legs is more stable, is much stabler on uneven ground, but you're more likely to fall over. You're more likely to fall over on the uneven ground, Rooster Tell. Because we have shock absorbers in this, if it was a bar stool that had 3 legs with no shock absorbers, 3 legs would wobble less than 4 legs, but because we have shock absorbers that can conform to the ground, 4 legs is more stable even on uneven ground. Even on uneven ground because of the shock absorbers. That's what makes it true. You're thinking about the old bar stool trick, right? And bar stools don't have shock absorbers usually. Not in the bars that I go to. Anyways, we're closing in on 2,000. Look at that. 2159, and now that we've put our landing legs on here, we're at, well, I mean, now that we put our landing legs on here, we're at 2159. There are some more things. Remember, we can add things to our rocket. We're going to come over here and maybe add in some solar panels. And all the solar panels. What solar panels do you want? If you put these on, that only cost me 7 delta V for 2 solar panels. If you put Gigantors on, I love this. This is a great example of not using Gigantors. Look at this. 2159, 350 delta V
Welcome
lost
back to the
to
Academy.
carrying these huge Gigantor panels. Hey, if you're doing things for fashion, I know they're very fashionable. I know they look fantastic. You can design around them if you just have to have Gigantors on the moon. But for me, for this intro to kind of like moon landing mission, I'm not going to take these Gigantors. I don't want to lose that 300 delta V there, right? We can just go with like little solar panels. You could go with the ones that deploy, like these. That's 2170. That's really not that big of a deal. 2124, 59. That's like 25 delta V or something. 30 delta V or something. You know what I mean? Yeah, the least typical landing leg shape is a circle. That's correct. Who was that? PF Pulse with a 713 sub. Thank you, PF Pulse. I appreciate the support. Thanks for stopping in. So, you can just decide. An important note on solar panels right quick. These gray solar panels and the white solar panels. The gray solar panels, once you extend them, you can never retract them again. It says so. Solar panel cannot be retracted, right? Even if you right-click on them and you do extend solar panel, it says retract solar panel editor only. You can only do that in the editor. Once you extend those solar panels, you cannot ever retract them. Just know that. Just know that. Maybe we'll take some of these. We'll just take off with them. We just rip them off or whatever when we take off. I think it's fine. Let's just take those. That's 2134 delta V. Just to take something different. It's 25 delta V, I think, is the differential there. So I'm okay with that. Make sure they're not going to run into the landing legs or anything. Yeah, it's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, cool. How much electric storage do we have? The only battery we have right now, right-click on the pod and see I've got 100, or I've got, 50 electric charge on there. I probably don't need to take any other batteries. Remember when we talked about the dorsal side and everything, and we're like, oh, we need to know where the dorsal side, we need to know where the Kerbal is. Remember how the Kerbal sits in this pod with his head up on this end, and then his body kind of sitting there, and then the control panel is in front of him, and he looks out like kind of that way? Remember that, right? If I wanted to, I could put a battery to mark the dorsal position. I mean, I know that the Kerbal sits in that pod with his head up near that window. So I could just use that to mark the dorsal position. We used to do this all the time. We would get a little battery, and we would put one single battery on here in kind of the dorsal position. And now I know that way is the way that's up on the rocket. That is the dorsal side of the rocket whenever I'm flying it. So I know when to pitch and yaw and roll and all that sort of stuff, like we talked about earlier, right? I mean, I can certainly do that. That's 3 delta V. It's not that big of a deal. That's not very fashionable. If I wanted to, I can click on it and I can pull it in and then pull it out. I mean, I can actually press 3 and I can rotate it too, like that. Turning on the angle snap and everything. That's fine. Right there. So now we know where the dorsal side of the rocket is. And we have 100 extra electric charge. 200% more electric charge. 50 goes up to 150 now that we put that on. And we're still above our delta V target, right? What else can we do to increase the efficiency of this rocket? We could go to 3 landing legs. We could use other landing legs. We could land on no landing legs. Sure. We probably don't need the 2 solar panels, but we're okay. Somebody said monoprop. Remember this monoprop that we had in here? We don't need it. 2131 delta V. Remove the monoprop. 2159 delta V. We just got 28 delta V from removing the monoprop. It's worth it. It's worth it. Every little bit counts. It adds up, right? Also, the heat shield. The heat shield's in the middle of that. It's got 200 ablator on it right now. Coming back home from the moon, I don't need 200 ablator. Ablator is mass. Ablator is something that burns off to protect us from the heat. I know that coming from the moon, I only need like 60 ablator. And look at that. 59. If we half the ablator, we almost got 100. We got like 80 delta V from removing half that ablator. We can take it all the way down to like 40, I think. And we'll go from 2159 to 2279. We get 120 delta V out of just not carrying that extra ablator. We didn't need the extra ablator. So over to 2279 delta V in our little lander. A ladder might be nice. If we go down to utility, we could put a ladder on. This is going to take some of our delta V. Do we use ladders as fuel? No, Chad. We don't use ladders as fuel. So that goes from 79 to 75. You know something? It's worth the 4 delta V, right? The last thing that I'm going to do here, I need to rotate that. I don't want my Kerbal to have to crawl through that. Remember how I said I could press 2 and I could move something up and down? I can also press 3, click on the part, and get this little 3D rotation tool. And I can rotate it out to the side. That's close, but that's not a cigar. This is probably going to be too much. So I'm going to press the C key, and I'm going to turn off angle snap, right? Angle snap is what's making it snap to these different positions. And I don't really want it to snap, so I can click down here or I can press the C key. Do you see that toggling on and off? We press the C key, and that's going to let me kind of like gently turn that. And that looks good. Now the Kerbal will be able to grab that and it'll go up and yada yada yada. So we'll right-click on the ladder and we'll retract it. So we see that it's like that. This is good. I think this is good, actually. This is a good little lander. It's got 275 delta V over the 2,000, which is already more than we needed. So we've got extra delta V to deal with this. Our thrust to weight, the thrust to weight's okay. In order to land on the moon, I need greater than a 1.0 thrust to weight. In order to land safely on the moon, I need greater than like a 1.5 thrust to weight. And if I'm new, I really want a 2.0 thrust to weight. Well, das. The thrust to weight's 1.5. On the moon? By default, Kerbal Engineer shows you the thrust to weight on Kerbin because weight is relative to the gravity of the body that you're measuring the weight around. So on Kerbin, my thrust to weight is 1.05 if there was no atmosphere at sea level. It's actually only 0.37 at sea level on Kerbin, right? If I click on this compact thing, I can actually go to body. And I can change the body to the moon. And when I change the body to the moon, Kerbal Engineer changes the gravitational constant for the thrust to weight calculation, not to the gravity of Kerbin, but the gravity of the moon. It's smaller, it's not made of condensium, yada yada yada. So now I've got it set to the moon, and you can see that this little thing is 9.02 thrust to weight on the moon, which is more than enough to take off. It's more than enough to take off. It's more than enough to land on the moon. It's going to have a maximum of 17.67 thrust to weight on the moon. That's plenty of thrust to weight to land and take off again. So again, all I did was click on body and I switched it to the moon, and that shows me what my thrust to weight on the moon is going to be. Let's make sure we go back to here so we don't mess with it. That looks good. Any questions on that? I'll scroll through chat right quick. I'm not going to worry about the landing gear, springs, or dampers. Let me scroll through chat and see if I missed anything. What's up, ECM Arsenal? Let's see here. Yes, ladders are food. They're not fuel. Move the legs around 45 degrees. I could move the legs around 45 degrees, or I could use that opportunity to show how to use the rotational tool. I've done this before, granted, so I intentionally put the leg there so that I could teach how to do the rotation tool. Ah, yes. A lot of people talking about Kerbal Engineer. You could use the smallest legs, Gartok. You could use the smallest legs. You get even more delta V. Remove the monoprop. We did remove the monoprop. Good call. We also removed the oxidizer. Yeah, 4 legs is a good compromise. When you're new to landing, 4 legs is a good compromise. You don't need 6 legs on this little rocket, but you don't want to try to land on 1 or no leg. 4 legs is a good compromise, y'all. And I'm scrolling through. Sounds like DOS needs to go to better bars. Nice. I am in 1.2, yes. At the beginning of this VOD, Awesome89, at the beginning of this VOD, I explained to you and gave a link for how to get Kerbal Engineer working, the beta build of Kerbal Engineer working for 1.2, and then there's the link to it right there. Thank you, AlphaMense. I appreciate it. Attach the legs to radial decouplers and jettison them. Deep Blue Reason, that's actually pretty interesting. Could we get more delta V by putting radial decouplers on and getting rid of the legs? The answer is it depends. I won't stare at you for too long. Radial decouplers are actually mass. So what Deep Blue Reason was saying there, if you go to couplers and you go to this radial decoupler, that's something that sticks on the side of the craft that will allow me to blow another part off. And I can put those on, but look what that did to my delta V, right? I'm going to have to bring this all the way up here. $21.99, those cost me almost 100 delta V. So it comes down to, does ditching the landing legs save me more than I lose by carrying the decouplers all the way? And I'm not going to go too far into it now. It's a good question. Maybe if there were extra fuel tanks and even more parts or extra landing engines or something for a bigger craft, maybe it would make sense to decouple those LEM style, right? Because there was the Lunar Excursion module that had the landing stage and the ascent stage, and it left part of the stuff behind. In real life, we actually left our landing legs behind on the surface of the moon and took off from the top like a little launch pad. For this, we won't go into it, but I will leave that as an exercise for the student. Do you get more or less delta V by blowing those landing legs off with the radial decouplers? That's a good question, Deep Blue Reason. That's a good question. Unless it's a bar stool. Unless it's a bar stool, 3 legs are more stable than 4 because everybody always wants to be smart and they're like, well, a bar stool is more stable. Well, a bar stool doesn't have shock absorbers. It's a trick question. Remove the snacks. We never remove the snacks. My question, is there a redo? What do you mean is there a redo? Control Z and control, what is it? Control Y for undo to redo? How do you bring the whole rocket back to Earth? How would I bring the whole rocket back to Earth? For Bootcamp, I don't. I don't bring the whole rocket back to Earth. I try to teach the staging and the shedding of unnecessary mass and stuff like that. We could certainly design something that could take off, go out, land at the moon, take off, come back, and land again. But that's a little bit outside the scope of Bootcamp, Redstone Unknown. It's something that we could do, but it's not something that I do there. Check the weights of the science experiments. There are science experiments, but for Bootcamp, we don't worry about that. Alright, looks good. Looks like I didn't miss anything else. It looks like I didn't miss anything else. Mustang Stally, turn RCS build aid on and off again, and you'll be good to go. You're talking about the known bug for RCS build aid. So, this is our little lander. We've accomplished the landing phase. Now we need the transmuter injection phase. And we're going to go ahead and let's learn about a fairing right quick. Okay? I normally don't do fairings at Bootcamp, but we're going to do fairings at Bootcamp. So imagine this rocket in all of this junk hanging off the outside. Do you remember when we talked about how important it was to have the center of pressure near the back of the rocket? Remember when I brought up the Soyuz and stuff like that, and we didn't want a bunch of drag at the front of the rocket? Guess what all of this junk hanging off the front of the rocket is? It's going to create drag, and if my final rocket ends up looking like this... I'm just slapping this together. Like, if the final rocket ends up looking like this, I don't want all this drag at the top of the rocket. How do I get rid of it? I need there to not be all this drag. I don't want all these exposed parts sticking out the side. I am going to use what's called a payload fairing to fix that. So we're going to come over here. We're going to grab our little decoupler and put it on the bottom of the engine. And that fixes this, right? That makes it so that we don't need... Or sorry, it makes it so that when we separate, we're going to separate the lander, and the only thing that's going to go to the moon is going to be this part right here. So we put one of these with the arrow pointing up to separate it from the rest of the rocket, right? I'm going to go into my payload section here, and I'm going to grab this little fairing, this AEFF1 Protective Aerostream fairing. Again, these kind of match the size. Do you see how that's the same size? I'm going to put it right there on the decoupler. That lets me start to draw this little fairing thing, and the fairing is basically a shell that encloses the craft. So I can drag it out to the side, I can drag it close. Now, the bigger I make the fairing, the more it's going to weigh. Is a fairing something that I can use as fuel? No. So to increase the delta V of the craft, I want to make the fairing as light as possible. So I don't want to make a fairing that looks like this to take my little moon lander out to the moon. Like, well, this is not good. That's not the fairing that you want, okay? That's bad. We want the fairing to be as efficient as possible. So I just right-clicked on it, I did delete fairing, and then build fairing, right? And I come over here, and every time I want to place a segment, let me move this out of the way right quick. Every time I want to place a segment, I click, and if it says LMB, LMB, left mouse button places the cross. Wow, can't talk. Places the cross section. I can click, and it'll go just outside of those landing legs. And then I can actually come up here, and then I'll like click right there, and that place a little cross section there. Then I can like angle in a little bit, and I can click, and I can put this up here, and I can click, and now all of those draggy parts, those batteries, those landing legs, the solar panels, the ladder, all of those things are encased inside of this fairing. And that is going to remove the drag from all of those other parts and just have the drag of the nice, smooth outside part of the fairing. Now, in the real world, we don't normally put people inside of fairings like this. We would not have a manned mission that is inside of a fairing, because it's hard to get out of a fairing in case something goes wrong. So if you'll look, there'll be like the design of the Soyuz. It does have a fairing on the top, but we've got this whole launch escape system that pulls the astronauts out. The fairing breaks in half in the middle, and it pulls them off to safety. Some of the new designs, like whenever a Dream Chaser starts flying, the version of the Dream Chaser that's unmanned and only carries cargo will be able to go in a fairing. The manned version of the Dream Chaser won't go in a fairing, so that the Dream Chaser can separate and get the astronauts away to safety. Normally in the real world, we would not encapsulate an astronaut like this. I think that I can do it Here, it's just not going to look as good. So let's go edit the fairing, and I can right-click to back it off a step. And I could actually try to close my fairing like that. And in this case, it looks hideous. It looks terrible, right? But this would be a little bit safer, especially if we put some sort of launch escape system on the top of this to pull the Kerbal off the top of the fairing. It still accomplishes the fact of hiding all of these draggy pieces. But if you look at an Apollo rocket, right? The lander, which was not very aerodynamic, was encased in the upper stage, and it was inside of that fairing, and then the crew module was outside the fairing with the launch escape system. This part right here, sitting on top. What is that, under utility? Yeah, there you go. The launch escape system on Apollo was able to pull the astronauts away from anything that went wrong, and they were not inside of the fairing like the rest of the lander was. But, you know something, for Bootcamp and Kerbal, I think fashion's a little bit more important, so I'm actually going to edit the fairing. And I'm going to... That also increases the efficiency because I don't have to carry the mass of the fairing that goes all the way to the top. But we'll just go ahead and close off our fairing like that, and we'll opt for fashion. There are some other, like, intermediate things for a fairing I'm not going to get into. You can change exactly how the fairing deploys and how many pieces it has and that sort of stuff. But I'm not going to do that for Bootcamp. So now, we need to be able to push this into orbit. Or no, we actually need to be able to push this to the moon. So we need to add another fuel tank onto the bottom, like this. And we need to grab another engine. Let's just grab the 909, right? We know that the 909 is a good vacuum engine, and we're looking for 1200 delta V. That's 1099 delta V. But is the fairing going to be there? This engine is designed to operate in vacuum. This translunar injection is once we've already safely reached orbit outside of the atmosphere, that's when we're going to use this engine. So the way that it's staged right now, I'm not actually going to get this much delta V, that 1099. I'm going to get more delta V because the fairing's not going to be there. So how am I able to simulate that? Right now, in the staging list, you can see the engine's going to fire first, and then the little new fairing icon is going to deploy. I don't want to do it in that order. What I want to do is get rid of the fairing before we do the translunar injection burn. And all of a sudden, just because that fairing's going to pop off, we got 1146 delta V for the translunar stage. Now, I was looking for 200. I want even more, right? So I'm probably going to put another fuel tank on this. Let's take that off. Let's put, like, it's probably just this fuel tank, but let's put this fuel tank on, right? Now we've got the fairing. Let's make sure the fairing is in the bottom stage. We've got 1569. That's good. That's plenty of delta V. With the fairing popped off, we're going to have 1500. We said we only needed 12. I could use an even smaller fuel tank, but I don't know. This fuel tank's not as fashionable. The Drummer Boy fuel tank's not as fashionable, honestly. Yeah, that's 1367. I guess we'll leave the Drummer Boy on there. I don't really like the Drummer Boy, but whatever. Anyways, so Fightin' Scott, thanks for the follow, yo. Is this the first bootcamp? If this is the first bootcamp that people have seen, go ahead and put a little raise your hand into chat. I'm interested in seeing how many people this is the first bootcamp they've seen. And we will drive. We will need to design the last stage of this thing here. So we've got our lander stage done. We've got our TMI stage. We've got our translunar injection stage done. We now need to design something that's going to have a total of 3600 delta V. That's a lot of people. Who's the first bootcamp? Wow, y'all. Timeout mutter. That would unmod him, though. I can't afford to do that. That's a lot of people. This is the first bootcamp. Thank you guys for joining me. We're now going to design the stage that needs 3600 delta V to get this into orbit. So let's see if we can brute force it. We're going to go into couplers. We're going to put our exploding decoupler here, right? And then we're going to go back to that big fuel tank. And let's put like 2 of these fuel tanks on, right? I like those T45 engines. The T45 engines are good, solid engines if you're new to flying things in KSP. We put that down there, that's 1800 delta V. And we need to switch it back down to atmosphere, and it's only a 0.93 thrust to weight. So this will not get us there. Let's get more. What if we hold down the Alt key? This is new. Hold down the Alt key and click that. And then put 4 of these on. What does that look like? Let's put all those stages together. All right, we're going to launch all of those stages. Then we're going to decouple that, light the next engine. Let's actually drag those down because we can decouple and light the next engine at the same time. get rid of stage 5. We're going to decouple the fairing. We're going to decouple... Oh no, the fairing goes before that. The fairing needs to go up here. We get rid of the fairing, we decouple this, and we launch that. We use that engine. We decouple that, we launch that. That's good. We decouple the pod, then we land with the parachutes. The staging looks like it's good to go. Let's check our delta V. It's 1.42 on the pad, and it's 3414 delta V. It needs some nose guns for fashion. Let's put some nose guns on too. Just like this. That's fine. That looks good. So it's 3384 delta V, and it's got a 1.41 on the pad. That's not fantastic, as it turns out. That's not fantastic, but we can pull a trick. We can do a thing here, right? What I can do is get another engine. I want these T-45s for their gimbal, but I would like to use another engine that's going to give me more thrust. Let's see if this works. What if we change out the central engine and we just put in a T-30? Again, it's less mass and more thrust, right? Bring it up here. 3389, and on the pad, 1.48. So switching out that central engine for a T-30 is going to give us 1.48 thrust to weight. We could play around this forever. We could change out the outer ring to the T-30s and the inner ring to the T-45s. We could go with a more complicated design where these side boosters actually peel off and there's fuel lines involved and there's radial decouplers. We could put SRBs on the bottom. There's like 80 different ways that we could design this rocket. For the sake of simplicity, I'm going to go with this. I'm just going to let it ride, and we'll fly it this way. So we've got that 1.48 on the pad, and we've got 3389, almost 3400. DOS, you need 3600. What's the deal? Remember, this stage here has 1367, so I'm actually going to use some of the fuel out of this stage in order to get into orbit if I need to. That's the plan. I've overbuilt this stage a little bit, and hopefully I can get the extra delta V that I'm missing out of here out of the stage. You know something? That's actually an argument for putting that other bigger tank in. Just overbuild this stage a little bit more, like that. Make sure our staging is still all good. Do that. The fairing's going to need to go down here, like that. That looks good. Now we've got 3330 feet. We've got even less in this, but we've got more. 1569. We'll get a little bit. We fudged the edges of our mission here because we're going to use a little bit of delta V out of the injection stage to finish off the orbit. We think. Let's see if this works. One more thing we have to deal with here, and this is a new thing in 1.2. I'm a little bit concerned about the stability of this rocket because we don't have a very good structural connection here. It used to be that I would go through and I would teach you about adding struts. So I would grab a little strut. This is under the structural tag. I would grab a little strut and I would strut it up to there so we have a little bit of extra stability. I don't just want the only connection point to be that engine. I want, well, oops. I want to put a little bit of extra stability on here. As it turns out, I don't need to do that anymore because of auto strutting. Hey, WW2 Master, just putting a kappa on there doesn't mean that it was like a joke. You need to learn that lesson. Like, kappa doesn't mean that you just... Oh, well, I was just making a joke. Mod asks you to do something. Don't argue with him, please. So, it used to be that we would put these struts on. There is a new feature in 1.2 called auto strutting. Auto strutting automatically creates struts on the rocket. It makes me sad. It's one less thing that I teach you. Because you don't need to do it. What auto strutting is, from every one of these landing legs, it's going to create a mystical, magical, invisible, phase-shifted strut that has infinite strength, no mass, and no drag. Doesn't cost you anything either. And it's going to create that invisible strut from that landing leg down to the heaviest part. These tanks here are going to be the heaviest part. So I don't need these struts here anymore. It's really sad. It's really sad. I can actually visualize it. If I press Alt F12, I can go over, where's it going to be? It's going to be under cheats, isn't it? Can I see, where is the, is it under physics? Yeah, there you go. It's under physics. Visualize auto struts. Is that actually going to show me the auto struts for these or no? Oh, it's not showing me the auto struts for those. That's lame. Auto struts does not boost your PC performance. Auto strut does not actually boost your PC performance. You said it drops your PC performance. Do you think it drops it, Watusi? Maybe if you overdo it. Yeah, sure. I thought that it was going to help me see those struts, but it's apparently not doing it. It makes me super sad. It makes me super sad, but I know that I don't need these struts here. You know something? I'm going to put these struts in here just because. Let's fashion it up a little bit. Just for old time's sakes, we're going to add the struts in. Let's pull them down. The saddest thing is that I can't turn off auto struts for these landing legs. By default, every single landing leg, every single landing wheel that you put on a craft is going to auto strut, which causes some problems. It causes some problems. You have no option. It's an advanced tweakable. Mustang Sally, you won't see it unless you turn on the option that is advanced tweakables under the setting menu. You won't see the option for auto struts, but I've got it there. So just for old time's sake, I'm going to put this here. I've also got these here, right? And I'm a little bit concerned about these things waggling. So I'm going to come down here and I'm going to grab some more struts, and just for old time's sake, I'm going to put struts in here. And you know something? It's going to decrease my delta V, and I don't care because struts are awesome engineering. Normally, I used to have to strut things like that, and I would have a little delta V, a little bit of a delta V sort of penalty there, but I'm going to take the delta V penalty right now. 1.45 on the pad is close enough to 1.5. We've got plenty of extra delta V in there. We should be good to go. Chat, did I miss anything else? Did I miss? Yeah, auto struts are less cheaty than instant orbit. I don't like instant orbit either. You know what I mean? Yeah, I can count a ban. I can count a ban. I was gonna give him a nice warning until I saw his name, and I figured he just goes to different channels and like counts as high as he can go. So I wasn't. I was just gonna go with the perma ban there. Normally I'd say like, hey, we don't need you to do a countdown for the rocket and be all nice, but you know something? Get out! That's how high you can count. Let's go ahead and put these launch clamps down on the bottom. Make sure they're in the correct stage. So I'm just dragging them up to the right stage. I can hold down shift and click and move the whole thing down. Let's just put the rocket close to the pad. And that right there is going to be my moon rocket. We've got plenty of delta V. 7120 delta V. We've got our initial stage that's got a little bit low. 3276 is actually really low there. But I'm just going to roll with it because he was counting the wrong way for launch. I know, Bible thumb. We have extra delta V built into this stage, so we're going to separate this and then complete our orbit with that upper stage. Then we should still have plenty of extra delta V left to get me into my mooner transition and get out to the moon. And then we're going to use our lander to do our landing out at the moon. So, do they experience ground effect? No, there is no ground effect in KSP. I'm going to go over the top of the whether or not to use fins on the bottom. Pirate Lighter, I've already spent over an hour on fins and aerodynamic. Because we've got the 4 T45 engines down here, which all give us a lot of gimbal, and we have the lack of drag at the top because of the fairing, I'm not going to worry about fins. I've taught the right trajectory for this rocket, and I'm going to fly it this way. Ground effect is the ground, like the arrow hitting the ground and bouncing back at you. Love the Soyuz lookalike. It's a little bit of a Soyuz lookalike. It's kind of a Soyuz lookalike. Put a Kerbal on each booster and land them. I'm not doing that. Nope, I'm not doing that. Auto strut must be set to on if you want the option, but even if it's not set to on, it'll still auto strut the landing legs, which is what I'm a little salty about. This right here is going to be our moonshot. It's our moonshot. It's our moon boot shot. It's our mooner boot shot. The KSA moon boot shot 1.2. It's not perfect. There's certainly more that we could do. We could certainly redesign the stages a lot differently. But let's fly it this way and see what we get. 1.45 when we're in atmospheric mode on the pad. That looks good. We've got our 3276. That delta V is a little bit low for getting to orbit, but then we're going to make up the difference with the extra delta V we put in that upper stage. That's fine. We've got plenty of delta V to land on the moon and take off again. We said we needed 2,000 when we made it a lot higher than we actually needed, and we've got 2275, so we should be good with this. We should be good with this. Would you just double detect your stages? Sure, absolutely. The bottom stage is going to release all the launch clamps, light the central engine, which is a T30, and light the outside engines, which are T45s. So we're good to go on the first stage. The second stage is going to pop the fairing, because this is going to get us almost all the way to orbit. It's not the most efficient lifter, but you know something? Hey, it'll get you to orbit, right? So then we're going to pop the fairing. We're going to complete our orbit by using the upper stage, which is the little decoupler there and the 909 engine. We've got the little half fuel tank and the quarter fuel tank in there. Then we're going to decouple the lander and light the lander's engine. Finally, we're going to decouple the pod from the lander itself, and then the pod is going to parachute down using the parachute at the top. Those are all the stations. All the stages, actually. All right. I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we're good, right? Let's go ahead and go. Launch this thing. I don't see anything else that I need. I think we are fine here. So we go there, launch. Start moving upward a bit faster. It's also going to reflect the energy back at the rocket and destroy the rocket, Nord. Nah, Daenerys, what's it going? How you doing? I actually just need to go to daytime for this. I don't want to launch at sundown. So let's time warp. We have Jeb in here. I don't want Jeb in here. Jeb, get out of the rocket. Don't ask me how that works. Go away, Jeb. Cool. Let's actually get a viewer to put into the rocket. Well done. And we'll hold down Alt, we'll hit Insert. Doge is my co-pilot. Let's put Doge as my co-pilot into the pod here. There you go, Doge. We've got Doge and his co-pilot. I guess Doge. Wait, no, Doge is your co-pilot. And Jeb is just going to stand to the pad. I don't think he'll get hurt standing that close to a rocket lines. Don't do this in real life. Don't do this in real life. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do our throttle up. Press the Z key. We're going to do our panel lock. Click on the little icon. We're going to SAS engage. Press the T key. Remember our trajectory. Straight up till 50 meters per second. Slowly start to tilt. I am going to tilt to the east. We haven't even talked about why we tilt to the east. We do need to talk about that at some point. We'll talk about that while we're going. And then we will be about halfway to a 45-degree pitch relative to the eastern horizon by the time we get to 5K. We're going to be all the way over to 45 degrees by the time we get to, let's call it 10, 15K. And we're going to keep on going. So 3, 2, 1, ignition. Our rocket takes off just fine. Our thrust to weight is increasing. Our surface velocity is increasing. We are going to slowly get ready to tap the D key whenever we pass 45 meters per second. Sorry, 50 meters per second. There we go. You can actually see the gimbals work, and you see those little gimbals helping us tilt over. This rocket's fine if you're new because you got all this gimbal authority. It's going to be hard to get it to flip out. We're going to stay inside the circle of protection, even though this rocket's going to be good to go. And by the time we get up to 5K, we want to be about halfway to that 45-degree angle. Keep on keeping on. There's 3K. Tap it. There's 4K. I'm almost there. I'm halfway to 45 right now. There's 5K. Good. Now we're going to keep on going. Keep on leaning over. And by the time I get to about 10, 12, 15K, I want to be at the 45-degree angle relative to the eastern horizon. Right there. It's just that line that goes around the nav ball, right? That's 45 degrees. Pitch. There's 10. There's 11. There's 12. There's me at 45, 13, 14, 15, and now we just keep on keeping on. We just keep on tilting over here. And I'm just going to tilt over a lot. I don't really want to get too high above 75. It's okay if you go to 80. It's okay if you go to 90. It may actually be smart with this rocket to throttle down some. You know something? We've got so much thrust to weight in this upper stage, I'm going to throttle down a significant portion. We're down at like 50% throttle now. It'd be even better to get rid of the T-30 engine. Like if we shut down the T-30 engine, remember how that T-30 engine was not as effective in the upper atmosphere? I'm going to shut it down. I don't want that less effective ISP. And there is 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80. That's fine. That's fine. Let's just keep it above 80. Get pointed prograde. Now that I'm here, I'm going to have to circularize again. This is dumb. This is dumb. I'm carrying a T-30 engine that I don't need to use, so we could certainly improve the bottom of this by coming up with a new design that doesn't carry this engine any further. We could maybe put T-30s on the outside and T-45s on the inside, and then ditch those boosters and just have one T-45 that pushes us into orbit, right? But this is actually, it's not a great design. There are improvements that you can make for sure, for sure. I don't want to carry that engine that I'm not using. We don't need the fairing right now, so we could get rid of the fairing. There that went. Now we've got that exposed. Now we're up to 62. We're almost out of the atmosphere. Press the M key. Come over here and click on the apoapsis. Like that. Add a maneuver, and we're just going to pull prograde here. All through the maneuver. Wait till we get the flip. There it starts to go. I'm actually going to click there and bring that apoapsis back. 75 by 80. Let's get another flip here. There was a flip. 81. 80 by 80. That's circular enough. That's circular enough. Yeah, just couplers, crossfeed. There's all sorts of stuff that we could do. There's all sorts of stuff that we could do. Now, it's going to be 838 delta V to circularize here. In this stage, Kerbal Engineer shows me I've only got 700, so we're going to have to use about 150 delta V out of the upper stage to get our circularization done. That's actually fine. This is going to fall back down. It's not going to be space trash. I do hope that this decouples correctly. It's kind of close. It's kind of tight. It's kind of tight. No, Nordby, you will never find a sweet spot. All rockets have some sort of flame trench to deflect the sound waves, things that try to gather them and like shoot them off in a different direction. You do not want that to reflect back and hit your rocket. 26 seconds, half of 26 is 13. There you go. We're going to burn this stage until it's empty. We're going to separate and we're going to finish off the orbital insertion with the upper stage. Possible to stage from map view? I don't know. Yes, we are actually going to use the fuel in the mission in the middle. We are going to use the fuel in the middle. That's new with 1.2. There you go. That falls back down and lands, and we finish our orbit with this stage. So we're still going to have way more than 1300 delta V in this stage by the time we get up here. 60, 50, 40. There's an orbit. When the camera flips like that, you know that your apoapsis, your periapsis actually is above a certain amount. What are we at? 73 by 80, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80 by 80, 900. It's close enough. That looks good to go. So we're successfully in orbit. We're successfully in orbit. Violent Shadow, we used to have to worry about that. The fuel lines for the middle and stuff, and I was kind of showing off a new little thing because of the fuel routing. Just surface attaching those tanks makes them magically feed fuel from everywhere, which is kind of weird, but, you know. Anyways. Here we are in orbit. Let's go ahead and extend our solar panels. So we'll just do extend solar panel. I'm right-clicking and doing extend solar panel like that. That looks good. And those solar panels are going to automatically track the sun, so they're going to turn and point at the sun. That's going to keep us nice and charged up. Now we need to get to the moon. It's actually pretty easy to get to the moon. I'm in a nice circular orbit, right? 80 by 80. The more circular your orbit is, the easier it is to make this next part, right? But I've just got 80 by 80. Let's talk through the steps to get to the moon. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to put down a maneuver node. It doesn't matter where I put it. I'm just going to put it anywhere. I'm going to put it anywhere, right? And what I'm going to do is zoom out a little bit, and I'm going to pull program and say, hey, 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 you need to get worse at falling towards the planet. You need to accelerate. You need to change your velocity. And I'm just going to pull that until I get something up near the moon, like that. So you see that? You see how that apoapsis, when I accelerate my craft by 855 meters per second, it's going to put me in this big elliptical orbit, right? And I'm going to go super fast, and I'm going to fly up towards the moon, and then I'm going to trade all that kinetic energy that I got out of my fuel tanks for potential energy, and then I'm going to have all this altitude. Then I'm going to come flying back down again, and I'm going to start speeding up, and then go super fast down here, right? I want to set it up like that. The second step, I'm going to click there, and I'm just going to drag this around, right? And you can see exactly where I reach the top of my orbit is going to change based on where I drag that node to. Uh-oh. If I drag it far enough over, I can actually see that I'm getting a lunar encounter. That's pretty cool. In fact, you can actually click on the moon and do set as target, and it'll tell you how close you're going to get to the moon. Like, if you're over this way, do you see how when you get to here, the moon's going to be there? That's not going to do it. I'm going to have to get up to that apoapsis a little bit later so I can catch the moon. So let's pull this around and look at that. There's me crashing into the moon where there's no apoapsis. That's not what you want. That's literally us crashing into the moon. Periapsis, actually. There's not a little tag over there that says PE, so that means the closest area that we are going to get, the closest approach we're going to have to the moon is going to be crashing into the moon, sort of deal. So I don't want to do it that way. I could drag this maneuver node over this way some. Let's just drag it until we don't crash anymore. There you go. Now the trick with this trajectory is that it's a Mooner slingshot. So this is something that KSP actually simulates. If I fly out to the moon and I don't actually capture at the moon's gravity is going to sling me into a solar orbit. It's not usually what you want, but you know something? For Bootcamp, this is fine. It's okay. I don't really have to worry about this. We can do this, and we can still capture at the moon. If I wanted to, I could keep dragging this around. Let's see if I can get it done. I don't want to crash on the moon. Yeah, no, that gets me up in front of it. We would need to keep playing with it, but for Bootcamp, just make sure you get a periapsis. There you go. 21 kilometer periapsis. That looks fine. That's going to have us go flying by the moon and that sort of stuff. That's great, WW2 Master. I hope you're not complaining about doing what the mods ask you to do, because that's what I'm expecting you to send me. Anyways, I'm going to burn this node. I'm going to burn this node coming up next. It's going to get me out to the moon. If I don't circularize, I'm going to sling into a solar orbit, but that's okay because I've got enough fuel to slow down and land at the moon. I should be okay seeing that I'm still sitting on 3,702 delta V, right? So I need to burn this node. It's going to be a 2 minute and 16 second burn. What is half of 2 minutes and 16 seconds? A minute and 8 seconds. Remember when we talked about doing half your burn before and half your burn after so that on average it's all there? This is just rough. It's close enough. It's not going to be perfect, but it's good enough for getting out there. Right? It's good enough for getting out there. So I'm going to make sure that I move my vessel around and point at this little blue tri-T thingy. See? The blue tri-T. That looks good, right? Right, like that. That's fantastic. That means that I'm pointing where that node wants me to go. It's also coming up in 27 minutes, and I need to burn at 1 minute and 8 seconds. You know what I can do? I can just time warp here. Increase the time warp. That's going to have me go all the way around the planet. 19 minutes, 18 minutes, 17 minutes, 16 minutes. Don't worry that moved a little bit. We'll clean it up. 15 minutes, 14 minutes, 13 minutes, 12 minutes, 11 minutes, 10 minutes, 9 minutes. When I get this trajectory done, I'll come back and I'll answer questions, okay? 6 minutes, 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, gotta watch. 1 minute, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, 14 seconds. Go back to make sure we point at the blue tri-T. 11, 10, 9, 8. Full throttle. Now we're going full throttle. Now, I want you to learn to move your rocket around so that you can actually steer it. In sandbox mode, you can have a little bit of help. If you click on this indicator right here, the maneuver, it'll actually keep the rocket pointed at the little tri-T thingy. You can actually keep it pointed prograde, retrograde. You can keep it pointed all sorts of different directions. But for the sake of this, I'm just gonna go ahead and let it keep it pointed at the maneuver for me. That's good. That's what we want. To stay right on the maneuver. Now we're playing the mini game again, right? We're burning the node. We're waiting for this to go down, and this is going to empty out. We're going to accelerate the rocket so much, and as we accelerate the rocket, it changes our orbit, right? We're going faster and faster and faster down here, so we're going to be higher and higher and higher on this end. The faster we go, the higher we're going to get, and I want to get so high that I end up on the moon. I want to gain so much altitude that I end up on the moon, right? But I'm just going to watch this. It's not that long of a burn. And cut it off at the exact right time here. I ended that burn at half throttle, didn't I? I ended that burn at partial throttle, so the number was wrong. When are they going to fix that? That really needs to be fixed. I didn't burn it exactly half because the game has a little bit of a UI inconsistency in it. You know what I mean? We won't worry about it for now. There was a little bit of a bug that makes things a little bit confusing for new players. So let me see how close we are to the moon. All right, I'm not quite there yet. We're just going to have to bring this in manually. Let's keep burning the node. There's the Mooner Periapsis. Is that getting me closer? Yeah, that's getting me closer. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And stop. The maneuver node was plotting us coming in at 21, and we're going at 120. That's fine. I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. Cool, so now we're going out to the moon. We still have 565 Delta V left in here. Remember what it was to capture at the moon? It was like 300 and something? We should be fine. We should be fine. Apollo missions went into a retrograde moon orbit, but I'm not going to go into all the different types of orbit for Bootcamp. We're just trying to get people out to Bootcamp, right? So don't make it too complicated in chat. Try not to make it too complicated in chat. Let's just keep it simple since we're trying to do Bootcamp here. Dynamic skybox dimming.
Welcome back to the
Blah. Lich Smash with the 18 months. Thanks for the 18 months of support. I appreciate you. Let me scroll through chat and see. Let me scroll through chat and see. I recommend you don't install that Watusi or it's never going to get fixed in stock. Complain to squad. I think you should complain to squad so that it gets fixed in stock. Let me scroll up and see what else we've got going on here. Take it easy, Natus. If you're intended landing with having a prograde or retrograde orbit, that's really a help desk sort of thing, Johnny Subnami. I try not to make it too complicated. I try to not make it too complicated here, right? But the moon doesn't really matter. The moon doesn't really matter if you're landing prograde or retrograde because the moon is tidally locked and it orbits really slowly. We can talk more about that tomorrow. But that's an intermediate sort of understanding. I don't want to confuse people doing boot camp. During the flight from the moon, can you explain why you turn east? Why Drunkelfield? Yes, I can. Of course I can do that. Let's talk about why I turn east to go to the moon, right? Remember earlier when we were talking about Kerbal being a sphere that rotates about an axis that goes through the north and south poles. Apparently, I didn't really draw that one in the right place. North pole's up there, right? Remember how Kerbal rotates? Do you remember how on the pad, when I clicked on my little orbital velocity indicator, it said that I was moving 175 meters per second or whatever when I was actually sitting still on the pad? And I explained that that was because of my rotation of Kerbal. Guess what? If I take off to the east in the same direction as the rotation, I get to add that 175 meters per second of delta V, of velocity, to my orbital velocity. Because I'm already going, just because of the rotation of the planet, 175 meters per second in that direction, and I get to jump in the same direction and add that in. If I take off to the west, guess what? The planet's rotating that way, and I have to counteract that 170 meters per second, and then I have to make it up again. It cost me almost 350 more meters per second of delta V to take off and get into orbit going west as it does going east because of the rotation of the planet. The analogy we always do is like, you know, the moving sidewalk at the airport. If you walk in the same direction as the moving sidewalk, you'll walk faster. And so I basically want to take off and go in the same direction as the moving sidewalk that is the rotation of Kerbal, so that I get to add in Kerbal's information, add in Kerbal's rotational speed into my orbital velocity, as opposed to having to counteract it, because it's 350, 400 meters per second more to go retrograde, to go west, to go against the rotation of the planet, than it is to go with the rotation of the planet. That's why we take off to the east. Now, if I take off to the north, I can certainly go into a polar orbit, and I can take off this way. And we're going to have to, like, counteract that 170 meters per second. If you go straight north off the launch pad, you're actually going to end up with an orbit that's tilted to the east a little bit, because the rotation of the planet is added into your orbit, right? You're actually going around to the east a little bit. And if you take off to the south, you'll end up in one that's going around this way a little bit. But that's why we take off to the east. We're using that rotation of the planet as a big moving sidewalk, and we're running on the moving sidewalk and jumping off of it and adding the energy of the moving sidewalk into my orbital velocity. Great question, Phil. I appreciate you, dude. That's a great question. I'm going to keep on scrolling up here. I'm going to keep on scrolling up. Dude, somebody who refuses to use Time Warp ever? I hope not. What are the hotkeys for time warping? Mr. Hash Browns, the period and comma keys. The period and comma keys are the best hotkeys for time warping. Easy way to land on the moon? Yes, absolutely. Violent Shadow. I'll explain the easy way. The more efficient way, I don't know if we'll get into the efficient way for now, but we'll definitely get into the easy way, because the efficient way is definitely not for beginners. The efficient way is totally hair-raising. Let me keep on scrolling up. A list of mods? There's a list of mods right there, Das Hibbit. Do I prefer 1x6 or 3x2? It just depends on fashion, Matt. Either one. Like, the 1x6s seem to be a little bit better because they have a little bit more reach. The 1x2s, I think, are a little bit more fashionable for, like, ground bases and stuff, whereas for, like, probes, I usually like the 1.6s. Just to answer that question right quick. Let me see here. Why doesn't nozzle size matter in KSP? Because it's a video game. It's not actually doing all the math of simulating the complex physics in the engine bell. It's just got the values of the efficiency and stuff hard-coded. So certainly they could make the nozzles, Matt, more accurately represent real-world nozzles. Vacuum nozzles, super big. Atmospheric nozzles can be a lot smaller. But yeah, it's because they just hard-code those things in the video game, and they're not actually simulating the physics that create the thrust of the engine. I'm seeing. You try everything you see in this game in real life. Wait, what? No, don't try this at home. Indy, come on now. Come on. I don't think we need to tell us, says as the boosters on separation. I think the boosters were okay. Okay, I got that one, Violent Shadow. I'm scrolling through, seeing if there's anything else I need to do. I double-checked the stages. Okay, I think that I'm good. I think that I'm good there. Will you at some point explain how to do a burn that requires multiple orbits? Sure, Daryl. Tomorrow during Help Desk. If you catch me during Help Desk, that is a Help Desk topic. That's not a intro to KSP topic. Sort of deal. Necro, TST Necro. I love this stream. It's super informative, both about the game and rocket science. Thank you, Necro. I appreciate that, man. We try. I know we're playing a video game, and I know that it's an arcadified sort of situation where it's not an actual rocket science simulator, but you can certainly learn a lot from it. You can appreciate a lot from it. Sometimes we can talk about things out loud, even if the game's not doing it. That's why I'm like, oh, well, there's a Carmen line in real life, but the game does it this way. Because while it's inspired by real rocket science, it's not actually a rocket science simulator per se. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. Is it more efficient to go east to achieve a polar orbit? You can't go east to achieve a polar orbit. What do you mean? You can't go east to achieve a polar orb. You have to go north. Mad Snorkel. I don't know what I'm missing there. Phil, no worries. I'm scrolling through. What's up, Astro Live? For getting a satellite to a specific orbit, is it cheaper to take off east than adjust the inclination, or take off immediately in the needed direction? 1 in 25. I would take off to the east first and just go directly into that target inclination. That's an intermediate question as well. But trying to go straight into that inclination instead of ever doing an inclination burn, it may vary based on the exact target orbit, but launching directly into the target inclination at the exact right time is probably a good ways to do it. You know what I mean? I'll be able to left click on Kerbal to focus like every other body. I mean, left click on Kerbal? Like if I'm focusing on the moon, I can't. I think the parent body of any other, system, you can't left click on. Like if I'm in the Eve SOI, I don't think I can left click on Eve, but I can left click on the moon, or I can left click on Gilly out at Eve. But I think that that's just a thing with the game. I mean, you can still double click it to focus on it, so I don't think that we need a feature saying that you can left click it. Like you can't double click on the moon. You do focus view on the moon, and you can double click on Kerbal to get back to it. There's Minmus back there. You can focus view on Minmus. You can focus the view on the moon, and you double click Kerbal to go back. I'm not sure that we really need an extra thing. Camps and streams. You've never seen me do a more efficient landing. Violent Shadow. We don't do that during Bootcamp. I actually did the efficient moon landing during the career mode 2 days ago. I talked through the different types of landings, and I showed you how to do a super efficient moon landing because we were bingo Delta V. We were like on really slim margins carrying a bunch of science experiments for our first moon landing, and I went over it in detail, spending almost an hour talking about the landings. So I do not do that during boot camp. Is heading to bed. Want to thank you, Blue Knight 1. Thank you, for the support, being the sub and stuff. Thank you for sharing it with your family too, your significant other there. And thank you both for being logged in at the same time. +1 view. I'll take it. I appreciate you. Intel Redstone Unknown to have a good evening. Get some sleep. Ah, yes. The inconsistent UI, it's either double-click all or left-click all would be nice. Sure, but there are certainly bigger fish to fry, so as a manager of programmers, I would say that there is more important things that we should spend our time on than that specific interface UI work. I mean, I agree with you, but there are also bigger fish to fry. I've answered all the questions and stuff like that. Now we need to go out to the moon. So here's what we can do. We can click on the moon and focus our view there, right? And that's actually going to show me what my pass on the moon looks like. In order to get to the moon, I tried to increase my velocity, so I got out there. If I want to not go slinging by the moon, I'm going to want to slow down. So if I click here and add a maneuver, what do I do when I want to slow down? I pull the slow down, the retrograde button right here. And that's going to help me slow down. And I can actually take that periapsis all the way down to like 15 is fine, actually. Whatever, 20, 15, it doesn't matter. Something low. That's fine. Don't take it down to like 4, okay? Like keep it up above 15 or 20 or something like that, right? So we're going to take it from this higher orbit where we're passing at 120 all the way down to the periapsis, which is going to be at 15. And that's going to cost me 319 delta V. I've got 565 in the tank, so we're good to go. We're good to go. Does anyone know the time Josh showed the moon landing? Violent Shadow, I can guarantee you it's not during the 8 hours of Planet Coaster that are the back end of the video. If you just click at different parts in the video, you'll see where we've actually got a little lander going out to the moon, and it was like 2 or 3 days ago that we did that. If somebody finds it for Violent Shadow, I mean, Violent, they're literally going to do the same thing that you have access to do. They're going to click on the video and search through it and see where it is. So you can certainly do that. But if somebody helps you out, I'll give them some extra credit. If they find in the video where we were talking about the orbital velocity at surface level landing that we were doing for that moon mission, yes. If somebody can find that for Violent Shadow, that would be a huge help to them, I think. So I'm out here. All I need to do is just time warp out to here. Oh, it's got a point in it. No, Johnny Subnami. It's a Kerr 0.12. Nice. I did Kerr 12, and then Johnny Subnami is the only person who got it right with the KER 1.2. Seek up with the stream delay there. All we need to do is time warp out here, right? We've got our solar panels deployed. Here's a cool trick. I can actually click on this orbit, the little dotted line, and it says cannot auto warp so far. That's because I'm not in the moon's SOI yet. So we can actually just click over here. You see that? You see here it says exit. Look, moon or escape. So I know I'm going to enter the moon's SOI. I'm going to enter the moon's sphere of influence. That's where the moon's gravity starts to really affect me, right? I'm going to enter it from this side, and I'm going to exit it from that side, right? So if I click here, I can just do time warp. Just warp to here, and that's going to increase the time warp. I'm going to go up to the top here, like this, and then I'm going to enter into the SOI, and I'm going to be over here where I told it to stop. There you go. Bink! Excellente. Fantastic. That looks good. And so now I just need to go over down to the maneuver. It's only going to be a 31-second burn, so now that I'm in the moon sphere of influence, I can click on this dotted line and do warp to next maneuver. And that's going to take me all the way down, right? Like that. Looks good, right? There we are. And we just need to go get set up. So let's turn until we point at this. I saw that it was up, so I pressed S to move me up on the nav ball, right? Rotate the nav ball in that direction. You can see that little the little indicator is right there on the retrograde marker. So I think we're good to go, and it's 39 seconds. What's half of 31? Round it up to 32. Half of 30 is 15, half of 2 is 1. 15 plus 1 is 16. So we know half of 32 is about 16, so it's close enough for this. Close enough for this. 25, 24... 23, 22, 21, 17, 16, light the engine. You can do this if you want. I won't make too much fun of you. Do 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 yeah, the back key will stop warp. That's correct. The / key. Sorry, the / key will start warp. Not the backslash. 20, 10, wait, stop, what's our parry? 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 16. There's 15, that's fine. Now, burning into that has some problems, but If I wanted to circularize, how do I circularize? I need to slow down even more over here. I can click on the periapsis, add the maneuver, and tell it to slow down until we get the flip. Let's make sure that we stay about right. 13, 15. What is that, 15 by 15? Fine. All I did was click on the periapsis, add the maneuver, and slow down. That's going to be another 51 meters per second of delta V. So let's flip over this way. We have full signal strength, yeah. In Sandbox, the comm network really doesn't mess with us here. It really isn't messing with us. We've got the Kerbal on board. We're able to control the vessel. Doge is actually a pilot even, so the comm network really doesn't do any changes. That's cool. This will be just an object. It's 27 minutes. It's going to be a teeny tiny 4-second burn. Again, click on the dotted line, warp to next maneuver, and it's going to warp it around for us. Am I going to be able to get home if my orbit isn't the same angle as Kerbin? Oh no, that's okay. Mustang Sally, if it's inclined, you'll be fine. You'll be fine if it's inclined. Don't worry about it. Do not worry about it. So we've passed on the backside. We have this other little bit. Our signal strength is a little low. I don't need to worry about the signal strength here for now. Now, if you're doing an unmanned mission or something like that, it gets a little bit different. A 4-second burn, it almost doesn't even matter. You know, this time I'm actually going to use half throttle, and I'm going to start at T-4. Why does that work? If I do half throttle and I burn at T-4, I'm still going to put half my burn before and after, right? So there's half throttle. Looking good. Still looking good. And stop. 15.8 by 15.1. That looks fantastic. If it's inclined, Jeb is fine. Yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Yeah, no matter what, you just got to hit the atmosphere, Mustang Sally. Just hit the atmosphere. Unreal tap in 40 fly, actually. Thanks for the follows, y'all. So here we are, up above the moon.
Welcome back to
Next step, we need to land on it. Palatable Virus with the 6 months. Hey, been a while. You had time to watch, but I'm glad to be back. Thank you for continuing the sport even when you weren't watching, Palatable Virus. I really do appreciate you. I really do appreciate the support. Hey, been a while. Y'all, put some hearts in the chat over there. Here's the deal. We need to land, but I'm going to stand up and go to the restroom right quick. Give me just a second to stand up and mosey over to the restroom so that I can get another drink. I can take a little bit of a break. Give me just a couple minutes. When I come back, we perform our moon landing. We talk about how we can land when we're not very good at landing. And you know something? I'll talk through the more efficient ways of landing just as a very quick brief thing, but I won't fly it because it's definitely not an intro to KSP sort of thing. Definitely not an intro to KSP sort of thing, but give me just a couple minutes. We will land on the moon. We will take off again. We'll give away a copy of KSP when we land. That sounds good. We're supposed to be doing that, right? So stay tuned and give me a couple minutes just to stand up, stretch my legs, rest my voice for a second. Jeez, because I haven't stopped talking since. And I will BRB. Thank you guys for hanging out. Let's make it pretty, too. That's not very pretty. Let's actually just go over to the non-map view. There you go. That's prettier. There's Kerbin in the background and everything. I'll be right back, y'all. I'll be right back. Oh, F5. Mic check. Yes, apparently the button didn't tick whenever I told it to mute. My bad. Thank you, y'all. Yeah, we were talking about whether or not that was min-miss. Sorry, I turned the camera back on and I wasn't talking yet. Yes, thanks. That was the beep. Yes, beep. Thank you. That's why we do it. Yes, that's why we're doing it. We're good to go. Appreciate y'all. Yes, I got up and I walked around a little bit. I was good to go. Well, I was trying to see if that was min-miss. I think that might be Jewel. I guess that's certainly Kerbal up that way, but that is not min-miss, because min-miss would be a lot bigger in the sky right now. I can see if I can locate it right quick. Thank you guys for the help there. That's why the beep is installed.
Welcome back to the Academy.
Criblets with the 2 months in a row. Gotta love me some DOS. Thanks for the knowledge entertainment. You're welcome. You're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome. You are welcome, Criblets. Mic check. Yeah, I'm good now. I'm good. Cool. Here's the chair recommendation. You have a... What? Cy Young Me, are you kidding me? Wow, man, those are nice chairs. I mean, people are like, oh yeah, DX Racers are awesome, and I guess they're not bad, but... There's a saying about prying my Aeron chair off of my cold, dead body. Because that's how good they are. Anyways, I don't, where is min-miss? Is min-miss in the sky anywhere? We can actually get a bearing on it and see where it is relative to everything else. Min-miss is currently on the opposite side of the moon. We'll have min-miss rise in a little bit, but let's go ahead and talk about landings, right? Let us talk about landings and texture problems with the moon, I guess. Whenever I want to land, I want to get rid of my velocity. Currently, we're in this nice little orbit around the moon, right? And I want to land on the moon. And I'm going to try to land like over here somewhere, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to point the rocket backwards. Like this. We'll talk about target landings separately. But we're just going to go back like this, right? And I'm going to slow down. I'm going to slow down. And all I'm going to do, now that I've got my rocket pointed retrograde, remember the Kerbal's sitting here and he's pointing backwards of his direction of travel, etc., etc., etc. I'm going to go ahead and light this rocket engine, and I'm going to slow down. We can do it from the map view. And I'm just going to slow down so much that we get something that looks like... That's probably fine. That's fine. We have 100 Delta V left in this stage. I guess I'll get rid of that later, right? So no, we're flying down. No. I wasn't my chair recommendation, DK. I didn't say, like, go out and buy a Herman Miller Aeron chair. I said, you know something? I got a Herman Miller Aeron chair in lieu of a paycheck from a company that I used to work at. And I don't need any of the other chairs because this chair I have sat in for the last 15 years. So it wasn't like a recommendation, because it's not a cheap chair. I would not have one if I hadn't gotten one for free. But I did get my chair for free from one of the companies that I worked for long ago and far away. And yeah, I am never going to give it up. I'm never going to let it down. So we're going in for this landing. We have this little suborbital trajectory now, right? Because we slowed down a little bit. I even have a little bit more Delta V left in this stage, and certainly we're not going to land like this, right? Our landing legs don't reach, right? They're not going to reach if we do this. See? It's not good. We don't want that. We don't want that. So I'm actually just going to get rid of the rest of this delta V. It's what? 80, 70, 60. I got to slow down anyways, so I might as well get rid of this stage. And it's out. And now when I separate it, guess what? No space junk. We're going to fire that thing, and it's going to crash into the planet, or it's going to crash into the moon. Like, if we double-click on that thing, we can see its trajectory. Because I hit it with my engine a little bit, it's going to go a little bit further than us. But it is, in fact, going to crash into the moon, and there's going to be nice, clean space with little to no Kessler effect. Here and now. And now we're in our little lander. So we're going to go ahead and put our gear down, right? I'm going to unset the target as well. We don't actually need that set as a target. And you can see my current orbital velocity is 350 meters per second. So when you're new to landing, you want this. Make sure this says surface mode. Do you see how I clicked until that said surface mode? And I'm going to burn down with the horizon. And I'm just going to slow down so much that I push this little green X up to the top of the nav ball. Watch it go. I'm just burning until I push that green X up to the top of the nav ball. It's kind of hard to follow sometimes. So if you want to like follow it a little bit so you can see it. My goal is to get that thing at the top of the nav ball. Like that. That's good enough. It's near the top of the nav ball. Now, I don't want to come to a complete stop, but I do want to just cut my engine off when the green X is at the top of the nav ball. What does this mean? This means that I'm falling basically straight down. I can clean it up a little bit. I overcooked it a little bit, it looks like. Like, it looks like I'm a little bit too far off to the side. So if I go over here, I can push it back that way some. That looks really good. That little X right on the top of the nav ball. Now I'm falling straight down. The next thing to do, F5. F5 is your friend. When you press F5, it creates a quick save. If you mess this up the first time, you can try it again and again. I have just randomly come over an area that looks like it's going to be relatively flat, so I'm not too worried about it. I'm just falling straight down. Freeze frame. This is where Kerbal Engineer comes in. So right now, remember datum altitude? Remember how this is altitude above sea level? There's not actually a sea on the moon, but there's like a sea level called datum altitude. That number up there says that I'm 5,581 meters above the surface. That's not true. Look at Kerbal Engineer. Altitude terrain is 3,000. If I assume that when that gets to 0, that's when I'm going to land, I'm going to crash into the surface going ridiculously fast. I am going to crash and go ridiculously fast. So I need to look at this altitude terrain. You see how it says 3,000? That's how far it is to the ground versus to sea level. This is why this number makes 0 sense whenever you're trying to land, take off, fly planes, that sort of stuff, right? Another thing Kerbal Engineer gives me is these numbers over here. You see the vertical and horizontal speed? I've got two components. When it says surface velocity, it's not just my velocity up and down. If I'm going in an angle over the surface or something like that, it's my horizontal and my vertical velocity kind of combined together. Kerbal Engineer breaks it out for me. And it says, hey, the vertical speed, the vertical speed is negative 124. I'm falling down towards the surface at 125 meters per second, right? And my horizontal speed, the distance that I'm going over the surface, is only 1.09. When I got the green X to the top of the nav ball, that was me lowering my horizontal velocity. Green X at the top of the nav ball means you have a very low horizontal velocity. And this isn't the most efficient way to do this. This isn't the most efficient way to land. This, as I said this, like Violet Shadow was saying, this is not the most efficient way to land. But this is a good way that you can land when you're learning to land. When you don't have 5,000 hours of KSP under your belt, and it's like, man, I want to get this thing landed on the moon, the number one thing to do is to get that little green X up at the top of the nav ball when you still have plenty of room before you crash. I've lowered the number of variables that I have to deal with. Instead of coming in at an angle and trying to zero out my horizontal speed at the same time as zero out my vertical speed and make sure that I don't flip over backwards or start flying away from the moon and all these other things, this is just a little game of a lunar lander here. It's just a little game of lunar lander. All I need to do is manage my vertical speed and make sure that when my altitude is 0, my vertical speed is also very, very, very low. How do I do it in the stock game? I just explained, James. Right here, I've got the green X at the top of the nav ball. That means I have very little vertical speed. And then to determine our altitude, we can use landing lights. We can watch for our shadow. We could watch the radar altimeter inside the pod. We can certainly do it very easily in the stock game. It's just Kerbal Engineer clears up the discrepancy between datum altitude and terrain altitude. It's one of the reasons we recommend installing Kerbal Engineer, right? So I've got all these variables kind of like cleaned up. I'm falling straight down, and I need to slow down. What I really want to look for, I want to make sure when this number gets down to 1 kilometer, we're going like 50 meters per second. And then I'm going to cut the engine. I'm just going to let it fall, all right? And when it gets down to like 500 meters, I'm going to make sure it's like at 25 meters per second. Again. I don't want to fly away from the moon, but I'm not trying to show you the most efficient way to land. I'm just trying to show you how to land. So watch. The number one thing, I've seen YouTubers that have 10 million followers that don't understand that their surface velocity is a component of their horizontal and vertical speeds, and they can't get landed. They're like, whoa, we're going sideways, and all they need to do, please, all they need to do is get the green X at the top of the nav ball when it's in surface mode, and it makes landing so much easier. I can't watch YouTube a lot of the times. These super popular people, and they have no clue how to land on the moon. It's like, you know, Let's Play KSP, and I'm screaming. I'm like, no, you have lateral velocity. It's going to be hard. You don't know how to do this. All they have to do is get the green X at the top of the nav ball. That's all you need to do. Layer out that horizontal velocity, that lateral velocity. Let's go ahead and do the landing here. Again, F5 is your friend. Oops, F5 is your friend. Do it early and often. There's 2,000. We have tons of thrust to weight in this, right? 1,500. Let's go ahead and turn this up now. Let's get this down to 50. Is there dust on the moon? There's 50 meters per second. Let's cut it and we'll fall a little bit. I think there's dust on the moon. It's weird. Now I'm just going to run my engine a little bit here, right? And I'm going to try to make it so that I keep that green X at the top of the nav ball. Do you see how I lean over to the side just a little bit? I'm getting close to the ground, so I'm going to throttle up some. I don't want to be going this fast. Oh, I don't want to fly away. Throttle down some. Throttle down. Keep that green X up the top. 4, 3, 2, 1. Again! Again! We need to do it again! I know the landings are so hard to talk to. The landings are so hard to talk through because they happen so fast. And it's like pausing again and again. If you need to think, you can certainly pause, right? You can certainly pause if you want to. There's nothing wrong with hitting escape. Contact light. Yeah, contact light. So we got landed right there on the moon. And I made it look super simple. I've done this a bazillion times. I know. I literally have done this at 1 bazillion times. That's a scientific, it's like a unit of measurement. Bazillion. Right? I am safely landed on the moon. You know something? I F5. Let's hold down F9. Do it again. Do it again. Here we are. We're falling again. Watch that vertical. You know something? You can run your engine the whole time. If you want, you can turn your engine on, and you can make it so that you slow down. Now, you don't want to stop going down. You do need to land at some point. Remember the thing about hovering and wasting delta V? That's too much. If that number's going down, it means that I'm using too much. We're 500 up. Let's throttle way up and slow down a lot. Get that all the way down to like 20 meters per second. All right, throttle down. I just watched the rate of change there, right? Look, see how that's off a little bit? Push it up to the top. Get it right there on the top. There you go. 16, 15, 14. Throttle up. I want to go slower. I see my shadow. Okay, throttle down. I'm going down. No, throttle up. No, throttle down. Throttle a little bit. Lean some. It's okay. If you bounce, it's fine. If you go back up again, you can cut the engine. Just fall down again. The thing to do is not lean over sideways. You don't want to end up like leaned over completely sideways and get a bunch of lateral velocity, okay? That's not what you want to do. Let's go ahead and land. There you go. Oh, hover. It's okay. Don't panic. Just land. There, it's fine. Happy landings. See? You can do that. You can do that. Can you time warp it 1/2 or 1/4 like in FX? No, you can't. You can't slow. You can't slow it down. Do you see that? Don't panic. Don't turn sideways. If you've done this correctly up front, when you have plenty of altitude, if you get the little circle, you get the little green X up near the top. If you do that early on, you will be much better off, right? Just get that thing up there, and then you can just kind of mess around some. Like, look at this. I don't know. This is 1,000. Let's go ahead and go full throttle with our 9.8, 9.1 thrust to weight. Slam on the brakes here. Slowing it down, boss. 200 meters up. 20. I still need to cut the engine. That still was too soon. Look, push it over to the edge. Just get it out. Don't lean too far, though. Oh, throttle down. If you go positive, you don't want that. Throttle up. Here comes the ground. You can see it coming. Throttle up. Throttle down. You can hover if you want. Just bring it down. Bring that throttle down. Actually, if you look at Kerbal Engineering, you see the thrust to weight. If you can make that say 1.0, you'll hover. Exactly. Now, I'm wasting fuel just kind of hanging out here. Like, oh, check me out. I'm hanging out. I'm on the moon. Whatever. I am totally wasting fuel right now, but I'm still hovering. I got all the time in the world with that 0.88. Now, I am wasting fuel. Don't do this all the time. Don't do this all the time. But look at that. You see how that's over off the side? You know something? You can turn. Get it up at the top. There you go. Get it right there. It's fine. Look at that. Just marshal that thing. You're like a sheepdog. You're putting that thing at the top. This is fine. I can land at 3 meters per second. I don't need to worry about it. Boing. It's fine. Everything's fine. 10 to 1, 100 meters going 10 meters per second. Yeah, that's not bad, actually. That's not bad. Mustang Sally, did you get landed? Did you get landed? Time out. Let me see. You made it to the moon. Your first landing. Your first try landing. You landed on the first try. Did you get that? Did you get it? Did you put it up near the top? Let's see here. Let's see. Look at this. You landed on your first try. Nicely done. You got that green X right at the top of the nav ball, and you just guided it down. It makes it simpler. Look at that. You've even built the Bootcamp rocket with the same solar panels, the same everything. Seriously, y'all. Seriously. Well done, Mustang Sally. Y'all put some hype into chat who's been going along with the Bootcamp this entire time. Good job. Landed on the moon. Give him more than 25. Give him like 50, Gene, on top of the 25. Nicely done, Mustang. Nicely done. So, Mutter brings up a good point here. Apart from the fact that I'm going to fall over. Oh, solar panel. Strong solar panel is strong, apparently. That fell over. What if you go to 0 horizontal velocity, but you end up coming down on a... Aha! F9. Let's go and find a slope. Let's go and find a slope. That one over there looks bad. Let's fly that way some. And actually intentionally get a bad landing zone. I don't want to land on that. That looks bad. Like, imagine, if you will, and I'm intentionally setting this up for failure. Imagine that you come in, and when you end up... This is why we have extra Delta V, chat. You end up getting the little green X at the top of the nav ball, like right here. Watch. This should be good. Yeah, here comes the green X. I'm just setting up, like, say that you were way up and you set the green X at the top of the nav ball. Get it over there. There you go, like that. And you're coming down, and you're like, wow, that looks, it looks like I'm landing in a crater. This might not be the most slopiest slope to land on. Like, you get all the way down here, and you come in for the landing, and the green X is at the top of the nav ball. And you're like, whoa, 300 up. Let's go ahead and slow down. 36, 20, 17, 16. Wow. You're like, that terrain is pretty not flat. And you end up coming down and you're looking at it. Watch, it's actually going to be very flat here on the slope that I think that I'm landing on. You get a look at it and you're like, that doesn't look like a great place for my lander to land. Look how slopey it is. Like, the slopitude of the landitude is directly proportionate to the fact that I don't want to land here. It's bad. Let's fly somewhere else. It's important to know where your dorsal side is. That looks good. Remember the dorsal side of the rocket? Remember when I talked about W leans me over that way? We can literally fly this way. We're going to get a little lateral velocity, but don't get too much lateral velocity because you got to cancel it out, remember? Come over here. Let's get going up. Let's look for a flatter zone. Do you see? I just found my dorsal side because we know that this window is on the dorsal side, and I pressed W to lean myself over that way. I can gain some time. I can fly a little bit. If I just point straight down, I can hover. It's okay. It's going to cost you Delta V to do this maneuver. It costs you. F2, Mustang Sally, F2. And then when you look, that looks a little bit better. Well, it still doesn't look exactly great. Let's go ahead and go up a little bit more. And then we'll try to land down there. Slow down now. There you go. Oh, now I'm falling down. That's fantastic. Again, set your green X up towards the top of the nav ball. That looks good. You know how I'm just burning off the side to get it right there? And get that green X right at the top. And then we just do the same landing maneuver. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And contact light. There you go. So you can always do that. You just need to understand, know where your dorsal side is. If you ever need more time, point the rocket at the top of the nav ball and just burn straight up. That'll buy you time. You can buy time. It's going to cost you fuel, but that's why we put extra delta V in. If you do the super efficient landing, it's like 580. We took like 800, and actually we have like 1,000 to play around with. We still have enough delta V to accomplish the mission and get home, even though I've been flying around all over the moon. That's why we overbuild these things. If you start to freak out, you usually don't want to go full throttle. And you usually don't want to turn over completely sideways. Those two things are bad to do. But if you come down on a big slope like that, just burn straight up, right? You've already got the green X at the top of the nav ball, right? You can always just hover. And hovering will buy you some time because you overbuilt this rocket so that you would have the time so that you could learn, right? Just always, you can always hover and buy yourself some time. It's a completely legitimate strategy. I'm certainly not going to make fun of you. Just hover. You can just press escape. Like if you want to press escape and you can like look around, you're like, all right, cool. Maybe I should go that way. Oh, there's the dorsal side. I see. I need to rotate this way, and then I need to fly this way a little bit. You can always press escape and move this out of the way if you need to see. The biggest thing is don't panic and be like, oh my God, I can't land here. This is terrible. I don't want to do this anymore. Like, don't do that. That's a super bad thing to do. Like the worst thing that you can do is lose your cool whenever it's time to land, right? But we can still land this one. Look. All we have to do is step one, zero out our our horizontal velocity, push that right up to the top of the nav ball. There you go. It's good. Maybe it has a little friend with some little landing legs. Put down on the surface. Go ahead and throttle up as you approach. You can actually back out and look at your shadow. See your shadow? Look at that. It gives you good context. Throttle down. 2.4. This looks fantastic. It's just fine. And we'll touch down at 2.5 meters per second and we'll land over here. You can do that. Like, you can do it. Don't flip out. And remember that F5 for safety. Remember the F5 for safety. You can still land these things. We still have more than enough delta V to complete the mission. We can still complete the mission. Do the inflatable heat shields ever get nerfed? Inflatable heat shields shouldn't be nerfed. They're not overpowered right now. They're exactly as designed. I don't understand it. Happy little landers. Happy little landers. Yeah, Neil Armstrong couldn't press escape, but you know what Neil Armstrong could do, Squish? Neil Armstrong could hover over the rocky area that he didn't want to land. Apollo 11, original landing site that was picked, when Neil got eyes on the landing site, he thought that there were too many boulders there, so he hovered over it. He did the exact same thing that I'm telling you to do. Pointed the engine down, fired it down a little bit, and hovered over the boulder-strewn area until he landed in the other place. Of course, their margins were pretty slim, and he landed with nothing but the smell of fumes in his tanks. He didn't flip out. He didn't lose his cool. He just hovered over a little bit and missed the boulders area. Now he's just showing off. Well, you know. Alright, so anyways, y'all, that is how the landing goes. That is how landing. Any questions about landings? Any questions about landings? Start it. Written on the cover of the KSA Operation Manual in large, friendly letters is the operational rule, don't panic. If you had any questions, I'm going to scroll through chat and see if I can find anything that you've asked me. I also have some delicious sausages that have been warmed up for a snack here. Sausages that I will eat while I will answer your questions. Das Ras, nice. Do you remember what crater has the Apollo 11 manure? It's right on the equator, and I think it's, what is it that's, I actually don't know the name of the crater. I can look at it and show you where it is. Neil Armstrong did a lot of hovering on Apollo 11, almost used up all the fuel. Gagan, you're exactly right, buddy. You're exactly right. The Bob Ross of moon landings. Thank you, Mustachio. Mutter has a good point. If you open up the surface tab of Kerbal Engineer, it'll show you the slope underneath you. You see that slope? It's 4.8 degrees. The slope is indicated in Kerbal Engineer, so you can see if you're coming down, it'll tell you what the slope is going to be when you land. Pretty cool. You have to get a certain distance before it really gets accurate, though, or else the horizontal will move you over the surface. But yeah, Kerbal Engineer will tell you that it's a 4-degree slope. You can land at like 5 degrees. 10 degrees starts to get a little dicey. You don't want like a 45-degree slope to land on, right? Tell you the biome you landed in and everything. I'm looking to see if I found anything else. Answer any other things. You like Mustang's landing leg placement better. But Mustang wasn't trying to teach people the rotation tool. Come on now. Spin the legs off for extra delta V. What if you have 0 horizontal velocity but end up coming down on a mountain or steep slope? Carlo the Curious. There you go. Do we answer your question? Now, Ganator. Try not to land on the dark side. Do you see how I kind of chose the right side? Don't try to land on the dark side of the moon. Always try to land on the bright side, especially when you're learning, so you can see what's going on. Makes you super excited. Nice, Mustang Sally. Ah, yes. There is a suicide burn, but we're not going to cover suicide burns in boot camp. Congratulations again, Mustang Sally. The sweet flips. Happy little landings. Another happy landing. You can't time warp. Don't scream, Liquid Memory. I'm scrolling through chat right now, seeing if I missed anything. Use a craft shadow. Helbrecht, you're exactly, or Helbrecht. Helbrecht? I don't know how to say your name. You're exactly right. The shadow is good. Having a downward pointing light is good as well, so you can kind of get some sort of context. Daytime is your friend. Daytime is your friend there. You're really bad at Lunar Lander. Nice. Again, I'm scrolling through. I'm seeing if there's any questions here. CurbNet's new as well. Nezo, we don't have any probe cores on this, so we can't do CurbNet, but a CurbNet is useful too. That's right. That's right. Being good space citizens, that's right. For a good chair, you spend hours and hours, and every day the price is reasonable. James, you're not wrong about that. Which in case it's not that expensive, it's an investment. You're right, C-Cup. I've moved this thing all over the place. This chair has been in New Mexico. It's been at multiple places in Atlanta. It's been at multiple places in Texas. This chair goes everywhere with me. I don't have an office unless I have my Aeron chair. A bucket seat. A bucket seat. Could you land rolling on the moon? Yeah, nearby. We could land like a space plane or something on the moon. What's the hardest landing you did in KSP? I don't know. What's the hardest landing I've done? None of them. I mean, once you get the basics, none of them are hard. If you design the rocket that has such that it has enough delta V and thrust to weight, none of the landings are hard. Suicide burn just means that we don't cover it in boot camp usually, but suicide burn means you light your engine at the last possible second so that you come to a stop at the last possible second just as you touch down. Yeah, we don't use the suicide burn. We don't talk about suicide burn in boot camp, y'all. It is not a boot camp topic. I could do an entire stream on suicide burns. Goalie Bear, the wiki will fix you up. Why is there even a sea level? Because there's a datum altitude, just something that we define as the data altitude. Yeah, it's good little sausage. Just I need to get rid of them anyways. Neil Armstrong was a steely-eyed missile man. You're not wrong about that. You're not wrong. There's the keep it. Yeah, nice. Saying SRB instead of BRB, what? DOS will SRB, but I won't SRB. I usually try to tell people that SRBs are a very inefficient from a mass to delta V perspective. You know what I mean? Bring 4 tourists in science gear, yet a super tall lander. Early in the career before you get the other parts, sure. Hey, I said I was going to give away a copy of KSP. Let's do that. Right? Raffles. It's going to be for a Steam copy of KSP sponsored by KSA. Not sponsored by Twitch or anything like that. You know something? Here's the deal. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me so everybody in chat can get 10 extra credit. Everybody gets at least one raffle entry here for the copy of KSP. The tickets are going to cost 10 apiece, and you can buy up to 100 tickets. So you can spend 1,000 credits on this. It's going to be a Steam copy, so even if you already have KSP, you can certainly still enter, give me the email address of your friend and I'll send it directly to them. Or you can get this in your Steam inventory and forward it on to them. You don't, if you already have the game, it's still fine. So everybody can enter, everybody can be involved here. I'm just going to go ahead and fire it up. In order to get entered, you need to type !ticket space with an X, where X is a number between 1 and 100, given the number of tickets that you want to buy. Feel free to give them away to your friends. I mean, feel free to give it away to your friend. If you already have it, you can certainly get it. Everybody's checking their credits and stuff like that, but yeah, there you go. Ticket 100, ticket 100. This is for a copy of KSP. A copy of KSP, and if you already have KSP, it'll be a copy that you could actually give to your friend via Steam gifting. I'm going to need your email address, though, so if you're not comfortable giving me your email address, well, I don't know what to tell you. NPR, your entry was misspelled. I just saw that scroll by, and your entry was misspelled. MPR head, you didn't get it correctly. Exclamation point, ticket with a space, and then a number is what you want. You have until I put this thing down on Kerbal to get entered. Sausages. I have 3 more sausages. Y'all get entered. I'll land it one more time. So we have the extra Delta V, right? Even though we don't need it. Our little green X is at the top of the nav ball, same as we did last time. Same as we did last time. Looks like I'm gonna crash, doesn't it? Suicide burn. That's how they work. That was just the fastest way to get it down again. F5 for safety on the ground. You light the engine at the last possible second. And yeah, I used Kerbal Engineer for that. Yes, let's turn off the SAS, make sure we don't fall over. We didn't. Now that we're down, we can actually extend our ladder. Sure, I can do a tutorial on suicide burns. I don't recommend you doing suicide burns, though. Like, if you want to do it just to say you did it, I can certainly do a tutorial, but I don't recommend it if you're just learning to land, okay? Scrolling on down now. Yeah, it's ticket. It's ticket, singular. Ticket. Little Kerbal comes over here, right-clicks, plants the flag. Ah, yes. This is for Chunky Chicken. The tip that I got during boot camp here was from Chunky Chicken. So we'll put Chunky Chicken's name on the flag. Thanks, KSA sponsors. Which is basically Chunky Chicken for this stream. Chunky Chicken. And he knows his name, so I'm just going to put it there. There was one other one, I think, wasn't there? Hide subs. Hide follows. Come on. Yeah, the ladder is apart. And hide the hosts as well. Don't need to see that. And so the 2 tips that we got were Chunky Chicken and Calixis. Chunky Chicken and Calixis. Like that. Chunky Chicken and Calixis. For the bootcamp, those are the tips that I've gotten so far here. Could have put all the subs as well, but there's a lot. Calixis, there it is! Yeah, I got you! I got you, Calixis, I got you. Thank you again for the tip earlier in the stream, man. I do appreciate it. I gotta turn all the follows and everything back on now. Show subs. How many credits per ticket? 10 in order to be 10. Show the hosts. Get that all again. Good morning again. Good morning. We have our Kerbals here. We've got our shield here. You can actually see the flag and the shield. The flag is never the right way. Look at that moon or dust. That's actually really cool. You just woke up? Really? Wow. Well, come over this way. We will see if we can... Oh, yeah, the interface is off. Let's grab onto the ladder. You press F to grab on the ladder when you get close enough. Go ahead and crawl up the ladder. Board the vessel. We can right-click on the ladder and retract it. Like that. And then we need to take off. We need to take off. When I take off, it's easiest if I go east or west. Costs slightly less Delta V to go to the east. Moon rotates very slowly. Remember how we did the surface velocity? Look at how slow the moon rotates. Instead of 175 like on Kerbal, the moon, it's 9.1. So if I take off to the east on the moon, I save 9 meters per second of delta V. If I go to the west, it costs me 18 extra. It's really not that big of a deal. Yeah, it's a giveaway for KSP, and it's a copy that you'll be able to gift to a friend or something because it's a Steam gift sort of thing, right? I need your email address. And everybody can enter, even if you already have it. I'll pull the winner whenever I get back to Kerbal. All right? A DOS FX icon. Good. So I'm going to take off to the east. On the nav ball, east is defined by 90 degrees. So if you see here, you see how it says on this little end line, it says 45, 90, 135, 180, 225, 210, 315. I'm going to want to lean to the east. And looking at my rocket, if I press the S key, that's going to lean me over to the east. You know something? I could turn on the SAS. F5 for safety. I could take off here, right? Let's just go back to our surface mode. And then I can say, all right, which way is east? Okay, there. Here's my side. I need to rotate so that my, like, top is to the east, and then I'm going to lean over to the east. See? Like that. Retract the landing gear. Now, on the moon, you see I just going partial throttle. You don't really need to go up very much. On the moon, basically just go towards the horizon and go full throttle. And you're just going to burn it like crazy. Just a little bit above the horizon here, right? I'm going to watch my apoapsis. I'm hiccuping. Sorry, the sausages. I'm going to watch my apoapsis, and when that apoapsis gets up to about 15K, I'm going to cut the engine, all right? So just get a little bit off the ground, lean over, and floor it almost directly at the horizon. When you see 15K in that apoapsis there, we'll go ahead and stop it. 15,954, that's fine. Now we're going at like 500 meters per second, and we're 3 kilometers up. That would actually be a pretty cool thing to see from the Kerbal's perspective, don't you think? Let's view. Look out of this. Look at that. Look at that terrain going. Can you imagine in real life seeing something like this? That would be crazy. I would take a ride to the moon much more quickly than I would take a ride to Mars. I could come back home from the moon to my family. It would be safer. I wouldn't have to worry about radiation. Like, all of those things, I want some lunar tourism in real life, y'all. That would be fantastic. It's a shame that we don't have that already. A little orbital Hilton in orbit of the moon and go out there for like a week or something. That would be a lot. That would be a lot. Doo-doo-dee. If it's a key. No, it's not a key. It's I need the email address. I need the email address. I need the email address because I use the Steam email gift thing. If north is the top side, how come 90 is on the right side, not the left, judging by the nav ball? Ah. The nav ball. Let me circularize this orbit and I'll explain to you the intricacies of the nav ball. The nav ball is a magical sphere that goes above your head. It's not a compass. It is a 3-dimensional object. It's not a 2-dimensional object. That's how you're getting confused. That's why you're getting confused, right? You'd still have radiation going to the moon. It would just be less. I'm fully aware, nearby nuclear reactor. I'm fully aware there is still radiation, but it's not enough that Elon thinks that it'll just sterilize everybody who's going to colonize the moon or colonize Mars. You know what I mean? You don't have to worry about radiation on plane rides. Calixtus, you don't really need to worry about on Calixtus or on regular plane rides. You do get more radiation, but it's not enough to even nearly approach the amount of radiation that causes problems. Flying cars, lunar tourism, jetpacks, silver jumpsuits. What happened? We got political and bored. We got political and uninspired, basically. Lunar orbital Hilton would be a performance exercise to maintain muscle mass and bone density. Yeah, but Ferrosalt, if you only go out there for a week, it's not that big of a deal, and the staff could be on, like, longer rotations, you know, just like the ISS. I mean, people from the ISS, like, have all sorts of tricks whenever they come back, but they're not, like, done forever. Hey, Steve-O, go find another channel to troll at, buddy. It is within my power to permanently ban you with a single click, and you're not funny. So we're just doing this. We're burning the maneuver node, right? It's 2 minutes and 20 seconds. It's only going to be a 2-second burn. We'll just time warp here. Gets this burn done right quick. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, half throttle burn. There you go. And no whammies, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies, and stop! 15,995 by 15,553. That looks good to me. I think, is 580 delta V enough to land and return to Earth? No. 580 delta V is Barely enough to land. Barely enough to land, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So, we need to find, let's see here. Is that Minmus? Hey, there's Minmus now. I was trying to do this earlier. Let's do it right quick. Come over this way. There you go. Get the view. Right click and look up. Look out the window. There it is right there. That should be Minmus. Yeah, there's Minmus, see? Right there. You can see Minmus out the window of the craft, right? A fusion reactor on the moon. I think first we would need fusion reactors, right? Don't we need cold fusion reactors, I guess, is what we would need. Anyways, y'all. Anyways, here we are in orbit of the moon, a nice circular orbit. A nice circular orbit. And I need to get back from the moon. Sky cranes. That's not a boot camp. That's an intermediate topic, Skull Crusher. My normal streams that we do every day cover the intermediate topics. Like boot camp is hardcore, simple intro to KSP, and then my normal streams just about every single day is an intermediate stream day. So Sky Cranes, Rovers, we can do that, but that's a normal stream sort of day. We don't do a boot camp for those. We don't do a boot camp for those. Space, given the time it takes, I mean, if you're going to colonize, you have to make new little human beings out there. That's why I was completely disappointed. Hellbreck with the 20 bucks. Loving the KSA, man. I would have loved to have this kind of help when I was learning the game in 2013. You're providing an incredible resource for new players. Keep it up. Hellbrecht. Hellbrecht. Thank you. Also, my handle is pronounced Hellbrecht. Cool, man. Hellbrecht. Thank you for the 20 bucks, dude. I appreciate the support so I can keep on doing this. I'd hate to go to work on a Saturday and not get set. Violent Shadow, we'll talk about the nav ball. We'll talk about the nav ball too. But dude, Hellbrecht, thank you for the 20 bucks, man. I completely appreciate both the kind words. Loving the KSA, would have loved to have this kind of help when I was learning the game in 2013. Thank you, Hellbrecht. 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 Y'all put some hype in chat over there. Some golden Kerbals into chat for the 20 bucks. I do appreciate the support. Ay. So, we're talking about the nav ball, right? In the nav ball is my view of the sky and ground from where I am and which way that I'm pointing. So, what does that mean? What does that mean? It's my view of the sky and ground. Look at this. It makes some more sense if we turn this off. Do you see how right now the way that I'm pointing is straight up away from the planet? Do you see that? Like, remember I said the top of the nav ball, the little blue block is the top of the nav ball, etc., etc.? Up here, I'm pointing directly away from the ground. All I see is sky. The entire nav ball is blue because all I see looking in this direction is sky. If I flip over and I point down at the planet or moon that I'm orbiting, what am I going to see? All I see is ground. The nav ball's blue on one side because it represents the sky, and it's brown on the other side because it represents the ground. So what happens when I lean over this way? What's going to be in my picture if I look this way? I'm sideways. I need to actually hit the view key if I want to demonstrate this correctly. I have a little bit of ground in there, and I have a little bit of sky. This is the orientation of my craft if I was at ground level. So right now, I'm perfectly flat. If I was laying on the ground, I would see half a screen of ground and half a screen of sky, right? That's how the nav ball works. Now, when I'm up here in space, north, south, east, and west doesn't make as much sense, but it still works. If I point to the N on the nav ball, and I'm at the sky ground sort of intersection here, that's like a compass. You can imagine the interior part of the nav ball as being a regular compass. You have a north and a south and an east and a west like that. And then the top of that nav ball is blue, and the bottom of that nav ball is brown. And so not only does it show me my compass heading, it also shows me my pitch relative to the horizon if I was sitting on the ground. So when I look at this, I can see a lot of things. I can see how much my nose is tilted above or below the horizon. I can also see the direction my nose is going. Right now my nose is going towards the north pole of the planet if I was sitting on the ground of the planet. And I'm perfectly flat because I'm level with the nav ball. Now, when I go, wait, the W looks like another south, you're right. This is supposed to be a W over there. It looked like an S, I guess. That's supposed to be a W. that way. North, south, east, and west. So if we were to slice our nav ball in half, we would get a normal little compass that looks like that, and it has the north, south, east, and west on it. It did look like an S, didn't it? That is like slicing the nav ball in half. And all of these different directions are as if I was laying on the ground, right? It doesn't matter what my orbit is. It doesn't matter anything. The nav ball shows me my direction as if it's another more different test. That's how the nav ball works. That's why it's a three-dimensional thing. You could imagine the nav ball actually being a sphere that has like some little fluid in it and then a little ball that can float, and it's got a weight kind of down on the bottom. And you would be able to turn that thing around. Some of the compasses work this way. You could turn that thing around, and because the weight would always go down towards the planet, that would always put, you put like a little weight down here in the bottom, right? And that would always be pulled down directly towards, that's how they actually work. That would be pulled down towards the planet. I guess that's how the compasses on your boats and stuff work, not the ones in orbit. But that's how the nav ball works, right? You have these little lines up the side. Can I do this? Time out, I have an idea. Let's look. Settings. Can't I do a nav ball scale? Nav ball scale! Accept. Now you can see the nav ball, can't you? I made it a lot bigger. I don't even know what I was going to say anymore, but it's a bigger nav ball. What was I going to say? I don't know what I was going to say. Oh, man. Are the discrepancies caused by the fact we're not on the ground relevant to us anyway? No, because we're talking about pitch above the horizon. Like, look, watch. We're talking about the pitch above the horizon as if we were relative to the ground. Like, if I come over here, I can actually point my nose down, and this looks like it's in the ground, but it's not actually pointing at the ground. It's actually still pointing above the ground. You don't really need to worry about that when you're in orbit up here. Like that, yeah, I'm pointing up, I get it, right? But I can actually not be pointing at the ground and make it look like I'm pointing at the ground, because it's all relative. It's my pitch relative to the horizon as the ground is directly underneath me right now. I do have the nav HUD installed on this. Like, there you go. Here is the nav ball in 3D space all the way around me. See, there's the top of the nav ball directly away from the ground is up there. And see how now I'm pointing up towards the top, and the ground is directly below me. The brown part is down, and if I flip over and point down this way, now the nav ball turns brown because I'm pointing at the ground. That's kind of how the nav ball works. You've got these different little gradations on the side, right? So if I go relative to the horizon like this, let's get rotated. Do you see these numbers counting up right here? You see like this 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. Guess what? That goes all the way from 0 to 90. And at the horizon is 0 degrees to the horizon, and all the way up is 90 degrees. You can look at that, and you see those little markers. So here I'm 0 degrees. There I'm 10 degrees. There I'm 20 degrees. There I'm and you can actually look at that. There I'm 30 degrees. Now I'm 40 degrees relative to the horizon. 45 degrees, that little line that goes around. 50, 60, 70, 80. When I get pointed straight up, guess what? I'm 90 degrees relative to the horizon. I'm pointing straight up. Same thing going down. Negative 10, negative 20, negative 30, all the way down to negative 90, which means pointing straight down, right? The heading, the other numbers that go around, you see this north, 45, 90, 135. That's north, south, east, and west. North is, of course, north, I guess, right? That's 0 degrees heading. You can actually see, you see the heading is 0 degrees at north. And then you start to turn, this is northeast. 45 degrees. This is east, relative to the moon's north pole, right? So this is east. 90 degrees heading is east. 135, that's southeast. 180 is the opposite of 0 when you're going 360 degrees around a circle, right? So that's south. 270 is west. We come all the way back around to north again, and that's why it's labeled north. So that's why we talk about it. Mods, please name the navball mod. The big sky navball is navhood. It's navhood. Is the sky navball. So there you go. That's the thing we've got there. Cool. Cool. Let's turn navhood off. That's just a Y key that does that. Now we need to get home, and I need to eat some more sausages. Did I miss any questions about the navhood? Violent Shadow, when I drew the little weight, I was talking about the 3D globe that's like on a boat or something like that, right? In space, without the gravity, we have to have other instrumentation that determines which way is straight down towards the planet. The little gravity weight wouldn't work when we were in a microgravity environment. So I was talking about the ones that are you're mounted on your boat. So they're always kind of pointing up even when you're rocking and rolling on the boat. Sort of deal. Nope, we've got nav HUD. Crescent Kerbal, I think I missed Crescent Kerbal, right? You got a compass like that? Nice, nice. Another more different test. Is it more efficient to burn directly out of the moon orbit instead of circularizing? If you're in the right spot for the burn. Andrusius, it's usually more efficient to go into orbit first, because then you can plot your ejection burn more accurately, and you'll save delta V, because you can do a very accurate orbital burn. Now, if you're already in the perfect position, you magically calculate it from scratch, and you just know, I think that it does take a little bit less delta V to just go straight home, but it's a lot more difficult to actually plot that course exactly accurately. So you may get ejected, but it's not going to be as efficient just because you didn't plot the course exactly right. Especially for new people, I always recommend going into orbit. Even in my own saids, I usually go into orbit first, unless we're doing something just for fun. I really think that you want to go into orbit first, because then you have time to plot a nice, efficient trajectory home. Dude, Violent Shadow, I got the nav ball now. Yeah, I got the nav ball, y'all. I said after I did the Norbit throwing, right? I wanted to get to orbit. Kind of off topic. Bootcamp on Skycrames. Okay, I answered that one. There's the 60s. Okay, doesn't look like I missed any questions. Let me scroll down and see. Yeah, why go into orbit when you can use a lunar return cannon? Nice. Fun fact, submarines use gyros and lasers to estimate which direction we're heading since our last GPS fix. Another fun fact, commercial GPS on a submarine is literally a Garmin that you hold up in the sail. Really? Johnny Tsunami? That's nuts. That is absolutely nuts. I know that the aircraft carriers, when we visited the Midway, they actually had the gyroscope room open, and without any other, the inertial navigation system, right? And they could set that thing to a fixed position, and the inertial navigation system would keep track of exactly where the ship was without any other reference points. It's amazing. It's this huge gyroscope, and exactly how much the turning of the ship moved the gyroscope, the computer would keep track of exactly how much the ship turned, how fast it was going, how much it pitched and turned, and that sort of stuff. It's crazy. It's crazy. The Nebula effect is a skybox that I use. You use the mod? Yeah, this is just bone stock, y'all. Like, if you come over to settings, you can scroll down in the stock settings, and you can put the nav ball like teeny tiny if you don't need a very big nav ball, or super huge nav ball if you're a little bit hard at seeing things. I like to bring it up. You can also move it left and right. Did you know that? I could put it behind me. Then you could really learn, right? Just put it behind me like that. But let's put it back in the middle, like that. Reset nav ball position. Blink. There you go. Next up. So that's all bone stock stuff. Did I miss any other questions? I'm scrolling through, seeing if I missed any other questions. No worries, Andrews. No worries. When did they add the ability to scale the nav ball? 1.0. When they redid the interface, they added a lot of cool things like that. Yeah, you always used to see the nav ball as looking at the ball from the outside. You should be inside the ball. That's right, Icy Bloke. You're inside this ball, and the ball is spinning around you. Your point of observation is not... Weird. Oh, I'm on the wrong computer. There we go. Your point of observation is not a little dude looking at the outside of the nav ball. Your point of observation is a little dude in the very middle of the nav ball looking up at the sky and seeing where you are as the sky spins around you. That's how you should observe the nav ball. You're right. That's how you should observe the nav ball. Which body in the solar system most valuable in terms of study, in terms of science? The moon. Squishton, the moon, is the most important place for us to go next. It's super hype to go to Mars and build these insanely huge rockets in this technology that doesn't exist yet, and send colonists out there that aren't going to be able to have babies because the radiation is going to destroy their ability to procreate. But the moon is the most valuable place for us to go next, because we need experience living and working in space, and the moon is like camping in your backyard. You don't do an equipment shakedown at the campsite. You don't go to Philmont before you tested your gear. You don't go and try to hike the Appalachian Trail before you've hiked like a little trail locally. You camp out in your backyard, and the moon is our backyard. We need stations there. We need bases on it. We need to live and work in space here close to home so that if something goes wrong, we can get home safely. Instead of this pie-in-the-sky nonsense of going out to Mars. Like, out of the gate, I'm sending 1 billion people to Mars. You know what I mean? Now, in terms of, like, studying things, Europa would be fantastic. Europa would be fantastic. There's certainly lots of places to go and study, but we need the experience so that we can make sure we can safely go and study those places, and we get that experience here in our backyard. We don't get it at Mars. We don't get it at Europa. We get it out around Earth, beyond LKO, out near the moon. That's where we need to be. That's where we need to be. You just met with probes. Even that, I mean, Squishkin, we have really good probe technology. We are doing a bang-up job with these unmanned probes. It's time for us to get some boots out there. You know what I mean? But before we do that, we need experience. The Appalachian Trail is local. Well, go. You know, go out there. Concentrating on moon colonization. We're not trying to, like, save Earth by going to the moon, right? This is a very lofty goal. It's all hype, and you can make some excellent illustrations and PowerPoint visitations and all that sort of stuff. But we need experience living and working in space. That's why I think that the ULA, like, cislunar 1,000, 1,000 people living and working in the cislunar space between here and the moon, I think that that's a much more realistic, much more useful, a lot less hype, but hey, that's why ULA rockets don't blow up on the pad. Eek! Ooh, that was a little bit rough. Okay, that was a little bit over the line. That was a little bit over the line. SpaceX is certainly pushing the boundaries, and we want that. We want things to push the boundaries. I'm glad we have people like ULA around who are like, hey, you know something, blocking and tackling. We're not going to win the championship unless we're good at blocking and tackling. And we need to, yeah, low blow, oh, I know. That was a little much, guys. That's an exaggeration. It's important that all of these people are doing these things. It's important that all of these people are doing things. Cislunar 1000, living and working in space, gaining that experience, gaining that knowledge, the technology, demonstrations, everything we need to make sure that when it's time for us to go to Mars, we know what we're doing. We don't just have a PowerPoint with a huge rocket that looks fantastic and lands 80 times because I have a hammer and every problem looks like a nail. You know what I mean? Why don't we do more with Venus? We could do some with Venus. We could have like a thing like floating, like a city at Venus. Apparently there's a certain altitude at Venus where it's like tropical temperatures or something like that. Like we could just hang out there. Anyways, y'all. That's very much an opinion sort of thing of mine. I mean, I feel very strongly. I love all the space companies, and I'm glad that Elon is creating a bunch of hype for other people. I'm also glad that some people are a little bit more grounded and a little bit less hype. And like, hey, you know something? We need experience in this first. The space station is great. We need to move out beyond the radiation belts that help protect us from the radiation, the Van Allen belts, and we need to see how that affects people before we put 100 of them on a rocket and send them out to, you know what I mean? You can't limit Elon Musk to killing us with the vacuum tube of death. Wait, what? Bootcamp's going well. Yeah, 55 kilometers up, it's roughly 20 C and 0.5 atmospheric pressure. Yeah. Ouch! Whoa, Parasalt! I'm not even gonna say that one out loud. You said it right there, Parasalt. Anyways, y'all, I do. It's the same thing as me and Asparagus staging. I am a little bit more vocal about not liking the whole big rocket plans colonizing Mars, simply because I think there's so many people that are so hyped about it, and we gotta get the experience first. Yeah, absolutely. Oh my gosh, Squish Chin. If we had stayed at the moon and we had set up in the 70s and 80s like a moon colony, we would literally have 30 years experience living and working in space, dealing with radiation, recycling, low resource usage, like all of these things that we need to do that incidentally we can use back on the planet, right? Because if you live on the moon, you have to recycle everything. Guess where else we can use those technologies? I don't know, here at home. We would certainly be ready to go to Mars even sooner than now. We could have gone to Mars in 2010 if we had that 30 years experience living and working on the moon. Absolutely, man. Let's talk about getting home from the moon now. Let's get us home from the moon. What's the ISS doing? Jacob, the ISS is doing a lot of awesome research, but it's inside the radiation shield, right? It's inside the shield that decreases the amount of radiation gets. It's not really out there in the high radiation environment. It's the same shield that protects the rest of our planet. We need to go outside the gates, and we need to, like, see how it is when we live and work for longer periods of time. There are only 24 people. There have been only 24 people. They're not even all alive anymore, who have gone out into the higher radiation environments that's just out past where the ISS is. We just don't have any experience as a species with that stuff. We don't. We don't. Das Rants, best rants. Das Rants, best rants. Okay, y'all. Check it out. We've got Kerbal in the background there. We've got the moon in the foreground. We need to get back home. We need to get back home, right? And in order to get back home, this is super simple. This is super simple. You love your answers, so passionate, as you should be. The moon is a nice place for a scientific base. The moon is a great place for a telescope. Look, I can talk about this forever. I need to get us home from here because we got to pull the winner for the raffle. Kerbal is back there. The moon is in the foreground. Make the moon a clock. Look at the north pole of the moon. Turn on your drawing tool. Straight towards Kerbal, that's 12 o'clock. This way is 3 o'clock. Down is 6 o'clock. That way is 9 o'clock. These are actually orbital directions because we know the moon... Oh my gosh. There, that's a 9. We know that the moon is actually traveling around Kerbal in that direction. When I look down at the North Pole, the moon travels from left to right. Okay? Kerbal's on the inside like that. So the moon is traveling on the screen right now from the left to the right. When I want to decrease my orbit, what do? I slow down. Right now, the moon is literally falling around Kerbal, and Kerbal is curving away from it at the same rate that the moon is falling towards it. It's the same thing. It's just like the spacecraft that's in low Kerbal orbit. So the moon is continually falling towards Kerbal, and Kerbal is continually going away from it. It's not going away from it. Kerbal is currently curving away from it. That's why the moon's in orbit as well. We've got a thing here, right? And if we know that the moon is going to the right-hand side of our screen, if we want to slow down, we need to go to the left, and we need to cancel out the moon's motion. Now, we're not going to make the entire moon slow down, but my little spacecraft can. And I can tell you from experience, if you get a little bit of a maneuver node right here at 1:30, it's about 1:30 on your clock, where noon is Kerbal and directly away from noon is 6 o'clock. Prograde, the moon is actually moving towards 3 o'clock, coming away from 9 o'clock. If we go to 1:30 and we put a maneuver node there, and we add in about, 260, 270 delta V, we're going to end up with a trajectory that looks like that. And why is that trajectory important? That trajectory that has us going off to the left cancels out the motion of the moon, which is to the right. So by having this trajectory going over here, it's going to cancel that out, and that means that my craft is going to fall down to Kerbal. Why? Whoa, Das, this doesn't make any sense. Let's put it down. It's easier to see when you flow it. If you come over here to the 1 o'clock, 1:30 right there, add maneuver. And we just pull prograde. We can actually just pull prograde until that's kind of going backwards. Do you see that? Do you see how we're kind of canceling out the moon is going this way and we're going this way? Do you see what happens? We fall down to Kerbal. Look at this. The more delta V we put in, the more we fall down. The more motion we cancel out, the more we fall down. The less we put in, with the less we fall down, so we don't end up going home. But all we need to do is just come over here, put it at about 1:30, and just put about 270 delta V in it. Now, most of the time when you do this, you want to put in the right amount of delta V so that your periapsis is like 30 kilometers. I mean, 20 is fine. You can probably fall straight down with this craft. But I'm just going to put it at 30 kilometers there. There you go, 30 kilometers. So we're going to eject ourselves that way. We've put our maneuver node at 1:30, and we put about 270 delta V in. And that's how I get home from the moon. It's super simple. A lot of people are like, oh, let's go straight towards the Kerbal, and that's going to get us home. No. That's not how orbits work. You need to cancel out the moon's orbital velocity so that your spacecraft falls back down to Earth. Or Kerbal, actually, I guess, is what we're saying. That's all that we need to do. It's going to be a 13-second burn. It's only 271 delta V. It doesn't even cost me the 310 we thought to get back home. We'll go ahead and point towards this. We can actually click and do the warp to the next maneuver thing. The green line, we don't really have to worry about the green line in sandbox mode. That's a communications network thing. That's an intermediate topic. I'm not going to worry about it for Bootcamp. Communications does not really affect us here in Bootcamp. When we're learning the basics of the game, communications are when we're ready for intermediate topics. We don't go out of the gate like with full, eternal, like crazy hard mode communication stuff. 13, round it up to 14. Half of that's 7. Half of 14 is 7, right? Because half of 10 is 5, and half of 4 is 2, and 5 plus 2 is 7. Mental math things, right? Is this live? Yeah, Lone Wolf, absolutely. It's boot camp. So at T minus 7 seconds, I'm going to light the fires, and we are going to go home. Kerbin's up there right now. You can see it. There's 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. We light. We burn for those 12 seconds. We still have tons of Delta V left. And we're not going towards Kerbin. We're going at the 130 position away from the moon. Stop! Let's see what our periapsis is with Kerbin. I can actually delete the maneuver node. It makes it a little bit easier to see. 58. It's a little bit too high. I'm going to burn a little bit more until we get that down to 30. 39, 48. That looks good. And now, you can see that my orbital trajectory that I am using to escape the moon is canceling out the motion of the moon, and that causes my orbit to fall down. This is exactly the same as putting a maneuver node at the apoapsis and burning retrograde. That's what lowers it down. And if I had done less, that would be the same as burning prograde at the apoapsis. In fact, if I want to eject myself from the Kerbin system, I can go to about 730. That's not right. Because that would still be retro. Yeah, if I wanted to eject myself from the Kerbin system, I could go to 730 and I could put in a couple hundred Delta V. And if my orbit looked like this, I would actually escape the system because I would take the moon's velocity and I would add my escape velocity to it, and we would end up leaving the Kerbin system as opposed to going back home. It's super important which way you actually do this, but right now we put that right there at 130. We put about 270 Delta V in if you're about 15K. And that's going to end us up with that 30%, the 30-kilometer apoapsis. Let's go ahead and time warp all the way down to the planet. Warp to here. Wherever the planet is. That's the moon. Where's the planet? There it is. Whoa! Okay, there we are. I know there's no whistling in space. It's fine. It's visual audio cues created by the software in the cockpit to let you know that you're decreasing in altitude rapidly. That's why it whistles. So we'll just go all the way down here to the atmospheric interface. Remember, I don't need all of this stuff on my pod. There's 200,000. Remember, the atmosphere is at 70. So we'll get all the way down to about 100. That looks good. Usually when I eject myself, I point myself away from the planet like this. So we'll point away like this. This is going to create a good separation between my pod and the rest of my craft here. Just like Soyuz does. We're going to get rid of that little service module that we don't need anymore. Solar panels are going to go away. All those things are going to go away. I don't even need it. And we are about to hit the atmosphere, and we'll see how that heat shield works. Let's panel lock here. And we'll watch the ablator burn off. The ablator is the resource that's on the heat shield. It helps us get rid of heat by burning off. And when it burns off, it's good to go. It helps us stay cool. 730 gets from the moon. Yeah, sure, Squishin. You absolutely could. You absolutely could. So let's turn that off. We're starting to use up some of that ablator. Even though we're just super high up here, we're actually burning ablator at a ridiculous rate. It'll still be fine. What do you hate, Cool Hermes? What do you hate? Or did you eat? You mean you ate? You can hear the other ones exploding. The heat shields and setting a blare lower than full. Yeah. I told Rover Dude about that. He fixed it. It's cool. There's a slurping noise. We're burning off that ablator. It's helping protect us from the heat. We're still heating up. And even with no ablator, the heat shield is still a very good way to slow down. So even though it looks like we're going to run out of ablator, it's okay. The engine is not working anymore. Yeah, should have had 4 landing legs, huh? Don't mean to say I told you so, but... we're almost out of ablator. What's wrong with the ablator? It's being consumed at a much faster rate than it used to be. We're out of ablator, but we've slowed down enough that we'll be okay. I don't even think we needed to take more. I think we're good. When I was doing this re-entry, I actually turned off the SAS. This craft design, this little pod design is super simple, and it's aerodynamically stable. It'll maintain the correct heading without even SAS being turned on. We're just slowing down. Again, All that energy that we had out there at the moon, all that energy that we got out of our dead Kerbosaurs, we turned it into kinetic energy. We ended up going out to the moon. We took off again. We came back home. We fell down that 3,400 delta V. We're getting it out of the atmosphere right now. We're shoving the atmosphere out of the way. We're using the atmosphere to decelerate the vessel, and we're good to go. Using your phone, not a good idea for a klutz. I still don't know what you hate. I still don't know what you hate. The issue you told Rover Dude about, which one? Oh, it used to be when you would set the ablator low, it would make the heat shield black. Even though you were just designing the vessel to have, not very much sort of deal. Stealth Archer, somebody always comes in and said that oil is not dinosaurs. That's because oil is made out of plants and algae. It's not dinosaurs. But on this planet, in my world, it's made of dead Kerbosaurs, sir. Until you've run geological samples in real life from the fictional Kerbal surface, you can't tell me otherwise. It's dead Kerbosaurs in my world, okay? We can pop the parachute here. There you go. There you go. That looks good. I don't think the dead Kerbosaurs are boring. It's boring, so you like your idea better. Thanks, Stealth Archer. And phytoplanktons! And phytoplanktons. And now we can jettison the heat shield. I usually don't, but you can. See, because that happens, and I don't think that that's particularly smart. You probably shouldn't jettison the heat shield until the chute is fully deployed in the unreefed format. Last sausage. I'm sorry, I am picky, and I use only the highest quality dinosaur oil. We'll see if it falls down here. Man. That heat shield is still stuck to the bottom of us. Heat shield has a very high drag to mass ratio. It doesn't weigh a bunch, and it has a lot of drag. Why would you say hate to disagree with me? I don't understand it. Cool Hermes, what are we talking about? There. Brutish Vulgarian. This is Stock Visual Enhancements, SVE. Heat shield splashdown? Yeah, the heat shield's gone. And we're going... This is when you should jettison the heat shield, I guess. After the chutes are fully deployed like this. Otherwise, they stick to the bottom because the airflow is kind of putting it up there. In your career, oil is life. Your livelihood? Nice. Now use the heat shield as a raft and paddle home. We can time warp this. When it touches down, we pull the winner of the raffle. We're giving away a copy of KSP, exclamation point, ticket, space, number of tickets you want to purchase using the extra credits that you earn for watching the channel. You have until this splashes down to the ocean. The last amount Rocketeer, that's how much it costs to land on the moon. So if you're in orbiter on the moon and you want to land, it's about 580 to land. If you're really good at it, take 800, take 1,000 if you're learning. Not a lot of time. Not a lot of time. We're 100 meters up, dropping at 5. That means you got about 20 seconds. Future type messages on your keyboard. Yeah, cool Hormies. I mean, I don't know why you said you hate to disagree with me. Like, I think it's cool. Yeah, ECM Arsenal. I agree. I agree. Just like dropping it isn't really that big of a deal. Survey says skadoosh. Sploosh. Again, these waves are from Stock Visual Enhancements. They're the scatterer part of Stock Visual Enhancements. Y'all, I think we're pretty good here. I think we've done a pretty good job with Bootcamp. We covered just about everything. Talked about thrust away, talked about Delta V, talked about rockets that flip out and how to stop it. Whoa, my gosh, that's a big wave. Talking about rockets from flipping out. Stealth Archers, thank you for subbing. I appreciate it. Toot toot. Thank you for the sub, man. I do appreciate it. That's 21 subs and resubs on the day. Thank you for the support, man, so I can keep on doing things like this. Again, this is my job. This is what I do for a living, and I really, really, really do appreciate the support. I do, I do, I do. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. We got all the way out to the moon. We learned all the basics. Our rockets were flipping out. We fixed that. We learned how to decouple them. We learned about Delta V. Kushen04, thanks for the sub with Twitch Prime. I appreciate that too. That's 2 in a row. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. I do appreciate it. We learned about the aerodynamics. We learned about the different resources that we need, like the engines. We learned about the ISP, the efficiency of the engine, how Delta V works and all that sort of stuff. All these things that we did, the basics of the orbital trajectory, where we want to launch to get into orbit, why we go to the east and all those things. We've also talked about how to use the maneuver nodes to get out to the moon. I know that we skipped over some things that we could have covered. We can't talk forever though, right? We talked about the nav ball, how that works. We got ourselves out to the moon and we captured at the moon successfully. We set up for a landing. We did a nice soft landing on the moon. And then Mustang Sally, 08 Mustang Sally actually was playing along, like had their own KSP open at the same time, built the same craft, and fought along and performed their first moon landing while we were doing the moon landings here on boot camps. We've done a lot of stuff. We got home safely and then we splashed down. We need to go ahead and grab the winner here. We need to see who the winner of our giveaway is for the copy of KSP. I do appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Also, thank you guys for all the support as well, especially the $50 tip we got from old oh my gosh, this crazy Chunky Chicken. I almost said Krusty Chicken and I was like, no, don't say Krusty Chicken, that's the wrong name. Chunky Chicken. Actual Kevin got the first orbit ever. That's fantastic. I'm closing the raffle now. You've had more than enough time. Ticket raffle closed. 91 viewers entered with a total of 4,353 tickets. That means you have a whatever number of tickets in a 4,353 chance to go. Let's go ahead and pull this. The winner of a copy of KSP, sponsored by KSA, not sponsored by Squad, not sponsored by Twitch or anything like that. It's me. I will be needing your email address so that I can send you a Steam copy via Steam gifting emails. The winner of a copy of KSP is going to be X-Rated. Where are you at, X-Rated? Are you in chat? Krusty Chicken. I know, I was like, Krusty Chicken, and then I like stumbled because I was like, no, it's not Krusty Chicken, don't say it. Are you here, X-Rated? Where are you at? If you're around, let us know. You are the winner of a copy of KSP. X-Rated, at X-Rated. Thank you guys for putting the at commands over there. X-Rated, where are you at? X-Rated, thanks for the educational experience. Blue Jay, thank you for watching. We'll see if X-Rated's still here. I know that these giveaways are a long time. I understand that the giveaways do take a long time, so if sometimes people do leave, we might have to redraw. It happens. But let's see. I don't understand why everybody's running the rigged command. It's like when a mod wins or something. Let's see if X-Rated is actually here. They may have had to step away. I mean, it happens. We may have to redraw it. Usually give them a couple minutes to say things and stuff. Oh, I'm going to stretch out. Sweet! There you are. All right, X-Rated. There you are. Thank you. X-Rated, send me a Twitch message. Not a whisper. I don't use whispers. One of the worst things on Twitch, honestly. For streamers, at least. For streamers and moderators, it's terrible. Yeah, rigged is when DOS wins. It's like, yay, I get a copy of KSP. Anyways, y'all. X-Rated, give me that Twitch message. I'm going to need your email address. That's all I really need is your email address. I do appreciate all the support. Here's the deal. I am super excited to play Planet Coaster, but I need to get some sleep. We just did a 9-hour Kerbal Space Program boot camp. 9 hours worth of boot camp. And I really, really, really want to play Planet Coaster, but I also really, really, really need to give my voice a rest, and I really, really, really need to get some sleep. I haven't been feeling too good, and I kind of pushed through it today on the stream. Thank you for doing what you do, Das. It's been super fun. You finally made it. The regulars are wonderfully helpful and patient, too. Mustang Sally, you are not kidding. You were not kidding. You were absolutely not kidding. Yeah, somebody did win something. Richie, X-Rated, won a copy of KSP. Oh, I can sleep for an hour or two. I see. I can sleep for an hour or two. You're always fail, so it's your only fun. Oh, Dan, it's all good. Y'all, I really want to play I really want to play Planet Coaster, but I am going to have a little bit of self-restraint. Whoa! Sudaban, no sleep, Planet Coaster! I haven't been feeling too good today. Sudaban, thank you for the $50, man. Come on, dude. Y'all, put some thanks in the chats. Put some golden Kerbals over there. for Sudabon with the $50. I put a little goal for Bootcamp over there, and we were way short of the Bootcamp goal, but that's okay. That's okay. The goal was like a stretch goal for Bootcamp funding, and the little funding bar is not way up there, but that's okay. Was it cold to our house? Yeah, it's actually pretty cold outside. It is. Oh, I gotta get some sleep. Thank you for sharing your passion with us. You're a steely-eyed missile man. I'm like a sag-eyed missile man right now. I haven't been feeling that good, y'all, and I haven't been sleeping very well. But I did promise that I would do a boot camp. I apologize that boot camp started a lot later than it was. I do apologize for that, but I do need to get myself some sleep. Sudabon, thank you so much for the $50. I love the golden Kerbals are the best emotes ever. I love the golden Kerbal emotes. What's a good thing to aim for early career mode early on? Which is Moon, and you'll like a new planet. Hey, Hungarian Superman. A lot of times we go for Duna as our first interplanetary sort of place. Duna's a great place to go, and if you don't really know how to, you're just trolling. Well, I hope you're not going to charge it back. Thank you, Sudabon. I appreciate it, man. Hungarian, if you want information on how to go to Duna, you can watch that little VOD right there, and it'll explain